bed at the dull boom of lightning shaking the apartment's thick walls. Sirens blared across Orlando as howling winds hammered the city walls. Eyes still heavy, Gabriel knew it was far too early for the evacuation to begin. They weren't due to start until late in the morning, which meant this was the perfect time to pack his bags. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and turned to a smooth, featureless wall. Holographic displays flashed to life, acting as a window to the outside world. Unstoppable torrents of wrath poured down from the heavens. A thick gray haze hung between the city's reinforced structures, while rain and winds whipped across the city with violent flashes of light. Just another day in Orlando. My last day here, Gabriel couldn't help thinking. Once a vibrant tourist attraction, the city had become a bastion of reinforced concrete and alloys standing defiant against the decaying world around them. That wasn't much different from the rest of the world, as humanity's home planet became increasingly hostile toward them. But that wasn't a problem that enough stubbornness, science, and engineering couldn't fix. The world had far bigger problems to deal with, like the Pan-Asian Coalition's aggressive expansion. A threat Gabriel was determined to tackle head-on as soon as they were out of town. Gabriel scrambled across the cold metal floor, stumbling across piles of dirty laundry into his closet. It was full of clothes and a near-empty duffel bag in the corner. He tore a pair of jeans off the hanger, threw on heavy black boots, and an old leather Air Force jacket. Emblazoned on the jacket's shoulder sat a grinning reaper holding a foaming mug of beer while its scythe rested upon his shoulder. 232nd Jolly Reaper Fighting Squadron. The jacket fit snug over his pudgy torso, too snug, but he was not about to leave his father's jacket behind. Without much thought, Gabriel crammed the duffel bag full of clothes, then stopped at the footlocker inside his closet. He punched in a code, and the case popped open with a hiss. A pistol sat inside, along with 3 magazines and several books on survival, equipment maintenance, and operations. Gabriel chewed the inside of his cheek thoughtfully. Am I really going to need any of this? He scooped up the pistol, pulled the slide back, loaded and ready to go. Nah, Mom's only worrying too much again. We'll be fine. Gabriel enjoyed going out to the range as much as the next red-blooded American. But bringing a gun through a security checkpoint full of soldiers sounded like a recipe for disaster, even if those soldiers were on his side. His mother had been pretty insistent about it, though. I swear it's like she knows things she doesn't want to talk about, Gabriel thought. Then again, what she did talk about made him question if she shouldn't be rocking a tinfoil hat as a fashion statement. And that's probably being a little harsh. Gabriel sighed and shoved the gun back in the locker and stepped out with protective pads in hand. His mother had been raising Gabriel and his little brother on her own since their father passed years ago. She had every right to worry about them, especially when the windows flashed hot white with the deafening cracks of thunder and lightning. The whole block shook with each flash, which was made all the more concerning considering there were several dozen feet of reinforced concrete between him and the outside world. Holographic posters of military hardware video games were replaced with flashing red warnings. Storm severity critical. Gabriel's ringing ears cleared in time to hear the panicked pitter-patter of little boots storming toward his room. A frightened little scream accompanied them. His younger brother Luis burst through the metal door into Gabriel's room. He was barely 5 years old, but that didn't make the trembling boy have any less impact, as he dove for Gabriel like a yellow comet in his raincoat. Gabriel grunted and fell back onto his bed. Luis's incoherent babbling was impossible to decipher, but Gabriel had to try. "Oof! Luis, what's the matter?" he said, with a strong, kind, and conscious enough voice not to slur his words together entirely. "Wait, what time is it?" Gabriel was half awake, and in an adrenaline-fueled daze, but if his brother was awake, either something was very wrong, or it was later than it looked. "The storm's here, Gabriel," Luis cried in his squeaky little voice. Tears streamed down his pale mocha skin, the same color as his older brother's. "We didn't leave in time." Gabriel's blurry vision drifted over to the faint, blue glow at the corner of his eye. A holographic map of the city. 06, 04, 07. July 4th, 2184, hovered beside it. 6 a.m. The evacuation hasn't even started yet. Luis whined and tightened his grip on his brother's soft gut. With a sleepy smile, Gabriel hugged Luis and pulled him off. The young boy squirmed about anxiously on the edge of the bed, wincing at every crack of lightning like a fist had just skimmed past his face. Gabriel scanned the room for anything to help distract his brother, but there wasn't much on offer. A pair of virtual reality suits and helmets were strewn at the foot of the holographic display, but it wasn't the time for games. If they needed to run in a hurry, even the emergency response systems would cost them precious seconds in getting to safety. Everything else he had for entertainment wasn't going to really cut it for Luis's fear of lightning storms either, especially if it became an arc lightning storm. "Storm lockdown in effect," informed a dull, droning artificial woman's voice as a red warning flashed on the map. "Thanks, Captain Obvious." Gabriel's attention returned to the map. Towering walls, more fit for a military fortress than a civilian population center, surrounded the city. They were constructed years ago, long before Gabriel was born, to protect the citizens from rising oceans and violent waves. City blocks had been merged into fortified superstructures of concrete and steel, reaching hundreds, maybe thousands of stories to the heavens in defiance of nature's wrath. With a blend of utilitarian design and brutalist architecture, designed to house and protect the millions within, it wasn't the prettiest thing to look at. But it was home, and it had a certain charm to it, compared to the more ornate cities of the world. Now and then the buildings varied their design, usually in relation to their purpose, but all of them used sloped surfaces on the exteriors to help break the force of the wind, tapering up toward the top. Unlike the old-world buildings Gabriel saw in his history classes, there wasn't a single window among them, forsaking the structural weaknesses in favor of cameras and holographic displays to achieve the same effect. Lights adorned the exteriors of structures alongside holographic billboards, shining through the thick haze of rain, with the storm warnings scrolling across them. From his room's window, the only way to differentiate one building from another was the white, weathered numbers emblazoned on their sides. He could see the thick concrete and alloy bridges that served to link one block to another, weathering the storm without issue. But during a lockdown like this, those would be sealed off as a safety precaution too. Normally, they were there to minimize people's exposure to the elements, since it had a nasty habit of going from warm and humid to electric and murderous in seconds. Nature's fury was unrelenting. Lights pulsed within the apartment. Screens flickered and distorted. Winds and rain hammered structures with such force the block's thick walls did little to dull the howls and clatter reverberating through the structure. Gabriel strapped on his knee and elbow pads. There was no telling how bad the weather was going to be when it was time to evacuate. The last thing he needed was an injury from another rogue storm the early warning systems missed, because these will totally help if I get thrown down the street. "Storm's been like this for hours." Gabriel's mother's voice came in from the living room. "Gonna cut it close." Thunder boomed through the thick walls once more. Lights and screens shut off, surrounding them in brief darkness, Luis clung to his brother's leg. The chocolate-haired boy gazed with big brown eyes right into Gabriel's hazel-green orbs, his trembling little fingers digging deep into his thigh. Gabriel winced at his brother's impressive grip, but still he reached down to pet his brother's head. "Luis, you have to be stronger than this." The boy somehow managed to tighten his grip with a frustrated huff. "Why?" "Mom's going to need you to be the man of the house when I'm gone." Luis's eyes shot wide, whimpering up to his older brother. Where are you going, Gabriel?" This was probably a bad time to bring this topic up. Gabriel dreaded this day for so long, but it was an inevitability he should address in case things went wrong during the evacuation. "I'm going to join the Tactical Armor Corps, become a pilot. Not a fighter pilot like Dad was, an assault armor pilot." He reached over to his nightstand where the model for an assault-class tactical armor stood. A humanoid machine clad in white, sloped armor with hazy, glowing green eyes. A faint smile crossed his lips as he handed the model down to Luis. "Would have told you guys sooner, but the hurricane kind of shot that plan down. You guys didn't need the stress." Gabriel ran a hand through his brother's soft locks. "Soon as we land at the refugee base, I'm getting shipped out to basic." It really was terrible timing, but when would it ever be a good time to bring this up? The last thing he wanted to do was to make his brother feel abandoned. Luis took the model in one arm and whined out to his brother. "But why are you leaving us?" His lip trembled, eyes on the verge of tears. "There's some bad people in the world, Luis." There wasn't a good way to explain to a child that the world was engulfed in an endless war. No good way to explain to Luis he was following in their father's footsteps. A father his brother never knew. Bad people that want to hurt you, me, Mom, our friends, our country. No, I'm going to keep you guys safe from them, all right? Bring this whole mess to an end." Another whimper left the boy as he clung to his brother, holding the model in his arm like the most precious thing in the world. "Gabriel," his mother shouted across the apartment, "are you ready yet? I don't want to be the last family in line for evacuation when the courtyard opens." It's still too early, but maybe the evacuation timetable got pushed up, Gabriel thought. "We're going to be okay, Luis. Don't worry." Gabriel slung his bag across his shoulder. "And don't tell Mom about what we talked about, okay? She doesn't need the stress. Not until after we're safe." Luis gave a faint nod as Gabriel stepped outside their room. His mother, a fair-skinned woman with raven hair to match her oldest son's, stood in the small living room. On the black, faux leather couch beside her was a mess of clothes, too much to fit into her duffel. Empty boxes of bullets were scattered on a table beneath the large display, while faint, blue decorative lights emanated from the wall behind it. She always insisted on keeping the place so neat and orderly, almost obsessively, when she was home. It was a shame to have to abandon their home and leave such a mess behind. Past his mother sat the small kitchen. Appliances were built into the walls to deploy as needed, same as the dining table, with her own olive duffel bag resting upon it. She was ready to go, and from the still-open shelves in the kitchen, ready to survive beyond the wall if it came down to it. Gabriel wasn't sure if that was a curse or a blessing. Life beyond the walls seemed like a long, dragged-out way to commit suicide on a good day, and this was not a good day. Gabriel's mother wore an olive-drab coat with khaki stripes running down her arms from her shoulders. It included built-in padding throughout its form, along the tall collar that raised to just below her cheekbones. The same pattern of built-in protection spread across her dark gray gloves and pants. Rated for small arms fire, It was an overkill survivalist getup, as far as Gabriel was concerned. But she always insisted on being prepared for anything. At least she wouldn't have to worry if the weather took a turn for the worse and started throwing people around. Her chin sat on her knuckles. Her hazel green eyes were fixed on a hollow screen, playing the local news. 200-mile-per-hour winds, streets flooded. Cars caught outside during lockdown were swept away by powerful currents. It was a runaway storm heralding the coming hurricane. Emergency crews in white and red exosuits appeared on screen up to their necks in water. They fought against rushing winds and flooding currents, wrestling a four-legged machine with an armored chassis into a nearby garage. Currents ripped a man from the walker and threw him down the street, exosuit and all. In seconds, he vanished beneath the raging waters. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat, turning away from the screen and covering his brother's eyes. "Sorry, Mom. Luis needed some calming down." His mother pulled Luis off him, cradling him in her arms. "Relax, sweetie. Nothing bad is going to happen. It's only a scary storm." She had a wonderful, smooth, mothering voice when she wasn't laying down the law. Luis gave a soft nod, shoulders relaxing in her arms. Lightning struck their apartment's wall, with the dull howl of electricity scything through the reinforced structure. Lights flickered offline. The displays that made up their windows sparked and fizzled dark. The sound of crumbling concrete pierced through the darkness. There was no molten glow, thankfully, but it had been close. Too close. Their electric storm had upgraded to arc lightning. Even with their reinforced hablocks, arc lightning storms had the very real potential to pierce right through into the homes of anyone unfortunate enough to live on the outer parts of a hablock, like Gabriel's family did. The family held their collective breath, waiting for the next strike. Silence. Gabriel's mother exhaled and held out a hand. An orb of light materialized within from the small projections on her glove. It was a modern-day lantern. "Come on, it's safer in the courtyard." With a shuddering nod, Gabriel followed her out to a long hallway, illuminated by emergency lighting. People left their apartments carrying bags and children with them. They seemed to put on a brave face, greeting them on their way through the block like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Unfortunately, as it was, they weren't too far off the mark. Abandoned businesses littered the path to the courtyard. Once colorful signs sat lifeless, without a trace of customers, and shelves stripped of essential goods. The odd puddle of water here and there dripped from tiny fractures in the floor above. It wasn't the best part of town, or their block, for that matter. Unlike the pristine walls of their apartment, the corridor's halls were well worn with their smooth, white finish dulled and grayed by grime, and a general lack of proper maintenance leaving the walls rough to the touch. Who could blame the maintenance staff, though? Sections of walls were plastered in the colorful graffiti markings, out where gangs had been squabbling over territory, accompanied by the dents and bullet holes left behind when things escalated beyond slinging quality insults at each other. Maybe the hurricane was a blessing in disguise. Increased security and a common threat. It was enough to silence the gangs and have the block join together in the common goal of getting the hell out of town. Instead of the familiar stench of cigarettes, old blood, and industrial-grade cleaning agents Gabriel was all too familiar with, cool, clean air circulated through the halls with the occasional spike of cologne or perfume from people rushing out of their homes. Their city may be about to get demolished by an apocalyptic storm, but some people still had to look and smell good for it, apparently. Gabriel felt it was an odd priority, but if it kept people from losing their mind, he wasn't going to argue. Gabriel approached the railing across the vast expanse between his side of the block and the other. They were 50 floors above the courtyard, the heart of the block, completely sealed off from the outside world. It used to be a place where all manner of events were held. Food carts and kiosks were not an unusual sight year-round. They gathered whatever ingredients they could scrounge together beyond the government's ration bars, usually from one of the city's agri-blocks, if they could spare any of their harvest for the war effort. Instead of food and fun, masses of people huddled together, anxious to leave the city. Stale sweat and anticipation stung at his nostrils, even from this height. The block continued to climb up, with many more hundreds of floors. There were so many people crammed into one building he would never meet, so many places he would never get the chance to see, and it was only one block. "Don't get distracted, Gabriel," his mother said, dragging him along by the arm as they headed to the crowded courtyard below. Sorry." Gabriel spotted a young girl with big blue eyes letting out soft, anxious whispers. She clung to her mother with one arm, a frayed teddy bear missing its eye in the other. Like his brother, she wore a yellow raincoat. Its color faded, covered in scratches and scrapes, along with the protective padding she wore. She must have spent a lot of time outside. It was something that had become rare for children in the increasingly hostile environment. The girl's whimpers grew to cries as lightning struck the building once more. Her mother swayed back and forth on her feet, muttering a quiet prayer. Crowds of people huddled together in raincoats, boots, and anything else they could carry. Friends and families all waiting for their chance to get to safety. But they were all at the mercy of nature, and how fast the military could evacuate them. He tore his gaze away with a guilty pang. If only he could do something to help them. On the way to the ground level, they passed screens reporting on the weather. A massive Category 10 hurricane barreled toward the city. The storm already flooded and tore down everything south of the city walls, terrain included. Old structures were swept away by raging waves, like little more than children's blocks. As it moved closer to the city, giant waves crashed against the city's mighty walls that stood hundreds of feet high. A container vessel drifted rudderless. Gaping holes decorated its hull, and the shielding meant to protect its cargo sheared off in places. Is the storm throwing debris with that much force? Gabriel wondered. The container ship smashed against the wall, rocking with every wave crashing against it. The north looked no less dangerous, with rogue storms ripping apart the marshlands. Gabriel couldn't begin to imagine the over-engineering that went into ensuring their city didn't suffer the same fate. "Haven't seen nothing this bad since we lost Miami 13 years ago," one man spoke. "Still can't believe storms like that one existed," said another, holding his chin. "Thing demolished the city and swept away the land." "We got off easy. Mexico took that storm on directly." Gabriel shuddered. He was only 5 during the Miami storm, yet he was just as powerless then as he was today. His hand balled up into a tight fist. "Can't believe we're stuck here because of a weather front." Then again, was anywhere really safe? It wasn't just killer weather running wild that could level cities and strip away parts of the terrain, but sudden and violent earthquakes, eruptions, and more. The world was falling apart around humanity while they hunkered down to weather the next disaster, then the next. "Relax, Gabriel. Everything's going to be fine. This'll clear up in no time." His mother smiled before leaning in with an angry whisper. "You need to keep a brave face for your brother. He looks up to you more than anyone." "Storm clearing," announced the far too calm, digitized female voice. "Please stand by while floodwaters drain." "See?" Gabriel frowned. "That's just the little baby storm. The big one's still coming." His shoulders slumped and his head flung back. "But we gotta count our blessings, right?" She smiled. Warning sirens blared and yellow lights spun as the reinforced bulkhead doors pulled apart, filling the courtyard with the scent of fresh, drenched pavement. The sea of people poured out into the near-empty garage, a bunker-like structure with reinforced columns supporting the heavy weight of the concrete roof. On the far wall stood a second, larger, thicker set of bulkhead doors, protecting vehicles from the harsh elements. The few vehicles that belonged to civilians in the garage were cleared out to make room for emergency personnel and crates of equipment. These colorful civilian vehicles were armored, rugged machines, with fat, reinforced tires, and not a single window among any of them. Rather than such structural weaknesses the elements could exploit, these vehicles used small, hardened external cameras to feed the holographic viewports inside, like the blocks did. It was standard practice for anything expected to survive contact with Mother Nature. They were much harder than the simple and luxurious vehicles he'd seen in history books. Near the exits sat a group of heavy military trucks. Engines rumbled, loading ramps deployed to take on civilians. The people at the head of the pack scrambled for the trucks, pushing, shoving, and shouting their way through. Soldiers in gray digital camo and light combat armor barked out orders, corralling the crowd with heavy riot shields to maintain order. Behind the shield wall stood a secondary line of soldiers, armed with rifles and grenade launchers. One man squeezed past the rushed cordon. He threw his wife and children onto the back of a truck before they sped away. The man latched onto the truck's side at the last second. Just like Gabriel thought, the evacuation was pushed up and was already underway. "Guess we're walking," Gabriel protested. A wall of wet air hit him the second they stepped onto the drenched city streets. One moment he was fresh and clean. The next, it was like he'd spent hours sweating at the gym, with humidity so thick he swore he could cut it with a knife. Hopefully Basic is somewhere dry. Inky clouds hung overhead, sprinkling rain over the city. Streams of water rolled down the side of the towering bunkers they called home. Hab Block 19 read the side of their home's wall, or at least it used to. Lightning had sheared off much of the lettering. Chunks of crumbled concrete littered the exterior of their fortified home, some larger than a bus, giving off steam where the lightning carved them loose. Advertisements sparked through the city. Those few still operational instructed citizens to keep calm and proceed to extraction in that same droning, artificial voice with the projection of a woman. "A little walking will do you some good, Gabriel," his mother teased with a pat to his stomach. "How else are you going to fit into your father's jacket?" Gabriel groaned, running a hand through the top of his wavy, slicked-back hair. The sides buzzed low to his head. "We're the last sector out of the city. I don't want to get caught in a riot like the last two groups and tangle with another rogue storm on top of it all. Hell, what if the pack decide to show up? We've been at war with them since you were a kid at least." She replied with a dismissive wave of her hand. "If the Pan-Asian Coalition was coming, I'd be the first to know, Gabriel." "When did you become psychic?" "Your dad made lots of friends in the Air Force before he passed. They keep me up to date on what's really going on with the war." She squeezed his stiff shoulder. "Right now we've got the Russians tied up in Europe and the Chinese in the Pacific. Besides, the force they'd need to invade our mainland would be impossible to sneak past our fleets and satellites." "You're probably right," Gabriel grudgingly admitted. Dropships swooped in and out of the city. Landing pads crowded with people waiting to be evacuated sat on the city streets, on the different blocks' many levels, and on rooftops. Even the enormous bridges linking one block to another deployed landing pads for the evacuation. The largest extraction point, Gabriel's destination, sat in the center of their sector. "Just keep a cool head and everything will work out fine." His mother smiled. Gabriel took a deep breath and tried to listen to his mother. But that was easier said than done. So instead, he He turned to listen to the conversations going on around them. "Hey, Carlos, did you hear about what happened on level 195 a few days ago?" A man in a gray jacket and baseball cap said. Carlos, in a rugged and reinforced jean jacket, looked up in defeat. "No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me another of your crazy stories, Luke. What's up?" Luke scrunched up his face but carried on. "There was a big shootout. There was a big gang fight there between the riggers and Saints." Carlos snorted. "So it was Tuesday?" "Listen, man," Luke protested. "The Saints had some weird freaky chick with them. The story said she had glowing white eyes and shot lightning out of her hands." Gabriel had heard similar stories before in his life, of people with supposed superpowers. As awesome as all of those sounded, he knew they were total BS. Something like that wouldn't go unnoticed, especially in the Hab blocks. There were too many cameras everywhere, and that was before factoring in the population's own phone or wrist comp-mounted cameras. "My nephew can do that too," Carlos said. "That little nerd is always making some freaky new weapons for a hobby." Luke shook his head. "No, man, listen. She was shooting them out of her bare hands." Carlos tightened his brow as if he was weighing his next response carefully. "Seriously?" "Seriously," Luke agreed. "One of the kids in the riggers told me about it. He said he even got video of it, but he said some dudes in black armor with silver stripes on their shoulders came by and—" He looked around, then whispered through the noise of the crowd. "Dealt with her." "So you're expecting me to believe the Saints had a living lightning gun and didn't make it onto the local news?" Carlos said dismissively. "Not only that, but the, he held up his fingers for air quotes, men in black rolled up to deal with her?" Luke nodded. "Exactly. I thought the kid was full of crap, too, so I asked him for the video. He went out to get it, and next thing I saw, there was a bunch of dudes in black coming out of his apartment." Carlos rolled his eyes. "You need to lay off the holoscreen, Luke." Gabriel snorted in quiet amusement and turned away from them. He had to agree with Carlos about his friend. At least their conversation served to relax him some, at least until he took another good look around. Security tightened the closer they came to the extraction site. Guard towers and concrete walls funneled civilians into manageable paths to different landing sites. Those didn't do much to help him relax. Neither did the heavier presence of soldiers patrolling the streets, accompanying the increased fortifications. These weren't in light military police armor, but rather standard military kit, the kind of gear soldiers were supposed to wear into a conflict zone. The news never showed anything like this for the other evacuations, Gabriel thought. Gabriel caught glimpses of soldiers and a tank positioned at an intersection. A tank? What? He had to do a double take to confirm his imagination wasn't playing a trick on him. There was, in fact, a tank. Several tanks, actually. Speakers repeated the same dull, droning message from the AI projectors. "Please remain calm and proceed to your designated extraction site." Yeah, no, screw that noise. Something was definitely up. Gabriel's eyes darted through the crowd, looking for any clue as to what that something was. Heavy trucks pulled up to the crowd of civilians. Power-armored soldiers hopped out the back with heavy thuds as the pavement absorbed their weight. Thick, aggressively sloped plates comprised their suits, a trait shared by all Western armor. Crowds were forced to stop as heavy weapons platforms rushed past the evacuation route. A pair stopped not far from the crowd, their barrels and missile pods pointed toward the sky. Walker suits scrambled past, 10-foot-tall walking tanks on reverse-jointed legs. Civilians pushed against the soldiers blocking their advance, only to be shouted down as the heavy, hasty thumps and hisses of several walkers crossed their path. Gabriel's lips tightened. There had to be a couple dozen walkers in that group. jet engines rumbled in the dreary skies above. The rumble grew to a low, constant, droning roar. The clouds would not reveal the source of the sound, but Gabriel had been around enough air bases growing up to recognize the mass deployment of aircraft. A squadron of assault-class tactical armors deployed. Enormous, 60-foot-tall humanoid tanks. Their every step shook the ground as servos and engines worked to move the massive machine. Gabriel could only stare in awe as the giants took care to step over the crowd of evacuating civilians. One of the giant mechs stared right at him, then carried on its way. The squadron's armor plating was painted in shades of olive green, unlike the rest of the U.S. forces. A quick redeployment? Gabriel thought with a growing pit in his stomach. The assault armor's glowing red visors swept the area. Enormous 120-millimeter rifles were carried by the bulk of the squadron and what appeared to be backpacks. Normally, that meant one of two things. They were prepared for a prolonged engagement, or they had a target to collect. Gabriel seriously doubted it was the latter. Two of the assault armors were specialists' machines. Missile pods adorned one armor's frame, while a belt feed ran to its cannon from its pack. Another was lighter armored than the rest, with what appeared to be a jetpack and a far longer scoped rifle. The crowd cheered at the military parade on display, and cheered even louder as they were allowed to move on through when the last of the scrambling forces cleared the path. "I don't like this." Gabriel turned to his mother. Her optimistic demeanor was replaced with grim seriousness as she observed the situation in silence. The deafening screams of jet engines shook him to the bone. Gabriel covered his ringing ears as dropships flew low above the city streets. Loading ramps were deployed, and side hatches slid open as the dropships rushed to land. Frantic shouts of soldiers filled the air as they loaded the ships to the brim with civilians. "That's too many," his mother muttered, pulling up the sleeve on her coat. Luis tugged at his brother's arm. "What's going on?" Gabriel's eyes followed his mother's to the wrist comp on her arm, a small bracelet-like device. The small screen it projected read, "Atlantic blockade breached. PAC forces moving to—" She shot a sharp look to Gabriel. Before she could scold him for peeking, gunfire erupted in the distance. "Watch out!" screamed a man as explosions rang out overhead. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. The young girl from before and her mother stared up in shock. The crowd did not hesitate to push and shove past them. "Run, Gabriel!" his mother shouted. Gabriel balled his hands into a fist. "Let's go," he replied. But while his mother ran for extraction with Luis in her arms, he forced his way through the crowd for the girl and her mother. They were going to get trampled if someone didn't help them. Just as that thought came to Gabriel's mind, the crowd trampled the girl's mother to the ground. She was lost beneath a sea of people as engines howled overhead, people screamed, and cannons roared. Gabriel's palms grew sweaty. His heart raced as he fought his way to the girl and her mother. Through the crowd, he glimpsed the young girl clinging to her bear. Her tiny hands struggled to help her mother up. Her wailing cries for help went unnoticed in the chaos. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to run away. This was not his family. This was not his concern. He had to worry about himself and his own, like the others around him. Gabriel's chest tightened. His breaths shortened. He couldn't just leave them. Another explosion went off above the sea of people. Flaming wreckage crashed through the city streets, cutting a bloody swath through the stampeding crowds. Gabriel stretched out a hand for the girl through the scattering crowd. If he could just reach her, he could save her, maybe even her mother. The girl turned to face the coming wreckage. Her mouth formed a cry that would never leave her lips. "No!" Gabriel yelled. The flaming husk tore through the street with enough force to throw him and the crowd aside like garbage caught in the wind. Darkness enveloped him in a numb daze. The weight and warmth of bodies piled atop him as hot ichor spilt over his face. Gabriel retched at the stench of blood and burned flesh, swirling among fumes of burning oil and other mechanical fluids. Gabriel's fingers sank into open wounds with sickening, wet squelches as he pulled himself out of the pile of dead and maimed bodies. Twisting shudders wormed their way through his stomach and throat at the disgusting sensation of ripped flesh and crimson shrapnel brushing over his fingers, but he pushed it aside. He ignored the wounded begging and screaming for help, the bruises and cuts covering his battered body. He had to save that girl. But there was no sign of her or her mother, only what remained of her teddy bear wreathed in flames. Gabriel's heart stopped and sank into a bottomless pit. His scream caught in his throat as he dropped to his knees, stunned. He failed. He wasn't fast enough to save her. He wasn't strong enough to push through the crowds. The sounds of war around him distant as he stared in horror. Carnage and burning buildings everywhere he looked. Missiles and stray fire rained debris upon the fleeing masses below. How was he supposed to help anyone? "Gabriel!" His mother shook him by the collar. "We have to go!" A blank, wide-eyed stare was all he managed. She jerked to his feet. "We don't have time for this, Gabriel. We move or we die. Pull it together." Gabriel swallowed and nodded. She was right. He couldn't help that girl or her mother, but maybe he could still get his family out alive. His mother took off for the extraction site. Gabriel's body trembled with every step, haunted by the stench of death surrounding them and soaked into his clothes. Burning rubble and debris collapsed from the damaged buildings and crushed the helpless people below. A man covered in blood and grime carried a woman's lifeless body in his arms, leg dragging behind him. Cries of agony, despair, and sorrow filled the streets. But nothing was as heartbreaking to Gabriel as the sight of children begging their parents' lifeless bodies to wake up. If only there weren't so many. If only they had more time. If only he was stronger. Gabriel tore his eyes from the surrounding chaos to his mother and brother. Another set of drop ships went off. She looked back to Gabriel. "We'll catch the next one, Gabriel. Don't panic." Unable to speak, he stared at her with glassy eyes. She wrapped an arm around his neck and pulled him into a tight hug. "I mean it, Gabriel. Snap out of it. You need to be strong." "How?" His voice rasped and trembled. His mother's embrace dug tiny rocks and chunks of metal into the back of his neck, smearing the still warm blood of countless dead over him. Pods rained from above, heralded by the sharp whistle of air ripping over them. Each one crashed onto the pavement before all 4 of their doors blasted away. Groups of pack soldiers, with crimson flags on their ragtag blue-gray splotched armor, poured out. "Cover!" shouted a nearby American soldier before he was cut down in a hail of fire. Gabriel froze. His mother threw him down as she dove for cover behind the concrete dividers leading up to the extraction site. The hard pavement scraped over his body. His wounds reminded him of their existence in unison. He could only watch as civilians huddled in fear on the ground. The few brave enough to rush the extraction site erupted in clouds of red from the crossfire overhead. Gabriel looked away, but not before the red mist drenched his face. The iron taste of blood on his lips shot a shudder down his spine. Gabriel was starting to wish he'd listened to his mother and grabbed that gun right about now, on the off chance it could save his life. U.S. power-armored soldiers took to the field with large, thundering guns, but there was only a handful of them Gabriel could see, compared to the steady stream of pack drop pods crashing down. Their thick plates shrugged off much of the concentrated fire poured into them, but everything had its limits. One after another, their soldiers, the only thing standing between the civilians and a swift death at the hands of the pack began to fall. Chunks of concrete blasted off the barriers. More civilians panicked, getting caught in the crossfire, yet still more pods crashed down around them. Backup arrived with the next wave of dropships rushing in for their pickup. Their door guns spun up and glowed in a whirlwind of fire, raining spent shells onto the landing pad. "Rides here, Gabriel. Go!" his mother shouted as she crawled through what remained of the crowd, while Luis clung to her the entire time. Gabriel followed, wrestling through the crowd to the dropships in the chaos of battle, when an electric howl brought the battle to a pause. Everyone, even pack forces, froze in awe and horror. Not his mother, though. She was rushing to the dropship. Curiosity got the better of Gabriel. He looked up past the concrete dividers. A brilliant beam of hot orange light ripped through block after city block. Fortified structures glowed orange, turning hot white before melting away and crumbling beneath their own weight. Nothing but collapsing blocks and a deep, molten scar remained in the beam's wake. The beam sputtered and fizzled, leaving glowing particles drifting in the wind and brief arcs of crackling energy along its path. Building winds carried the stench of slagged steel and concrete. Hints of copper mixed with an acrid stench. Gabriel could almost taste it in the back of his throat, but there was more. Gabriel sniffed at the air, ignoring the smell of death and gunpowder. Is that salt? "Coastal wall breached," the AI announced over emergency speakers. "What?" cried a terrified civilian. Cold ocean water flooded past Gabriel's hands and knees. Soldiers and civilians alike looked at each other in fear as water rushed past their ankles. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and a growing crash of waves rumbled in the distance. "Coastal wall breached," the AI repeated. "Run!" shouted a soldier. Civilians stampeded for the dropships, nearby blocks, anywhere that could provide shelter. Gabriel forced his way past the crowd, even as the masses pushed and tossed him around. His family reached the dropship and yelled for him to board. The earth trembled. A sinking feeling hit his stomach like a ton of bricks. He looked back in horror at the massive wave of water smashing through the ruined city, heading right for them. Fear coursed through his veins and snapped him back to focus. He sprinted for the dropship. His mother reached out for him. A soldier pulled her inside and slammed the doors shut. The dropship took off, leaving Gabriel and the others to nature's wrath. A solemn, trembling smile tugged at his lips. Cold waters rose past his knees. The towering wave approached with far much too speed to escape. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, no one that could save him now. Gabriel shut his eyes and accepted the inevitable. The wave swept him through the city streets like little more than a rag doll. Soldiers, civilians, debris, vehicles, it didn't matter to the raw power of nature. Sharp pain shot through the back of his head. Murky waters turned crimson. Salt and blood mixed in his mouth. The world faded as he was shot out to the surface by the wild current. A shadow loomed over him. Thrusters rumbled above. A dropship? The shadow was too small for that, and consciousness fast escaping him. A man clad in black, with silver stripes on his shoulder, tore Gabriel's limp body from the raging water. His voice came distorted through the helmet. Target secured. Chapter 2. Darkness swirled around Gabriel as consciousness returned to him. His eyes drifted around the blur of the world. He found himself in a comfortable leather chair that his body practically melted into. His clothes had been replaced by a light blue medical gown, leaving him with an uncomfortably chilly breeze between his legs. Most concerning was the IV drip hooked up his arm. What happened? A sharp pain surged from the back of his head, reminding him of the evacuation. He reached up to find his skull was intact, with a strange, lingering, prickling sensation throughout his body. How am I not dead? The pungent stench of cigar smoke caught his attention. "Finally awake, Mr. Rivera?" A slow, methodical voice, full of smooth gravel, asked. Its location was given away by the faint red glow of a cigar. "You gave us quite the scare back there." "What happened?" Gabriel groaned. "Where am I? Who's there?" He was pretty sure he asked those questions in the wrong order, but his head was a mess, to say the least. The faint blue hue of a holoscreen illuminated the darkness, revealing a heavy black desk with a faint, silvery glint of geometric patterns woven through it. Light danced across the slim build of a man in a black, tailored suit. A sunken-faced man shrouded in shadows stared back at him, with a bulky first-generation optical implant sitting where his right eye should have been. Deep shadows were cast into the scars around the implant, telling of a gruesome story. A story of combat, if Gabriel had to guess. "You have just survived the first invasion of U.S. soil since 1812, Mr. Rivera." The man took a puff of his cigar, exhaling a wall of smoke. "As for your other questions, details far above your pay grade, I'm afraid." The fog cleared from Gabriel's mind little by little. The strange sensation of water rushing around him sent a shudder up his spine. Is this real life? Normally, our recruitment operations involve far more stealth and less medical equipment, but... He waved a dismissive hand. "Here we are." "Recruitment operations?" Gabriel's words slurred as he gathered his scrambled mind. "Wait, where's my family? What happened to the city? Who the hell attacks a city in the middle of an insane storm like that?" The man laughed at Gabriel's reaction. "I see you're still troubled by the day's events. Very well. I will provide some closure. Your family is fine, grieving, but alive." With a wave of his hand, a second holographic display activated on Gabriel's side of the table. Video footage of the dropship containing his family, along with other survivors, played. Tears ran down his mother's cheeks. Luis cried himself to sleep, but they were alive. Gabriel slumped into his chair. Thank God. As for the city, I'm afraid it's still a very active war zone. Multiple camera feeds exploded from the single screen, hovering above the table. Orlando's streets were completely flooded. Powerful waves crashed into structures standing in proud defiance to the elements, wearing their heavy battle damage like war medals. Thick plumes of smoke rose from several blocks, burning through the heavy rain. One of the feeds seemed to be of a battle raging between tactical armors deep within the city ruins. It looked to be the middle of the night, but the timestamp said it was late in the afternoon. Pilots maneuvered from one structure to another, exchanging fire through the gloom and haze. The feed shook with each movement of the camera. Only the smooth, vague silhouettes of pack armor was visible through all the rain and smoke. Their locations given away by the flash of guns. A rifle raised in a pair of metal arms and fired into the darkness. Explosions erupted in the distance. The feed was from an assault armor's optical sensors. As for who, the Pan-Asian Coalition, but that much should have been obvious. They finally made their move on the United States. The man leaned back against a large plush chair. It was only a matter of time, really. Cutting off supply lines to the front is a sound strategic decision. I'm only surprised it took this long. Perhaps a war of attrition was part of the Coalition's plan from the start. Gabriel gulped, watching the fiend. The side of a block collapsed atop friendly assault armor, knocking it out of cover. A volley of fire tore through it the instant it was exposed. The assault armor lurched under each impact. Chunks of armor blasted away from its arm and torso until gaping exit wounds erupted out the back of its pack. The metal giant crashed into the raging waters below. If the pilot somehow survived, the violent ocean would surely finish the job. "Your city is not the only one being attacked," the man continued. "But it is the only one to suffer such ferocity. That is our fault." "Your fault?" Gabriel stared at him in disbelief. "Who are you?" "Details, Mr. Rivera. We have several assets in that city. Your life was among them, and my benefactors deemed it important enough to warrant dispatching an extraction team." His arms spread out before him as if Gabriel had won a grand prize. "Congratulations." Gabriel's gaze narrowed. "Why me? I'm nobody." "A question I asked myself upon inspecting your records," the man answered with a dejected sigh. "But the board has decided you show promise." With a flick of his wrist, the display changed to show a frightening amount of information on Gabriel. School and medical records, physical and psychological evaluations, and so much more that seemed unnecessary. Great mental acuity, solid reflexes, psychological records state you require some work. He droned on through the list. "But you are otherwise tenacious when properly motivated. You would make a superb assault armor pilot with proper training, Mr. Rivera, if only you weren't so lacking everywhere else."
Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Anomalous status, redacted. Rank, F0. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Endurance, 0. Willpower, 0 to 4. Factored as 0 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Charisma, 0.
"Crap," Gabriel blurted out. An F in anything was a bad thing, and all of those zeros couldn't mean anything good either. But the man's words didn't match at all with the numbers in front of Gabriel. "Indeed." His eyes scolded Gabriel more than any words could with their dismissive gaze. "Your physical examination has proved to be quite deficient. How unfortunate for you. However, reports assure us your potential more than makes up for that poor performance."
"Weight's always been a bit of an issue for me," Gabriel huffed, arms folding across his chest. "Used to be worse."
"We are aware, Mr. Rivera."
It was a statement that somehow surprised Gabriel, as the man in black pulled up a prior examination.
"These were your ratings prior to your interest in the Tactical Armored Corps."
Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Anomalous status, redacted. Rank, F0. Strength, -3. Agility, -2. Endurance, -4. Willpower, 0 to 4. Factored as 0 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Charisma, -5. It suddenly clicked in Gabriel's mind that he was looking at something akin to a character sheet from a game. "Hold on, what's with the sheet here?"
The man in black raised a brow. "They are your ratings, Mr. Rivera. Admittedly, the system uses an old metric which doesn't take into account humanity's current decayed state, but it is an amazingly accurate one once a subject reaches the baseline level."
A decayed state? That sort of made sense with the man's words earlier. But Gabriel still had questions. What's the baseline?
"Normally, Humans are supposed to have attributes no lower than a rating of 1 across the board for their basic attributes, the man explained. This would leave you at a rank of F-3, which is still incredibly weak for our purposes. The average person is supposed to have ratings of 2, even 3, in at least a few of these attributes. Gabriel frowned. I'm not even close to average in this guy's eyes. But as I said, we are in a decayed state. While I would love to go into the details, it is a fascinating story. We are short on time, and you do not have the pay grade for this information. Gabriel sighed. I'm guessing that 0 to 4 on willpower has something to do with your proper motivation, huh? Yes. Talkative today, aren't we? Gabriel said. What's the deal with this anomalous status section? The man gave the briefest smile, and it unsettled Gabriel to the core to see it. No need to concern yourself with that, Mr. Rivera. What you need to know about this rating system is that it factors in your skills as well as your attributes for your total score, starting at the F ranks and going all the way up to S every 10 levels. For every 2 points of attributes or skills, your ranking climbs 1 level. With another flick of his wrists, the man showed Gabriel his skills. This list was much longer but filled with zeros all the same, except for 2 skills. Ranged, 1. Piloting, 1. Okay, I can understand ranged. That's my ability to operate ranged weapons, right? Gabriel asked. The man in black nodded. Feel free to press the skills for more information. Pushing on ranged, the category unfurled to show a long list of ranged weapons, from pistols and rifles, which Gabriel was rated at level 1 on, all the way to bows and slings. But there was also a description attached to it. Combat skill, ranged. A subject's ability to operate ranged weaponry. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to successfully hit their target with a variety of ranged weapons and scenarios. A subject's ranged combat skill allows for greater accuracy. Adjust for gravitational factors, or simply the proper way to throw a blade. Gabriel's time at the range with his family, his second favorite pastime in the world, definitely had to take credit for this. But piloting didn't make any sense to him. He moved on to that skill next. Mobility skill, piloting. A subject's ability to operate and maneuver vehicles. This skill is increased by the operation of vehicles such as cars, aircraft, tactical armors, and more. Warning: operating specialized vehicles such as tactical armors or aircraft without proper training can result in subject fatalities. Gabriel looked down through the skill to see he had a level in driving cars and another 2 levels in piloting tactical armor, along with 2 stars. He poked at the stars for more information. Subject has received basic training in the operation of tactical armors. Assault Class Specialization, Level 4. Gabriel's brow furrowed. Sure, he loved playing on the tactical armor simulators enough that he could win a match against a newbie in his sleep. But this couldn't possibly be right. Those were just games. How is this accurate? Your addiction to tactical armor simulators has been duly noted, the man said. They are far more accurate to the real thing than you realize, Mr. Rivera. I'm going to go ahead and file this under a mistake, Gabriel commented, and scrolled down to the bottom of the skill list. He could understand all the others from melee and science to stealth and command, but these 2 made no sense to him. Pathics, redacted. Kinetics, redacted. Gabriel prodded at the 2 skills, but the text flashed red. What are these 2? A concern for another day, Mr. Rivera. If you agree to join our program and survive the trials ahead,
You may be allowed to find out.
Why even show me these things exist, then? Gabriel asked, with a hint of annoyance to his voice. That unsettling smile returned to the man's face. Gabriel shuddered and put up his hands. All right, keep your secrets. Just stop smiling. He took a breath, then pointed at the display. According to this chart, I'm not even worth the power it took to display this, so why am I here? The man's black smile faded.
Normally, this would rule you out immediately,
he agreed, while gesturing to Gabriel's dazzling array of zeros.
However, my benefactors, much to my dismay, have decided you are a diamond in the rough.
Gabriel couldn't even finish mouthing his question before the display played footage from his ordeals earlier that day.
They were particularly fond of your willingness to throw your life away for your fellow man.
The man's eyes fixed on the projection, watching Gabriel force his way through the crowd for the girl and her mother.
A rare trait in this day and age, even if you ultimately failed. A trait we are in desperate need of. It is also no small feat that you drag your way out of the negatives within a year. Your Navy recruiter, one of our agents, swears you have amazing growth potential. It's only a matter of lighting a fire under his ass, I believe were his exact words.
Gabriel's hands dug into the armrests. His body shook as he completely ignored the part about potential and growth. How did you get this? The man laced his fingers together, elbows resting on the desk.
We have eyes everywhere, Mr. Rivera.
Gabriel shook his head. This was not the time or place to go into shock. He took a deep breath and put on his best poker face, raising a brow at the man with an almost mocking response. So, you're the Illuminati? The shadowy man gave that unsettling grin again. His white teeth cut through the gloom like a knife, waiting to sink into its victim.
I can assure you, we are nothing like our predecessors.
Gabriel pulled back, tightening his brow with an ocean of questions. He heard his fair share of stories about shadowy organizations and the world not being what it seemed, not just from the internet, but his own mother as well. None of them were pleasant, and Gabriel seriously hoped this creep was messing with him. All right, Mr. Cloak and Dagger, what the hell do you need a tubby nerd like me for?
A top-secret project to preserve the species.
Gabriel couldn't help but roll his eyes. Oh, okay, sure. Don't suppose I'll be piloting tactical armor, will I? That's about the only thing this chart says I'm good for. The grim man gave an amused chuckle.
Survive long enough and you might get a chance.
Gabriel's stomach twisted into a knot. That's not ominous at all. The man shrugged off the sarcasm and carried on with his pitch.
Our world is deteriorating, Mr. Rivera. It sees us as a disease, and it is taking increasingly aggressive steps to rid itself of us.
A quick motion of his hands brought up a satellite view over the United States. The killer storm engulfed what remained of his home state.
Last time we saw a storm like this, we were very lucky.
Images of cities ruined in the hurricane's wake 13 years ago came up on screen. Buildings were flattened, submerged, sometimes both. Vehicles were scattered and crushed, while the terrain itself was torn asunder.
We were not prepared for that storm. We were barely prepared for this one, and it will only get worse.
The man met Gabriel's gaze.
Those walls and reinforced structures around your city, defenses, erected to protect our operations, and even they suffered the storm's wrath.
What operations?
Pay grade, Mr. Rivera.
Gabriel was getting real tired of that canned response. You could at least throw in, if I told you, I'd have to kill you. The man leaned forward, revealing his slim build, wrapped in a tailored suit as black as the void of space. There are far more important things going on beneath the surface. What I can disclose, however, is that your city housed a number of quality recruits we've groomed for this mission, yourself included.
Groomed? Gabriel asked. We take good care of our investments. He paused for a moment and gazed into the darkness. But thanks to the pack, we lost most of them.
You said you're scraping the barrel with me, Gabriel muttered. Why bother?
Anyone can become a remarkable individual with enough dedication, Mr. Rivera. Your father was one of the finest fighter pilots the world had ever seen. Your mother, a top CIA field operative until his death. Both came from nothing, and yet they became outstanding. You have shown that same potential. How very fortunate for you that we are lacking in bodies.
My mom? A spy? Gabriel's mind raced with the revelation. He shot back a fierce, questioning look of disbelief. But it sort of made sense with all the stories she'd told him. He always felt like his mother had many more stories to tell. But why would she bother, when he barely believed the ones she did reveal? He couldn't help the guilt nagging at him for not being more open-minded, given his current situation. Gabriel almost died once already, and maybe this guy was about to kill him too if he turned down his offer. The man ignored Gabriel's question. One could say you come from good stock, even after your self-destructive stint. I'm sure you have their same potential, maybe even more. Gabriel ignored the jab at him. Those involved some dark memories he didn't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. Totally not giving me a creepy vibe, guy. The man chuckled. Now, Mr. Rivera, here is what we offer in exchange for your cooperation. Your family will be under our direct care. They will be kept safe from the war and the elements, far more so than if they stayed with the government. Gabriel cocked his head to the side, his gaze locked on the shadowy figure before him. He took a long moment to consider the choice in front of him with the limited information he had been given. The display changed to a contract Gabriel spent no time reading. All of this sounded too sketchy for Gabriel's liking. Sorry, I don't know who the hell you are or what all this is about, Gabriel said. What I do know is my country needs me, and the only real way to protect my family is to stand against the pack. So I'll be fighting this war, if you don't mind. Gabriel rose to his feet in defiance, suppressing a groan of pain shooting through his head. Two heavy hands sat on his shoulders. Men built like tanks in suits with thick shades and shaved heads stood on either side of him. Mr. Rivera, there is no need to be so hasty. The man in black feigned offense. Sit down, please. One guard gestured for Gabriel to sit down, to which he complied with a nervous laugh. I can understand your misgivings, Mr. Rivera, but the pack invasion has moved up our timetable and narrowed our recruitment pool drastically. Who we are is irrelevant to your current predicament. What I can say is that you can trust us. He placed a hand over his heart. We only have humanity's best interest in mind. For all I know, you're a pack rat, taking me off to some lab, Gabriel glared. Who are you? An amused smirk came upon the man's face. If we wanted to take you by force, you would be in the desert already, Mr. Rivera. The figure leaned forward. The blue light gave his sunken face a haunting visage. Smooth, salt and pepper hair exposed from the gloom as he did,
I can tell you this much. My benefactors are friendly to the U.S., and our facilities are of a higher standard than anything the government can offer refugees. You want your family to be comfortable, correct? Safe?
Of course I do.
Then you will sign on the dotted line. He returned to the shadows. We wouldn't want anything to happen to them. After all, you know how the government is.
Those unsettling, perfect teeth cleaved through the dark.
They lose paperwork all the time. Can't build facilities up to their own code. Shoddy vehicle maintenance. Your family would be in far better hands with us.
A shudder shot up Gabriel's spine. You're not serious. The figure's grin somehow widened.
Are you willing to take that gamble, Mr. Rivera? To be there when it happens?
Gabriel's grip tightened on the armrests. If I agree to go with you, you'll make sure they're safe? From the war, from everything that's going on?
We take good care of our investments, Mr. Rivera, he reminded Gabriel with a growing seriousness.
Gabriel's brow furrowed. His gaze hardened on the man, sinking his fingers deeper into the plush leather seat. How could this guy threaten my family so casually? But what if it wasn't a threat, but the simple truth? His mind raced with fears of his family's fate and questions about his own. With a trembling breath, Gabriel moved to sign the contract.
Understand that you will never see your family again if you embark upon this venture, the man warned, regardless of what happens to you.
Gabriel steeled himself and signed the contract. And what could happen?
The Crucible has many ways of breaking the unworthy, Mr. Rivera, he answered.
The Crucible?
It's a nice way of saying hell on earth. It makes boot camp look like a lovely place to send your children off on summer vacation. You'll be fully briefed there.
Gabriel took the IV out of his arm and stood. What happens to my family if I'm unworthy?
With a warning tone, the man answered, Do try to put on a good show.
Chapter 3. Dropship engines swung into position, counteracting the craft's momentum as they came in for a landing. It was a long, uneventful trip from the black site Gabriel and a few other recruits had been stashed away after the assault on Orlando. None of them were talkative, and after everything Gabriel had seen in the city, he couldn't blame them. The cabin doors slid open. Glaring sunlight poured inside the dark room, blinding Gabriel and the other recruits. "On your feet, maggots!" a female voice bellowed into the cabin. "Fall in line!" Recruits released their harnesses, disembarking one after another. Gabriel shielded his eyes from the sun as he stumbled outside. A wave of searing heat crashed over him as coarse grains of sand peppered his face. Going from his sticky, humid home to an arid hellscape was not something he was prepared for. The sun scorched his flesh as sweat rolled down every pore on his body. The air was dry enough to act like sandpaper on his skin, and the only thing saving his throat was the slowly drying moisture in it. Gabriel's eyes adjusted to the blistering desert sun, revealing an airfield crowded with dropships offloading masses of recruits. Once their cargo disembarked, they took off like his own dropship had done, allowing more ships to land. In the distance, a towering wall shielded them from what Gabriel was certain had to be a sea of unending sand. Men and women in orange vests and faceless, black helmets waved glowing wands in the air, directing the flow of people rather than the dropships. Those craft had more than enough tech in them to land themselves, were drones and artificial intelligence not banned after the drone wars. They had far too many vulnerabilities for hackers to exploit. On top of giving machines the ability to select and terminate threats on their own was a terrible idea. Gabriel tried to get a better idea of who the people selected for the Crucible were. If he was the bottom of the barrel, there had to be some standard for those around him. At first glance, there wasn't. Nationality was the first thing he noticed didn't matter. While he couldn't be sure of where someone came from by looks alone, he spotted enough flags sprinkled through the crowd to notice whoever was running the Crucible wasn't picky about that. Class was the next thing that didn't appear to be a factor. There was no shortage of civilians with everything from torn-up rags and streetwear to others draped in the finest synthetic fibers and jewelry. So it doesn't matter who you were before you came here. It matters that you perform, Gabriel guessed. The spook didn't tell him much about the Crucible, but the more Gabriel looked around, the more one thing became abundantly clear. Almost every recruit he laid eyes on had an athletic build, or wasn't far off from one. Gabriel took a guess that the lowest stats anyone had in the physical department was a 1, judging by a scrawny recruit that caught his eye. She was a lithe little thing that looked like all it would take was a good breeze to carry her away. But even she looked like she could run a mile in under 12 minutes, even run the whole mile without slowing down. Gabriel squeezed his bicep. It was soft and doughy like the rest of him. While there were the beginnings of muscle definition under his extra cushion, it wouldn't do him any favors. One looked down at the medical gown that rounded out over his gut, and it became exceedingly obvious he was not prepared for whatever the Crucible had in store for him. Could have given me some clothes at least. Gabriel grimaced and made sure the flimsy fabric was tightly tied off behind him. He didn't want to give anyone a bigger show than he already was. A recruit forced his way past Gabriel. The man turned to glare at him with piercing blue eyes that cut right through Gabriel like he wasn't even there. He had a strong, aggressive air about him that sent a shudder up Gabriel's spine. Like if he said or did the wrong thing, Gabriel would find himself laying in a pool of his own blood in some long-forgotten ditch. The recruit's glare fell away, replaced by a dark laugh. My, it seems that they made a mistake in recruitment, haven't they? What is a man of your... He paused, sharp jawline twisting in thought. Scale doing in the Crucible. The man was in another league compared to every other recruit Gabriel had seen. Deep oaken hair, slicked back and glistened beneath the harsh sun. His flawless black suit did little to hide the sculpted body of a Greek god underneath. His honeyed, almost golden skin shone with fresh sweat forming on his brow. An elaborate, golden, electronic brocade pulsed along his jacket. Everything about him screamed superiority, not only to Gabriel, but everyone around him. This guy's probably a D or a C ranker, and he might be a little full of himself, but maybe I'm jumping to the worst possible conclusion here, he thought. Might as well give him a chance. Gabriel let out a soft chuckle. I'm hardly here by choice, but I have to make the best of it. He held out his hand to the other man. Name's Gabriel Rivera. He took one look at Gabriel's hand and laughed. Introductions! How quaint! I doubt I will need to remember your name, but I will extend the courtesy. I'm Alexander Hartford. Nope, he's definitely a dick, Gabriel thought with an annoyed smile. Not even 5 minutes into arriving, and I'm already making friends. It must be that fantastic charisma score of mine. It felt ridiculous to start justifying things based on stats. He felt like he was living in a VR game, without all the fun of getting isekai'd away to some magical faraway world, or getting cool powers. But this was his reality now. If Gabriel wanted to keep his family alive, he had to play along. We got a problem here, recruits? The bellowing female voice from before returned, softer but no less commanding or gruff. It belonged to a crimson-haired woman in gray fatigues and a darker, loose-fitting cloak fluttering gently in the breeze as she approached. Shorter than both men by a head, Gabriel found her no less intimidating. The way she carried herself and the muscles under those fatigues gave him the distinct impression she could kick Alexander's ass with both hands tied behind her back. And that was before Gabriel realized she had a drill instructor's cap on. The short instructor sat her hands casually on her hips, one on her sidearm, the other on a baton. Alexander turned with a broad, condescending grin and slipped a firm hand onto Gabriel's shoulder.
"Not at all, ma'am. Merely introducing ourselves."
With that, he slipped away. 10 men melted out of the crowd around them and followed Alexander. Gabriel was amazed he didn't see them sooner. Each one was powerfully built and far too seasoned to compare to the other recruits around them. Where the average recruit looked to be around 18 years old, these men looked to be in their late 20s to early 30s. Gabriel guessed they were former military, mercenaries, or private security. It was hard to tell which, with the ragtag assortment of outfits between them. What was certain was that they followed Alexander, and they were keeping an eye on everyone around them. The youngest of them, looking to be in his late 20s, was a stocky man with mahogany skin. He greeted Gabriel with a flick of his head as he strode by that came off as more of a challenge than greeting. Besides the short mohawk on his head, his blue Hawaiian shirt made him stand out from everyone. Then there was a giant of a man towering over everyone in sight. He was built of powerful, rippling muscles beneath a black suit to match Alexander's. The dark-skinned man kept his head shaved to a smooth, glossy sheen. He leered down in disgust at Gabriel and walked past without a second glance. Gabriel didn't think it was possible for anyone to be that big, ripped, and still be able to move. Yet the guy did all those things without a hint of trouble. That guy has to be a 10 on the strength scale, he thought, though he didn't really have any idea what those numbers actually represented in actual performance or physical appearance. We'll call it an educated guess. Lagging behind the group was a man with shoulder-length ashen hair tied back in a knot. His eyes were hidden behind gold-rimmed aviators. His dark green tank top hung loose over his torso. On his upper arm was a tattoo of a cigar-smoking gorilla, wearing an old military helmet with the words "Born to Kill" carved into it as it dematerialized. Unlike the others who ignored him, the man greeted him with a nod and a warm smile. Gabriel turned his attention to the short instructor. "Where are we?" She threw her hands up in the air, like some sort of tour guide with a grin stretching from ear to ear. "Beautiful Arizona." Peeking out from beneath her cloak was an insignia that read Eridanus Industries, emblazoned on her arm. His eyes lingered on the emblem for a moment, a chevron leaving the earth for the stars above. Her grasp coiled tight around his jaw and pulled him down to eye level with her. "See something you like, recruit?" No, I mean, yes," he stammered, unsure which answer was worse. "I'm just trying to see who we're dealing with here, miss." His eyes scrambled to find a name tag on her. "Townsend?" "That's instructor to you, recruit." Townsend shoved him harshly away. "Now fall in line with the rest of your company." Townsend walked away, barking out orders. "Same goes for the rest of you. It's time to suit up and get your bearings." Gabriel groaned, rubbing at his jaw. It wasn't a shock to get a bit roughed up by instructors as soon as they arrived. He had planned on joining the military after all, and he'd prepared as best he could by digging into everything he could about boot camp. But now he was in the real deal, and with some secret organization, no less. This should be interesting, if nothing else. He followed the crowd being formed into a company of 200 when an arm wrapped around his shoulder accompanied by a laugh.
"Still got away with the ladies, don't you, Gabriel?"
A deep, playful, familiar voice teased. Next to him stood a tall, dark-skinned man built like a linebacker with an infectious smile. His hair was buzzed short to his skull, and his deep brown eyes practically gleamed in the sunlight. Gabriel gasped. He was his best friend for as long as he'd lived in Orlando. Raylan? The one and only. They bumped their knuckles together before falling into formation. Raylan looked away almost immediately, already checking out every girl he could lay eyes on. Not even the gravity of their situation seemed capable of bothering him, or maybe they hadn't told him yet. "What are you doing here?" Gabriel asked. "Well, you know, I was traveling the country, checking out colleges, meeting interesting people, lots of sexy ladies." Raylan winked with finger guns at his friend. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Raylan's smile spread to him. "About a week ago I woke up in some dark, smoky room with some slow-talking creeper saying the world was ending." Raylan shrugged. "Said I could see the one that comes after if I joined. And you know me, my man. Can't go turning down a good adventure." "Did he tell you a bunch of creepy stuff about coming from good stock, too?" The scrawny, chestnut-haired girl from earlier asked. Her bright, baby-blue eyes lacked any sign of amusement at the question. "Yeah. Weird thing to get hung up on, but I guess if you can only save a few people, you want the absolute best of the best." Raylan held his hand out to the girl. "Name's Raylan Wade. And you are, miss?" "Sarah Cooper," she replied with a hesitant shake of his hand. Raylan brought Sarah's hand up to a quick kiss. "Pleasure to meet you." Sarah's calm expression was broken by a nervous laugh. She flushed furiously and tore her hand away, staring off to some distant place in the blue sky. Gabriel shook his head. "You're unnecessarily upbeat about this whole situation, aren't you?" "Sure seems that way," Sarah nearly stammered out before the companies were herded off to the airfield. "Someone's got to keep the team's spirits high. Worked for you, didn't it, Gabriel?" Raylan prodded his ribs with his elbow. "Remember when you were a miserable ball of depression? Who dragged your ass out of that funk, Gabriel laughed. "I swear you could be a cheerleader." Raylan shook his head. "Nah, man. I'm not pretty enough for that." He looked down to Gabriel and his medical gown with a questioning glance. "What about you, my man? What's with the get-up?" Gabriel gave a quiet laugh. "Yeah, it's a bad look for me. But the short version is that Orlando got attacked by the pack in the middle of our evacuation. They broke the coastal wall with some beam weapon, and I got caught up in the flood." Sarah gasped. Raylan's eyes widened. "Shit, man. Are you all right?" Gabriel considered how much he wanted to open up about the things he saw that day. But he didn't want to drag the mood down more than he already had. "I saw some things I really wish I hadn't, but otherwise I'm fine. Apparently I took a nasty hit to the back of the head, but the spook and his friends fixed me up." "What about Luis and your mom? Did they make it out?" Raylan asked. Gabriel pulled his lips into a tight line. "That's the part I'm not 100% on. Last I saw, they made it to the dropship and got away. When I was talking with the spook, he said they were fine, and if I wanted to make sure they stayed safe, I had to come to this place and survive." "They did put a lot of emphasis on the survive part," Sarah said. "I hope that was just for show." "Wait, hold on. Your spook threatened your family?" Raylan pressed. Gabriel swung his head from one side to the other in thought. "I mean, he didn't explicitly say so, but he implied it pretty heavily. So why take that risk? As far as they know, I'm already dead anyway, so I can give it my all here for their sake." "That's pretty fucked up, though," Raylan said. Gabriel agreed. "What I don't get is why they want someone as badly rated as me around." He held up his arm where a small metal bracelet was wrapped around his left wrist. It was a temporary wrist comp, with no network access, but contained his rankings, information on how the ranking system worked, and what he could expect to encounter in the Crucible. The display came online, and Gabriel quickly brought up his ratings to show. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, F0. Strength, 0. Agility, 0. Endurance, 0. Willpower, 0 to 4. Factored as 0 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Charisma, 0.
Damn, those are pretty bad, Raylan said as he scrolled through Gabriel's list.
Sarah winced. Mine aren't even that bad, and I thought I was awful at an F rank.
Raylan stopped at the skill section. Hey, at least you can shoot and pilot those big mech things you love so much. What was that game called again?
Vanguard Front. Gabriel chuckled. What are your rankings? They pulled up their own temporary wrist comps and showed him. Raylan Wade. Specialization, none. Rank, E2. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Endurance, 3. Willpower, 1. Intellect, 1. Charisma, 3. Gabriel's jaw fell. He was expecting to be lagging behind everyone, badly even, but not this badly. As he scrolled through Raylan's skills, he saw he had a rank in awareness and performance, with 2 in diplomacy. As far as combat went, Raylan had a rank of melee and defense, both of which were thanks to his experience with street brawls. The technical skills were no surprise. Raylan was straight zeros, but when it came to mobility, Raylan had 2 ranks in athletics and 3 piloting. That wasn't a surprise, though. Where Gabriel had been a nerd, Raylan was a jock, with football and street racing being his favorite pastimes, whenever he wasn't indulging secret, nerdy hobbies with Gabriel. These skill rankings reflected all of that, with Raylan even having 2 stars when it came to driving standard vehicles. Sarah Cooper. Specialization, none. Rank, F9. Strength, 1. Agility, 2. Endurance, 2. Willpower, 1. Intellect, 5. Charisma, 1. Sarah's stats made Gabriel feel a little better about himself. He wasn't too far behind her in the physical department, but according to her ranking chart, Sarah had a big brain to make up for her lithe body. With a single rank in medicine and 4 in science, she was easily the smartest of their trio. Gabriel was still left in their dust, and he barely had skills to make up for it. I should have spent less time gaming, he groaned inwardly. But then he noticed something, which Gabriel attributed to his single point in intellect. Wait, something's missing here.
What's missing?
Raylan asked. There was an anomalous status section when the spook showed me my rankings, Gabriel said as he scrolled down to the bottom of the skill list. The pathics and kinetic skills are missing too. Sarah raised an eyebrow. I didn't see any of those.
Me neither, Raylan said.
Gabriel frowned. They were marked as redacted when he showed them to me, and kept telling me not to worry about them.
Then don't worry about them,
Raylan said, and carried on walking with the group of recruits. He was always laid back like that about most things in life. Outside of his passions, Raylan didn't worry too much about anything. Maybe they wanted you to see that, Sarah offered. Cloak and Dagger seems to be the name of the game with whoever's running this place, so I doubt it was an accident. Gabriel let his singular brain cell, which is what he was referring to as his 1 point in intellect, wrestle with that thought for a moment. So what? I'm some sort of anomaly? Sarah looked around, then back at him. You really do look the part. Gabriel shook his head, trying not to laugh at how ridiculous he looked, striding across a military base in a medical gown and flip-flops. On a more serious note, he wondered if he could get answers out of anyone on the Crucible about what those sections of his ranking sheet meant. That wasn't likely to happen until after orientation. When he looked up past the sea of people ahead of him, Gabriel realized the airfield was part of a much larger complex marked Vehicle Bay. While the airfield had its own reinforced hangars and facilities, the rest of the Vehicle Bay had many more. Some were more industrial than others, but one of the hangars was big enough to house tactical armors. It was the single biggest structure of the Vehicle Bay, easily standing over 100 feet in height. But this wasn't the only such complex within the Crucible's towering walls. To the center of the Crucible sat a lofty structure that flared outward at the top. From their position, Gabriel could make out the antennae, radar, and other communications equipment atop the tower. The broad base of the structure was reinforced to support its weight and fortified to provide cover to the guards at each entrance. Unlike Orlando, all the structures of the Crucible seemed to be built with nothing but utilitarian design principles in mind. Structures were built to purpose, fortified against the elements and ordnance, and nothing more. He couldn't imagine they needed protection from anything other than sandstorms in this part of the country, so far from the front lines. Yet they were at a bunker that could put any hab block Gabriel saw to shame. Reinforced synthetic concrete and alloys had that effect. Taken as a whole, it gave the Crucible an oppressive air, like they had all been sent into some heavily fortified prison to live out the rest of their days. Deep violet and white iridinous banners stood at the entryways of the large central structure, with a complement of guards in heavy power armor dwarfing any who walked past. They didn't help to ease the oppressive feeling of the place, but it made the sign reading Command Center over the entryway pretty obvious. Gabriel swore he saw a pair of diagonal silver stripes on those guards' shoulders through the crowd. His mind couldn't help going back to that wild story he heard during the evacuation, about some men in black taking care of some magic-flinging ganger. It's all bullshit, Gabriel. Don't even humor it. In front of the command center sat a stage and a large, open area where recruits gathered. It was a sea of gray uniforms like the instructors wore, only lacking their cloaks. Surrounding this mass of bodies was a heavy-duty security detail. Faceless guards in heavy, black combat armor patrolled the area with battle rifles in hand. The occasional power armor lurked among their number to bolster their strength. Their mere presence was enough to maintain order. Recruits stood straighter if a guard so much as looked in their general direction. But unlike the guards at the command center, there were no silver stripes on these ones. Maybe the silver stripes are an elite branch of the guards, Gabriel wondered.
Those guys must be cooking in those tin cans, Raylan said.
Gabriel shook his head. Nah, modern armors are basically combat-ready environmental suits. Those guys are chilling while we're cooking. He counted at least a couple of dozen through the crowd. Sure is a lot of security for a volunteer operation, though.
Do you know how hard it is to keep anything secret these days, Rivera?
Alexander appeared at his side.
These guards are here to keep you in line, just as they are to keep the outside world from finding out the end is nigh.
Might keep the pack from shooting us if they knew, Gabriel said. Alexander chortled and pushed past him.
Oh, they are well aware, Rivera.
Was that the reason for the war? Gabriel's brow furrowed. That was a concern for another time. His gaze turned to the upcoming complex. White paint in large, bold letters read Armory. An odd hybrid of a bunker, warehouse, and factory, judging by the 3 smokestacks towering above. A heavier detachment of guards patrolled this structure. They watched the recruits' every moves as they funneled in through large freight corridors past all manner of assembly, storage, and testing facilities, until they reached a section marked Processing. Companies filed into lanes. At the end of each one sat a heavy door with a light that flashed green when it opened for the next recruit to enter. Hints of oil lingered in the air, through the pungent odor of sweat-drenched recruits. Gabriel wiped the sweat from his brow and flicked it off his hand with a wet splatter onto the floor. He appreciated the cold air flowing over his cooked body, and how his sweat amplified its effect. His new home was going to take some serious getting used to, but at the very least they had shelter from the elements. A recruit shifted on the balls of his feet, eyes jumping between the guards and exits. His hands quivered until he took one step out of line. Ever watchful, a guard set him back in line with a faceless gaze.
"Move along, recruit,"
another guard ordered, his voice digitized through his helmet. It took Gabriel a second to realize the guard was talking to him. The guard waved him through the door. Inside was a dim chamber with an illuminated path to a lit X at the center. The room brightened as Gabriel stood on the mark. The hell? Robotic arms deployed from every direction with the whirring of machinery. The first group of arms ripped the medical gown off him. Another tore the temporary wrist comp off him. Gabriel was left in nothing but his birthday suit. Gabriel covered himself, glaring at the machines. Watch it! Blue light bathed him as the machine scanned him from head to toe with a soft, rapid, electronic clicking sound, sending shudders up his spine. "Riviera, Gabriel," a mechanical voice reported. "Nice to meet." His snark was cut off by machinery hoisting him up into the air, arms and legs spread wide. He tugged against cold metal restraints. Their grip tightened in response. A craning arm lowered from above, with some sort of gun-like object attached. The tip of the gun erupted into a bright red laser, scorching a sequence of numbers and bars onto the pale mocha flesh of his right wrist. He gritted his teeth as the lasers moved to the left arm, where they burned an emblem, branding him. A skull wearing a laurel crown sat at the center, with a sword coming down vertically behind it. The word Reclaimer was emblazoned on the blade's fuller. Sharp, black, bladed wings swept up the sides and over the skull. If his arm wasn't on fire, he would have appreciated the awesome design more. Of course, he also had no shortage of questions as to what exactly a reclaimer was and what it had to do with them. Gabriel was unceremoniously squeezed into a tailor-made set of gray fatigues with black stripes running down the side. To the left sat the reclaimer emblem. Eridanus Industries' logo sat on the right. A black wrist computer was locked onto his left forearm. It was a bulkier, more rugged model than the slim one his mother wore, or the dainty thing the spook had given him. The heft of the device alone felt like a shackle. Buttons and a small display flickered online. His restraints were removed, and the robotic arms receded back into the walls, floor, and ceiling. Beneath him, lights illuminated the pathway leading out. His hand slowly squeezed into a fist as he rubbed his wrist. Seems excessive. Ow! He carefully ran a hand over the barcode on his skin, but found it didn't smear or peel away as much as it stung to touch. "Your possessions will be delivered to your bunk. Have a nice day," the mechanical voice announced, coldly detached. Chapter 4. Gabriel made his way through the processing chamber's exit and out the other side of the armory. He caught up with Raylan and Sarah for a quick, bland, tasteless but surprisingly chewy ration bar and a bottle of water. They didn't have too long to scarf it down before they were pushed back into formation. The three of them ended up at the front of the company this time around, rather than the secluded center mass of the group.
"10 hut!"
boomed a voice from the stage. The sea of recruits turned to face it.
"Officer on stage,"
announced a stone-faced instructor.
"Present arms!"
Raylan and Sarah looked at one another in confusion. Gabriel stood to attention, throwing his arms up in salute. Raylan shrugged and followed his lead before Sarah joined in. Gabriel was the Air Force brat, after all. A silver-haired man came on stage with 2 hulking men in black suits flanking his side. The white suit he wore was as ornate as Alexander's, and there was an odd, wrinkly resemblance between the two. Stage displays lit up, focused on the old man. A kind smile adorned his withered face. He held an ornate mahogany cane in his hands. Platinum and gold dragons swirled to the top of the cane, holding up a globe between them.
"Welcome, recruits, to the most important challenge humanity has ever undertaken."
His voice was soft and kind to match his smile, and almost weary from age.
"I am Trent Hartford."
Gabriel's eyes shot to Alexander. He stood beside them, glancing over with a smirk tugging at his lips. "Fantastic," Gabriel grimaced.
"CEO of Eridanus Industries, a small-time aerospace corporation you might not have heard of." He chuckled. "You may be asking yourselves why we have brought you to a desert in the middle of nowhere with a war raging on."
Rumbles of agreement emanated from the crowd. It seemed the spooks hadn't been up front with anyone about what they were signing on for. Trent cleared his throat.
"Our species is in its twilight. The reckless behavior of our past has finally caught up with us, and this war is but a symptom of the coming end."
Screens shifted to images from around the world. Violent storms, toxic, acidic weather, and vast desertification filled the screens. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods were destroying civilization faster than it could adapt. The crowd's silence was heavy with dread, hopelessness, and a quiet acceptance of fate. Gabriel saw it all written on their faces. It was plain to see as the burning sun above. Cairo, Paris, and Canberra appeared on the screen, their names conveniently labeling each scene. Each city struggled to hold against nature's fury. Even Britain, who had moved their population to floating cities, could not hold between nature's wrath and the pack onslaught. The massive city ships were in flames as bombs and cannons beat down on them while the ships wrestled against unrelenting waves. The war seemed a pointless, desperate struggle when the whole state of the world was taken into consideration. But the pack started the war and burned every olive branch extended to them. The West couldn't afford to ignore the pack any more than anyone could ignore a maniac hunting them down through a burning building. They had to be fought, no matter how detrimental it was.
This was Orlando just a few days ago.
Images of the heavily fortified city during evacuation came up. It was a grim visage of its former glory, standing proud against its fate. The city was a testament to human resilience.
This is Orlando today.
Quiet gasps and disconcerted rumbles filled the air around Gabriel. Orlando is one of the most fortified coastal cities in the country. Now it lay in ruins. Battle raged through the city streets as infantry scrambled from one ruined hab block to another. The coastal wall had several breaches. Most were a jagged mess where heavy bombardment had collapsed the wall in. But there was one section where concrete and steel had been melted away by an intense heat. That was the initial breach, and the biggest, too, carved out by that beam weapon. Ruined slabs of concrete and steel rolled through flooded streets, carried away by powerful currents. They smashed through weakened sections of blocks and the metal carcasses of war machines. Hab blocks unraveled beneath the relentless assault of lightning, battering winds, and waves. The stray fire slamming into them only hastened their demise. Gabriel clenched his fist at the sight. I should be out there fighting them. Raylan squeezed Gabriel's shoulder and shook his head. It was like he could read Gabriel's mind. Sarah covered her mouth, her eyes going wide. The display switched to a satellite view of the United States. This was our country only 100 years ago. Trent carried on like he hadn't just shown Gabriel's home being burned to the ground. What's one city when the whole world's ending? He told himself. And all this time we thought we could just ride out the storm. Beautiful, lush, green land, snowy peaks. Even the great deserts of the West sported plenty of green. The image progressed through the years. Green forests were swallowed by harsh, yellow desert. Storms rolled over the country with increasing size and strength. Snow was all but gone from the mountain tops, even in winter, as their world became increasingly hostile to humanity.
This is where we are now, Trent sighed, with riots over basic necessities becoming more common even here in the States.
Violence erupted on screen as people rioted over government rations. Overwhelmed police deployed armored vehicles to corral crowds and suppress them with tear gas canisters. Desperate citizens were arrested en masse so the precious few supplies could be distributed among the populace.
Our friends in the East, however, have had far worse problems to deal with, which is why they covet our lands and technology, Trent continued. They incorrectly assume our condition is any better than theirs.
Footage of China at its prime appeared on screen. Lush, beautiful countryside with rolling plains of gorgeous greens and massive, foggy woods. Large fields of crops, and farmers tended to them with drones assisting in their work. Colorful cities weaved into the landscapes and up the mountains. It was a place that would be on anyone's bucket list to visit, if their government weren't liable to make it a short one, or extended. It really depended on the offense and their mood that particular day, from what Gabriel had heard. The beautiful landscapes faded. Thick smog filled the air, rolling plains and fields, covered in sickly browns and yellows, oozed with waste and debris. Fires raged over the land, thick black smoke blotting out most of the sun. Once clear, blue waters were nothing more than toxic sludge, unhealthy reds, browns, and greens mixed with garbage. Cities grew larger and more decrepit with each passing year.
We exploited China for cheap labor, while they rushed to become the greatest industrial power in the world. It was a goal they briefly achieved at great cost to themselves.
Trent paused for a deep breath. His gaze ran across the crowd, reading the different faces there.
Some would see this and understandably believe our world is ending. I disagree. The Earth will thrive long after humanity is gone, and it will not shed a single tear over our loss. Such is the way of nature.
The old man gave a grim smile as concern spread across the recruits, whispering, rippling through the crowd in dismay.
50 years ago, I decided to fight against fate. Determination built in his voice. I gathered great minds, resources, and allies for one simple goal: the preservation of our species. That is why you are all here, to carry the torch of humanity.
Trent paced about the stage, helped by his ornate cane.
Several competing projects were born out of our efforts, but this, the Reclaimer project, I have the highest hopes for. It is also the one that will face the most unknowns and greatest danger.
Trent turned to the gruff instructor beside him.
Johnson, if you would be so kind.
A tall, ebony instructor, with a fine, groomed mustache adorning his sculpted face, took the front of the stage as the old man moved to take a seat at the rear. A black-brimmed hat sat on his head, with a silver band around it. Upon his chest, the man wore all manner of colorful ribbons, medals, and cords. Johnson had clearly seen more than his fair share of action.
"Afternoon, recruits. I am Captain Calvin Johnson."
His harsh voice from years of shouting orders over battlefields boomed over the mustering grounds.
"Over the next few years, the Earth will become uninhabitable for our species. To combat this, we have gathered those with the best attributes of humanity here from all corners of the globe. Not just those rankings your recruiters showed you, but your skill sets, character, and other things that can't be measured. These attributes will help you survive and thrive through the coming hardships, both in the Crucible and after the fall. The training you are about to undergo will be among the harshest anyone has gone through in human history, and I strongly advise you to take the early days seriously. That will be the only time where mistakes will not have a high chance of costing you your lives." He paused and practically stared down Gabriel in the crowd before moving on to other recruits. "Your life and the lives of your fellow recruits will come to depend on your performance as we increase your training's intensity. And let me assure each and every one of you, this will not be a nice, calm slope, but sharp, jagged spikes. You will be pushed beyond your breaking point, built back up, then broken again."
The immense weight of responsibility piled upon Gabriel's shoulders, compounded by intense doubt over his own qualifications for such an enormous undertaking. A cold sweat rolled down his spine. His feet shifted under him and his stance stiffened.
"Nervous, Rivera?"
Alexander taunted. "Hell yeah, I am," he whispered. "That's a lot of responsibility to take on. I just hope I can prove capable of it."
"Such noble aspirations for a hopeless child."
Gabriel bit his tongue. This Alexander guy was quickly getting on his bad side, and this was not the time or place to tell him off. He returned his attention to the stage.
"There are currently 10,000 recruits, split into 50 companies," Johnson continued. "All who make it through training will become full-fledged reclaimers, but only 1,000 of you will be chosen to carry humanity's torch," Johnson explained.
The image of a space station under construction came on screen. A metal skeleton floated in space, covered in tiny flashing stars of workers and drones piecing the station together.
"That's how many cryopods this station can safely hold for the 1,000 years it will take for the Earth to become hospitable for humanity once again, at which point you will make planetfall and reclaim our home world."
"That's insane!" a recruit shouted from the crowd. "We didn't sign up for this!" cried another. Johnson raised his hands to calm the crowd.
"I understand your concerns. This is no simple task, but you all joined this project of your own volition. This was your choice. As such, you are free to leave at any time." He gestured at the towering gates in the distance. "But be warned, it's a very long walk through the desert to the nearest city. Longer without a map."
Those discontent voices quickly fell silent. Images of enormous gun batteries under construction came on screen behind Johnson.
"As we speak, launch catapults are being built outside this base. Upon graduation, you will travel via shuttle to Atlas Station, where you will remain until your deployment," Johnson said. "But first, you must survive the Crucible."
Concerned rumblings returned to the crowd. Johnson was really going out of his way to emphasize the survive part of his spiel.
"While genetic diversity is important, it is not our main concern," Johnson warned. "Our primary objective is to carve out the absolute apex of humanity from each and every one of you through 3 grueling training phases. We live by survival of the fittest here." His gaze trailed back to Gabriel. "And many of you will not."
"I'm feeling a little singled out here," Gabriel whispered.
"Because you are," Alexander said. "Even among the bottom rung of recruits, you, Rivera, are an anomaly, a glitch in the system. How do you even live as an F-0?
"Winging it, mostly," Gabriel admitted. "What's your rank?" Alexander merely pulled up his wrist comp for Gabriel to peruse. "Alexander Hartford. Specialization, none. Rank, D5. Strength, 3. Agility, 3. Endurance, 3. Willpower, 3. Intellect, 2. Charisma, 2. For the most part, Alexander was on the high end of average, if what the spook told Gabriel was to be believed. Beneath each attribute there was a progress bar showing how close Alexander was to the next rank, with strength, agility, and endurance being in the 60% range, willpower a quarter of the way through, and intellect and charisma sitting in the single digits. It was in the skills department where Hartford's rank was explained. Compared to Raylan, Alexander was miles ahead. He had at least 2 levels in most skills, and there were a few standouts. Melee and defense were ranked at 3, with athletics and intimidation rated at 4. That intimidation rank probably explains his sparkling personality, Gabriel mused, suppressing a grin. But he was going to have to dig deeper into all of these rankings to truly understand what was going on. "Nice," Gabriel finally said. Alexander grinned.
"Nice is all you can say to your betters?"
"My single rank in intellect is really struggling with finding a better word," Gabriel replied. "Or maybe it's my 0 charisma that doesn't let me kiss your ass." Hartford let out an amused chuckle and looked back toward the stage. A table had appeared on screen, while Gabriel had been distracted. It was divided into 3 columns that filled as Johnson spoke.
Phase 1. Basic training. 3 months of extreme physical conditioning in regular life-and-death situations. This will separate the wheat from the chaff, and chaff you do not want to be. Give this phase your all, recruits. It will save your lives. As I mentioned earlier, the early days will try to bring you to a passable level of performance. If you can't achieve even that, try to fail hard enough to get kicked out. When it's time for you to run the mazes, your very lives will be on the line. And I cannot stress that enough.
He gestured to the instructors scattered through the crowd.
Your instructors went through the same training you will have to go through, and we lost several of them in the selection process. They were trained veterans of war, and most of you have been coddled your whole lives.
Gabriel looked to the others around him, nearly all of them of average if not athletic build. And then there was him, soft, doughy, with a noticeable gut. He did not like his odds dealing with whatever this maze thing was supposed to be.
Phase 2. Specialization and combat training. Each of you will be assigned a specialty on top of combat and survival training. By the end of this phase, based on your performance, we will choose who among you will lead your company.
That's a huge responsibility, Gabriel muttered in awe. He couldn't even imagine the pressure someone in those shoes must feel. That definitely wasn't going to be him.
No need to worry about that position, Rivera.
An arrogant smile tugged at Alexander's thin lips.
You'll be lucky to survive your first week.
Gabriel's hands clenched into fists.
Sure about that, Hartford?
His mouth ran off before his brain could catch up. Alexander suppressed a laugh.
Survive and you might make a fine jester.
It was at that moment Gabriel had a realization. The whole point of the Crucible was to carve out the best of every recruit, or kill them trying. Keeping his family safe was motivation enough for him to come here and give it his best try, but he wasn't quite sure it would be enough to see him through to the end. After all, Gabriel was just hoping, praying even, that the spook would hold up his end of the bargain. It was nothing but blind faith, and in a stranger he strongly suspected he couldn't trust. Ranking up was going to take much more than that. He needed a goal, a challenge, a rival he could measure himself up against. It just so happened that he had met him as soon as he arrived. After all, it worked to drive him to higher levels of performance whenever he signed up for a Vanguard Front tournament, and he found a good rival, even better when they got on his bad side. Why wouldn't it work here? "I'll do more than crack jokes, Hartford. Just you watch," Gabriel said. Alexander shot him a predatory grin. "Oh, you are going to be fun, aren't you?" Gabriel suppressed the shudder trying to fight its way up his spine. "I may have bitten off more than I could chew here." "That covers your first year here," said Johnson. "The final stage of your training is Phase 3, enhancement and acclimation. Those who make it this far will be among the best humanity has to offer, but even that does not guarantee your body will tolerate the gifts you will receive." "Oh, cool. So we work our asses off at not dying, and then let chance take us for a spin." Gabriel thought briefly. He tossed that concern aside. That was a problem for future Gabriel. Johnson's gaze ran across the crowd. "The road ahead of you is long and arduous. Many of you will not make it, but those who survive will help ensure the continuation of our species. A chance for greatness, to shape humanity's future." Gabriel's gaze fell. Was he worthy of the opportunity? "Now, I leave you in the care of your instructors. Dismissed." Chapter 5. Townsend made her way to the head of the company. A raven-haired instructor walked at her side, dropping a metal box for her to hop onto, gaining a foot of height. "Good afternoon, recruits." For a small woman, her voice carried far. "I am Olivia Townsend, Chief Instructor for the 42nd Company." The company remained silent, looking at their instructor with a mixture of concern and amusement. Gabriel couldn't help leaning toward amusement. This cheery way she carried on, coupled with her small stature, made her look almost comical. It was completely different from the way she had been acting earlier. "And this lovely man is Jensen, my second." The raven-haired man stood at her side with a heavy drum-fed shotgun in hand. Unlike Townsend, or any of the other instructors, he wore light combat armor upon his robust frame. Stoic and stern, his gaze alone was enough to even make Alexander stand up straighter.
"Afternoon, recruits."
His voice was coarse and rough, to match the light, shrapnel scarring along his cheek. Outside of that blemish, his face seemed chiseled from marble. He was obviously Townsend's enforcer, the guy who was going to kick the teeth in of any recruit who made the potentially fatal mistake of stepping out of line. "What's that? No good afternoon back?" Townsend chided them with a roar building in her voice. "Good afternoon, instructor," they responded, standing much straighter. "Jesus Christ, she's like a chihuahua, vicious," Gabriel whispered with amusement, tangled up in fear of the woman. Jensen may have been outright terrifying, but Townsend had a well-contained monster lurking within her.
"Kind of adorable, though," Raylan chuckled. "Think we can date instructors?"
Gabriel clenched his lips together with a loud snort. "Really, guys?" Sarah snapped under her breath. "You're gonna get us in trouble." "You three, front and center," Townsend barked at the trio. "Now, don't think I don't see you." Gabriel and Raylan looked around for who she was talking about, playing innocent, really. Sarah just glared at them. Townsend raised her wrist comp and pushed a holographic button on the device. High-pitched, angry chimes blared from their wrist comps. Gabriel swore something shifted inside the device. Electricity surged up his arm. He fell to his knees, teeth clenched, body spasming. Raylan and Sarah screamed, gripping their arms, bodies quivering from the sudden shock. The three pulled themselves together and stepped before Townsend, as ordered. "We only have 2 years to carve survivors out of that blubber you call bodies." Her stern gaze turned to Gabriel. "Especially you, Piglet." Her words stung as much as his shaking arm, but she was right. If he asked everyone for their rankings, he was certain he'd find himself as the only F0 among them. "And that's if the war doesn't reach us in that time." She hopped off her box to pace around them. "As such, you will maintain discipline and follow orders without hesitation. Time is a luxury we cannot afford to waste. Your lives may not be on the line now, but they soon will be." "Yes, ma'am," they replied in unison. "Good." Her gaze turned to the rest of the company. "Now for a quick tour of the base. First stop, the armory." They had barely left this place, but they were already back, this time without the massive bodies to obstruct their vision. The armory was a single, heavily reinforced structure with ample space for vehicles to move about within. Like every other complex in the Crucible, they didn't do things small. The smokestacks rippled wildly from the top, venting whatever heat was generated inside. Given they were in a desert, Gabriel didn't want to imagine how hot it was around them. But it was fairly obvious the armory had a manufacturing component to it, maybe even a resource processing one, if this base was self-sufficient in any way, given its secret nature. "Welcome to my personal favorite place in the Crucible," Townsend announced. "This here's where we make and keep all the fun toys. Guns, ammo, armor, parts, and even toys for vehicles when the vehicle bay is overwhelmed. If you need it, we have it. If we don't have it, we can probably make it." The expansive entrance area sported several loading bays. Each 5 bays, there was a ramp leading up to blast doors a couple of stories tall and wide enough for vehicles to drive inside if needed. With only a few companies roaming the armory halls, it was easy for Gabriel to picture himself getting lost among the countless chambers. "The warehouse district is the least exciting place by far, but logistics are key to keeping any operation running smoothly." She pointed back at the recruits. "So don't go harassing any of the staff here." Containers of guns, ammo, materials, maybe even tools, sat ready to have their contents distributed by forklifts and service walkers. All the while, crews inspected the cargo in the complex's warehouse district. Curious as he was, Gabriel wasn't about to break ranks to indulge taking a look around. "I have better things to do with my time than indulge the lower classes." Alexander inspected his nails. Gabriel chuckled. "Like getting that stick out of your ass? How very quaint of you, Rivera." Alexander didn't bother looking at him. Townsend seemed to have missed their exchange and carried on to the next chamber. "This here's what I like to call the Hall of Gun." The sign above the large entrance read Arsenal Hall, but her name for the room fit the bill. It was a hallway full of guns. There were guns locked behind very sturdy glass display cases, with a few different racks dedicated to blades, clubs, grenades, and armor. From the humble sidearm to anti-armor weapons, meant to be operated by power-armored soldiers, they had it all. There were even displays for vehicle weapons. Each item had a holographic display in front of it, with a readout on its name, statistics, and history. "Are all of these functional?" Gabriel asked. "Of course," Townsend said. "Good luck getting your hands on any of them, though." "Can we, possibly, stick around a bit and read up on all these gadgets?" Sarah asked. drifting away to a display full of different scanners. "On your own time, recruit." Townsend snapped her fingers and gestured for Sarah to fall back in line. "Our schedule's tight, but you'll get some R&R. Can't redline an engine forever, am I right?" Sarah fell back in line beside Raylan. "Thank you, ma'am." Townsend carried on through to the winding halls. Gabriel tried to keep a mental map of the place, but the sprawling complex made the hab blocks back home look small, at least horizontally. Somewhere along the lines they found themselves going underground and arrived at a section called the Forge. Stepping through a set of bulkhead doors, the recruits found themselves standing on a catwalk far above several football fields' worth of robotics and other assorted machinery. They were working with molten metal, machining parts, slapping them together. The whole process was mesmerizing to watch. The heat was nothing to laugh at, though. Every scorching breath stung at the back of his throat, and he could taste irons, coppers, even titanium every time he had to breathe. "If you guessed this is where we make everything, you'd be right. We take raw materials, recycled or otherwise, process them here, and make what we need. Hell, we even take special orders and sell them around the world. At least we did. Now that you recruits are here, the Crucible's entire operation is focused on you." Townsend led them across the catwalk. Sweat rolled down her brow, but she didn't seem the least bit bothered by it. How is Townsend so relaxed in this place? Gabriel thought, as he flung sweat off his arm to the catwalk below. It sizzled and steamed into the air. "It's hot as balls in here, even with the air conditioning running, and that's saying something coming from the desert," she said. "No kidding." Raylan wiped his brow and fanned himself. "Anyway, all this is the old stuff. The Egghead's got a nano-forge working down further below. It's a lot more expensive to run power-wise, but so long as you have enough raw material, and I do mean any kind of material, you can basically make anything." "How does that even work?" Sarah asked. "Do I look like an egghead recruit?" Recruits and instructors alike laughed. Sarah frowned, muttering her response. "I guess not." "Don't worry. You can find one of them to harass later," Townsend assured her. "For now, let's get the hell out of this oven. I've got one more important piece to show you before the next complex." She led them out of the scorching forge and into the wonderful, cool air of the shooting range district. The concept was simple enough for most rooms there. A recruit, or anyone who wanted to practice their firearms skills really, would take up a station and fire at targets as they came up. Other parts of the district involved more elaborate shoot houses and simulation rooms with holographic targets. An explosion rang out from one of the shoot houses. Guards breached a door and stormed inside a mock building. A brief concert of gunshots followed. "Clear!" Townsend grinned. "You'll be coming here in Phase 2 to get acquainted with firearms and basic tactics." "But I thought we were here to learn how to survive after the world ended," Gabriel said. He realized it was a stupid question after he asked it. They wouldn't bother ranking combat skills if they weren't needed. Townsend stopped to approach Gabriel. "Ideally, but most recruits won't make it on that station. Those poor souls will be left behind on this dying world with the rest of us, fighting an enemy without mercy that outnumbers us 100 to 1 at least." She pulled Gabriel down to meet her gaze. "So you better not waste my time, Rivera. Everything you learn here is a matter of life and death for you, your company, and humanity." Yes, ma'am." Townsend gave him a light pat on the cheek and released him. One of the shooting ranges was sealed tight with thick ballistic glass and a metal door. The windows along the wall gave the company of recruits a clear view inside. It was occupied by a large man in a heat-resistant suit, along with a few others in lab coats, standing several stations away from him. He raised an orange rifle covered with white warning stripes, painted along the barrel, and fired. Gabriel's eyes went wide with wonder as a beam of orange energy spread from the gun and punched a molten hole through a metal target the size of a baseball. The man threw a victorious arm in the air before he looked down to the gun in his hands. He seemed confused at first, and then bashed at the weapon's side with growing desperation. Vents flared open along the barrel. Steam vented forward. The man threw the strange rifle over the station and dove behind cover. An explosion of orange energy illuminated the room, taking the station with it and leaving the blast area with glowing orange scars and melted metals. Townsend chuckled. "That's our armory chief, James Hartford. Good guy. Spends too much time in R&D for his own good, though. Or partying, as he calls it." Alexander glared at the man. "Friend of yours?" Gabriel prodded. "Family." Disgust rolled off his tongue. Before he could press the issue, Instructor Townsend led them out of the armory and back out into the burning sun. They ran past the 3 main barracks complexes. There was one for guards and base staff, and another for instructors and officers. Last and largest of them all were the recruit barracks. They were meant to house the newly arrived and massive population of fresh blood. Each complex was a fortress in its own right, like they were meant to survive a siege on their own if it came to such a thing. The same could be said about each major complex within the Crucible. Gabriel wondered if the reason for the fortifications was the war, or if the training was so brutal they expected recruits to start an uprising on their own. He pushed those thoughts aside. He was there for his family's sake. Whatever the Crucible threw at him, he needed to tackle head-on with every shred of focus he had. The sooner he could claw himself out of the F ranks, the better chances his family would have. The vehicle bay was the next stop. It was the biggest complex as far as Gabriel could see when it came to how much ground it took up. From guard buggies that were little more than a black steel frame with seats and an engine littering a parking lot, to a black assault armor casually strolling out of the tactical armor hangar, the vehicle bay had it all. "Any of you got the hots for wheels?" Townsend asked as they entered one of the larger hangars.
"I used to street race back in the day," Raylan answered. "Wasn't half bad at it either."
"Then you'll love this place." She gestured to what amounted to a combination of a garage and mechanics shop. The front of the hangar housed any vehicles ready to go out on deployment, with a segment dedicated to those in need of maintenance marked out by yellow hazard signs. Armored personnel carriers and smaller armored patrol vehicles alongside trucks occupied the space. Mechanics worked away at the different vehicles. The flash and sizzle of welders was accompanied by the loud, ratcheting impact wrenches. An armored personnel carrier's armor plates were stripped and tossed aside with a clang as the mechanic leaned in to tinker inside. "We don't have any fancy sports cars or main battle tanks out here, but I dare you not to have fun taking one of these Enforcer APCs or a Strider long-range scout."
"They're called infantry fighting vehicles, ma'am," Jensen commented. "They carry too much firepower to be compared to a metal coffin."
"APC, IFV, both are metal boxes with guns strapped to them that drop squads into battle," Townsend said. "I'm not really worried if you call it a tomato or a tomato, so long as you get what I'm talking about. The terms are mixed up so much these days anyway, it really doesn't make a difference."
Jensen gave a grudging nod.
Raylan was practically bouncing on his feet, ogling all the different vehicles and configurations.
"So when can I take one of those out for a spin around the base, ma'am?"
"Phase 2, if you make it that far."
"Oh, man."
Raylan's shoulders slumped. His eyes were fixed on one of the Striders. It was a bit bigger than an SUV and may be capable of fitting 5 people inside. Like anything else the military made, it was designed to be rugged, modular, and multiply force. Moving through the hangar, they found one of the Striders was fitted with a machine gun turret up top, and another Strider was equipped with extended fuel tanks likely meant for the guards to go deep into the desert. The APCs were no different when it came to modularity. They sported the same black armor plating all of the Guard in the Crucible War, with their aggressive sloped plating. They sat on 8 heavy wheels protected by armored skirts. One had an anti-tank cannon fixed in place. The long bore gun was a sight to behold, one he hoped they would never need. Another had no gun at all. Instead, it was painted white with a red cross on it. Gabriel leaned over to one of the instructors that came along with them and asked, "Excuse me, sir, but what is the difference between an APC and an IFV? Other than a gun, those two enforcers look the same."
20mm gun or bigger is usually the dividing line, the dark-skinned man said. An IFV will usually be decked out for the express purpose of seeing heavy combat and providing fire support to infantry. Meanwhile, an APC focuses on maximizing mobility to deliver the troops onto the field. But since we started using highly modular frames, people mix up the Enforcer IFV with the APC all the time. Back in the Corps, my company called any configuration of the things a bang bus and called it a day.
Gabriel chuckled and nodded. Before Gabriel knew it, they were out and running and across the airfield, moving to the largest hangar of all. On the way, they passed several smaller hangars for aircraft. A few fighter craft sat inside with forward-swept wings. Their angular armor was smoother than any of the other vehicles, lighter as well. Aerodynamics were still a thing to keep in mind, no matter how badly armor was needed. And avoiding enemy fire was more important than shrugging off damage in the air. When they arrived at the towering hangar, Gabriel's theory was confirmed. This was where they kept the tactical armors, specifically the assault armor class. There were 16 stations dedicated to maintenance of the metal giants, all but one of them empty. The assault armor stationed within sat with its cockpit wide open and a group of mechanics poking and prodding inside with all manner of thick cables hanging out of it. Its right arm was detached from the body, held aloft by a heavy crane, as another group of mechanics worked on maintaining the fine motors within the forearm and the connection to the suit's armored core. "And this is where we keep our biggest toys, tactical armors. On the off chance the pack decide to come pay us a visit, they won't find us lacking for firepower. These shell jockeys are packing cutting-edge toys, and each armor has been fine-tuned to the individual pilot's needs. Short of an all-out invasion, the pack is going to be in for a slaughter."
Raylan elbowed Gabriel's side. The hell is a shell jockey? It's slang for tactical armor pilots, like flyboys for Air Force pilots.
Gabriel's answer came winded from all the running they had done so far, and training hadn't even started. "There are smaller hangars for walkers, basically the granddaddy of these giants, but they're nowhere as impressive as these." She gestured to the lone assault armor being worked on, and the arsenal spread around it. Twin rifles and missile pods galore, with a few giant grenades to boot, sat on supersized weapon racks, just waiting to be mounted back on the armor. The lack of a backup melee weapon concerned Gabriel, but the pilot was probably confident in their ability to end a fight before those became necessary.
"Don't suppose," Gabriel huffed a deep breath, "I can take a joyride in one of those suits, can I, Instructor Townsend?"
Townsend laughed. "Don't push your luck, recruit. You'll have enough chances to die in training."
"How?"
Gabriel asked. Townsend's smile fell. "Your training here won't just consist of running, jumping, and climbing, Rivera. Don't get me wrong, there won't be any shortage of that. But every day here will get harder for you. One day you'll be running an obstacle course with a safety net. The next, it won't be there."
"And I'll be taking pot shots at you the whole way," Jensen commented.
Townsend nodded. "That's the easy part. Before you have to run the maze." "What's the maze?" Sarah asked. Townsend shook her head. "That's a topic for tomorrow. What you need to know now is that there will always be casualties whenever you do a maze run. If you don't take your training seriously, or drop your guard for just 1 second, you'll be on that day's casualty report." Gabriel gulped. He hoped she was trying to get in their heads, but he couldn't pick up a shred of deception on her face. Townsend had a 1,000-mile stare about her for a moment before she turned away. The instructors really did lose people, didn't they? They moved on to the labs, a bleak, black pyramid illuminated by blue lights where the structure was segmented into different sections and levels. It was easily the single largest structure in the Crucible, even bigger than the command center. It was fortified, too, with the thick walls surrounding it and the heavy patrols of silver-striped guards. If that wasn't curious enough, the architectural design of the lab was completely out of place compared to the complexes around it. It was smooth, flawless, and somehow seemed older and newer than anything else on the Crucible. That didn't make any sense to Gabriel, and yet his mind couldn't wrap its head around it any other way. Something was definitely off about that building. A sentiment grew stronger in Gabriel's mind as they approached the perimeter. The air around it was off, cooler, electric, and somehow heavier all at once. "Are you guys feeling that?" Gabriel whispered to Raylan and Sarah.
"Feeling what?" Raylan asked.
Gabriel furrowed his brow. "That weird electric pressure. It's kind of cooler here, too."
Sarah raised a concerned brow.
"Are you suffering heat stroke, Gabriel?" "No, that's not it. I don't think." Gabriel looked at the pyramid again. The feeling was still there. It wasn't in his head, and it only hit him when they approached. But he didn't want to sound like a crazy person on his first day. "Never mind. It must have been my imagination." Raylan shrugged, while Sarah decided to keep an eye on him, at least until their company got too close to the wall as they stopped. Turrets popped up from the walls, tracking their every movement. The odd sensation Gabriel felt could be a symptom of his mind getting cooked too long by the desert sun, sure. But those turrets were very real. Gabriel leaned to one side and a turret snapped to him with an angry whir, tracking his every movement. "This is where you will spend the bulk of your time in Phase 3, getting those gifts," Commandant Johnson referred to, "and getting acclimated to cryosleep," Townsend announced. "Ma'am, why is this place so fortified?" Sarah asked. Townsend stared at the building like it made her uneasy just to look at it. She finally answered with the slightest hint of dread creeping into her voice. "There's more than just your training taking place in this facility." She wasn't the only one fixated on the building. Alexander was too. His brow tight as he whispered something to his men. The confused expression on their faces told Gabriel it was going about as well as his had with Raylan and Sarah. The ashen-haired man broke off the conversation for a moment to exchange a worried glance with the towering mountain of muscle, who shook his head in response. Gabriel decided not to read too much into the exchange. He had to focus on himself. "Like what?" Sarah asked. Jensen cleared his throat before Townsend could answer.
"Moving along to the observation tower."
Townsend turned away. "Right." One last long run, and they found themselves at the top floor of the observation tower, where enormous electronic displays acted as windows to the outside world. The entire base was on display for the recruits to see. It took the shape of a 3-pointed star, with a large central area to hold all the core facilities within. Each point of the star flared out to the shape of a spearhead. These sections were like miniature fortresses, standing watch over the outer reaches of the Crucible. Each one overlooked 2 of the 3 fortress gates, likely providing a swift response to any threats harassing the Crucible from within or outside. To Gabriel's surprise, There were no turrets or gun batteries on the walls, or even outside the perimeter. Only guards going about on patrols. That didn't quite make sense to him with a fortress like this. Since the lab had hidden turrets, it seemed like a pretty safe bet the Crucible had no shortage of tricks tucked away until they were needed. Maybe even beneath the desert. Or the Crucible relied on secrecy to do the heavy lifting when it came to security. Far beyond the Crucible walls, an empty expanse of yellow-orange and a bleak blue sky stretched as far as the eye could see. The sun settled upon the horizon, casting shadows across rocks, dunes, and plateaus that broke up the scenery. They were right in the middle of an endless sea of sand, with no sign of civilization outside of the base. Below the tower, recruits, guards, vehicles, and assault armors went about their business in the base. Each complex had a distinct enough pattern to be identified from the tower, and Gabriel took the time to draw himself a mental map of the place. To the southeast was the vehicle bay, with its hangars and sprawling runways. Directly north of it was the lab's pyramid, gleaming in the sun. To the northwest, the sprawling armory and its smokestacks stood, warped and twisted at the top from all the heat vented out into the air. Southwest of the command center's tower sat the barracks complex, with its castle-like structures. "See all that commotion up north?" Townsend pointed into the distance. "That's where the launch catapults are going up. The chosen among you will be the first humans to successfully reach space via magnetic propulsion."
"Magnetic propulsion?"
Raylan asked. "It's a fancy way of saying we're going to shoot you out of a railgun into orbit," Townsend answered. "Wouldn't the sudden acceleration kill us?" Sarah cut in. "We've done our research to find the limits of what the human body can handle." Townsend dismissed Sarah's concerns with a casual wave. "You're more likely to die from an engine failure than the G's at launch. Now, if there's no more questions—" Gabriel stepped forward, concern scrawled all over his face. "I have one, ma'am." It was a question that had quietly been nagging away at the back of his mind since their welcoming speech earlier. And that nagging only grew stronger every time he thought of his lackluster rankings. Shoot. 2 years seems like a short time to train up anyone to survive whatever comes after civilization is wiped away. How long do we have before things get really out of hand? Townsend nodded. "We expect complete governmental collapse to happen roughly 2 years from now. Europe is a lost cause. Japan and Australia are tied up with the pack, along with the Pacific Fleet, and our East Coast just turned into a war zone. The U.S. is effectively fighting this war on its own, and even if we pull off another win, we won't be in any shape to fight off nature."
"Which means victorious, glorious motherland," a mountain of a man boasted from the crowd with cheer and a thick, deep Russian accent, earning himself glares from the other recruits.
"The hell is a pack rat doing here?"
growled a female recruit with an accent carrying faint hints of time spent in New York.
The shaved sides of her chocolate hair swept to the side, just shy of shoulder length, made her stand out from the crowd. All she was missing was braided hair and war paint to nail down the Viking warrior look. "Cool it, Lugo," Townsend ordered. "We recruit from all around the world. That includes pack nations. As far as we're concerned, he's one of us until he proves otherwise. The same goes for all of you."
Lugo glowered at the Russian, but left the matter there.
"As for your little outburst," Townsend's attention turned to the hulking man. "Sergei Dragomirov, was it?"
"Da,"
he answered with pride in his voice. "Relations between China and Russia are growing strained by the day. One nation can't feed its people. The other is struggling to keep them both afloat." Her gaze narrowed on the giant. "Let's say they are victorious. What do you think happens when they don't have anyone to scapegoat for their problems?"
Sergei frowned. "What happens?"
"The pack will rip itself apart. Earlier, if their people realize they've been fighting for nothing.
Impossible. Sergei stormed to the front. This could not happen.
Jensen's grip tightened on his shotgun. Gabriel had seen enough people die to give him nightmares for the rest of his life. He didn't want to add watching someone getting blown apart by a shotgun to the highlight reel on day one. He rushed up and grabbed Sergei's thick forearm. The sheer power of those rippling muscles beneath his grasp made Gabriel question his life choices. Being so close to the rest of the giant didn't help. "Easy, easy!" Gabriel shouted to get his attention. The plan worked too well, as the giant's blue orbs glared into his own. "You heard her, Sergei. There's not going to be a motherland, a U.S., or anything else to worry about." Sergei's forearms flexed in his grasp. Gabriel gulped. "The world is ending, and there's nothing we can do about it. All we can do is work together through our training and survive." Gabriel's gaze turned to Jensen, almost pleading for him not to shoot. "Right?" Jensen loosened his grip.
"Right. Cast away any loyalties you have to your countries. From this day on, you are all brothers and sisters in arms. Your loyalty is to humanity, your fellow reclaimers. If you don't stand together, you will fail, and humanity fails with you."
Sergei lifted Gabriel to eye level with ease.
"Squishy man, foolish."
The bear of a Russian tore his arm away from Gabriel's grasp and let him fall to his feet.
"But brave. Sergei can respect this." "And here I was hoping for a good show."
Alexander laughed. "Interesting. There might be more to you than I thought, Rivera." Townsend smirked. "Congratulations, kid, you've got my attention." Gabriel wasn't sure if that was a good thing. He hadn't exactly made the best first impression so far. "I just didn't want Sergei pumped full of buckshot is all."
"Son, I have a shell for every occasion."
Jensen pulled a green shell from a pouch.
"Rubber slugs for this one."
Townsend snickered. "Good pep talk, Rivera." She waved for the recruits to follow as she made her way to the stairwell. "Time to show you to your dorm, recruits." Another long run from the observation tower, and they arrived at the barracks. Gabriel took long, slow breaths, falling back into the middle of the pack. Raylan and Sarah stuck by his side. While Sarah started to pant from the day's running, Raylan didn't. He kept smiling through the run, sweat rolling down his brow without a care in the world. Alexander and his group led the pack just behind the instructors. One recruit threw her head back, eyes shut, as she ran with long, exaggerated breath before she scratched at her thighs. That was a pain Gabriel was all too familiar with, and one that was starting to nag his own thighs. He first experienced it when he started trying to run for the first time, and it may have been her first time running so much. The key was to ignore that itch and keep pressing forward. Otherwise, maintaining momentum was all but impossible. The barracks was a complex of 3 large, interconnected, and reinforced structures, laid out in a U-shape to house, feed, and train the 10,000 recruits without so much as a fake palm tree in sight to give it a homey feeling. It was extremely Spartan. But there was a statue within the courtyard leading to the entrance. Gabriel paused in front of the dark metal sculpture. The helmed, hooded man it depicted stared down at him. A knight? The sculpture's armor was far too modern for that. Even the longsword clutched in his hands by his chest was of a modern design, with a broad blade, V-shaped crossguard that seemed to have a generator within it. The blade's edge was covered in geometric patterns running along to the ricasso and fuller. These patterns were etched in silver, standing in sharp contrast to the dark metal surrounding them in the scorching desert sun. The plate at the foot of the statue read, "In darkness I shall be light. In times of doubt I shall keep faith." In the midst of battle, I shall have no fear. In the face of death, I shall have no remorse. Life goals, right? Lugo stood at his side. A nod was all Gabriel managed as he caught his breath. Could I even last a week in this place? His lungs ached from all the running their tour involved. Each breath drawn stretched their capacity beyond its normal bounds. Day 1 of training was going to be rough. The crowd of recruits vanished inside. Come on, before Townsend decides to give me a shock too. Lugo stepped inside. Gabriel caught up to his company in the cool air of the barracks. It had all the trimmings of a military base. The interior consisted of gray and white metal paneling and well-lit halls. Iridinous banners hung from the pillars in the entryway with a large reclaimer emblem emblazoned on the floor. Another 4 banners followed on either side. They were black on the outside, with a central color running through the middle and a thin white edge. A red banner with a wolf clutching a knife between its teeth. Underneath it read, Reconnaissance. Orange followed with a gear, raccoon, and a pair of wrenches for an emblem for engineering. The 3rd banner painted white with a red medical cross at the center and a pair of snakes coiled around a winged staff for medical. Last of the banners was an olive-green banner with a bull, or an ox, upon it. Gabriel wasn't quite sure which. A shovel and pickaxe were crossed behind it, while the words Logistics sat beneath the emblem. These were probably the school banners for the different, specialized jobs in Phase 2. Townsend didn't pay the banners any attention as she continued the tour. The barracks tour went by in a quick blur. Couches, benches, and tables were spread throughout the halls for recruits. A commissary for getting their meals, a library to study up, a gym to pack on the muscle, and they even had rec rooms. Eat here, study there, work out there, relax here. Gabriel was certain they would become thoroughly acquainted with each of those areas in no time flat, though Gabriel couldn't imagine anyone using the rec room with humanity's future at stake. Well, maybe Raylan would. After the tour, they headed to the dormitory hall. Theirs was toward the end, marked 42. Olivia pushed through the double doors, Jensen alongside her. Recruits poured into the well-lit room. It was plain, to say the least. Like the rest of the barracks interior, the walls were metal paneling of different shades of whites and grays, with darker metal paneling for the floors. Empty bunk beds stood with black sheets. The space between the beds was tight enough for one recruit to fit through. Lockers for each recruit lined the walls all the way to the end of the hall, where another set of doors separated their sleeping space from the restrooms and showers.
"Welcome to your new home,"
Jensen said, walking backwards with one arm outstretched, the other still latched onto his shotgun. Gabriel swore he was surgically attached to the thing.
"This is where you will sleep after a day's hard work. You'll find everything you need to take care of yourselves in your lockers."
"Hit the showers and get some rest, recruits. Training begins at 0500, Olivia announced, turning to leave with the 8 other instructors helping to manage her company. "Ma'am, there's no ladies' showers," Sarah announced from the back of the dormitory, peeking past the doors. "Communal showers are the least of your concerns, recruit." The doors slammed shut behind them. Chapter 6. "Lights! Lights! Lights!" Gabriel was ripped from his sleep by the shouting instructors stomping through their dormitory. His eyes were met by the blinding glow of the lights above. His heart pounded in his chest, having no idea where he was or how he got there as he stumbled out of his bunk. It was only when he saw his fellow recruits struggling to get out of bed and getting shouted down by those instructors that Gabriel remembered everything. This was the first day of basic, and if he didn't hop to the new morning routine, he was going to find himself surrounded by barking instructors. He made his bed as close as he could get it to perfection, leaving a few more wrinkles than he probably should have before moving on to his uniform. Gabriel operated in a daze like most of the recruits, letting his body move on autopilot while he blinked the sleep out of his eyes. Another recruit rushed past him with all the grace of a semi-truck, scrambling to pull on his shirt. Gabriel retched at the rancid breath wafting from his mouth when he was reminded brushing his teeth was a thing he should probably do. By the time he returned to his bunk, it was clear who the top of the class was: Alexander and the men around him. As soon as the lights came on, they were up and ready to start the day. Their beds and uniforms were crisp perfection, even the ashen-haired man's, and he was the most relaxed of the group. Gabriel stared across the hall, slack-jawed. How anyone could operate that well so early in the morning was beyond him. But he hurried to do the same. He fumbled with the buttons on his shirt, tugging them into place. Townsend stood at the end of the hall with a holographic timer running over her wrist comp. The instructors wore the same bulky model the recruits had, but with a lot more features. 10 minutes to crawl out of bed. Unacceptable, she spoke as she marched down the hall. For every day you fail to get your shit in gear under 5 minutes, you will have 1 less hour of sleep until this behavior is corrected. Am I understood? Yes, ma'am. Instructors filled the barracks with a fresh wave of angry shouting as they demanded recruits correct any imperfections in their uniform, bunk, or even the most minute details of their posture. Groups of 3, sometimes 4, crowded around the offending recruits, jabbing knife hands at them in an incoherent fury of screams. Gabriel didn't want to be on the receiving end of that treatment, and neither did the other recruits around him. They corrected their own stances and uniforms as hastily as they could, sometimes repeatedly, anything to avoid the instructor's wrath. Gabriel missed the mark. 1 button out of place was all it took to earn Townsend's ire. Good God, Rivera! Do we need to call your mother down here to dress you? She jabbed her stun baton against the button in question. No, ma'am. He winced from the pressure alone and corrected his uniform to her satisfaction. Another 2 instructors swarmed around him like sharks. Their screams blended together into an incomprehensible mess. Their faces were a mere inch from his, turning red, bulging with rage, while they jabbed knife hands at his every flaw. Shoulders up, recruit! Feet together! What the hell is this war crime you call a bed? That particular instructor was hard to miss as he threw Gabriel's bed across the barracks hall. Pick it up and make it again! It was the man who seemed so friendly during orientation, talking about calling enforcers a bang bus. Gabriel tensed under the verbal beating he was receiving, hands clenched tight into fists at his side. Deep down, he wanted to lash out against them. That wasn't going to end well, and he knew this was part of the training. If he couldn't handle a few assholes screaming in his face, how was he going to handle a life-and-death situation? Townsend pushed away by the baton on his chest. The other instructors left with her. Clean this mess up, Rivera! A shuddering breath escaped Gabriel. Yes, ma'am. He swallowed his pride and rushed out of the mass of screaming instructors to collect his bed, put it back together a few more times before getting it right, and then corrected every single other issue he managed to make out from their screams. Every recruit around him, Raylan included, stood straight as an arrow after that show. Today's training begins right now, Townsend said. 100 push-ups. Jensen, if you would be so kind.
Assume the position,
the man bellowed. Recruits dropped to their hands and feet, some more graceful than others.
Up, down, up, down.
Townsend marched up and down the hall. Each day at the Crucible, you will be subjected to extreme physical training, pushed to your absolute limits. She pushed her boot down on a recruit's back until his chest hit the floor. We will tear you down and build you back up, stronger, faster, meaner. Am I understood? Yes, ma'am, cried the recruits. Haggard voices mixed in with the otherwise strong response. "We will give you the tools you need to survive what's coming in the Crucible and the world beyond, or break you trying," Townsend continued. "Struggling is acceptable. Dropping is acceptable. Bleeding is acceptable. Tears and pain are acceptable. But quitting is not, recruits. Am I understood?" "Yes, ma'am," they shouted back. Townsend laughed. "That's easy to say now." Her gaze met Gabriel's. "But how well will it hold up when your life is on the line? When your friends start dropping left and right around you?" Gabriel didn't have an answer. As it was, he was working up a sweat with push-ups. In a life-and-death situation, he was probably going to be the first to die. As much as he hoped it was mind games, Gabriel couldn't help but feel all the warnings about how deadly their training would be were all too real. Even if it wasn't, he wasn't going to be of any help to anyone, let alone himself or his family in his current state. "I need to get stronger," he told himself. The dormitory hall's metallic odor grew damp and murky as sweat dripped from the recruit's brows. At 30 push-ups, Gabriel's arms trembled and his breathing labored to keep pace with the others. Alexander smirked at him from across the hall. When Olivia's back turned to him, he moved an arm behind his back and carried on with their push-ups. He motioned his head at Gabriel in challenge. Gabriel was determined to meet and surpass Alexander, and that started by showing him no challenge would go unanswered. It sounded like a great idea in his head until he actually had to perform. Gabriel placed a hand behind his back as Alexander had and lowered himself. He clenched his teeth and tightened his core hard to maintain his balance as he nearly face-planted. Every muscle fiber in his core, arm, and chest tensed and grunted out from the first push-up. He couldn't believe he'd actually done that, and even as his arm quivered to support his weight, Gabriel decided to go for a second. His arm gave out, sending him crashing to his face. "Smooth move, genius," Gabriel chided himself. Alexander burst out laughing at the sight. Other recruits and even some instructors joined in. A rush of intense heat spread from Gabriel's chest. His ears flushed bright red. He really should have known better. Townsend snapped around, spotting Gabriel on the floor and Alexander still on one arm. "Hartford, Rivera, first and last warning. Follow your damn orders." "Yes, ma'am," Gabriel groaned, pushing himself back into position. Alexander taunted him from across the hall with his damned smirk fixated on him. Gabriel wanted nothing more than to wipe it right off that smug, perfect face of his in that moment. But he had to catch up first. "We are not playing games here, recruits," Townsend scolded. "We have 1 month to prepare you for the maze, and with few exceptions, you are quite literally the bottom of the barrel. If you do not take your training seriously, you will die." "Ma'am, what's the maze?" Sarah asked between push-ups, sweat streaming down her face. "You don't let questions go, do you, Cooper?" Townsend smiled. "The maze is an obstacle course designed to test your decision-making capabilities and reaction times, as well as your overall physical prowess. They are filled with every deadly trap you can imagine, and constantly shifting, just to make your life hell," she answered in a matter-of-fact tone. "So you might get turned around a few times in there, and that's pretty bad on a good day. When your battle buddies lost an arm in the process, it's a lot worse." The room froze to stare at her. Townsend smiled and leaned toward the recruits. "Did I say you could stop?" "No, ma'am. We found the maze is the best place to test individuals and teams alike," Townsend continued. "We may operate on survival of the fittest here, but that does not mean you have to survive alone. In fact, we encourage teamwork. There's only going to be 1,000 of you on the other side of this, so you may as well start trying to get along now." The silence persisted from the recruits, other than their grunts and heavy breaths. Still, Townsend picked up on their fear and smirked in return. "Don't worry. If you buckle down, a month is plenty of time to prepare. Down!" The morning continued like that for hours. Recruits had no more than a minute, if they were lucky, to rest between exercises. Jumping jacks, sit-ups, and so much more. Aside from Townsend's little maze talk, it was all very bland. Even so, the length and intensity of the workouts took their toll on even the strongest recruits. Gabriel was definitely not among them. His arms and legs burned and wobbled like jelly. His throat felt like a pipe was none too gently shoved down it so he could breathe, and his lungs were being forced to stretch beyond what they should. Worse still, there was no sign of food anywhere, a problem his stomach had no problem letting Gabriel and everyone around him know with its dismayed growls. Somewhere in the blur of a day, they moved on to one of the ample gym facilities, with enough benches, presses, and machinery to house a large population and maximize their gains. Sweat hung heavy in the air, fighting for dominance against the smell of iron. Gabriel guessed several companies had been through before them. The theory was strengthened by a slick puddle beneath his boot. "Time for pull-ups," Townsend announced. Recruits moved to a set of bars in the gym where 20 of them could perform at a time. Raylan followed close as Gabriel slipped away to the back of the line. A rush of heat ran along the back of his neck as his mind raced with concerns. He stumbled into a pale recruit. It was the rancid-breathed one from that morning. Thankfully, he'd taken care of that problem. His body was soft and pudgy like Gabriel's, but with less width. He made up for that by standing almost a head and a half taller than Gabriel. He had a round face and jolly demeanor about him. His blue eyes looked down on Gabriel with amusement. "What's the matter? Little bar got you scared?" "He's never been able to do a pull-up," Raylan answered. "Close, but not quite." Gabriel nodded. "Yeah. What if they throw me out because I can't? Today's been hell on me. I'm not sure I've got it in me." Raylan slapped Gabriel's back with that ever-optimistic smile. "They're not going to throw you out on your first day if you give it your all. Maybe they'll laugh, but we all got to start somewhere." "Rivera, where are you hiding?" Townsend's voice pierced the crowd. The pale recruit looked up. "Rivera, huh? Name's Albrecht Reinhardt. I'll be cheering for you, lad." "Thanks," Gabriel said, with about as much confidence as a man about to face a firing squad. With a deep breath, he nodded. "Okay, might as well get this over with." He made his way to the bar. Inadequacy swirled in his mind as he looked to his betters on either side of him. "Up," Jensen ordered. Gabriel and the others grabbed onto their bars. The diamond knurling bit into his soft hands, digging deeper as he pulled up. His trembling arms could only lift so high, his chin only inches from the bar. "Get that chin over the bar, Rivera. Up!" Jensen demanded. Again he came up short. His muscles burned as he tried and tried again. "Look at that. Can't even carry his own weight. Pathetic." Alexander's voice stabbed at him. "Rivera, if you can't even do one pull-up, there's no reason for you to be here," Jensen warned. Gabriel hung limp from the bar, his eyes shut with quick, deep breaths. "I got this. Come on. I got this. Think about your family." He started pulling again, climbing inch after painful inch. "Kicked out on the first day of training," Alexander mocked. "What a surprise." Don't let him win. Gabriel's knuckles went white. His muscles fired in unison, pulling him up. Once again he fell short, but he did not quit. A guttural growl escaped through clenched teeth as he inched higher. The strain spread across his arms and back. Core tightened to steady his shaking form. "Come on, my man. You got this," Raylan cheered. Gabriel's chin cleared the bar, chest planted against it. He held on for all of 1 second before his arms gave out. Gabriel's knees buckled on landing, and he went stumbling back into Jensen. His heart raced in his chest with heavy, ragged breaths. Fuck. He grabbed at his burning arms. I can't believe I did it. Jensen's stern gaze was enough to scare Gabriel away from him. Townsend laughed and planted her hand on his back. Congratulations, Rivera. Maybe you aren't wasting our time. Hartford, you're up. Alexander jumped up on the bars, doing the same exercise with ease. Gabriel counted at least 30 before they moved on to the next group of recruits. His gaze locked with Gabriel's as he walked back to his group, hardly a bead of sweat on him. Easy. Gabriel looked to the floor. With every passing hour, it was made painfully clear what the difference in their performance was. It was far more tangible than the rankings on his wrist comp. If he couldn't get his act together, his fears of failure and the consequences that came with it would too. I have to do better than this. I have to. Albrecht elbowed Gabriel's side. Don't beat yourself up over that prick. You pulled through, and that's what matters. Besides, if you're at the bottom, you've nowhere to go but up, right? Although the name didn't sound British to Gabriel, the accent fit the bill, maybe even blended with a bit of Scottish, if movies and conversations online were anything to go by. Right, Gabriel huffed. He had a point, sort of. Gabriel had come from the negatives to the zeros he was at today, and he was pretty sure it was easier to go down than up in rankings. Still, every day he was drawing breath and didn't get himself kicked out of the crucible was another day he could use to improve himself and assure his family's safety. With their workout finished, Townsend rounded them up outside the gym in the barracks courtyard. The hot breeze and scalding sun dried the sweat off their bodies. Good work, recruits. There was a lot of struggling, but now that I've got a good read on you, I can help you improve. Her gaze focused on Gabriel, like she singled him out. But how? He wondered. A month was too little time for all the catching up he had to do, not unless he took things to an extreme. Wade, Dragomirov, Lugo, Townsend continued. You performed exemplary today. Raylan beamed with pride, flexing his muscles. Sergei shrugged. It's a good workout. Gabriel couldn't see her in the crowd, but he assumed Lugo had some stoic, silent acceptance of the praise. Hartford, you have an attitude. An attitude we'll have corrected in due time, Townsend said. Alexander gave a coy smile. Attitude, ma'am? I was only teasing among friends. See, there it is. His smile fell. The ashen-haired man accompanying him placed a hand on his shoulder. A shake of his head seemed enough for Alexander to bite his tongue. I understand this is your first time around us lowly peasants. Townsend paced toward him, hands waving in an exaggerated, dramatic fashion as she spoke. It's only natural for you to brag about how great you are and try to establish dominance. She stopped, nose an inch from his, her voice hardened. But you cannot behave this way if you expect anyone to follow you. Try to get along with your company, earn their respect, or you'll be lucky to survive the crucible without a knife finding its way between your ribs. That seems a bit excessive, Gabriel thought. The guy was a dick, but he wasn't that bad. Where would we even get the knife to... Then he realized Phase 2 had weapons training, and accidents did happen. He tucked that away under his growing list of reasons to get good in a hurry. Yes, ma'am, I will correct the behavior, he replied, with a stifled growl lingering at the back of his throat. She pulled away with her wrist comp raised. Looks like it's lunchtime. Head to the commissary. I'll see you all in an hour. Chapter 7. Compared to the rest of the crucible, the commissary was an oasis. Air conditioning chilled the air around them. Holoscreens sat on pillars supporting the grand hall, and comfortable enough tables were set out for each company. Most important of all was the delicious scent of mouth-watering food. "Raylan?" Gabriel gasped. "What's that smell?" Raylan held his nose high with a deep breath. "Smells like steak and potatoes. Cheese, too." "The real stuff?" Gabriel's stomach growled with excitement as the line moved. "Not that synthetic garbage they try to pass for meat?" They gasped once their eyes fell upon the food. A large steak and potatoes were slapped down onto each of their plates. The two friends could not look happier. "It is real," Raylan said. Gabriel took a mouthful of potato. "Really real." Synthetic foods were another type of sustenance available to the population, besides the much more reliable ration bars. They mimicked their real counterparts, but the flavor and texture were always wrong. Like biting into a steak was more akin to chewing a stress ball covered in too much salt and soy. By comparison, the bland, sometimes brick-hard ration bars made of NutriPaste were a blessing in Gabriel's eyes. But this? Real food? He may as well have died and gone to heaven when that wave swept him up. "We're never going to have to eat ration bars again," Raylan said. Gabriel gulped down another mouthful. "If I ever have to eat one of those bland, off-white bricks of NutriPaste, it'll be too soon." Gabriel rubbed at his cheek. "Remember that shipment we got with all the sharp edges?" Raylan shuddered. "Don't remind me. My mom had me file the things down for weeks. Good thing our agri-block managed to up production, so they could spare some real meat now and then." He drove the point home with a bite out of his steak as they moved down the line. Alexander pushed past them with his own food. "Have you savages no manners? It's only food." "Oh, I'm sorry. Boo-hoo." Raylan placed a hand on his chest in an exaggerated show of mock concern. "I'll have to remember to ask for your blessing the next time I'm excited." Alexander cocked his head to the side at the display. 8 hours of training, years of eating bricks the government calls rations and synth foods, and this mother— Raylan shot a sharp exhale through his nostrils. "I'm going to enjoy my damn meal." Ration bars." Alexander shuddered. "Those things are not fit for human consumption. Neither are those vile synthetics. I suppose if that was my only sustenance for years, I too would lose my manners. Enjoy." Alexander stepped off. They watched him walk away, dumbstruck. Raylan broke their silence with a laugh. "That kid has never struggled with anything in his life, has he?" Gabriel shrugged. "Something had to make him the way he is, but I'm not in a rush to find out. Let's eat." They moved on to their table. The holoscreens above were far less exciting than Gabriel hoped. They were all set to the same channel reporting on the same news. "We now have confirmation. The unknown ships that assaulted Florida belong to the Pan-Asian Coalition." The woman on screen announced calm, collected, and professional. She was too stiff and artificial for Gabriel's liking, but most of the big news outlets were staffed by these types. Drone footage high above the ocean captured black ships with crimson highlights breaking through the surface of the wild, blue depths. Pack flags were proudly emblazoned on their hulls. A golden dragon's head with 4 stars beneath at the corner on a crimson field. Weapons and flight decks deployed from the ships with heavy fire, cutting the feed. "Submarine carriers? What?" Sarah blurted out. "How did the pack get those?" "They must have some real big nerds over there," Raylan mumbled through a mouthful. "Must be." Gabriel narrowed his gaze on the screen. "The pack does not develop technology, they steal and corrupt it," Alexander interjected a few seats down,
his men all around him. Rat bastards have spies everywhere. A situation amplified by old administrations in the West who sought to appease the pack to avoid open warfare. He spat. Spineless fools. The only solution to a rising threat is to purge it early and purge it thoroughly. Easy for you to say when it's not your life on the line, or your family getting caught up as collateral, Hartford, Gabriel said. He may have been woefully underqualified to be in the crucible, but wasn't a naive pacifist. The world wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Not everyone could get along if they just tried, no matter how hard they tried. War was never an ideal solution, but sometimes it was the only solution. That much was cemented in his mind after what he saw in Orlando, and that war had already cost him his father. Alexander leaned across the table, pointing a knife at Gabriel. What are a few lives to save billions? Power, order, control. All these things are maintained by swift, decisive action. Lives are but a resource to achieve that greater end. Before Gabriel replied, the news anchor cut in. Breaking news from New York. War raged across the streets of New York on screen. Hab blocks towered in the background, as fortified as those back home, though more ornate in design and color. Structures varied wildly from one design to another, lacking in the strict, utilitarian, and brutal architecture that made Gabriel's home appear more fortress than a city full of civilians. These blocks were marked in corporate colors, branding, and lights for days. They were built with smooth, artistic, eye-catching designs, and plastered with more holographic advertisements than seemed necessary to stand out from the crowd. For all their glitz and glamour, the mighty structures couldn't hold up under heavy fire. Civilians fled through the streets. Tanks led the way through the crowd as U.S. troops scrambled to hold back the invading tide of infantry. Tracers streaked across the feed. Clouds of red erupted from the crowd. Horrified gasps and furious cries filled the commissary. Gabriel grit his teeth. Instead of fighting the pack, he was running away from the problems of the world. All of them were. We should be training to fight these monsters. But if everything was doomed to fall apart, would it even matter to fight in the long run? He chose to save his family by coming to the crucible, rather than laying his life down fighting the pack. Did I make the right choice? The question nagged at the back of his mind. The anchor interrupted his thoughts. According to reports, the entire eastern seaboard is under attack. New York and D.C. are among the hardest-hit cities. The feed changed to a view of the streets of Washington. In the background, the White House stood sullied but unscathed, flying a tattered American flag in defiance. It was surrounded by elite pilots in assault armors and hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers supporting them. The pack were in for a serious fight. The feed zoomed out. Ordnance flew in every direction. Assault armors dropped to a knee and bunkered down with their rifles braced on shields to rain shells across the advancing hordes. Pavement and earth erupted across the battlefield as pack-armored units moved to engage. The camera pulled back until the scale of the battle was in full view. The commissary fell silent. 6 city blocks in each direction were leveled as pack forces continued their relentless advance on the White House itself. Pack walkers and tanks supported the advancing tide of cannon fodder. But to Gabriel's eyes, it looked like the armored units were using the infantry as meat shields. I can't watch this. Lugo tore her gaze away. She sat across the table from Gabriel and Raylan, and seemingly by herself, even if the table was packed shoulder to shoulder with recruits. I know it's stupid to fight over a dying world, but it doesn't make this any easier to watch. The more he looked at her, the more of an oddity she seemed to him. Delicate, soft features adorned her face, from her small button nose to her full lips. Yet her tanned hide was worn by the elements,
long before she arrived at the crucible. Heavy-lidded emerald eyes fell upon the plate as she ate like she was wrestling with her thoughts. If Gabriel had to guess, she was pulled from the military before she could serve, though what she was doing with the bottom-of-the-barrel 42nd Company was beyond him. Yeah, I wish we could do something, but we can't, Lugo. Not from here, Gabriel replied, then looked down at himself and the bulk of his company. And definitely not as we are. She gave a faint nod. Call me Nicole. Her voice came, cold, stern, almost disconnected from the world around her. Right, Nicole. He corrected himself, his gaze shifting to the images above. Why are they showing us this anyway? So you learn from the last days of your dying world, in the hopes that you do not repeat the mistakes of your ancestors. Alexander answered, with a seriousness Gabriel found uncanny. And so you know what world you're heading into if you are not chosen. The Pentagon came on screen, surrounded by desperate American forces engaging a tide that threatened to overwhelm them all. An enormous dreadnought-class tactical armor lumbered onto the scene, a monstrosity of thick armor plating bristling with guns. Unlike its humanoid assault armor cousins, this behemoth stood on powerful reverse-jointed legs, supporting the much wider and heavier machine. Atop those legs sat a heavy chassis with a turret hanging underneath and a pair of arm-mounted cannons. On the behemoth's back sat a battery of 3 railguns unfurling as the dreadnought moved into position. Raylan whistled. Oh, ho, that's a big boy. He leaned toward Gabriel. Those things are what, 70-some feet tall? Taller than the assault boys, anyway. Gabriel beamed, nodding. Packers screwed now if they think they can take out a dreadnought that easy. Dreadnoughts are walking battleships, built to take abuse and lay it on thick. Just look at those railguns. The thing's probably firing projectiles the size of a bus. Maybe he exaggerated the size of those shells, he wasn't sure. But the armaments a dreadnought brought to bear were far larger and more destructive than anything their assault cousins could field. The trade-off was mobility and flexibility. Where assault armors served as the multi-role craft of the tactical armor world, dreadnoughts served as siege warfare beasts, with the potential to bring down armies on their own, if properly supported. The behemoth braced itself on the ground as small arms fire and light anti-tank weapons bounced off its thick hull. Stabilizers deployed from its legs as the railguns on its back glowed blue with a faint hum. Cracks of lightning spewed forth from the barrels. The ground beneath the recoiling behemoth rippled and tore in violent clouds of dirt as it absorbed the enormous forces exerted on the machine from firing such powerful weapons. An impressive, if short-lived, display of power. The dreadnought erupted in flames under heavy, focused bombardment from the heavens. Half its railguns were taken out in the first salvo as the unwieldy behemoth trundled forward, all barrels firing. The feed cut off. The newscaster returned on screen. Gabriel's gaze hardened as he squeezed his hand into a fist. The world was falling apart all around them, and this was how humanity decided to spend its final hours, killing each other for the precious few scraps of fertile land. Was the war truly about survival, or was it about pure, simple power? All this time and resources pumped into ending one another could have gone so much further toward preserving the species, maybe even making the Reclaimer project completely unnecessary. In the end, the reasons for the war didn't matter. Their world was dying. Diplomacy's time was long past. Humanity's salvation had to be earned through blood, sweat, and tears. Gabriel knew it was a long shot for him to earn a seat in Atlas Station, and it was becoming increasingly clear to him that earning that seat meant leaving his family behind to deal with their world's death throes. But he had to try. If he could buy his family any additional time, or even the faintest sliver of a chance to survive the coming apocalypse, it was well worth the cost, even if it meant breaking himself to earn it. I have to do better. Chapter 8. After a less than relaxing lunch, the 42nd Company assembled outside one of the Crucible's gatehouses. Reinforced alloys and synthcrete made up the worn exterior of the structure. Exposed to the elements, Gabriel didn't think there was much to be done for the weathered paint on the walls and gate, besides stave off the inevitable. The walls themselves reached out to the heavens, enough to dwarf dreadnoughts with ease, with a pair of gates so thick the machinery and power required to move them must have been mind-boggling to comprehend. Within the gatehouse stood a pair of observation decks on either side of them. Doorways led inside the walls themselves that might even fit an enforcer or two at a time. It probably helped in case of emergencies, when time was of the essence. Outside the gate, at the top of its powerful, sloped walls, stood the control room, flanked by spotlights, sensors, and communications equipment. Gabriel imagined with such a large structure, they not only monitored the gate, but anyone who ventured out into the desert, like guard detachments, or anyone who might wander too close to the Crucible for comfort. Beneath a merciless sun, the 42nd Company formed up before their instructors. There were 20 of them, counting Townsend and Jensen, gathered around a large truck. A hefty gray crate sat on its exposed bed. Ripples of heat distorted distant golden sands. Thick beads of sweat rolled down Gabriel's brow, darkening his collar. Grains of sand, swept along by the wind, rasped over the smooth skin of his face and forearms. Each breath of burning air he took cost precious moisture. He imagined simply standing there gave his rank of 0 endurance a bit of a workout. "We're going for a run around the Crucible's perimeter," Townsend shouted over the crowd. "Takes about 5 hours to complete this run at a slow pace, so I do not expect any of you to miss curfew." The instructors popped open the crate and started passing out small masks, far too small to cover anyone's face, but easy enough to fit in a pocket. "Luckily, we don't have any chance of flesh-ripper storms tonight, but if you take too long, you'll have to finish your run through a sandstorm. That's what those masks are for. Just push it to your face and it'll assemble." Raylan quirked a brow. With a shrug, he gave the mask a testing push against his face. The device expanded and wrapped around his head with rapid clicks of reinforced polymers sliding into place. A rebreather and visor shielded his face in an instant. With a simple tug, the mask disassembled into its pocket-sized form. Neat. "The guard will be keeping an eye on you for this run, so don't get any funny ideas," she warned. "You will not be allowed back on base without completing this run, and it should earn you slackers a good bit of progress toward your endurance and agility rankings." Gabriel pulled up his stats, which he'd been dreading to look at since training started that day. He was about a quarter of the way through to his first level of strength, while his agility progress bar was barely at 10%. Endurance had so far been the only one to approach the halfway mark. Intellect wasn't worth mentioning, and neither was his charisma. Gabriel was surprised to see it climbing at all. Willpower was the standout one among the crowd, though. Willpower, 0 to 4, factored as 0 for ranking purposes. Current estimated performance, 3. Further data is required for permanent rank assignment. Is my will really that flaky? Gabriel wondered. He peeked up to see if Townsend or any of the other instructors were saying anything else important, but they were going on and on about pacing themselves in the desert heat. Pacing himself was about the only thing Gabriel was certain he could do in this scenario, so he dug deeper into the agility, endurance, and willpower stats, since he figured those were the ones this exercise would train up. Attribute: agility. A subject's basic ability to move with speed and dexterity. This attribute increases the subject's ability to operate ranged weapons, respond to threats, and operations requiring a nimble touch. This attribute is increased by a subject's demonstrated improvement in speed, response times, and fine motor functions. So running and gunning, got it. Attribute: endurance. A subject's basic ability to sustain physical activity and damage. This attribute increases a subject's stamina, pain thresholds, ability to remain operational while sustaining damage, as well as their resistance to disease and toxins. This attribute is increased by a subject's demonstrated improvement in stamina and damage resistances. Gabriel winced. Outside of working himself to exhaustion, it seemed the fastest way to increase this attribute was to poison himself regularly or become increasingly friendly with the Reaper. For now, he'd take the basic approach. If the maze was as bad as Townsend said, he was going to have plenty of chances at a brush with death. Attribute: willpower. A subject's basic ability to persevere in adverse situations. This attribute increases a subject's ability to maintain their composure and focus, as well as improves their ability to perceive the world around them. This attribute is increased by a subject's demonstrated improvement to persevere through strenuous and chaotic circumstances. So I just have to suffer through a lot of discomfort and come out the other side and maintain situational awareness, Gabriel thought. Situational awareness worked out for him plenty when he was gaming, especially in the Vanguard Front tournaments. Suffering through the situations was probably related to putting in the time and effort necessary to work his ass off to win the tournaments he had in that game, not to mention all the effort he had to put in just to become eligible to join the military. But if Gabriel was being honest with himself, he knew why his rank in willpower had a range between 0 and 4. He could go from tunnel-focused drive and dedication to a goal to pits of despair in the blink of an eye. Gabriel had to get that under control. Willpower may not seem all that useful compared to the other stats, but it was, theoretically, his strongest asset. If he could push through while others broke down around him, it wouldn't matter how much he lagged behind the rest. It would just be a matter of catching up to the rest of them. From the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker on his display. Note: willpower has been shown to have a direct correlation to a subject's pathics and kinetics skills. Their use seems to require intense focus, thus the willpower to cast abilities. Gabriel blinked. Cast abilities? He muttered to himself, like magic? It earned Raylan's attention. "What's up, Gabriel?" Gabriel pointed down at his wrist comp, but before his mouth opened, the note artifacted and fizzled, disappearing from the display. "Did you see that?" "Your screen got a little fuzzy there, yeah," Raylan said. Gabriel frowned. "There was a note that popped up about willpower. It was talking about those pathics and kinetic skills I told you about." Raylan pulled up his own wrist comp to check. "Huh. It doesn't say anything about that to me." Gabriel shook his head. "Someone must be trying to mess with me." He sighed and looked over at Raylan. "Did I miss anything important?" "Nah. They just gave us a rundown of the different attributes and how we rank them up," Raylan said. "It's pretty basic stuff. Want to get stronger? Lift heavier. Want to be smarter? Study more. They mostly focused on agility, will, and endurance, since that's what this exercise is about." "I could have just listened to them instead of reading." Gabriel gave a mock protest. But that strange note was curious, even if he suspected someone was trolling him. Magic's not real. Don't even think about getting excited about that, he told himself. It would be cool, though. Any questions? Townsend finished. Gabriel raised his hand. He may not have been paying attention to the rest of her speech, but one thing stuck with him from earlier. Ma'am, what's a flesh-ripper storm? A concern for another day, Rivera. Townsend shot him down. Any more questions? No? Fantastic. She turned away from the recruits. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Townsend led the run around the crucible with a fast jog that built into a run, kicking up sand in her wake. Gabriel started at the head of the pack, thanks to stepping up for his question, but that didn't last long. He began to fall behind the second their jog turned into a run.
Keep up, Rivera, Alexander taunted. The crucible will be a dull place if you don't make it back. No one else is even trying to challenge me, amusing as your attempts are.
Gabriel took his taunts and encouragement between ragged breaths. He pushed himself to keep up with Alexander and his men, but it was no use. Gabriel's chest tightened as he forced himself to keep pace with them. Their run had barely begun, and his lungs were already aching. Gabriel needed to stop letting Alexander get under his skin. He needed to focus on improving himself and catching up before he could worry about besting Hartford. But it was too easy to let himself get riled up into action. Falling further into the crowd, Gabriel found his undershirt was already drenched with sweat. Drenched sin cloth peeled off his soft torso with every step, slipping and sliding over his body before sticking to another part. It was disgusting, but significantly less distracting than the stretching of his lungs as he was forced to pull in more air than he was used to. The only distraction from that discomfort was the rhythmic crunching and thumping of boots in the sand and the panting breaths of his fellow recruits. That wasn't a great one, so he focused on the desert straight ahead. All that mattered was going forward. Despite his best efforts to keep to the front of the formation, Gabriel lagged further behind. Only Raylan stayed by his side, distracted as he was. His eyes roamed over the different recruits, but it didn't take a keen eye to decipher he was checking out the girls around them. Their company certainly wasn't lacking for a variety of beauties.
You know what this place needs? Standard issue short shorts, Raylan said.
A ragged laugh escaped Gabriel as more recruits passed them. Why not? Maybe we can get tactical swimsuits while we're at it.
That would be pretty dope.
Raylan flashed a grin that quickly fell.
Man, all the cuties are getting away.
Sounds like a normal day then.
That's cold, man.
Gabriel huffed out a laugh. Entertaining as Raylan could be, he wasn't exactly doing him any favors. Running was enough of a challenge without losing his breath to Raylan's antics.
You don't have to worry about me.
Gabriel dragged his sleeve across his slick, sweat-drenched brow. I'm going to finish this.
Worrying about you is how we became best friends.
Raylan smiled. I'm not leaving you behind. Gabriel waved him away. I'm just holding you back. Besides, if anyone's going to wipe that smirk off Alexander's face, it's going to be you. That was reality, as Gabriel saw it, though he sorely wished it wasn't, at least for now.
Guy's a little rough around the edges, sure,
Raylan shrugged. But he'll warm up to us.
Just got to be patient, man.
Doubt it, Gabriel said. Raylan shrugged.
Well, I'm not really interested in showing up the guy anyway. I've got better things to do with my time.
Then go meet some girls. Just let me do this. Gabriel rasped out with clear annoyance. I have to get stronger, so no one has to slow down for me.
Worried about the maze thing?
Raylan asked. Gabriel nodded.
You know they're probably playing mind games with us, right? My coach did it all the time in football to get us playing like it was our last game.
Maybe, Gabriel admitted. but I can't afford to take that chance, especially with you here." Raylan laughed and gave his friend a firm slap on the back. Okay. I see how it is, tough guy. See you back at the dorm. I'll try to get you some numbers, too." He peeled away with a wink and a pair of finger guns aimed at Gabriel. Gabriel shook his head and continued to fall further behind. By the time the first turn came, it was obvious catching up to the lead group was a distant dream. Behind him were the stragglers, slackers, and those who paced themselves for the long run. He searched the crowd for any familiar faces when he spotted one. Albrecht, running alongside another recruit. "Rivera, nice of you to join us back here," he beamed. "Meet Okumura Toshikuni. It's kind of my fault the man's here." The Japanese man beside him was of a lighter build than Albrecht's broad frame. Lithe and athletic, Okumura moved through the desert with ease. He was obviously pacing himself for Albrecht's sake more than anything. He rolled his eyes at Albrecht. "Didn't help your damn snoring down the hall woke me up." Gabriel gave a winded laugh. "Pleasure." "Doing all right there, lad?" Albrecht asked between breaths. "Yeah, seem to be struggling." Okumura moved to Gabriel's left, eyeing him with uncomfortable curiosity, like he was a test subject to be analyzed. "Doesn't look good at all. You need to slow down if you want to make it through this run." He turned his attention to Albrecht. "Actually, that gives me an idea. How about we start a betting pool on everyone's odds of surviving?" Albrecht laughed. "That's really fucked up," Gabriel wheezed, mouth hanging open. His own salty sweat was the only refreshment he could expect to get until the end of the run. "Don't worry about him, Reinhardt. It'll be just like back home." Okumura grinned. "Help pass the time." Fine. Albrecht laughed. "I'm betting this one lives." Okumura recoiled. "You're shitting me." "Survives all the way to the end," Albrecht insisted. Okumura hummed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Well, I bet he doesn't make it past Phase 1, and that's being generous. If I win, I'll have your sweet rations for a month. Well, if I win, I want your protein rations for every stage he survives." Albrecht's smile faded with a slap to Okumura's chest. "No fish. You can keep those." Gabriel shook his head and took Okumura's advice, both to save his energy and spare himself their shenanigans. "See you guys back at the barracks." "All right, Gabriel. Nice chatting with you," Albrecht said. The further behind Gabriel fell, the heavier, more ragged his breathing became. Other recruits ran past, looking as bad as he felt. Their clothes were caked in sweat, boots dragging through the sands and leaving small mounds in their wake. Soon he found Nicole running at his side. "Keep it together, rookie. Breathe through the nose, out the mouth." "I'm fine," Gabriel lied, as his boots scraped along the coarse sands, his arms struggling to lift past his waist. "What are you doing back here?" "Keeping an eye out for stragglers. Training so far has been difficult by military standards." She eyed Gabriel with disdain or pity. He wasn't quite sure which, and neither the heat nor his exhaustion helped make sense of her expression. "Bunch of soft civvies like you shouldn't even be out here. The instructors are going soft on you now, but I can already tell they're going to push beyond Spec Ops level real quick." He nodded with a deep breath. "What branch?" "Navy Tactical Armor Corps," she answered, eyes fixed forward. "A special division in them, technically. They pulled me right as I finished shell jockey school. Spooks made a good argument that I couldn't justify fighting a pointless war. So here I am. My brother's going to be pissed when he finds out." Her cold voice broke into the briefest laugh. Gabriel smiled. "That's where I was planning to go before the evacuation orders came. But I couldn't even leave the damn city." "You? Really?" Nicole chortled. I'm amazed you're even here. Just look at yourself."
"You should see my rankings."
Gabriel wheezed out a laugh. He started lagging behind her soon enough.
"Keep an eye on the others for me, will you?"
Nicole shot him a questioning glance as he lagged further behind. In the end, she shook her head and pushed on ahead. He wondered what special branch she had been pulled off. None were exactly jumping to mind, but his mind was in no shape to do much of anything at the moment. Before Gabriel knew it, there was nothing but sand and the occasional speck of a guard on the wall to keep him company. His pace shifted from running to walking, then running again. He was determined to finish the run, even if he took all night. Other companies ran past him as time went on. They were made up of former military for the most part, if he had to guess. They ran in unison for the most part, and a few even sang cadences straight out of a movie. They paid him no mind other than the occasional instructor breaking off from their company to demand he pick up the pace. He replied to their screams and insults with all the yes sirs it took to get them off his back. They weren't from his company, so they weren't his problem, as far as he was concerned. Gabriel's focus was on finishing the run, and nothing more. 5 hours passed, according to his wrist comp. Darkness fell over the desert, bringing with it soothing relief from the vicious sun. His pale mocha skin darkened and reddened from its unrelenting assault. Gabriel had no idea how much further he had to run. His mouth was dry, his legs ached, and his lungs burned from the combined assault of dry, burning desert air and the workout they were getting. With a deep breath, he pushed on. He had to reach the end sooner or later. Too tired to pay attention, Gabriel's foot snagged on a rock, sending him diving into the hot sand below. Heat radiated from the Gabriel-shaped crater around him. Coarse sands scraped along his burned skin, and every nick, scrape, and bruise he received added to the mounting aches spreading through his body. Those aches paled in comparison to the soothing relief his feet experienced. The exhaustion that racked his body whispered sweet nothings into his ear as his eyes fell shut. "Just stay down a little. You can take a break." For a brief moment he considered going along with it. But his mind was quick to remind him of what was at stake, his mother and brother's lives, as well as his own survival. "No," he growled to himself and struggled to his wobbling feet. With a rasping grunt, he found himself standing face to face with Townsend. "Instructor Townsend." His startled reply was dry, hoarse, and painful to form. "Have a nice nap, Rivera?" She laughed. Jensen wasn't far off, waiting by the rear of a Strider modified to have a truck bed at the back. Somehow Gabriel missed them driving up while his head was in the sand. Did he actually pass out? "Just tripped is all." Gabriel cleared his throat, eyes winced shut. "I'm finishing this run. Don't worry about me." "Uh-huh. At the rate you're going, it'll take another hour. 2 if you keep napping on the job." Townsend smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You don't want to be outside the wall past curfew, kid. They're not going to let you back inside." She offered up her canteen. Gabriel pulled it from her hand, tore the lid open, and gulped down the cold, precious water within. He drank deep, and let the water spill over his face and body. He ignored the protests and aches of his skin as cold water contacted burnt flesh. He needed this. It took a moment, but Gabriel managed to get a hold of himself. Gasping for breath, Gabriel sealed the canteen and handed it back. "Thank you." "You can thank me by finishing this run. You might be the worst recruit in the entire Crucible, but I see a lot of potential in you." She pulled away, stashing the canteen. "Reminds me of my punk self back in basic. Just softer. Way softer." "No way." He coughed, clearing his throat. Townsend smiled. "Hard to believe, I know, but given your performance so far, most people would have given up after the morning push-ups. But you're still chugging along. Poorly, to put it mildly, but still going. She pulled her knife from its shoulder sheath. Anyway, let me show you a handy trick to help you along. Townsend made her way to a patch of cacti lodged in a corner of the wall. See this here? It's a member of the hedgehog cactus family. Her knife ran along the small, almost melon-like cactus. You can squeeze water out of it. Watch. She lopped off the top and skinned the sides to expose the green, slimy, viscous core and removed it.
Looks pretty gross,
Gabriel said. But this might help him push along the survival skill, so he paid close attention to everything she said and did. Oh, it's absolutely disgusting, but water's water. She pointed at him with the knife. Take off your shirt. Gabriel paused, dumbfounded. All it took was an insistent gesture of Townsend's knife to get that shirt stripped off his doughy torso. At least he still had his undershirt. Townsend dropped the cucumber-like core of the cactus onto his fatigues. Now wring it out and take a drink. He twisted the shirt up and squeezed. Viscous, slimy green fluids oozed through the gray, sweat-drenched fabric. He shot a questioning glance at Townsend. She gestured for him to drink. Gabriel leaned to take a cautious slurp from the fabric. It was as slimy and viscous as it looked. There was a bit of sourness to the earthy taste of sand mixed in with the fluid he wrung out with the shirt. And the heaping helping of salt from his sweat mixed in wasn't doing the flavor any favors. But in a desert, water was water. Huh. Not bad. You'll be eating a lot of things you never thought you would in basic. But this should be enough to keep you going. Here. She offered her knife to him. If you need to cut another cactus open. Gabriel took the knife. Is this really okay? Helping you rank up your skills is part of the job, recruit. This will help a bit with the survival skill, and we'll be going more in-depth with general desert survival as training goes on. Townsend patted his shoulder. Just don't wave it at anyone and you won't get shot. She hopped on the truck and punched the cabin for Jensen to drive off. See you back at the barracks, Rivera. I want my knife back. She's not so bad after all, he said to himself. All right, Gabriel, let's finish this. The chat he had with Townsend and that drink of water allowed him to recover enough energy to start jogging through the desert once again. Another hour passed before he neared the gates. In that time, he'd cut up another 4 cacti to make up for all the hydration the desert had claimed. Spotlights in the distance searched through the darkness, and a squad of guards kept watch outside the gate. Beyond the lights, the desert was a pitch-black void, outlined by patches of midnight blue and stars in the cloudy evening. Almost there, just a bit further, he told himself. Desert winds picked up, bringing more wonderful relief to his body. The refreshing gust sent a chill down his spine with how sudden it was, and it didn't stop there. His sweat-drenched clothes fluttered as the winds built into a howl. Spotlights darted up into the distance. A wall of sand tumbled and roiled through the void. It headed right for them. "Masks up!" warned a guard before his helmet assembled around his head. The wall of sand approached with surprising haste, heralded by winds that pushed Gabriel's exhausted body. Grains of sand scraped against his reddened skin, shooting pain throughout his body. Gabriel pushed his mask against his face, assembling it as the wall of sand swallowed the guards and crashed into him. He threw his arms up to shield himself, struggling to stand against the intensifying winds. So this is what it's like to be at nature's mercy. For years he always had shelter, strong, sturdy walls to hide behind and ride out storms, but no longer. He had to learn to endure nature's wrath if he wanted to survive. The refreshing winds he once welcomed pushed him around like a bully in a schoolyard. Whipping sands clawed at his exposed, burnt flesh, sending sharp, stinging pains through his arms. Winds gusted and threw Gabriel against the crucible's wall. They were still picking up in strength and faster than he expected. Sand raked his skin with growing intensity. He braced his exhausted body against the wall and pulled himself forward. Bright red streaks formed across his burned flesh, where the sand pushed through the hardest. Never had he appreciated a wrist comp more than now. The metal shell of the machine protected most of his forearm from the constant pain his exposed flesh suffered. A yellow holographic text hovered over his wrist comp, blurred and distorted by waves of sand. Flesh Ripper Storm Advisory, low. Between the name and the way his skin already felt from a regular sandstorm, Gabriel wanted nothing to do with whatever potential hell was on its way. The gate wasn't far. He just had to reach it. Gabriel growled, pushing through the wall of sand, scraping his exposed arms, a sensation that only intensified as he dragged his body along the rough walls of the crucible. His concerns grew as one of his sleeves began to split open. His eyes widened with fear and awe as it unraveled fiber by fiber, splitting open bit by bit until it looked as if he had a close encounter with a knife. With a trembling cry, he scrambled forward, throwing himself to the sand. Adrenaline overrode his exhaustion and sent him clawing forward. The low, dull, earth-trembling rumble of machinery pierced the howling winds. Is the gate closing? He dragged himself faster and faster, forcing himself to his feet, staggering through the storm in a desperate run. Gabriel caught a glimpse of the spotlights through the storm. They were beacons in the darkness, and he spotted them not a moment too soon. The enormous gate was about to seal. Gabriel used every shred of energy he had left to sprint through the gate. Between the storm and his own exhaustion, he tumbled into a roll inside, coming to a stop at the feet of what he could only hope was an amused guard behind a faceless helmet. The gates closed behind him with a low, rumbling crash of metal. The guards, like Gabriel, were caked from head to toe in sand. If not for the familiar silhouette of their armor, he would have had no idea who they were. "So you're the slacker we've been stuck out here waiting for," snarked the guard's digitized voice. Taking a firm grasp of Gabriel's arm, the guard none too gently hefted him onto his feet. "Cutting it close with that storm." "My bad," Gabriel rasped, between pants and broken-up nervous laughter. As he looked past the guards, the second gate remained wide open. The sandstorm left the base covered in a haze, broken up by white streaks of light from the various structures, light posts, and patrolling vehicles. Whatever the storm was doing beyond the walls was not powerful enough to do more than inconvenience the crucible's operation. "Don't sweat it, kid. Let's get you back to the barracks." Gabriel was thrown in the back of their patrol buggy and dropped off at his destination. It was a brief but thoroughly welcomed rest. Townsend and Jensen laughed as Gabriel walked inside, caked in sand, undershirt cut open along his sleeves and back. "Rivera!" Townsend threw her arms up in celebration. "You made it! And not much worse for wear, too. That storm was getting nasty." He gave a tired nod and handed Townsend's knife back. "Thanks for your help." She took the knife with a smile, waving it about as she talked. "Can't have any of my recruits flunking out the first week. It's a bad look for us instructors." She spun the blade in her hand and slipped it into its shoulder sheath. "But don't get used to it. Self-reliance is a necessary trait of every reclaimer." "Yes, ma'am." He threw up a weak salute. "So have you checked your rankings, recruit?" Townsend practically beamed at him as she gestured at his wrist comp. Gabriel was considering dropping into the nearest seat, or the floor for that matter, when this question came up. But he wasn't sure he was going to get back up, so he lifted up the device and saw the blinking blue light of notifications on it. He activated it and saw the simple text scrolling across the display. Ranking assessment update. Agility +1. Endurance +1. Willpower, base ranking updated to 2. New rank, F3. It was enough to fill him with a second wind as he went through his updated stats. I went up 2 ranks in a day? Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, F3. Strength, 0. Agility, 1. Endurance, 1. Willpower, 2 to 4, factored as 2 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Charisma, 0. Nothing else had increased other than his survival skill, but that wasn't even halfway out of the zeros just yet.
"Don't get too excited, recruit," Jensen grunted. "Climbing out of the zeros after what we put you through isn't impressive. It's expected as the bare minimum. The fact your strength hasn't increased at all is nothing short of a disappointment."
Gabriel's smile didn't fall. "With all due respect, sir, you're not taking this victory from me." That brief moment of defiance earned Gabriel a soul-crushing stare down from Jensen. "Sorry, sir," he squeaked out. Townsend laughed at the exchange. "Jensen's right, but to be fair, none of us were expecting you to make it through today. So enjoy the small victory. It only gets harder from here." Gabriel nodded. "I can fix that. My strength rank, I mean. If I hit the gym now—" Townsend put a shockingly tight grip on his shoulder. "You will put your gains at risk, recruit. This isn't a game where you can just bump up your stats and keep them forever. You have to work to maintain those gains, and that includes proper rest." Gabriel still felt some of the exhaustion and ache from earlier, but this jump in ranking was giving him a high he couldn't ignore. But he didn't want to argue with Townsend either. Out of all his instructors, she was the most approachable. "Yes, ma'am. I'll get right on that." Townsend patted his shoulder. "Good. We'll see you in the morning, Rivera." Gabriel headed straight for the dormitory to clean up, his mind racing with ideas of how he could improve his attributes and skills faster than normal. If he spent his free time training rather than relaxing, there was a chance he just might actually catch up to the rest of his company. The other recruits gasped at the sight of Gabriel shambling in through the front door with a trail of sand in his wake. He must have looked like an extra from the latest Mummy movie. But he didn't worry too much about the attention. He had way more important things on his mind. Thought I won my bet already." Okumura pursed his lips with a half-hearted smile, fingers drumming on his chin. Albrecht elbowed Okumura's ribs with excitement. "What'd I tell you? He's gonna make it. I got a good feeling I did." Gabriel cracked a weary smile in response, but pushed on. He needed a nice, cold shower after that run before he could seriously consider doing anything else. Alexander looked over his shoulder as Gabriel passed his bunk. "Still alive?" he questioned. With a shrug, he turned away from Gabriel. "Must be dumb luck." "Really? Tubbs is still breathing?" The stocky man with a short mohawk gawked with a thick accent from beyond the southern wall, a wall the U.S. constructed along the border with Mexico after the cartels escalated their threat from drug-running nuisances to straight-up raiding parties and caravans. The mahogany-skinned man looked to be the youngest in Alexander's cadre. "Hey, Zach, how come you're always right about these things?" "Decades of experience, Vargas," the ashen-haired man answered, picking sand out of his nails. "You're far too optimistic about this lot, Zachary," the giant of a man among Alexander's men scolded, with a deep, thundering baritone. "Especially Doughboy here." Zachary smiled. "You'd be surprised what an underdog can do under pressure, Titus. Underestimating one nearly cost me my life once." Gabriel slipped past them before he could let their discussion get under his skin. He took his long-awaited shower and grabbed a fresh uniform. Quiet had returned to the dormitory by the time he made his way back out. The lights were off for the night, and most recruits were fast asleep in their bunks after a hard day's work. Temptation and reason both demanded he crawl into bed, but he still had time to burn before curfew. He snagged himself a protein shake and headed down to do what he had to. Raylan was following him along. He wasn't nearly as sneaky as he thought he was, but Gabriel wasn't about to make a big deal about his worried friend looking out for him. Eventually, Raylan spoke up. "Gabriel, where are you going, man? It's an hour till curfew." Gabriel pointed up to the gym sign with a weary smile. "I have a lot of work to do." Chapter 9. 3 days passed since the training began, and every day since, Gabriel spent his evenings in the gym, burning away the night to catch up to Alexander and the others. He managed to increase his strength to rank 1 in that time, bumping him up to F4. But just as Jensen said, every rank he reached made climbing onto the next one that much harder. But the system rated them based on a combination of skill and physical attributes. Someone could be in the high C ranks and still have a combined strength, agility, and endurance of 1. Those raw physical stats served as the foundation for any skill, however, and that's what Phase 1 was all about. While his training regimen bore fruit, Raylan had insisted he'd take it easy now and then. At his advice, Gabriel had a day focused for upper body, another for lower, while the in-between days he rested by working on his flexibility, thanks to one of the many girls that caught Raylan's eye. But that was as much slowing down as Gabriel was willing to do. Gabriel put down a pair of 40-pound dumbbells. Metal thudded against the gym's padded floor as he wiped his brow. "All right, pull-ups. Here we go." Gabriel rubbed his hands together and hopped to it. He flailed and kicked his feet in the air, managing a single rep. The second attempt turned his face beet red. 2 pull-ups is better than 0, he told himself as he finished the second rep. Raylan chuckled. "Need someone to get you riled up, man?" "I got it." Gabriel strained himself as he went for a third until his hands gave out. "Try this, Gabriel." Raylan brought a stool over and set it beneath the bar. "What am I supposed to do with this?" "Stand on it and pull yourself up." Gabriel furrowed his brow. "This helps me how?" Raylan threw his arms up. "Do I have to explain everything, man?" "Yes." "So, you keep one foot on this and do the whole pull-up thing, right? You use the stool to pull yourself up. Then you get your foot off it to lower yourself as slow as you can." "This actually works?" Gabriel didn't bother hiding the disbelief in his question. Raylan nodded. "Yeah, man. I saw a guy back home do it all the time at the gym. He started out tons of fun like you, too." He slapped Gabriel's gut. "But he ended up one of the most jacked guys there." "Why didn't you say this before?" Gabriel climbed onto the stool and did exactly what Raylan said. While it wasn't technically a pull-up, the act of slowly lowering himself did put a strain on all the same muscles he was trying to train up. "Because it looked stupid, and I never did try it out for myself," Raylan laughed. "But hey, if it helps, it helps." Gabriel was on his 5th rep. His back and arms were burning hot. As ridiculous as it felt and looked, this trick was no joke. This might actually work. "Good to hear it, man. Now let's hit the showers. We got a half hour till curfew." "That's a half hour I can use. Maybe even stay longer if the guards let me," Gabriel insisted with a sharp exhale. "You could. Or you could rest up before Townsend spends tomorrow riding your ass," Raylan said. Gabriel dropped from the bars and grabbed at the back of his head. He'd been chewed out enough times not to tempt fate. Yeah, on second thought, let's get out of here. Day 1 was a rough enough introduction to the Crucible. The days that followed had been tougher. It didn't help that Townsend had grown fond of pushing Gabriel harder than the others. He was the weakest link in her company, and as much sense as it made, he didn't enjoy being the main focus of barking instructors. Raylan led the way out of the gym through the barracks halls. "So how do you like it here so far, man? Is it what you expected the military to be like? Can't complain with what's at stake. But this reclaimer training is a lot harder than anything I saw for the military's videos, and way harder than anything those recruiters we got to train with back home said, too." Gabriel stretched an arm across his chest. "What about your family? Have you heard anything about them?" Raylan asked. Gabriel shook his head. Not a peep. I tried asking an instructor during our downtime, but they said comms coming in and out of the Crucible are tightly controlled. They don't want to risk anyone finding this place. "That's rough, man," Raylan said. "But it makes sense with the pack running around." "What about you?" Gabriel asked. "How are you liking the place?" "It's not so bad. Already got my eye on a few girls." He counted them off on his hand. Angela, Pamela, Sandra, and Rita. And there's a lot more I haven't met yet in the other companies. Gabriel shook his head with a smile tugging at his lips. "Don't you think you should, stick to one?" "Man, I'm casting a wide net here," Raylan said with a hint of indignation. "If I'm going to find the one, I got to hang out with a lot of these beauties first. You might end up with a harem on accident that way, or an angry mob." Gabriel laughed, remembering Raylan's luck with women. "Definitely an angry mob. No. Raylan's arm swung wild in rejection of the idea. "Not doing that harem thing. Too much effort and drama to manage. Besides, my mom would find me and kill me. End of the world or not." Gabriel laughed harder as they passed by the rec room to the cheer of a crowd inside. "What's going on in there?" "I don't know, man, but I want to find out." Raylan took a step toward the doorway. Gabriel grinned. "What happened to the whole rest thing?" Raylan pursed his lips at Gabriel. "Boy, get your ass in here." He latched onto Gabriel's arm and dragged him inside. Gabriel laughed and looked around the dark room with all manner of colorful arcade machines and game tables at the front. Classic, noisy machines, with all sorts of music and sounds filled the room. There were a few recruits scattered about, enjoying their downtime, but the cheers and cries of excitement came from deeper inside. Past the couches, holoscreens, and virtual reality pods, there was a hallway marked Simulators. "Really? The simulators?" Raylan asked. "This is where all the excitement's coming from?" A louder set of cheers mixed with pained oohs confirmed his suspicions. "Sounds like someone's having a good time in there." Gabriel slipped inside the hall. It split into several larger chambers for different purposes. There was an infantry room, one for ground vehicles, aircraft, and finally a tactical armor simulator room. The commotion came from the armor room. It was crowded with 30, maybe 40 recruits, none of which he recognized from his company. 2 sets of 6 blocky pods, almost the size of a small car, sat on either side of the room. Offline holoscreens hung above these pods, but they weren't the main attraction. That was dead ahead of them. 2 more pods sat at the end of the room. Each one had a holographic display above them, showing a focused view of what the individual pilots were doing, while a much larger display sat above them. Gabriel was familiar with this setup from the Vanguard Front tournaments. It was usually reserved for duels and the smaller tournaments, where a crowd could gather around to watch like they were now. The left display showed the pilot scrambling through a ruined city in the desert. He rushed from one ruined structure to another in an olive assault armor. The pilot was practically throwing themselves into cover before firing blind into the distant structures. Gabriel tried to pick out a target, but the wild shots and third-person camera made it hard to pinpoint. On the right display, the camera shifted carefully from deep within a ruined structure. It was a sniper scope, and it fixed on the panicked pilot below. A long barrel raised into view with a heavy muzzle brake. The pilot on the right had a damn sniper cannon. Their crosshairs lined up with the structure their opponent used for cover. "You don't have a clean shot," Gabriel thought, wondering just how sturdy the city ruins were. Bang! The muzzle blast shook the structure around the viewport as sand rained down all around. The shell blew a hole clean through the structure right to its mark, bringing the structure down on the scrambling armor in the process. "Oh, you're good," he thought with an excited grin. Gabriel's eyes turned to the central screen for a more cinematic view of the spectacle before them. Already his hands itched with anticipation. He wanted to take on this sniper while they still had time. The olive armor was a Western design, and from his experience with games similar to the simulator, it was using bog-standard parts. The pilot was as green as his armor. That much was obvious when their opponent crashed through another structure and flew out of the rubble. Tan shades comprised the sniper's desert camo color scheme. The head of the machine had a raised visor with additional optics to engage at range on top of the sniper cannon's own targeting systems. An angular kite shield of sorts sat on its off-arm, holding the side grip of that enormous gun. Where kite shields normally ended in a pointed tip, this one ended in a flat bottom, with a pair of claw-like protrusions, probably meant to act as a backup weapon or to help brace the shield. Bang! The shot rang out from the cannon. The olive armor's arm flew off in a rain of shrapnel, oil, and loose wiring. The sniper came crashing down on the rookie pilot, riding them like a surfboard across the desert ruins. The heavy cannon pressed to the olive armor's chest, right where the cockpit was. While the rookie pilot desperately flailed about to save themselves, the sniper calmly pulled back on the grip, ejecting an enormous shell and chambering another. One last shot, and the armor's chest was blasted clean through. "Winner, Nicole Lugo," flashed across the screen. "Our Nicole?" Gabriel asked. He knew she had signed up for some special branch of the Tactical Armor Corps, but he didn't know she was this good. Had he known these simulators were here, he would have asked her to show him her moves. Sure enough, Nicole popped out of the pod on the right the second its hatch slid forward to open. From the left, a sweaty recruit from the third company crawled out. He held a hand to his chest while dark sweat stains drenched his fatigues. "That's weird," Gabriel commented. "Right?" Raylan said. Neither of them had ever seen someone leave a simulator pod in that state before. Nicole tugged the helmet off her head. "How's a girl supposed to keep her skills sharp if none of you can show me a good time?" The room filled with laughter as they helped the poor, beaten recruit out of the pod. Gabriel was still trying to wrap his mind around why the recruit came out so sweaty and weak. Maybe the cooling unit malfunctioned, he thought. Nicole was spotless, after all. "Who's next?" Nicole swept her helmet across the crowd. "Come on, don't be shy. I'm sure one of you can make a half-assed shell jockey." "Psst, Gabriel, get in there." Raylan prodded Gabriel's ribs with his elbow. "We just got here. I'm sure someone else is waiting," Gabriel said. Nicole stood at the top of her pod, arms spread out in challenge. "No one? Anyone?" "Doesn't look like it, man." Raylan pushed him forward. A grin tugged at Gabriel's lips. His eyes met with Nicole's. "Guess it's my turn, then." Rivera! You think you've got what it takes to keep up with me? A real pilot?" She returned the grin and hopped off the pod. "Oh, I think I can show you a good time." Gabriel pushed his way through the crowd. "Ballsy, boy. You ever been in one of these things?" Gabriel slipped inside the pod with a shake of his shoulders. The seat was hot, sweaty, gross, but he was already committed. The pod had a pair of control sticks and foot pedals, a harness to strap himself in, and a single screen directly ahead of him. Something similar. I've spent an unhealthy amount of time playing Vanguard Front. The screen ahead of him prompted him to connect his wrist comp and enter his name. Apparently I have a level 4 assault armor specialization because of it, even if my general piloting skill is still a measly 1. "What the actual fuck?" Nicole said with a mix of confusion and delight in her voice and face. "How did you get that from a civilian simulator?" Gabriel shrugged. "Beats me. I'm pretty sure someone messed up somewhere when they were stalking me." He plugged in his wrist comp and entered his name before looking around. Normally, there's at least a few more screens in the VR pods I'm used to. "Don't worry," Nicole said. "This is just the initial display before you get in. They set it up this way so someone who actually knows what they're doing can help newbies like you get set up. This is no simple game, after all." While she went on underestimating him, he had already adjusted the control sensitivities to his liking. Gabriel preferred highly responsive controls that could handle precise, accurate shifts, so it took a bit of tweaking the sensitivity curves just how he liked them. Afterward, he moved on to assembling his assault armor. Tabbing through the different categories of parts with one stick and using the other to scroll through parts lists in a flash, Gabriel let out a thoughtful hum. There were options for days here, far more than he was used to in any game he played in the past. Each part displayed a preview model alongside a different set of statistics. In the simple display mode, the statistics were similar enough to the recruit's own ranking system, measuring things from F0 to S9. Those were fine for newbies, but Gabriel wanted much more detail if he was going to give Nicole a run for her money. The assault armor's main parts were split into arms, legs, torso, and head, with details on their armor rating, power draw, weight, and more. From there were the different weapon mounts available, which varied depending on the capabilities of these core parts. There were even options from pack manufacturers to choose from. Their smooth shapes were a sharp contrast to the hard angles of their Western counterparts. Joint strength? Aerodynamics? Those are new, Gabriel commented. Well, yeah, it is a simulator. Nicole draped herself over the back of his seat. Don't you think you're going a bit fast there, rookie? Gabriel paused for a moment to grin at her. Not yet, but we will be. He flipped through the parts, assembling himself a medium-weight assault armor geared toward maximizing speed. What Gabriel came up with was a blend between a fighter jet's sleek curves and a tank's thick, angled plates. The head was pointed like an arrow, with a pair of communications antennae swept up along the top like a pair of horns. Rather than a pair of eyes like his model back home, this one sported a visor composed of several points of light. Together they formed a visor-like optical sensor suite with an ominous red glow. Looking pretty weak on the armor there, Nicole warned. My cannon's going to rip you apart. Can't kill what you can't hit, Gabriel chuckled, moving on to internals and thrusters. An oversized generator with oversized thrusters spread throughout the suit's legs, shoulders, and back torso. This looks like fun. He hovered over a back unit marked AMZ XL008, a high-mobility booster unit to play with. You're going to have a bad day with that. Why? Gabriel moved on to look through the available armaments. Because that helmet acts as an interface suit, Nicole said. Normally you need one to help translate your inputs to the armor, but these training models also send feedback to your mind. It simulates G-forces, temperature, everything. It'll mess with your poor, sweet ego. Nicole pet over his head. Sounds like fun, Gabriel said. I can't wait to try it out for myself. So where are you from, anyway? Nicole's lips curled into a small smile. Small talk, Rivera? Wouldn't want to bore you to tears while I play dress-up here. Gabriel chuckled, selecting a pair of submachine guns for his armor with a sleek, streamlined design. An optic was mounted on each gun's top rail, sensors feeding targeting data straight into the assault armor's fire control systems. Of course, an SMG on the scale of an assault armor was no laughing matter, especially with 100 rounds of 75mm shells to a mag. Lived in New York most of my life, but then me and my brother moved out to the country with our grandparents. Country as you can get these days, anyway, she answered without a shred of interest in the topic. You're going to need a bigger gun, too. Waster grandparents? You lived beyond the walls of a city? That must have been wild. Gabriel added a pair of shoulder-mounted rocket batteries, 5 barrels to a unit, loading system included. Lived off the land, hunted some deer, dealt with nature on a personal level, Nicole rattled off. I've had more than my fair share of scary days out there, but we had a little bunker all to ourselves. How'd your parents like it out there? Gabriel asked. Nicole squeezed his shoulder tight. Quit wasting my time with small talk, Rivera. Jeez, okay. He winced, scrolling through to the thermal blades category. Thermal nata? What the hell is a nata? Gabriel brought up the weapon. It was a large, machete-like blade with an angled grip and manufactured in Japan. Thick, heavy, and designed for chopping through armor. The blades lacked any kind of tip, which was odd since they seemed to be rather nimble weapons. The blade was made of a special dense alloy that could tolerate obscene heat, deliver it onto a target while retaining its edge through the abuse of combat. Scordite alloy, if he remembered right, a prohibitively heavy and expensive-to-manufacture material. The last piece of equipment was a pair of shields strapped to the shoulders of his mech, covered in bricks of reactive armor. They added a fair amount of weight, reducing his top speed, but with Nicole's cannon, it was insurance. So let me get this straight. Nicole slipped off the back of his seat. You've got a lightish armored shell decked out for speed and close-quarters combat. That's right. Gabriel grinned and moved on to paint his armor, black, with deep crimson highlights. On its shoulder, he added a simple emblem, 13 in Roman numerals. And the cherry on top of this stupid sundae is that paint job, she laughed. It's nice, Rivera, I'll give you that, but it gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever. Don't worry about me. I want you to see me coming. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. He grinned. Okay, hotshot. She patted his shoulder and slipped away to her pod, pulling her helmet on. Try not to have a premature detonation on me. Oh, the crowd cried, as her pod slid shut around her. I wouldn't dream of it, Gabriel shot back with a laugh as his pod sealed. He pulled the helmet on in the darkness, adjusting the strap under his chin. The screen read the text, "Loading," with blue circles spinning behind it. He played with the control sticks while he waited. They had buttons under each of his fingers to manipulate the hands, triggers for the weapons, additional buttons for auxiliary equipment, like his launchers. Foot pedals controlled the legs, jumping, and speed. Everything was like the VR pods back home, but it was definitely a much higher-end setup than anything he or the local arenas could ever afford. Light flooded the darkness. 1 second, he was in a plain, boring metal pod with no details. The next, he was in a well-lit spherical cockpit with far more buttons, controls, and switches than before. This is a little more hardcore than I'm used to, I'm not going to lie, he laughed, reading through the different switches, dials, and levers. Come on, Gabriel. You did this once for the Corps' entry exam. His hand hovered over the new control panel to his left and spotted the switches he needed. One after another, he flipped through the startup sequence, bringing the reactor online, gyroscopes and other systems with a rumbling hum. It was an odd sensation. He knew he was in a simulator, He knew the cold metal switches his fingers flipped through weren't there, yet to his mind they were every bit as real as the nose on his face. A shudder of anticipation rushed through his spine. This is going to be fun. "Main system online," reported the calm artificial female voice of his assault armor. The spherical view screen around him flashed online. He was in the middle of a ruined city, overtaken by sand. An older city, judging by the blend of old steel and concrete skeletons, with windows and other structures resembling early prototypes of modern hab blocks. Though smaller in scale and worn by time, the structures looked sturdy enough to take some of the punishment tactical armors could bring to bear. A small, holographic window appeared to his side, with Nicole's face. "Eyes up, Rivera!" There was a thundering blast. Jets of sand jetted out of a distant structure before the block before him erupted. With a quick manipulation of the controls, Gabriel moved his assault armor out of the way. She was still underestimating him. That wouldn't last long. Gabriel pushed the controls forward. The armor's thrusters roared to life as it rocketed through the dust and debris in his way, practically skating across the ruins. Waves of sand flew in the air as his body slammed back into his seat. The disconnect between his mind and body churned his stomach, but he pushed that aside. "Missed me," he called out as he cleared a section of the city. Across an expanse of rolling dunes, speckled by jagged ruins, was another thick patch of city. There, a hab block loomed above the rest. That was where Nicole fired from, and with no cover to take advantage of, speed was king. "Consider it a warning shot." Nicole fired again. Plumes of sand jetted to the sides of the hab block, high above the city, confirming his suspicions. Gabriel boosted from one side to the other, zooming out of the way as more shots followed in rapid succession. Each swift movement threw his body around within the cockpit as his grasp tightened on the controls. It was throwing him off. Shells narrowly missed his assault armor, shaking him to his core. Simulated or not, the G-forces exerted on his body darkened the edge of his vision. He was starting to lose consciousness. Gabriel remembered a trick his father mentioned when talking about his time flying fighter jets. He had to keep his breathing slow and controlled while tensing up his muscles in preparation for whatever stunt he was planning to pull. The trick was anticipating the G-forces when he had no experience dealing with them. "Don't hold back on me, Lugo," Gabriel replied. He flipped off the safeties on his rocket pods and fired. 10 rockets screamed across the air. Unguided and inaccurate at range, they danced wild across the air. But the hab block was a big target. Explosions erupted mid-air. Nicole's shots intercepted his ordnance. That was impressive, but Gabriel had anticipated that as a possibility. Each explosion covered a large area in flames, smoke, and the occasional debris clouds. Visual cover may not stop Nicole's shells from punching swirling holes through his smoke screen, but it was sure to throw off her targeting computer. "Where'd you learn a trick like that, Rivera?" She grinned as she worked the controls faster, firing again and again. Her shots came faster, almost wild, while maintaining a frightening level of accuracy. Clouds of sand erupted around him. Her shots at range couldn't keep up with him. They left enormous craters in the desert as each missed shot only added to his smoke screen. He glanced down at the speedometer as his armor screamed across the desert. It bounced around the 2,000 miles per hour mark. The booster setup he used was insane, and the simulated forces slamming him into his seat and against his harness agreed. 13 tournaments. Gabriel reached the city, weaving in and out between the ruins as structures crumbled around him. That's how many tries it took to win my first competition. A little simulator sickness isn't going to stop me. He slid to a stop at a clearing beneath the hab block. Nicole and her assault armor were hundreds of floors above him, barrel trained on him. Gabriel fired a full volley of rockets. The heavy ordnance blasted apart the structure. Ruined concrete rained upon the clearing. Smoke and dust obstructed his view. The hab block collapsed. Nicole flew through the smoke, her thrusters holding her up in the air. "You're pretty good, but you're still just a rookie." Missile pods strapped onto her armor's legs, chest, and shoulders flipped open as she fell across the city. She unleashed hundreds of missiles in a wild spread before ejecting the launchers. Nicole vanished in the chaos, leaving Gabriel to deal with the swarm of missiles flying from every direction in erratic paths to block all escape. He headed into the city ruins after Nicole, dancing through the rain of fire. Rapid, sudden shifts in direction twisted his stomach into knots as his boosters fired every which way to avoid the explosions erupting all around. Gabriel's SMGs went up, set to intercept mode. The dull roar of guns shook the cockpit all around him. Balls of fire erupted. Ammo counters dropped quickly as streams of tracers and empty shells crashed across the city. The heat within the cockpit rose as explosions went off too close to his armor, shaking his hull and obstructing his vision with smoke. "Armor at 50%, the AI announced, emotionless. The armor readout on the heads-up display showed yellow across the entire assault armor. On the other side of the smoke, and with the last missiles clear, Gabriel was out in the open desert again. Bang! Another shell rocketed toward him, waves of sand flying out in his wake. It was too fast, too close. Gabriel dodged out of the way, but his gun was ripped out of his hand, exploding in a rain of cooked munitions. The entire armor jerked back from the force, and another shot was already on its way. His eyes shot wide and shifted to the side. Reactive armor on his shoulder intercepted the huge shell, slowing him to a near stop. "Gotcha!" Nicole cheered. Gabriel charged through the cloud of smoke and sand, firing his remaining gun. The sudden acceleration tightened his throat and forced the air from his lungs. Shots caught Nicole's arms and blasted the visor off her armor's head before she could bring up her shield. Shells dented its thick armor and blasted chunks of metal free, but it wasn't enough. She brought her cannon up to bear and fired a shell right past his head. A violent shudder tore through his cockpit. If Gabriel was going to win, he needed that gun out of commission. Gabriel swung his gun back to his armor's hips. Automated holsters swapped his gun for a thermal Nata. Its edge glowed hot white and orange. Slamming the thrusters to full speed, it felt like a mule kicked his chest. His vision blurred into shades of red. He closed the gap between them in an instant and swung for her gun. Nicole blocked with her shield. The Nata bit a deep, molten scar into the shield before she kicked him away. Gasping for breath, he shook his head back into focus in time for her cannon to swing toward him. In a quick maneuver, he shoulder-slammed her. The barrel of her gun jabbed past his head and fired again. Gabriel crushed the cannon's barrel and twisted it out of shape with his free hand. "You're pretty good." She broke away from Gabriel, reaching under her shield. Gabriel chased after her. She couldn't outrun him if she tried. He drew his second Nata. "It's over." Both blades cleaved through her shield. Not yet. She drew her own thermal sword and slammed one of Gabriel's Natas out of his hand. All the chaos of metal crashing, squealing, and warping from battle was not enough to drown out the cheers of the crowd outside the pods. As Gabriel reeled from the blow, he countered by crashing his fist into her armor's face. Shattered metal shards flew between them as he drew his SMG and fired fire. She returned it in kind with small, head-mounted Vulcans. The crowd went wild as the two pilots chased each other down in a furious clash of blades and guns. Alarms went off in Gabriel's cockpit. Readouts flashed with warnings demanding his attention. Body frame, components, the power plant, it was all in the red. His armor was falling apart around him, and even through the simulated heat and violent shaking his mind was subjected to, he couldn't ignore the thrill, the rush of battle. A wide grin grew across his lips. It had been too long since he had a rush like this. Gabriel swung his nata. Nicole thrust her sword through his armor's forearm. The force broke apart her armor's elbow joint, while his own motors blew his arm apart. Gabriel brought his SMG up to her face, blasting apart the optical sensors. The gun was empty, and his armor collapsed against hers. In a last, desperate attempt to win the match, Gabriel aimed his rocket pods, but before he could manage the shot, she slammed a tack-buster grenade to his chest. The device unfurled, latching a dozen shaped charges onto his cockpit. Gabriel pulled the trigger as explosions went off all around him. Charges surrounding his cockpit detonated. The cockpit caved in, filling with flames and metal flying at him from every direction. It was all over in a flash. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest as the world went dark around him. He could still feel the intense heat washing over him, the pressure crushing his body while shrapnel shredded his body. He wasn't sure which of the three killed him first, but that was hardly his main concern. Was that what it's like to die? He wondered with wide eyes. That was probably the simulation's intent, and while his mind could rationalize it, his body was still reeling from it. Gabriel was drenched in sweat. His breathing was rapid, and he couldn't stop shaking. Frantically, he checked his body for wounds. Not a scratch. The realization helped the pain fade away as the pod's plain walls came back into view. The screens before him lit up. Draw. The pod pulled open to a cheering crowd of recruits. Gabriel peeled the helmet off his head. Sweat dripped thick from the helmet. His fatigues soaked dark, and the seat and controls were not spared the treatment. Just like the last recruit to crawl out of the pod. Nicole climbed out of her own pod in no better shape, at least if he ignored the big grin on her face. Before she could speak, a slow clap silenced the crowd. All eyes turned to Alexander. "Such a fantastic show you put on, Rivera. Shame you cannot perform this way in the training yard." Gabriel peeled himself out of the pod, adrenaline still flowing through his veins. He gestured at Nicole's pod. "You want to go, Hartford? I have better things to do than waste my time on games. But I am glad to see you enjoying the little time you have left on the Crucible." A toothy, predatory smile pulled at his lips. "How long do you think you have? Another day? 2? Certainly it will be no longer than a week before they throw you out." "I don't know about that." Nicole wiped the sweat off her exposed forearms. "He's pretty stubborn." Alexander looked at Nicole like a kid who just said the darndest thing. "How very optimistic of you." "Talk all you want, Hartford," Gabriel said. "I'm coming for you, and I'll beat you at every turn. While I'm at it, I'll take the company leadership from you, too," he said, with all the confidence in the world. Meanwhile, his brain was screaming at him, telling him his mouth was writing checks he could not cash. Alexander laughed. "You, more than any other recruit in our company, are a waste. A waste of time, space, and valuable resources. The sooner you can accept that, the easier things will be for you." He left them with a grin. "But I am happy to be proven wrong." Gabriel's nails bit into the palms of his hands. Nicole crossed her arms with an annoyed, raised brow. "Don't worry about that loser." She let out a frustrated breath and muttered, "Fucking buzzkill." She raised her wrist comp. "We've got time for another match or two. Want to go again?" Nicole wore an excited grin, already leaning back toward her pod. Gabriel relaxed his shoulders with a sharp exhale, then looked back to his pod. Gabriel's simulated death flashed before his eyes. The contents of his stomach tried to escape his throat, but he forced them down with a hard swallow. I'm not feeling so hot all of a sudden. Maybe I'll call it an early night." Nicole laughed. "Dying get to you?" His stomach churned at the mention. Yeah. Fine. She turned to the crowd. Show's over, nerds. Find someone else to kick your asses. Protests and boos broke out, but the crowd dispersed. Nicole, Raylan, and Gabriel headed out to the barracks hall. Raylan nudged Gabriel. Silent as he was, Raylan's lips were tight, the corners of his mouth quivering to keep a smile from growing too big. Gabriel shot back a questioning glance. So, 13 tournaments, huh? Nicole asked. Yeah. Gabriel's attention returned to her. Didn't do too well at first. They used a simulator setup like the one back there, just much lower end. A bunch of tryhards curb-stomped me and talked all kinds of smack. He thought back on those days and laughed. They were stressful then, but now they were fond memories. But like all of Hartford's shit-talking, all they did was rile me up. I still can't believe that's where you learned to pilot like that, Nicole said. Do you know how reckless everything you did was? Gabriel expected to see anger in her face, but all he saw was excitement. In the shape you're in, you would have been knocked the hell out with the G's you pulled in a real shell. The Corps Scouts said the same thing, Gabriel said. But the way they fought was stiff, rigid, like they were following a playbook to the letter. You were crazy flexible, though. Raylan snorted. His eyes squinted, losing the fight to that growing smile as he burst into laughter. Gabriel smacked his arm. Nicole ignored Raylan. Sounds like you met some old war dogs. They were trained in the old ways, back when the military was a lot less flexible about loadouts. Me? I'm from the new school. She chuckled. Every one of us must be an army in our own right. That's the thinking behind the new doctrine. So training's a hell of a lot harder, and we get a lot of time in simulators to experiment. Is the dying part of the simulation really necessary, though? She nodded. Nobody likes to die, even if it's a simulation, but that's part of the training. You can teach someone how to aim a gun, pull the trigger, but if they don't come to terms with their own mortality, they'll choke under pressure. Besides, nothing encourages creative problem-solving like avoiding your own death. That's pretty hardcore. Raylan chimed in as they crossed the commissary doors. Anyway, this is my stop. See you tomorrow, Rivera. She slipped through the doors. You too. Gabriel smiled in an almost dreamy haze, carrying on down the hall. Raylan returned to nudging his friend, eyebrows raised with that broad smile of his on full display. My man. He held out a hand to Gabriel. What? He threw his hands in the air. Raylan snorted, shaking his head. Don't worry about it. Chapter 10. Early evening. Gabriel was out for a run within the Crucible's perimeter after a long day of training. The sun still hovered above the walls through a thin, sandy haze, bathing the base in warm light. He had spent the past few days focusing a little too hard on his strength, so he was taking a break from the gym. His progress bar had started to slow down a little too much, and he hoped a change of pace would let it pick up the pace. Regardless, he needed to work on his agility and endurance. Gabriel could have all the strength in the world, but if he couldn't apply it quickly or have the fuel in the tank to keep moving forward, it didn't matter. Cardio was king. Guards hung out by the armory gates. One of the men leaned against the wall, helmet off, rifle hanging from his hip, while he joked with the others. Protecting the Crucible must have been a breeze. Nobody knew where they were. The vast desert prevented the curious from even laying eyes on the place. The jamming towers, stationed around the base, also helped prevent electronic surveillance. Gap generators was what the guards called those towers. Unwanted communications were prevented from coming in and out of the Crucible so long as they passed through the tower's area of influence. They even shrouded their patch of desert from satellites by hacking them. As far as any orbital surveillance knew, the Crucible was nothing more than an empty patch of desert. Their range must have been absurd, and their numbers more a matter of redundancy than anything else. Gabriel took in slow lungfuls of air, pacing himself to finish the run around the crucible. He only had to make it back to the barracks to finish up. His ears perked at the sound of boots rushing to his side. Albrecht and Okumura flanked him. "You don't take a break, do you, Gabriel?" Okumura gave a faint smile. "Lad's got to win my bet for me. That's no small responsibility." Albrecht laughed. Gabriel shook his head with a growing smile. "Aiming just a smidge higher than that, Albrecht. Where'd you two come from, anyway?" "You know Albrecht. He sees some shiny tech and he can't keep his grabby hands off it." Okumura leaned forward to stare at Albrecht. "How many times did the guards yell at you in the armory?" "Just a dozen or two," Albrecht said innocently. "They stopped yelling after they gave us an escort. Surprised he didn't beat you with how many times he pulled you away from the lifters," Okumura said. Gabriel laughed at their hijinks. "Come to think of it, I don't actually know you two too well, or many other people here." "Kinda hard to talk to people when you're running drills all day and doing extra at night," Okumura said. "Honestly, find some time to slack off." Gabriel snorted. "You wouldn't be saying that if you knew the old me. I was a champion at slacking off. But I guess I'm overcompensating a bit these days. Anyway, it's not like I don't take breaks. I just work very hard." Albrecht nodded. "You were at that simulator thing a few days ago, right?" "With Nicole? Yeah, that was me," Gabriel said. Albrecht smacked Okumura's chest. "See? He can take breaks." Okumura rolled his eyes. "So what do you want to know, lad?" Albrecht asked. Gabriel shrugged. "I guess, where are you two from?" "Technically Germany," Albrecht replied. "Was a little babe during the whole Reconquista of Europe. Grew up a Brit, though. They were kind enough to give my family refuge. Raised by Brits and hates seafood," Okumura snorted. "Reconquista? Reconquest?" Gabriel asked, his run slowing to a jog after they cleared the armory. Albrecht shrugged. "I don't speak Spanish, lad. Just know it was a mess." Gabriel nodded. "So what happened with all that?" "The way my parents tell it, we got a bunch of refugees from countries where the Pack were expanding to. Most of Europe thought, why not, let them in." Albrecht sighed. "Turns out the whole thing was an unnecessarily complicated infiltration operation over decades. There were plenty of legitimate refugees, don't get me wrong, but more than enough spies to cause trouble. They got into government, the military, critical infrastructure. Then one day the Pack casually rolled in." "Jeez," Gabriel said. He knew the Pack were dirty and underhanded at the best of times, but this was downright evil. Albrecht nodded. "Right? We couldn't organize any opposition, thanks to them. Most of our people were too busy getting stuck in with traitors in our ranks to deal with the Pack military. It was awful. Mum and Dad got together toward the late end of that mess, when your Yanks rolled in to save the day again, guns blazing as you do." "Well, you know." Gabriel popped up his sweat-drenched collar, like he had contributed anything to a war effort he wasn't born for. "Back-to-back World War champions." Okumura chuckled. "Don't remind the Brits. They get mad about that every time." "You know what the worst part was?" Albrecht continued. "Mum said the mess was entirely avoidable had we just listened to you Americans to begin with. But our leaders ignored all the warnings about infiltrators among the refugees." Gabriel shot Albrecht a questioning glance. "Wait, how would we even know the difference between infiltrators and refugees?" "You don't," Okumura answered. "That's the problem with an enemy willing to do anything and everything to destroy you. But that much should be obvious. They treat their military assets like cannon fodder. What do you think they do to their brainwashed civilians?" Albrecht nodded. "Yeah, Now the whole continent's more battlefield than anything livable." Gabriel sighed. "That's the whole world now, isn't it?" "Looks that way," Okamura replied. They ran past the hospital, a stout but sprawling structure marked by red crosses. Like every other complex, the hospital had its own wall and gates. The base of the hospital expanded outwards, with large receiving areas for patients, along with landing pads protruding from the sides of the structure's upper levels. Segments of the imposing structure sloped upwards to a pair of towers toward the back of the structure, probably for all the bigwigs making sure the place ran smoothly. Such a large structure dedicated to medical treatment was worrying when coupled with all the warnings of how dangerous the Crucible's training would become. So far he hadn't seen any evidence to say it wasn't just mind games. But people don't invest in a hospital of that scale out of an overabundance of caution. "What about you, Okamura?" Gabriel sped up to a run again, panting for breath. "Front lines of the Pacific Front," he answered simply. "Japan? That's right. I volunteered at the field hospital since I was a kid, as much as they'd let me anyway." Okamura matched Gabriel's shifting pace. "It wasn't the best place to grow up, but the pack wasn't giving us a damned choice in the matter. Ended up getting sent to Britain, or what was left of it. The idea was to make a proper doctor out of me without bombs raining on my head, so I could really help when I came back." "More infiltrators?" Gabriel guessed. No, nature happened. Flooding and earthquakes tore the island into much smaller pieces. Most cities are abandoned, flooded ruins now. The few cities they salvaged are a kind of hybrid between New York and oil rigs out in the ocean. "Why not send you stateside, then?" Okamura shrugged. "Who knows? The Brits didn't even take me to one of their fancy floating cities. Albrecht was there at least, so it wasn't terrible." "Someone had to pound a sense of humor into you, lad," Albrecht boasted, leading the way forward. "It mostly worked." Okamura rolled his eyes. "Mostly." Gabriel blinked. "What do you mean, floating cities, like in the skies? Did you live under a rock, lad? No, they don't fly. They float on the oceans. There's some amazing tech," Albrecht said. "They showed them to us back in orientation." Gabriel thought back to the burning ships they were shown. A nervous chuckle escaped him. "Oh, yeah. Aye. Imagine a hab block, but it's mobile, riding out those crazy oceans. Now imagine a whole fleet of those, with the flagship acting as the mothership for the whole thing. That's New London." "Sounds like a nightmare to keep it running, honestly," Gabriel mused. "That's why it's a technological marvel, lad." Albrecht's arms flailed about. "You'll have to fill me in on how that all works later." He took a deep breath of the cooling desert air, full of his musty sweat. "All this stuff about city fleets is starting to fly over my head." "Because you're exhausted," Okamura said. "As your personal physician, I recommend getting back to the barracks." "When did you become my doctor?" Gabriel pushed on through, past the lab complex and its unsettling aura. "Since I am the only one with any medical training around here willing to see you." Gabriel wanted to say Sarah had a rank in her medical skill, but that was probably just basic first aid training. It couldn't possibly hold up to what Okamura had seen in those hospitals. Albrecht nodded. "Aye, medical's basically self-service around here, unless something serious happens. Might want to listen to the doctor, lad." "Not sure patching soldiers back together counts as medical training," Gabriel teased. He'd heard one too many stories about how terrible frontline medical care was. Then again, trying to put someone back together while getting bombed was hardly an ideal scenario. Okamura glared at Gabriel. Okay, I'm going, Doc. Calm down." Gabriel shook his head, a smile pulling at his lips. It was a straight run across the Crucible from the labs to the barracks. They passed by patrolling guards and heavy trucks moving between the different complexes. Recruits were scattered about in different groups from different companies. A number of the company they belonged to was worn on a circle around the Reclaimer emblem on their fatigues. Gabriel's legs burned hot by the time they arrived at the barracks. The sun started to vanish behind the walls as streetlights came online. He came to a stop, past the knight's statue, grabbing his thighs and catching his breath. Coming back wasn't such a bad idea. His breaths were heavy, sweat dripping onto the sandy pavement. Of course it wasn't. I know what I'm talking about, Okumura replied. Gabriel looked up at the sound of scraping boots nearby. Sergei, the towering Russian recruit from their company, jogged around the corner of the recruits' barracks. It seemed innocent enough, had a group of 6 others not followed after him. They all had tight buzz cuts on their heads, and they didn't look like a bunch of pushovers either. There was one too many serious expressions among that group for Gabriel's comfort, especially when they were all fixed on Sergei. When one recruit cracked his knuckles, it sealed the deal for Gabriel. They were about to jump Sergei. Without a word, Gabriel followed after them. He peeked around the corner. Sergei made another turn, jogging, throwing punches in the air like in some sort of boxing movie. The other recruits were still on his trail. "Gabriel, what are you doing?" Okumura questioned, practically resting his head on Gabriel's shoulder as he peeked around the corner with him. "Aye, lad, this is kind of sketch." Albrecht piled on with them. The recruits vanished behind another corner, and Gabriel pushed the other 2 off him. "Did you guys see that?" "The shadow boxing giant?" Albrecht asked. "What about him, lad?" "I think those guys were chasing him." Okumura shrugged. "Yeah, well, he's Pack anyway. Not my problem. Besides, I'd be more worried about the other guys if they tried anything." Gabriel frowned. "Well, I'm not just going to let them mess with Sergei." Did you miss the part where he's Pack?" "No, but that's 6-on-1 and he's in our company." Gabriel took off for the alley where they vanished. Okumura's frustration grew in his tone. "Or the whole Reconquista mess?" "Yeah, well, what kind of idiots are running this place if they let an infiltrator slip in?" Gabriel snapped quietly. He peeked around the next, barely catching the tail end of the group. "You don't have to come with me." Okumura groaned. "You're going to get trashed if we let you go alone." "The guards will show up if it gets out of hand," Gabriel insisted, as muffled shouts came from the next corner. He headed right for them. "Arse kicking it is," Albrecht whined. Gabriel came around the corner to see the group of recruits cornering Sergei. In the shadow of the barracks, the building's harsh lights were the main source of illumination. The recruits shouted, yelled, and hurled insults at Sergei, while the giant stared down at them, rolling his shoulder and stretching his neck. "What the hell is going on here?" Gabriel stormed in, pushing through the crowd, standing between them and Sergei. "Gabriel, this was a really stupid idea," Okumura whispered to him. Albrecht nodded. "We could have flanked them, lad." "What's it look like, Tubbs? We're taking out the trash," a black-haired recruit with brown eyes and a deep tan answered, gesturing at Sergei. If Gabriel had to guess, he was the leader of the group. He was bigger than the rest, taller than Gabriel. His lips pulled up into a sneer. "And what's it to you? You like rats or something?" Gabriel straightened himself out, puffing out his chest. "This rat is from my company, the 42nd, and I won't have anyone picking on my company." Sergei looked down to Gabriel, with his brow tightened in confusion. "Sergei can protect Sergei. He's not of the necessaries, little man." "Listen to the rat, Thickness," another chimed in. "You and your little friends can leave while we deal with this accident." Gabriel looked up to Sergei. 6-on-1 isn't a fair fight. I'm not letting you do this alone. I'd do the same for anyone else. He returned his attention to the lead recruit, reading the name on his shirt along with his company. They belonged to the first. "So back up, Hayes. We don't need to make a mess of this." "Or what? punk. Hayes leaned in close to Gabriel's face. What's an F-ranker like you going to do about it? Outnumbered and outclassed, Gabriel said the only reasonable thing to come to mind.
Fuck around and find out.
Hayes shoved Gabriel and threw a punch at his face. The recruits around them shouted as they fell upon Gabriel and the others. Gabriel caught Hayes's fist with both hands. The force of the impact sent dull waves of pain rippling from his arm to his chest. He couldn't believe he actually blocked Hayes's blow. But there was no time to celebrate. A sharp hook followed, smashing Gabriel in the eye. Gabriel spiraled to the floor. Hayes kicked him in the ribs again and again. The composite toe of the boots may as well have been a hammer Hayes was beating Gabriel with. Okamura and Albrecht pushed and shoved against the others, getting a few good hits in. Angry cries in Russian erupted from Sergei. Loud, solid impacts followed. One recruit fell to the floor, nose broken and bleeding from the mouth. Another staggered into a wall, clutching his gut before dropping to the floor. Hayes's kicking stopped as a large shadow loomed over them. Fuck! Sergei's palm slammed into Hayes's throat and sent him rolling across the pavement, choking for air. Albrecht and Okamura dropped to the floor, bruised and battered. The three other recruits jumped on Sergei's back. Gabriel wheezed onto all fours to the sound of scrambling boots on pavement. "On the ground, now, recruits!" barked the familiar, distorted voice of a guard. 8 more guards surrounded them, rifles aimed at them. It seemed unnecessary to Gabriel. Their wrist comps already had a taser built into them. Maybe it was just to enforce discipline, and he wasn't about to argue with armed guards. What sane person would? He laid down on his stomach while Albrecht and Okamura flopped over with a groan. Sergei's victims were in too deep a daze to do more than whimper where they lay. The last 3 recruits climbed off Sergei's back and dropped to the floor with the rest of them. Guards rushed over to them, wrestling the recruits to their feet. Another 10 guards rushed out. The banged-up recruits were dragged out of the alleys between the barracks structures and thrown in the back of a heavy truck. Their arms were restrained with magnetic handcuffs. The truck drove off, probably heading to whatever equivalent of a prison the Crucible had. Gabriel's first week was proving to be more eventful than he bargained for. He winced as the flesh around his eye tensed, throbbing in pain. If he didn't have a black eye already, it was going to get there. His ribs cried out louder as he shifted in the hard polymer seat beneath him. Nothing felt broken as far as he was aware, but he was going to feel it in the morning. "Why tiny man risk for Sergei? He's not of necessity. He's too soft for fighting." The huge man looked down at Gabriel, still as confused as when he showed up to defend him. "I told you, it wasn't a fair fight. Besides, we're in this together, right?" Gabriel said. Sergei hummed, leaning back against the truck's wall, staring at the ceiling. "You'd do the same for the rest of us."
"Maybe. Sergei is still not knowing of the peoples here, unsure of trustingness of them. Like anyone could trust a rat," huffed one of the recruits across from them.
Gabriel laughed. "You really want to go again?"
"With less of our asses getting kicked, preferably," Okamura grumbled, a thick bruise on his cheek. "One beating's enough for me, lad," Albrecht whined.
The recruit took one look at Sergei and grit his teeth.
"Nah, but only because he ain't worth dealing with the guard."
Their truck came to a stop. The back opened and another security detail waited for them, 10 men strong. Gabriel and the other hopped out. They stood beneath the shadow of the command center, Eridanus banners fluttering in the breeze. Maybe this is just where they keep the jailhouse. A pair of heavy, power-armored guards approached. Their movements weren't that much heavier than a normal person's. It was impressive considering the tonnage they carried around on them, but the solid, powerful, mechanical thumps that accompanied their footsteps was an easy clue as to how heavy they really were. The armored men stood roughly 7 feet tall. Armored collars shielded their necks with ample space to tuck their heads under. On each shoulder they wore large pauldrons, protecting the wearer and the motors inside. Silver stripes adorned their shoulder, and Gabriel still hoped it was just a status symbol to separate the elite from the rank and file. One of the silver stripes stepped up to the gathered recruits. "The Commandant wants to see you all, now." Chapter 11. The recruits were escorted inside the command center under the heaviest armed guard Gabriel had ever seen. Where he had expected a nice entryway with holographic projections and plenty of offices, he found layer after layer of security. Every single guard within the first floor wore some manner of power armor, all of them with the silver stripes the heavy armored pair escorting them wore. Automated turrets and cameras scanned the vast area with ample cover carefully placed, forcing anyone who entered the structure to go through kill zone after kill zone if they hoped to reach building's center. "You guys don't want any visitors, do you?" Gabriel said. There was no response from the guards as they passed the first checkpoint through an airlock. Blue light scanned over them, followed by decontamination gas filling the room. Once the air was clean and sterile, it was cycled, allowing them to pass through to the next 3 checkpoints. Thankfully, it was only guards and blast doors this time. It made things go much faster than the airlocks. "Guess the no solicitors sign wasn't cutting it," Gabriel said. To his disappointment, the guards still didn't respond. Okumura prodded at Gabriel's side for him to shut up. But everything about their situation had Gabriel on edge. He didn't want to get kicked out of the Crucible just for standing up for Sergei. Gabriel didn't even know the guy, but it was the right thing to do in his eyes. At the heart of the extensive security web stood a dim-lit, circular chamber of heavy, black concrete and steel, like it was built to survive direct shelling. Exits led from the chamber to the 4 entrances to the command center. It was no small place either, maybe half the size of a football field, and Gabriel still thought he was lowballing it. Within the large chamber was a single, reinforced structure, extending toward the ceiling with thick supports. Heavy blast doors slid open around the cylindrical chamber, and in they went. If not for the security checkpoints, the elevator could hold a good number of enforcers within it, but it was more than likely meant to carry all the personnel required to operate the facility. A soft hum emanated all around them, and the climb began. Lights slipped past as they climbed and climbed. Light poured in through glass walls around them. While there was nothing to do but sit and wait, Gabriel couldn't help the next question to come out of his mouth. "So, do you Silver Stripes hunt witches often?" That got a reaction. All of the guards glanced back at Gabriel. He wasn't sure if he'd touched a nerve or they couldn't believe he just asked such a stupid question. With all the other recruits staring at him with confusion and amusement, he was going with the latter. The guards turned away without a word, one of them even shaking his head. A vast, white chamber with several different levels spread before them. Consoles of all sizes sprawled out across the different segments with colorful, holographic projections of charts, data, radar maps, and so much more. Another floor passed, and Gabriel caught glimpses of recruits training on projections. They held statistics of companies and the rankings of individual recruits. Projected fatalities was the most concerning metric Gabriel saw, but that troubling statistic slipped out of sight before he could get a read on it. More and more floors passed before they were back in an elevator shaft. The long trip to the top of the command center came to an end with a soft chime, and the blast doors slid open. A long corridor with a black carpet led to a black and white doorway at the end. White seats and tables hung to the side of the corridor, accompanied by small potted trees, real ones. Holographic projections had a telltale glow to them, regardless of how good they were. Damaged or cheap projectors had the occasional distortion or out-of-place line trailing through them as their obvious giveaway. But there was nothing cheap about this place. They passed by the occasional unmarked door on the way to their destination, leaving Gabriel to wonder where they went. But nothing was quite as intimidating as the smooth, reinforced door before them with a black Y pattern on it. As the pattern suggested, it split into 3 pieces, and the recruits were moved inside. Commandant Johnson's office dwarfed his family's apartment a few times over, to say the least. A smooth, glossy floor slid beneath their feet as they were marched to the commandant's desk. They passed by holographic company banners, likely from where Johnson had served, as well as the different school banners Gabriel had seen at the barracks. They all fluttered to an invisible wind. Several displays on the walls and ceiling gave an unobstructed view of the world outside to the commandant, but it was impossible to tell just how far they actually were from the exterior. After all the security they went through, Gabriel guessed they were much closer to the center where it was safe. Johnson looked up from a mass of hovering holographic screens, fingers drumming across the heavy desk. Luxurious as it was, it looked like it could handle a barrage of bullets or two. The screens vanished, and their windows to the outside world went offline, leaving them surrounded by white walls and the black void above them. The guards saluted.
"The recruits you requested, sir."
"Thank you, guardsman." Johnson rose from his seat and made his way around the desk to inspect the 10 recruits lined up before him. "You have a lot of nerve, recruits, starting fights in my crucible." His voice was stern, calm, collected. He turned his attention to Hayes. "Especially you, First Company. The civilians of the 42nd starting fights I expected, but you were supposed to have gone through Army boot camp. You're supposed to be disciplined." "Sir, I don't understand why we're allowing Pack on this base," Hayes replied. "He's a security risk, a potential infiltrator." "That's none of your concern," Johnson scolded him. "From where I'm standing, it looks like I have 6 security risks on my hands, and Dragomirov isn't one of them." First Company exchanged nervous glances amongst themselves. "Dragomirov is a recruit, like you," Johnson continued. "A brother in arms, and I expect you to treat him as such until he proves otherwise. Do you understand?" Hayes gulped. "Yes, sir." "Good. Now apologize to the 42nd. Hayes and the First Company grit their teeth. "It's a few simple words, recruits. You can spit them out or take a walk across the desert," Johnson said. "The choice is yours." Hayes grimaced. "Sorry we gave you a hard time, Dragomirov, and the rest of you in the 42nd. We were out of line." The rest of his company followed with their own hesitant apologies. "Good." Johnson turned to Gabriel and the 42nd. "Your turn." "Sorry," Okamura said. "Yeah, I guess we were a wee bit harsh on you lot." Albrecht forced a toothy grin. "Sergei is of the sorries for hurting tiny baby men." The giant nodded. Johnson stroked his mustache for a moment before shaking his head and turning to Gabriel. He frowned. "What are we even apologizing for?" Johnson pointed at the First Company. "A broken nose, a bruised throat, and while you can't see it, that recruit over there is suffering from internal damage." He gestured at a recruit swaying on his feet. Gabriel met the commandant's eyes with a hard, questioning gaze. "You may have been in the right to defend yourselves and your comrade, but you have still damaged your fellow recruits. How much worse do you think things would have been had the guards not come?
The guards you should have called the second you saw any suspicious behavior."
"I was told you had eyes and ears everywhere." He turned to the guards surrounding them. "So why didn't they stop them before we had to?"
"We have rules here, Rivera."
Johnson paced back and forth before the recruits.
"The guard can't just drag someone away on a hunch. Every recruit gets the same opportunity to show us their true colors here, whether it's out on the training field or picking fights in the crucible."
"Yeah, well, I'm not apologizing, sir," Gabriel said.
"Disobeying orders?"
Johnson stared down his nose at Gabriel. "Gabriel, stop being a stubborn ass and apologize," Okamura whisper-shouted. "It's not worth the trouble, lad," Albrecht added.
"Yes, sir."
A surge of electricity shot up his arm. Gabriel screamed. His legs gave out on him, throwing him to his knees. It was more intense than what Townsend had subjected him to on his first day. Gabriel slumped forward, catching his breath. Johnson leaned down to Gabriel.
"Still feeling stubborn, recruit?"
His skin crawled with electricity, but Gabriel managed to swing himself upright.
"I got my ass kicked for defending my friend," he wheezed. "I will not apologize."
Another shock followed. Gabriel crashed onto the cold, smooth floor. The edge of his vision blurred and darkened. His heart pounded in his chest. Breaths came short and ragged. Johnson stood at ease over Gabriel.
"Guards, escort these recruits out. Rivera and I need to have a little chat."
"Understood, sir." "What the hell for? He's just being a stubborn ass. He didn't do anything wrong," Okamura protested. A guard shoved him forward. "Don't do anything stupid, lad," Albrecht shouted. Sergei let out a low growl, arms straining to break the bindings around his arms. A pair of power-armored guards reached Sergei just as magnetic handcuffs broke. As strong as Sergei was, he wasn't going to overpower anyone in power armor, let alone a pair of them in heavy suits. The other recruits were hauled out of the commandant's office, leaving Gabriel at his mercy.
"On your feet, recruit,"
Johnson ordered, slowly pacing around Gabriel. He rolled himself onto his front, head pressed to the floor, as he dragged his feet under him. Gabriel forced himself to stand. With a deep, ragged breath, he held his head up high. Gabriel couldn't force his eyes to open much more than halfway, but even so he met Johnson's gaze. Johnson slipped behind him. Gabriel's handcuffs let out a soft chime, and he was free.
"Strength of moral character with a mean, stubborn streak. What a combination."
The commandant laughed, circling around Gabriel.
"I hadn't expected it to last under pressure."
Gabriel's eyes shut tight, shaking a shudder out of his body. Was this supposed to be a test?
"Everything in the crucible is a test. Your friends failed, except Dragomirov, but he was going to another extreme," Johnson explained. "People will do anything to avoid adversity, even if it means doing the wrong thing. The banality of evil is a very real threat to the success of this operation, Rivera. I'm glad to see you were able to resist that temptation."
"So what? Are you one of those benefactors the spook talked about?"
Johnson sat on the edge of his desk. "Recruiting is not under my jurisdiction. My job is to oversee the training of recruits, find their limits, push them, break them if need be. Which leads me to my real question."
A holographic projection appeared between them. It was a recording of Gabriel challenging Alexander after he ambushed them at the simulator room.
"Were you serious about challenging Alexander Hartford for company leadership? Perhaps even command of the Reclaimer mission?"
Johnson stroked his chin, studying Gabriel. "Yeah." He wasn't sure what Johnson was angling at, but why start lying? Hartford's holier-than-thou attitude has bothered me from day one, and if command of the Reclaimer mission is the prize, then that's what I'm gunning for."
"So that's all this is, then? A petty rivalry? No concern for the greater consequences of your actions?"
The man's gaze hardened. Gabriel sighed. "When you put it like that, it doesn't sound great. But the attitude of his can't translate into good leadership. Hell, I'm not even sure if I could handle that kind of pressure, so I'm probably not the guy to do it. My current rankings show that much from a mile away. It won't stop me from trying, though." Johnson laughed at the blunt response.
"And how does a bottom-tier recruit like yourself hope to challenge the cream of the crop like Hartford?"
"Honestly, I have no idea. My working theory right now is maximum effort," Gabriel admitted. 3 months isn't a lot of time to catch up, but at the very least I can prove I'm not the waste of time he says I am. If not for the mission's sake, my family's. Johnson's brow knitted tightly together.
"Your family's?"
The spook was probably not the right word to use when talking to his commanding officer. The agent that recruited me said I needed to put on a good show, for my family's sake. Should something happen to me here, their future might be in jeopardy. That was how he got me to come here. But since that motivation relies on putting an extreme amount of faith in a stranger I wouldn't trust to make me a sandwich, I need something a little more tangible. So why not go after the best of the best?"
"Were we really that desperate for recruits?"
Johnson frowned. A pair of holographic displays appeared to his side without any gestures or press of buttons, like it appeared at a thought. Charts, data tables, and maps scrolled through far too quickly for Gabriel to make heads or tails of what Johnson was sifting through. He didn't think anyone could read that fast.
"It seems the pack have been hitting our recruitment pools around the world. Unfortunate but unavoidable in this war. Unless we started kidnapping children for the project, there was no making up for the recruits the pack have cost us."
"That sounds like obscene levels of wrong, sir."
"Desperate times call for desperate measures, Rivera. Command isn't about showing up your rival or being nice to people."
Johnson stood and approached Gabriel.
"It's about getting the job done, making the hard choices needed so the others may live."
Gabriel gulped. Responsibility over life and death. Could anyone truly handle that? Could he?
"The Reclaimer project is just one of several to preserve the species. Each one is a desperate gamble with a chance to save a few thousand souls."
He stopped inches away from Gabriel.
"Those who cannot make the grade will be left behind to die, with untold billions, so the species has a chance to survive. Is any of that moral or ethical?"
Gabriel clenched his shuddering fists behind his back. "No, I guess not."
"It's survival." Johnson stepped away. "When the time comes, will you save your own hide or put it all on the line for your company? Will you sacrifice one of your own so others may live? You may even need to kill to make it out of here alive, recruit."
He tapped his desk. A cigar and lighter popped out with a quick hiss.
"Things only get harder when you're in command."
He brought the cigar to his lips and lit it with a deep inhale. "Trying to scare me off, Commandant?" Gabriel's eyes narrowed. Johnson exhaled a plume of smoke.
"Merely giving you fair warning, recruit. I may not approve of Hartford's grandson being in command, but I cannot deny he's a quality recruit."
"What exactly is wrong with Hartford?"
"No shortage of things. Not least of which is that if the boy proves worthy, it looked like we've picked favorites. Still, Alexander's ready, willing, and able to make the hard choices this life requires."
Johnson pointed at Gabriel with his cigar.
Are you?
We'll find out, won't we? Gabriel answered, with his head held high. The truth was, he couldn't imagine deciding who lived or died. When the time came, he hoped he would make the right decision. Johnson puffed his cigar.
Hang on to that bravado. You'll need it to keep up with Hartford.
Gesturing at Gabriel's wrist comp, Johnson said,
It's already paying dividends after all.
Gabriel pulled up his wrist comp. Ranking assessment update. Endurance, +1. Charisma, +1. Willpower. Base ranking updated to 3. Piloting, +1. New rank, F6. Gabriel could understand the increases to endurance and willpower, even piloting. He really needed to pay more attention to these notifications. But he didn't understand what had earned him a rank in charisma. Attribute, charisma. A subject's basic ability to communicate with and influence others. This attribute influences a subject's social skills, appearance, and gravitas, and benefits skills such as diplomacy and command. This attribute is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to communicate with and influence others. Gabriel was talking with people a lot more, sure, but he doubted he had any gravitas or ability to influence people yet. The mention of attractiveness in the attribute made a shocking amount of sense, though. If Raylan was anything to go by, all it took was a pretty face and he was influenced all right. Johnson smiled at Gabriel.
Congratulations, recruit.
Thank you, sir, Gabriel said.
Now, if that is all, you are free to go.
Gabriel turned to leave when a question came up. Actually, I have one more question, sir. Before I came here, the agent who recruited me showed me some strange things in my ranking sheet.
Oh?
Gabriel nodded. It was something about an anomalous status and 2 skills called pathics and kinetics. All of them were redacted, and he wouldn't elaborate further.
That is strange, Johnson replied.
But the lack of emotion implied there was more to it than that. Right? Stranger still when I got a weird note under Willpower's description saying it was related to those redacted skills. Johnson didn't say anything as he stared off into empty space.
Very curious indeed. But if it was redacted information, you should have never been made aware of it in the first place.
So that's a no on telling me what that was all about, right? Johnson chuckled.
You're smarter than that 1 rank of intelligence suggests, Rivera.
I'm trying my best here, sir, Gabriel admitted. So is that also a no on asking whether or not those silver stripes are actually witch hunters? I heard a wild story involving men matching their description, cleaning up a ganger in my hab block that could shoot lightning out of her hands.
Wild stories indeed. Of course, no one would believe them,
he replied, with an uncomfortably pleasant smile. Of course, Gabriel agreed. Johnson approached Gabriel and sat a hand on his shoulder.
Some secrets are best left buried, recruit.
He gestured at the door.
Try to stay out of trouble, Rivera.
Chapter 12.
Come on, you slackers, up!
Instructor Bridges hollered, sweat dripping off his jaw beneath the desert sun. He was the one who'd told Gabriel about IFVs and threw his bed across the dorm during their first inspection. Gabriel and the 42nd Company hauled their bodies up from the burning sands beneath, only to sink back down. Recruits counted out loud with every crunch, just as Gabriel's muscles cried. His body ached from a week of ever-intensifying training under Townsend and Jensen's watchful gaze. Luckily, medical took care of the bruising he earned fighting Hayes and his first company goons, so he didn't lose any progress thanks to that skirmish. The additional strain his extra training put on his body was starting to be concerning, though. How far could he push before strain became damage? It was one of the louder questions nagging at the back of his mind, He had no idea, but he suspected it would hurt like hell when he found that line. The second loudest question in his mind had to do with what Commandant Johnson was trying to keep secret. He'd seen his fair share of liars in his day, but Johnson didn't quite strike him as one. He made it clear they were hiding something about the Crucible and the Silver Stripes, and Gabriel should stop asking about it. For now, Gabriel decided it was for the best to ignore his curiosity. Indulging it wouldn't bring him any closer to catching up to the other recruits or ensure his family's safety, let alone his own. He was halfway to his second rank of strength and closing in on his first rank of athletics. Gabriel couldn't afford the distraction. Bridges focused his attention on Gabriel. "Up, Tubby." Gabriel wheezed. "Stop that." The instructor rushed to his side like a shark smelling blood in the water. His face stopped inches from Gabriel's. "We got a problem here, recruit?" Gabriel nodded with a winded laugh. "Hard to breathe when I'm laughing." Bridges stood with a flash of his pearly white teeth. "Got us a ballsy one here, I like that. You're gonna need it." An enforcer pulled up to the front of their formation. Sitting on 4 sets of heavy tires, the large vehicle was capable of shuttling around full squads of infantry, powered or otherwise, along with their equipment. With the right configuration, laying down fire support was well within the armored transport's capabilities. Its current turret was anything but standard equipment. Too large and short-barreled for any munitions Gabriel knew of. He couldn't figure out what sort of weapon the enforcer carried. Townsend and Jensen stepped out of the enforcer with hose lines slung over their shoulders. The other instructors quickly distanced themselves from the recruits. "What are they doing?" huffed Albrecht between crunches. Jensen attached the hose to the side of the APC and answered with a jet of water. Albrecht crashed into the sand with several other recruits. Gabriel only had time to snort when the water crashed into his chest and slammed him down with a wet thud. Precious oxygen was punched right out of his lungs, leaving him gasping for air. "Thought you recruits could use a little cooling off," Townsend mocked. The exhausted recruits groaned in response, unsure of what to do next. "Did I say you could stop?" Townsend barked. "Up!" Gabriel growled as he dragged his body up. His abs tensed, spasming, as he fought against the hose's pressure that drove the water into his flesh like needles. "We're going to have a little fun today," Townsend said, "starting with a nice long run across the desert to an obstacle course. Hope none of you are afraid of heights." She turned her hose on the drenched recruits. "But first, another 100 crunches." 100 crunches later, the hoses stopped. Gabriel collapsed onto wet sand. All they were missing were a few bags of salt, and he could pretend they were on a beach. A burning beach within an ocean of sand. Gabriel tried to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his tense core. Ugh, at least the water's cool. Okamura and Albrecht laughed, pulling him to his feet. "Still feeling confident about your wager, Reinhardt?" Okamura smirked. "Maybe I was a wee overzealous," Albrecht chuckled. "But Rivera here's going to prove you wrong." Okamura shook his head with a smile. "Or burn himself out by the end of the week. Your boy here's been hitting the gym every day, I hear." He leaned toward Gabriel. "You do know your body needs time to recover, don't you?" "I'm fine," Gabriel grunted, rubbing at his core. "I take it easier some days. Ask Raylan's yoga friend. I think her name was Rita." He looked around for Raylan, but he was nowhere to be found. "For your sake, I hope you're right," Okamura said. "I'd rather not win my bet." "And we're off," Townsend commanded. "Move it, move it, move it," Jensen barked. The company took off into the desert. Instructors kept their distance from the pack, orbiting the company close enough to holler orders and verbally lash recruits to keep up and run with proper form. It was easier said than done after an exhausting day, But arguing that point with the instructors was a quick way to make a long day even longer. Wet desert globs clumped underfoot before they were back on coarse, dry, burning sands that slipped and slid beneath Gabriel's feet. Wet boots really didn't help the situation. The growl of engines pulled up beside them. It was the same enforcer from earlier, accompanied by a second one flanking them. A third followed at a distance, with a red cross on its side. Mechanical whirs came from the turrets as they turned to face the running recruits. Townsend sat atop the first vehicle, speaking into her wrist comp. Speakers on the enforcer carried her voice through the air. "Forgot one thing. The course starts now." She slammed her fist on the turret, and a jet of water spewed forth. Catching the recruits off guard, the jets of water sent them crashing across the desert.
"Pick up the pace,"
Alexander called out, moving to a group of toppled recruits. With the help of Vargas and Zachary, they dragged them back onto their feet and sent them on their way. "What the hell?" Gabriel muttered to himself at the sight. From the few rough interactions he'd had with Alexander, he was the last person Gabriel expected to help anyone. While he wondered what was going on, he ignored the faint, distant whir of turrets taking aim.
"Rivera, brace," Alexander ordered.
"Huh?" A jet of water slammed Gabriel's chest like a baseball bat, accompanied by hundreds of little pins. He toppled across the desert. The world spun. His eyes stung from sand and water assaulting them. When he finally came to a stop, Albrecht and Okumura came crashing over him, knocking out the little wind remaining in his lungs. Alexander chuckled.
"You must be faster than that, Rivera. The real training has yet to begin."
The simple words were enough to sting at Gabriel's pride. He pushed the others off him. But before he could get up, Raylan's hands took hold of his arm.
"Got you good, didn't they, Gabriel?"
Raylan laughed, pulling him up before helping the others. Gabriel rubbed at his face with a groan, still tingling from the blast, blinking stinging waters out of his eyes. "Those damn water cannons hurt more than you think." "We'll have the instructors to deal with if we don't catch up." Okumura pointed to the rest of their company gaining distance on them.
"Aye, they'll hurt a lot more,"
Albrecht agreed. They took off after them as the enforcers swerved around their company. Jets of water scattered recruits across burning sands, breaking up their formation. A recruit dodged and weaved in between a few shots, only to be caught off guard by the second enforcer, leaving him buried in a nearby dune from the sheer force of its cannon. The enforcers pushed to the front with growling engines. The entire company was hosed down. Recruits banded together in ragtag groups to fight the water pressure. Nicole dragged Sarah into one of those groups. They stampeded forward between shots, like many others. A recruit rolled out of the largest formation, crumpled in the sand. Some slowed and looked back, but none ran back for him. "Don't stop," Townsend's voice blared through the speakers. "The medics have him." The third enforcer swept into action. Medics poured out to inspect the body as Gabriel and the others stopped, gasping at the sight. The recruit was a twisted mess. Broken bones protruded through flesh, blood soaked into his clothes and sand. The human body was not meant to bend like this. Gabriel tore away from the others to join the medics. What happened to him? A man in a white helmet with a red cross on the faceplate answered simply, "Trampled." Like the guards, his voice was distorted by the helmet's speakers. Okumura pushed past Gabriel. "Is there anything we can do to help?" The medic shook his head. "Poor bastard's already dead." "What? How?" Gabriel balked. Another medic stepped between them, this one with a carbine in his hands. "Run along, recruits." Raylan pulled him away. "Let's go, Gabriel." Gabriel's gaze remained locked on the twisted form as they began to run. Only when his stomach heaved did he look away. Cold shivers shot down his spine. The recruit's mangled anatomy burned into his mind. Alexander and his group slowed down to run alongside Gabriel's group as they caught up to the tail end of their company.
"Good to see you're back on your feet, Rivera."
Gabriel's brow furrowed, expecting Hartford to take another jab at him any second after those hollow words.
"I have cautioned the others to spread out the formation. One casualty is enough for one day. There is no need to risk more."
Alexander pointed off to the edge of the company.
"For your safety, I recommend sticking to the outskirts. See you at the obstacle course."
With that, they took off ahead of the others. "He's not really such a bad guy for a spoiled brat," Raylan commented, leading the others to the outer perimeter of the formation, as Alexander suggested.
"Maybe," Gabriel said, "but he still rubs me the wrong way."
"High-class dicks like him will do that, man," Raylan said. Gabriel struggled to laugh and breathe at the same time.
"Phrasing."
Albrecht shrugged. "Looks normal enough to me, lad. Might be wound a wee bit tighter than I'd like, but normal." Okamura nodded. "He seems to have a good head on his shoulders. Strong, too. He'll be able to pull someone out of the fire if he needs to. Hopefully keep them from it as well." "Yeah, well..." The hiss of brakes snapped Gabriel's eyes left. Townsend's enforcer slowed to their side and took aim. "Watch out." Raylan dove out of the way. Gabriel bolted in front of the others, throwing his arms up as he braced against the cannon's wrath. Water stabbed into his arms like a million needles, deafening him to the world around him. 3 seconds was all he managed to hold out for before buckling under the pressure. Gabriel spiraled across the sand, pushed along by the jet of water. He came to a stop against rough stone peeking through the sands. His back was not at all appreciative of the rock's bite. Rubbing sand and water out of his eyes, Gabriel blinked the world back into focus. Okamura stood over him. "Nice save, Rivera. But you know this doesn't help your odds, right?" A slight smirk tugged at his lips. Gabriel pushed onto his feet. Muscles burned from the day's training, and his legs wobbled like gelatin to support his weight. "You're welcome." He shook out his legs and pressed on. Enforcers sped ahead of the recruits as they arrived at the obstacle course. Gabriel's heart sank at the sight. "You've got to be kidding me." Towers of polymer and steel reached high into the skies above them. Connected by a series of ropes and bars, the trio of towers looked tall enough to provide a fatal fall into the sand below. As far as Gabriel could see, there were no signs of a safety net to prevent that. But those towers came after a course of barbed wire spiraled over tight crawl spaces and other obstacles. "Today just keeps getting better," he thought. If this was part of their basic training, Gabriel was quickly losing any hope that the instructor's warnings about the maze were simple mind games. "Did I say you could stop, recruits?" Townsend shouted on her way toward the gawking recruits. "Take a lane! Move your asses!" It was all the encouragement they needed. The recruits surged through the start of the course, a long stretch of tires to hop through as fast as they could. Raylan grabbed the left lane. Gabriel and the others went for the middle.
"Remember, you are a team," Jensen bellowed. "No man gets left behind."
Gabriel's legs burned as he hopped in and out of the tires flanked by razor wire, stumbling a few times. One wrong move, and he was going to become uncomfortably familiar with the hot, black rubber. But that was just the warm-up. They had to climb over walls, run along high-up, narrow rails, and so much more fun waited ahead before they could reach the first tower. They quickly came to a stretch of bars. Gabriel hopped up and swung from one to the next. His muscles throbbed and cried out in tense protest, but there was no time to rest. Not if he wanted to keep up with the others, and definitely not if he wanted to avoid landing on the bad side of Townsend or Jensen, whose gazes were firmly locked on him for some reason. It probably had to do with the rough, flailing swings he took as his muscles tensed like rubber bands, reaching their limits.
"How are you holding up, Albrecht?"
Gabriel wheezed, begging for any kind of distraction from the pain or the instructor's piercing observation.
"I miss air conditioning," he replied, "and shade."
Okamura snorted. "Looking a little crispy there, Albrecht." Gabriel reached the end of the monkey bars with a crash just as his arms gave out, but he staggered onto his feet.
"What about you, Okamura?" he panted,
helping another pair of recruits that finished with his same grace stand. "So long as you two slackers don't hurt yourself, I'll be fine." Okamura glanced up at the towers. "I'm pretty sure I can't carry either of you through the course," he answered, before dropping prone and dragging himself under barbed wire. The water cannons returned, slowing the recruits' progress. "You won't need to carry me." Gabriel dropped onto the sand harder than he anticipated. For his trouble, he caught a mouthful of wet sand. He spat out the grating, sloshing mess and pushed through the torrent of water, eyes shut tight. "Could have fooled me," Okamura grunted, and muscled his way through the jet of water. "You're starting to look like I can cash my bet in early." Gabriel crawled out to the other side of the barbed wire. In the next lane over, Alexander pulled other recruits to their feet, one after another. "Move it, recruits," Alexander shouted as the cannons ceased their fire. Gabriel started doing the same. "Anything you can do, I can do better," he thought. He would have helped his fellow recruits regardless, but this was extra motivation. "Don't get excited now," he finally replied to Okamura.
"Climb that wall, recruits,"
Jensen barked with his shotgun resting on his shoulder.
"Pick up the pace."
"Let's get going, Gabriel." Okamura took off with Albrecht, rushing up the rope. Gabriel froze. A 50-foot wall stood before him. Recruits scrambled up the rope as water cannons took potshots at them, sending them swinging into one another. The climb looked dangerous enough on its own, but those cannons were asking for someone to die.
"What's the matter, Rivera? Afraid of heights?" Alexander taunted.
Gabriel stammered. No, I'm just too weak to go on," Alexander mocked as he paced around Gabriel with a wolfish grin on his face, the other recruits running past them. "And yet you speak so boldly when challenged." "Don't be surprised when I beat you to the end of the course," Gabriel replied with all the bluster his aching body could muster.
"Adorable,"
Alexander responded, with more than enough condescension to match. He pushed forward with his men, climbing up the wall with great agility and ease. This was obviously not the first time he'd done this. Gabriel grit his teeth and clenched his fists. Anger welled up inside, forcing out the exhaustion from his body. "If you want to go, then let's go." He darted forward and grasped the rough rope. Synthetic fibers dug into the soft, supple flesh of his palms as his climb began. There was no time to focus on his body's aches and pains. He had to surpass Alexander. It was a futile goal. Alexander and his group were already reaching the top of the wall, but Alexander wasn't rushing ahead. Instead, he helped the other recruits to the top of the tower. Is he doing this out of the goodness of his heart, or is he just waiting to mess with me? Gabriel was 4 recruits down from Alexander. He was going to find out soon. "Water cannon," Alexander warned as they were hosed down once more. Gabriel clung to the rope for dear life. Jets of water tossed him back and forth. He had to be near 40 feet in the air. His fingers started to slip on the drenched rope. His body, along with several other recruits, were thrown against one another. The cannons stopped. It was a miracle no one had dropped. A fall from this height couldn't be survivable, even with the sand to cushion the fall. Gabriel looked back up. Alexander held a scrawny man by the back of his shirt. His body shook like a leaf, dripping water over the recruits below. Alexander started to pull the scrawny recruit up when he spotted Gabriel. A smirk tugged at his lips, or was it a smile? It was hard to tell when the cannons returned. Jets of water obstructed his vision. A scream followed. Gabriel's eyes shot wide as the scrawny recruit fell through the water. He snatched the recruit's arm out of the air, but it slipped right through his fingers. The recruit crashed to the tower's base. "No," he whispered, staring down at the lifeless body. Did Alexander drop him? The question swirled in his mind. He didn't think much of Gabriel, and the dead recruit was in nearly as bad shape as Gabriel was. No, it couldn't be. Why would anyone do that? "Move it, Rivera!" shouted the angry recruit below him. Medics arrived on the scene. There was nothing Gabriel could do for the fallen recruit. His attention turned upwards. Hartford was already gone. Gabriel pulled himself to the top as Alexander and his men swung from one rope to another, crossing to the next tower with ease, unfazed by what had just happened. Maybe it wasn't an accident. A growl escaped Gabriel as he approached the edge. His anger was quickly tempered when he looked down. No safety nets. Only sand awaited for him and his company if they fell. With a deep, shuddering breath, Gabriel steeled himself. He grabbed the first rope and swung across for the next. His hands slipped. Gabriel's palms burned as he slid down the rope. His tightening grip brought him to a sudden stop, right as he was about to run out of rope. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest, legs dangling in the air, staring down to certain death below.
"Hesitation means death, Rivera,"
Jensen's voice blared through an enforcer's speakers below.
"Move!"
Jensen was right. If Gabriel's muscles didn't give out on him, a careless recruit would knock him loose. Worse, the water cannons were certain to aim for him if he took too long. Gravity was a cruel mistress he did not want a date with. He swung across through gritted teeth, sliding further down each rope. At the last rope, Gabriel threw all of his strength behind one last swing. His feet planted on the second tower. His body swayed back. Gabriel threw his weight forward, sending himself face first to the safety of the hot polymer floor. His hands lay in front of him, burning red, trembling. Tiny rivulets of red ran along the grooves in his palms. He'd never felt so much relief, such joy to be alive. The sight of the terrified recruit falling to his death flashed across his mind. He had to catch up if he was going to get answers. Gabriel pushed his pain aside and moved to the next obstacle. It was a test of balance. Polymer boards just broad enough to plant 1 foot at a time stretched from one tower to the next. That alone made Gabriel's stomach tighten and twist. The fact they had to do this while dodging water cannons made him pucker up tight. Gabriel gulped and made his way across. Alexander and his party were ahead of him, advancing without any struggle. Gabriel followed, one slow, steady step at a time. "Alexander!" Alexander glanced over his shoulder with a taunting grin, and a jet of water shot up in front of him. He stepped forward. The recruit ahead of Hartford jerked into the jets, sending another to their death in the sands below. An accident or another victim? Without a clear view of what happened, Gabriel assumed the worst. A snarl escaped Gabriel. "You can't just kill people, you—" A sharp cry dragged his attention behind him. Another recruit was clipped by a jet of water. Her amber eyes were wide, mouth agape in paralyzed fear as she began to fall. Gabriel snatched her by the collar, his grip bone-white on the gray fabric. Every muscle in his body cried out in agony as Gabriel pulled her to his side. His balance wavered. Abdominal muscles fired every which way to regain his footing. Every muscle involved tensed like rubber bands threatening to snap. But the girl was safe. He straightened out, and the woman clung to his arm with a death grip. "You good?" he asked breathlessly, doing his best to ignore the constant protests of his body. She gave a trembling nod in response. Gabriel turned. Alexander was already gone. Only the climb down the final tower awaited him. Slow and steady, Gabriel struggled to climb down the thick rope beside the tower. The palms of his hands grated against synthetic fibers, adding a fresh crimson trail to the dozens, if not hundreds, of blood trails left down the rope. His hands burned as fibers cut deeper into them the whole way down. But the rope was the only thing keeping him from an early grave. A torturous eternity passed before Gabriel felt the soft crunch of sand beneath his boots, scraped raw. The palms of his hands pulsed red with burns and were soaked with his own blood. Yet for all his exhaustion and suffering, he was glad to be alive. They lost 3 recruits already, and Gabriel was all too aware he could have easily been any one of them. He couldn't die here, not yet. His family needed to stay alive as long as possible if the spook was going to keep his end of the bargain. If he even keeps it, he reminded himself, before taking off with grim determination. The rest of the obstacle course was a trivial thing compared to the towers. Vaulting over polymer logs, crawling upside down across a rope, and much more. Gabriel struggled, stumbled, and fell through obstacles as other recruits caught up to and sped past him. But many more were struggling right alongside him. Progress, he thought, with a pleased, exhausted smile. Not even a week ago, the stragglers around Gabriel would have left him far behind in their dust. Maybe all his extra time training was paying off. Maybe the dangers they faced in the obstacle course hamstrung their performance. Whatever the case was, he was starting to gain traction. Still, the Crucible was nothing like he expected boot camp to go. Sure, he expected rough treatment and his limits to be pushed, but tasers strapped to their arms, armed security watching them 24/7, recruits dying in the first week? How much worse could things get? Maybe agreeing to join the Reclaimer project was a bad idea, the more pessimistic part of his mind suggested. Alexander certainly made sure to remind him at every opportunity. It riled him up just like the guys who said he couldn't compete in the Vanguard Front tournaments all those years ago. But was it worth it? Could he actually survive the Crucible and catch up to the others? Or was he just lying to himself? The gap between him and Raylan, or Alexander and his crew, seemed insurmountable after his performance at the obstacle course. Staying in the Crucible meant weathering whatever storms were yet to come. Storms that could easily cost him his life. And for what? There was no guarantee he would be among the 1,000 reclaimers chosen to carry on the species. No guarantee that his family was actually safe. No guarantee he, nor anyone else, could make a difference. Even the idea of leading the Reclaimer mission was nothing more than a distant dream, an empty bluff he threw at Alexander whenever he got under his skin. Gabriel furrowed his brow. His mind was spiraling into dark places. It liked to do this whenever doubts started to build. He had to get it under control before it became a problem. "You've put in a lot more effort for less," Gabriel reminded himself. Trophies, prize money, and bragging rights were nothing compared to what was at stake here. Humanity's future, his family's safety, and his own life were all on the line. Even thinking about backing out now, of giving the Crucible anything other than his all, was cowardly. Gabriel had let enough of his life pass him by, thanks to fear and indecisiveness. He buried the pessimistic part of his mind in the deepest pit he could find. Hopefully it would stay there. Clambering up a staircase of narrow polymer beams with a widening gap between them, Gabriel put renewed vigor and effort into finishing the obstacle course. At the top of the beams, instructors ordered him and the other stragglers to run across. The beams were thick enough to support their weight, but not enough to plant his feet firmly on them. It was another balancing act, as he lunged from one beam to the next, swaying in the wind thanks to his worn-down body. That's the point, isn't it? Gabriel thought. It wasn't enough for reclaimers to perform when everything was going fine. They had to keep pushing even when they were on a knife's edge. Gabriel tried to pick up the pace again. His foot slipped on the last beam. He fell with all the grace of a sack of potatoes, sprawled out on the sand. It earned him more than a few laughs from his fellow recruits and the instructors. No one stopped to help him up, but he didn't care. The finish line was just a short jog away. Gabriel crawled to his feet. He wasn't going to let them bother him. No, he joined them in their laughter. He messed up, overextended himself. But just looking around at the stragglers, it was easy to see he was among the few pushing at their limits. Surpassing Alexander and leading the Reclaimer mission may be unrealistic goals. But what was the point of doing anything if he wasn't aiming big? And if his mind wasn't playing tricks on him about Hartford and those recruits, then Alexander was far worse than a snob with an attitude. He was dangerous, which meant those goals were even more important. Gabriel hoped he was wrong about him. Maybe if I made the effort to talk to Hartford, push through that attitude of his, I'll find out he didn't kill anyone, he told himself. That had to be the case. He desperately wanted that to be the case. With everything at stake, they didn't need to be killing each other. The pack were already accelerating humanity's path to extinction. Gabriel joined the rest of his company. He tried to find Alexander among the crowd, but by the time Gabriel spotted him, his legs gave out. He crashed to his knees with a stifled, exhausted whimper. "Good work today, recruits," Townsend praised. "We only suffered 5 casualties, far below my expectations. However, your performance leaves much to be desired. Next time around the course, I will enforce a time limit." "Yes, ma'am," the recruits replied with varied enthusiasm. "All right, it's time to rest up. Back to base." Concern flashed upon her face for the briefest moment. "And somebody pick up Rivera." Chapter 13. Recruits dragged their boots across scalding sands beneath the setting sun on the approach to the towering crucible walls. Steam billowed off their sweat-drenched fatigues with every step as the weak and injured were carried on the backs of others. Other companies ran past them, their fatigues caked in sand and sweat, but they still moved faster than the bulk of the 42nd Company. Gabriel's arms hung around Okumura and Raylan's shoulders, his head hanging low from exhaustion. After the day's training, he wasn't sure he had it in him to put in extra hours when they got back. But if he didn't go the extra mile, did he actually have a chance in hell of competing with Alexander? There had to be some workaround, but he was drawing blanks. His thoughts turned grim as his mind wrestled with the idea of Alexander's guilt in the death of those 3 recruits. If humanity's future was left to someone like that, what kind of future did they really have? He tried to force those thoughts out of his head, but they were persistent. At least they numbed the pain racking his body. Perhaps the heat and exhaustion twisted what he saw. Even so, the way Alexander carried on without a shred of concern for the dead was unsettling to Gabriel. "Really got yourself roughed up back there, Gabriel," Okumura broke into his thoughts. "I thought for sure you were going to fall on the swinging ropes." "Gonna feel it tomorrow for sure," he groaned with a slow squeeze of his hand. A quick breath escaped him as pain shot up his arm. Okumura chuckled. "I'll see if medical can spare anything to help you out." "Sabotaging your own bet?" Gabriel forced a smile. Okumura glanced over to him. "I'm curious to see if you can pull through this." Raylan laughed. "Gabriel's full of surprises. Should have seen him 100 pounds heavier. There's plenty of strength hidden away under all that padding, no matter what these things say." He raised his wrist comp. "Yeah, just wish I could have helped more people today," Gabriel grumbled. "You did what you could for who you could, lad. Don't beat yourself up about it." Albrecht chimed in, stretching out his back.
Besides, you weren't the only one. That Hartford guy and his people were doing a pretty good job getting people across, Raylan added.
Didn't they see what I saw? Gabriel's smile fell. No, of course they hadn't. They were too far ahead of him during the course. Raylan looked down to Gabriel, brow tightened with clear concern on his face.
You feeling all right, man?
Gabriel paused, thoughts racing back to the obstacle course. The wide-eyed, panicked faces of those dead recruits flashed before him. Their final moments burned into his mind. You guys didn't see Alexander do anything sketchy, did you? He asked, in the vain hope someone could put the questions in his mind to rest.
Besides being his normal dick self?
Raylan shrugged. He seemed a lot more helpful than normal. Townsend probably scared some sense into him. I don't know, Raylan. Gabriel's brow tightened. Something's off about that guy. I don't trust him.
Okamura shook his head. Sounds like the heat was getting to you, Rivera. Or maybe those cannons hit you a little too hard.
Gabriel fought down the urge to snap. Then explain to me how those recruits died.
Accidents happen all the time. Okamura shrugged. The world's a much more boring place than people like to think it is. Hard to believe that, with water cannons shooting at us all day.
Albrecht cut in with a pained laugh. His pale skin scorched bright red from the sun's abusive gaze.
Anyway, Gabriel, I know Alexander gets under your skin, but really, if anything fishy was going on, the instructors would have been all over him. We're here to work together, remember?
Gabriel pursed his lips. Maybe they were right. Maybe it was all just in his head, and he was making an enemy out of someone he should be working with. But he couldn't shake the feeling something was very wrong here.
Just imagine how much worse things would have been if Hartford hadn't been there to help, Okamura added.
Alexander did help a lot of people. Raylan cocked his head to the side, waving his hand as he spoke. Honestly, guy's probably just rough around the edges 'cause he never had normal people for friends. I hear that happens a lot with rich kids. Give the guy a chance. A rush of air vented out his nostrils. He was frustrated with himself and the others for making him question his gut. But were they wrong?
Could be he's picking on you because he likes you, mate, Albrecht said. One of my best friends was a real prick when we first met. Swung down from the roof of a jungle gym and punted me right out the other side. Almost split my head open, I landed so hard.
The red-fleshed recruit winced through his laughter.
Made fun of me the whole time I was crying, but he made sure I got taken care of.
Okamura rolled his eyes.
You sound like an abused wife, right? Albrecht chortled. But he helped me grow a nice, thick skin. I'm not sure I could have survived this place without it.
While his gut growled in disapproval, the thought was a comforting one. Alexander pushing him to toughen up like the instructors were. Gabriel needed all the help he could get to achieve that end, with the way training was going. 1 week into the Crucible, and he still had so much work to do to catch up to and surpass the others. Then again, a week ago there was no way Gabriel could have finished the obstacle course. He was certain of that much, let alone lead the pack of stragglers. It was no small wonder what so much time dedicated to training had done for him. Having access to real food probably helped too, even if the government claimed ration bars fully covered a person's nutritional needs. Okamura cracked a smile.
Gonna need a lot more than a thick skin to make it through this, Reinhardt.
Yeah, man. Today was rough. Raylan exhaled. Look at Albrecht. He's starting to get a tan from all his time out here.
Is that what you Yanks call it when your face is on fire?
Albrecht snarked with a painful smile.
I need to run down to medical myself and see about getting more of that burn cream they gave me. That stuff is really something else.
Gabriel wheezed an exhausted laugh. Talk to you later. His attention turned to Raylan. So how's your ranking coming along?
Slow, Raylan groaned. His ranking system is great for tracking progress, but all my stats are just crawling up. I don't know how important this will be for selection, but I just stopped paying attention to it until it pings me with a rank up. Helps me feel better about myself that way. He laughed. Personally, I think it's better to pay attention to your own body to track your progress. One day you're benching 250, the next it's 255. The wrist comps don't track any of that for you. Pulling up the menu on his wrist comp, Gabriel showed Raylan exactly where the device tracked everything they could think of in terms of their performance. Heaviest weight, number of reps with different exercises, fastest times, it was all there. Huh. I need to poke around this thing some more, Raylan admitted. So what about you, Gabriel?
Climbing faster than I thought, Gabriel said. I'm an F6 now. He switched over to his progress tracker. Strength is going to hit rank 2 any day now. My agility is crawling up, but that's my slowest growing rank right now.
Raylan shook his head. Man, I am busting my ass here too. How come you're moving up so much faster?
You did come in here much stronger than me, Gabriel said. My endurance is my highest rank, other than whatever weirdness is going on with willpower, and that thing isn't even growing by full percentage points anymore.
Raylan pursed his lips in thought. I guess the higher up you go in levels, the harder you need to push. But instead of a nice, easy curve, it's a bunch of spikes.
Gabriel chuckled at that explanation.
He didn't want to let Raylan know the only reason his endurance rank hit 2 was because the Commandant tried to tase him into submission, though. Raylan worried enough about Gabriel as it was. Hey, Gabriel, you've got a notification there. Raylan pointed at the blue blinking light.
Ranking assessment update. Willpower. Base ranking updated to 2. Athletics +1. Ranking unchanged.
What the hell? Gabriel protested. What? Raylan asked.
My willpower score dropped to 2. It was 3 yesterday. I didn't even know your ranking could deteriorate.
Gabriel sighed. Raylan chuckled. Pretty sure Townsend mentioned that before our first run around the perimeter.
Probably, Gabriel muttered.
So what happened? Raylan asked. As soon as Gabriel shook off the frustration of falling back a rank, he knew exactly what happened. Gabriel sighed.
I may have let that dark voice in the back of my head out of its cage for a bit. It got out of hand, and I had to wrestle it down, but it's fine now.
That sounds the opposite of fine, Gabriel. I thought we put all that self-loathing and doubt behind you back home, Raylan said.
Me too, Gabriel admitted. I guess the pressure of what we're doing here started to get to me, and Hartford's prodding wasn't helping. He pursed his lips and shook his head. And those 3 recruits died today. That could have been me.
Raylan patted him on the back. They could have been any of us, man. But it wasn't. I'm not saying their deaths weren't tragic or anything, but the instructors hammer us every day with how dangerous things are going to get around here. We may not have known what we were signing up for when we joined up with this reclaimer thing, but we sure as hell do now.
I'm not so sure we do just yet, Gabriel said.
Raylan nodded. True. Those maze things sound pretty bad. But just keep your head up. You gain 6 ranks in what, a week? You keep doing what you're doing, and you'll make it through whatever this place throws at you.
What about you? Your progress has been pretty slow, Gabriel reminded him. It probably came off as more of a jab, but he was genuinely concerned about his friend.
Who knows? When we hit the first big difficulty spike, my progress might just shoot up. But I'm not worried right now. I have too many beauties to talk to and keep happy to worry about stuff like that.
Raylan grinned. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Raylan's easygoing attitude took a lot of the day's stress away. Gabriel should be more like him, but not too much. Maybe then his mind wouldn't wander off to dark places when things were starting to get too much and cost him a willpower rank in the process. The sun had already set when they arrived at the barracks. Gabriel recovered enough to walk under his own strength, even if it pained him to do so. His eyes scanned the hall on the way to their dormitory for Alexander. Gabriel may have calmed down, but he still had questions that needed answers. "Home sweet home," Raylan said as they stepped into the dormitory. There he was. Raylan rolled out his neck. "Can't wait to get a cold shower and... Where are you going, Gabriel?" "Just going to ask Hartford something," Gabriel said. Raylan furrowed his brow. "Okay, man. I'll just be over here then." Alexander casually spoke with the men around him. Not one shred of guilt was on his face, not a hint of remorse or even a trace of concern over the lives lost that day. Gabriel's burning hands curled into fists. How could anyone take the loss of life so lightly? He exhaled through his nostrils as he approached. Jumping to conclusions wasn't going to do anyone any favors. Maybe Alexander had a far thicker skin than Gabriel realized. No one could possibly be that cold.
"Rivera, doing better already, I see."
A wolfish grin adorned Alexander's face. "Yeah." Gabriel forced a smile as he relaxed his fists. His palms were already under enough pain. He didn't need to add to it. Alexander quirked a brow.
"So what do you want? Here to admit you don't belong in the Crucible? Beg for tips on how to die with dignity? I do not have any advice on the latter field, but I am sure we can scrounge something up."
The men behind him exchanged glances with one another and Gabriel. All of them were powerfully built. If they weren't C-rankers, they were at least in the high Ds. The largest of them, Titus, towered even above Sergei's height. He pressed his knuckles together with a series of pops, eyes fixed on Gabriel. Gabriel's eyes narrowed on Titus, then returned to Alexander. "No, I wanted to ask what happened with those 3 recruits."
"There is no shortage of irrelevant fodder in this company, Rivera."
Alexander's hand sat on his hip. His head cocked to the side as he leaned toward Gabriel. That predatory grin never left his face.
"You'll have to be more specific."
"Are you just trying to fuck with me?" Gabriel asked.
"I must admit, while you put it in such a crass way, it is quite fun."
Alexander chuckled.
"You are far too easy to rile up."
Gabriel's hands slowly curled back into fists as the anger built within. No, that's exactly what he wants. He exhaled. "Look, just tell me what happened to them. The one you dropped. The other one you pushed into the water cannon. And I don't know if you had anything to do with the one that got trampled, but you were a lot closer than me." He raised his hands. "I'm probably wrong here, but from where I was standing, it looked like you might have..."
"Might have what?"
Alexander raised a brow, but that hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth said he knew exactly what was going to come out of Gabriel's mouth next. Gabriel wrestled with whether or not he should ask, but his gut demanded answers, and his mind was completely on board. "Killed them," he finished, hoping they weren't overheard by the rest of their dormitory.
"Killed who?" Alexander pressed. "Their names, Rivera. I said be specific."
Gabriel searched his mind for even a hint as to the identities of those dead recruits. He came up empty. He hadn't even so much as bothered to read the nameplates on their fatigues prior to their deaths. The corners of Alexander's mouth tugged and quivered with a suppressed snort.
"Why, you don't even know their names, do you?"
Gabriel's gaze fell. Those recruits had nothing to do with his main goal of keeping his family safe. Why was he making such a big deal over people whose names he didn't even know? Only the last moments of their lives were burned into his memory. His lips pulled into a tight line in frustration at his own thoughts. He may not have known those recruits, but he couldn't just let those deaths go. A life was simply too valuable to look at so callously.
How little their lives must have meant to you.
Alexander's words were a knife between the ribs, slowly twisting as that mocking grin poured salt in the wound. With all the force he could muster, Gabriel planted his forearm against Alexander's throat, shoving him back against the bunk bed. The loud, sudden rattle of metal pulled the eyes of their company toward them. Anxious whispers filled the air. Gabriel was furious at Hartford, but if he was being honest, he was far angrier at himself. This is just what he wanted. Alexander's piercing eyes locked with Gabriel's, widening slightly at the sudden attack. But it wasn't fear in his eyes. Those raised brows, that ever-present grin. Was it all a joke to him? The men around Alexander surrounded Gabriel. Several heavy, firm grips took hold of his arms and shoulders.
"Ease up there, hotshot," Zachary said. "Want me to paste the doughboy, little king?"
Titus asked. His hand was the heaviest on Gabriel's shoulder. Alexander waved them off like it was a minor inconvenience.
"No need, Titus."
The men pulled back, forming a perimeter around the two. "Did you kill them, you son of a bitch?" Gabriel snapped loud enough for all to hear. Gasps and concerned whispers filled the dormitory, only to be hushed as fast as they came. Who in their right minds would ever do that? Alexander feigned offense for the hall to hear. We are here to work together, are we not? Cast away our allegiances to the old world. We are all brothers in arms. Instructor Jensen said something to that effect, I believe. His lips curled back into a predatory grin. We are to be the legacy of a dying world, after all. Gabriel's gaze hardened on Alexander. Alexander's grin fell away. Lewis Burke, the scrawny boy I dropped, slipped out of my hand thanks to those damned water cannons. His voice was loud and clear, so the others could hear. George Ruiz. The poor fellow stopped abruptly in front of me and, well, I'm afraid you saw the results. It was an accident. Gabriel put more pressure on Alexander's throat with his forearm, though he lacked the strength to even bother him. And the third? Max Clark, Alexander grunted with mild annoyance. Water cannons knocked him down at the worst possible time and place. The others were far more fortunate to get away from that trampling with only bruises and cuts. His fate could have been my very own had we not split from the main group. Gabriel, just drop it, Raylan said, kept at a distance by Vargas and Zachary. Gabriel growled in frustration. Everything Alexander said made sense, and yet every fiber of his being told him Alexander was lying. Gabriel's gaze fell. He had to have made a mistake. The heat, the cannons, all that adrenaline. He eased the pressure on Alexander's throat and released him. Alexander leaned forward, slipping a cold whisper into his ear. It's rather amusing you think I would waste my breath on any of those peasants, Rivera. A soft, dark chuckle escaped his lips. A chill shot down Gabriel's spine. His eyes widened. What? I have trained my entire life for this. The rest of you? Dead weight at best. Parasites at worst. Alexander scoffed in hushed tones. Do not worry that pretty little head of yours over them. The crucible will sort you all out in due time. Until then, Alexander pulled back. I have to pretend to care. Appearances must be maintained for the rabble if I am to lead humanity to a new golden age, I'm afraid. A confident smirk tugged at his lips. Son of a bitch, Gabriel whispered, arms trembling with rage. A chuckle escaped Alexander. How much longer, I wonder, before the crucible takes someone you truly care about? Which of your friends will be first? Gabriel clenched his fist. Alexander's tone was cold, dismissive. Cooper? Reinhardt, maybe? He looked past Gabriel at Raylan. Perhaps Wade will be the first to go. His words dripped with venom as that predatory grin returned. Saving your worthless hide, no doubt. Without a second thought, Gabriel pulled back his fist and let loose a vicious growl. "Enough!" a weary voice ordered. Gabriel froze, his fist inches from slamming into Alexander's jaw. Hartford hadn't even flinched, though his grin vanished the second that voice spoke. The ring of bodyguards parted. Trent Hartford stood there, flanked on either side by his own 2 hulking guards. "What's going on here, recruit?" Trent snapped. "This is no behavior for the future bearers of humanity's torch to engage in." Raylan scrambled away to his bunk, and so did every other recruit. They were quick to stand at attention, probably expecting the instructors to appear at any second. Gabriel's fist fell to his side. He pulled away from Alexander, eyes downcast. "It is quite all right, grandfather," Alexander replied, as if defending a friend. He clasped a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. "Poor, sweet Gabriel here is merely grief-stricken at the casualties we suffered today. The desert sun, you see, terrible thing, made him see things that simply did not happen. But I will see to it that he recovers, do not worry." Another cold shudder shot through Gabriel's spine. How could anyone shift from cold and taunting, merciless bastard to kind and reassuring without skipping a beat, all while keeping a straight face? What am I dealing with here? "Such a good boy, Alexander," Trent praised, though it seemed backhanded. "But can you be certain you are safe with such a ruffian around?" Gabriel scowled at Alexander, but he had no one to blame but himself for that appearance. He had to be more careful when dealing with him. "Is anyone truly safe in the Crucible?" Alexander replied. Trent nodded knowingly. "I suppose not. But at the very least you should be safe among your fellow recruits." "I assure you, grandfather, I am perfectly safe." Alexander smiled at Gabriel. "Rivera may be the weakest recruit in our entire company, but he has a good heart. We are good friends already, are we not, Rivera?" Gabriel swallowed his pride and forced a smile. "Of course, I just lost my cool. Sorry." "Good," Trent replied. "Now I did not come all this way for pleasantries. I have received troubling news." "About what, grandfather?" "You, my dear grandson." His voice lowered, the kindness hardening to a cold, stern edge. "You're in the top 10 performing recruits this week." Alexander cleared his throat, hands shifting to his back as he stood at parade rest. "Not number 1? There was almost a tremor to his voice. "No." Trent stepped into the circle of guards, eyes hardening on Alexander. "Your ranking should easily put you in the top 5 among the Crucible's recruits, but your performance does not reflect this. Instead, you are lagging behind some pack rat in the overall rankings and 6th place in the week's performance. I cannot express how deeply disappointed I am over this." He waggled his cane at Alexander. "So many years and hardships have I endured, all to prepare you for this, and you aren't even close to being the top recruit. What do you have to say for yourself, Alexander?" Gabriel didn't expect anyone to talk to Alexander that way, least of all his grandfather. What sort of messed-up childhood did you have? "My apologies, grandfather." Alexander sounded meek, like an insecure child. "Instructor Townsend
recommended I try and improve my relationship with my fellow recruits. Thus I have underperformed for their sake, minimizing casualties. He gestured to Gabriel, inspiring them to greater deeds. Deep breaths, Gabriel. It took every shred of willpower in his body to keep his mouth shut about how that was anything but the truth. Commendable. But I did not put you in this dead-end company to underperform. The old man tapped his platinum and gold dragon cane against Alexander's chest. You are here to shine brighter than a goddamned supernova, boy. There is too much at stake. Too many unknowns to leave humanity's future up to anyone else. Gabriel cleared his throat. You sure you want me hearing all of this? I could just, head on out of here. Trent gently clasped Gabriel's shoulders, his grip tightening as he spoke. Of course, my dear boy. You are one of Alexander's friends, are you not?
Gabriel had never nodded faster in his life. Old as he was, Trent had unlimited power within the Crucible's walls. As far as Gabriel knew, anyway. Getting him expelled was probably on the short list of good outcomes Gabriel could expect if he stepped out of line around Trent. Trent's grip relaxed.
Then you understand this is for our ears only, Rivera. My grandson wouldn't call just anyone his friend.
He stared down at Alexander.
Would he?
Of course not, grandfather. Alexander frowned. However, I must insist that Instructor Townsend was
irrelevant. You will focus your attention solely on outperforming not just your company, but every other recruit in the Crucible.
He swatted Alexander on the chest with his cane.
You may be my grandson, but we have rules here. If you're not the best man for the job, someone else will command the Reclaimer mission. Do you want that?
Trent drilled down into Alexander.
After all you have been through, after everything I have been through to get you here, with everything that is at stake?
No, grandfather. Alexander answered stiffly. I understand what must be done.
Good. Good.
His voice softened, returning to the kind demeanor Gabriel first heard.
That's what I needed to hear. Now don't think this means I'm telling you to abandon your little friend here.
His hand sat on Gabriel and Alexander's shoulders.
By all means, if you can uplift any of these fine recruits, do so. But remember your priorities.
Of course. The old man hugged his grandson.
I best be off then.
Trent returned to his guards.
The world's on fire, and I have to get back to the driver's seat, I'm afraid. Good luck with your training, recruits.
Trent walked out of the dormitory, bodyguards in tow. A collective tension left the room with them as recruits relaxed. Zachary looked over his shoulder. The thin, hardly noticeable lines on his brow became more prominent with his toothy smile.
Always the buzzkill, isn't he, kid?
Titus turned around.
But he's not wrong, Alexander. You're meant for bigger and better things than babysitting this.
He looked around at the other recruits, settling on Gabriel with a deep breath.
Lackluster dumpster fire of a company.
Alexander's brow tightened along with the grasp on his wrist behind his back. A heavy exhale slipped past his nostrils. He turned his attention to Gabriel. The corner of his lips curled upward like nothing happened.
Are we done here, Rivera?
After hearing what Alexander and his grandfather had to say, Gabriel escalated their petty rivalry to a matter of survival. Not just for him and his family, but his friends as well. Gabriel was more determined than ever to best him.
For now.
Alexander smirked.
Such fight in this one. We might make something out of you yet. See, I told you he was one to watch, Zachary said.
Titus groaned in disgust, leering down at Gabriel. Fiery determination rushed through his veins with a new wave of energy. Gabriel walked out of the dormitory and headed for the gym. I have to train harder, push further. I have to be better than him. Chapter 14. Exhaustion caught up with Gabriel as soon as he arrived at the gym. His arms struggled to curl the 50-pound dumbbells. He grunted and growled, stuck at the halfway point, palms screaming at him to stop. A sharp grunt left him. His arms fell. Dumbbells dropped to the floor with dull, heavy thuds. Crimson dripped from his fingertips. "Why am I so weak?" he growled under his breath, moving to the bench press. The thought of checking his wrist comp for an answer crossed his mind. He glanced down at the device, then shook his head. It wouldn't help him get any stronger. Gabriel had to fight tooth and nail for every scrap of strength he could gain, not worry about some numbers on a computer. Gabriel hefted heavy plates onto the bar with shaking arms. He shuddered and swayed with every motion. His head felt lighter than it had any right to. His body begged him to stop. Gabriel refused. Throwing himself onto the bench, he took a firm grasp of the bar. With a heavy breath, he pushed. Another pair of hands pulled it back to the rack. "Commendable as I find your dedication to training, Rivera, you're not going to get anywhere killing yourself," Nicole said. "I'll be fine." Gabriel pushed the bar with a growing growl. It was no use. His hands trembled with increasing severity the more he struggled. His back arched and twisted in vain to struggle to move the bar. Rivulets of red spilled down his wrists. "Oof," Nicole winced. "That's some bad shake you got there. You're going to hurt yourself if you keep going." Gabriel scowled and sat up quickly. His hands clutched at his gut. A sharp pain shot through his core. "What do you want?" Nicole moved to his side, resting a hand on his shoulder. "Just to let you know you're not alone, Rivera. But you're going on about this all the wrong way." "What are you talking about?" Gabriel kneaded into the abs, hiding beneath his soft, doughy core. "Alexander, I see right through his little song and dance," she answered. "But you're not going to bring him down in a fight. First of all, you're too damn weak. Second of all, well, you hurt his grandfather." "Heard all that, did you?" Gabriel asked. "Perks of growing up in the wastes. Not that the old man was all that quiet to begin with." "Yeah, Hartford's connected," Gabriel grumbled. "But what the hell am I supposed to do about that? Or him?" "Don't let him get in your head, for one. Get in his instead." Nicole tapped her temple. "The Crucible is nothing but a game for him. And since you're the only idiot dumb enough to even try, he's a little obsessed with you. So, provide that challenge, that threat." Gabriel laughed. "And how am I supposed to do that if I'm not killing myself training? If I stop, I won't be able to catch up. I won't even make it through Phase 1. "True." Nicole leaned back against the rack. What he could see of her arm beneath her rolled-up sleeve was toned and well-defined muscle from her training prior to the Crucible. "But if you don't make time for proper rest, you'll break down your body, and the fight is over before it starts, especially when your body is begging for it." She pointed at his wrist comp. There was a red light flashing on the device. He activated it and was given a slew of warnings about what he was doing. "Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, F6. Strength, 1. Progress toward next rank, 99%. Warning. Continued exertion will damage subject's muscles. Damage estimates predict a 50% loss in progress. Agility, 1. Progress toward next rank, 45%. Warning. Agility may become compromised due to muscle damage."
Endurance, 2. Progress toward next rank, 5%. Warning. Subject's endurance reduced by 1 due to physical strain and exhaustion. Willpower, 2 to 4, factored as 2 for ranking purposes. Warning. Willpower performing at rank 4. Suppression effectiveness reduced to 99%. Gabriel furrowed his brow, but the warning went away the second he thought about showing it to Nicole. He decided to ignore it for now. Without something to show, he'd just come off like a crazy person. It's not like he had any idea what the risk comp meant by suppression either, and the only people he could ask weren't exactly forthcoming with answers. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 2%. Warning. Subject's intellect reduced to 0 due to anger, exhaustion, and overriding willpower. Charisma, 1. Progress toward next rank, 27%. Warning. Subject's charisma reduced to 0 due to exhaustion. On and on the warnings went, explaining the cascading effects his reduced stats had on his skills. This wasn't helping Gabriel's mood in the slightest. It only made him want to train all the harder to achieve his goals. Anything was better than reading through how he was shooting himself in the foot. Nicole put a hand over his wrist comp's projectors, blocking him from seeing any more of his failings. Relax. Those are temporary effects. As soon as you rest and take care of yourself, everything will go back to normal. Gabriel wanted to protest, but his aching muscles agreed without question. So if you're going to lift today, lift light. Don't push yourself. Nicole held out a brushed metal bottle with a black rubber grip. A warm smile he hadn't expected her to be capable of formed on her lips. And drink this. What's in it? He took the bottle and popped the lid open. It smelled like strong chocolate, but it was off somehow, like a much more tolerable supplement shake Raylan tried to smuggle him back when he started training to get in the military. From the little he could see sloshing about inside, it was extra thick, too. A special blend of supplements to help speed up recovery and gains. Protein, collagen, vitamins, and minerals. The secret herbs and spices. Nicole chuckled. A friend of mine back at boot camp chugged this stuff, and he was a soft little bitch like you. He started making progress real fast when he got his hands on these, and I have the sneaking suspicion the stuff here is even better than that. His lips pursed into a smile at that backhanded advertisement. She pushed the bottle up to his lips. Tastes just like a chocolate shake, I promise. With a worried look at the bottle, Gabriel took a gulp. It was thick, creamy, and frigid, with an almost overpowering taste of chocolate. The chalky aftertaste forced a cough out of him as it clung to the back of his throat. That, he cleared his throat, is going to take some getting used to. Thanks. Drink one of these whenever you're done training for the day. You can get them at the commissary. Just tell them I sent you. Nicole rose to her feet. And seriously, get some rest before you fuck yourself up any more than that obstacle course did. So... Gabriel drummed his fingers on the bottle, wondering how he should phrase his next question. It was a concern he tossed away, as he took notice of the way her sweat-drenched fatigues clung tight to the ample curves of her well-toned body. His gaze darted off her before she seemed to notice, falling onto the hand on his shoulder. It was covered in small scratches and nicks from the day's training. Why are you helping me? Answer me this first, Rivera. Her hand slipped off his shoulder, gesturing toward him. Why are you doing all this? To survive, of course, he answered, and to help the others any way I can. Nicole shook her head. I don't buy it. You're fighting too much like someone with something to lose. What are you fighting for? Gabriel looked down. His shoulders slumped. A dumbass reason, now that I know what I'm in for. So they didn't even tell you before they dragged you in here? She asked, not sounding at all surprised.
Nothing specific.
Nicole's arms folded across her chest. So what is it?
My family. Gabriel sighed. The spook that twisted my arm into joining said they'd take care of them if I put on a good show. If I didn't. He took another swig of the drink. Well, he wasn't very specific about what would happen, but it didn't sound good.
Fucking spooks, always manipulating people. But I guess it's the same for everyone here. Nicole shrugged. They find an angle and push. At least you still have a family. The only ones I have left are my grandparents and my older brother, and he's out there fighting the war.
Orphaned? Gabriel asked, wincing only after he realized that probably wasn't the best question to blurt out.
Nicole's gaze drifted away, seeming to wince at the question. A soft smile returned to her lips. You wanted to know why I'm helping you? He raised a hand to try and apologize, but she kept on talking. Let's just say you've impressed me so far. I'd hate to see you crash and burn before I find out what you're really made of. She turned to leave with a casual wave. Gabriel's gaze fixed on the lazy sway of her hips with every step. She glanced over her shoulder with a grin. Besides, who else is going to keep my skills sharp around here? See you in the morning. Chapter 15. Things fell into routine by the end of the second week of training. Wake up, train, eat, train some more, eat, then rest. In Gabriel's case, the resting meant more and more training. It was a sacrifice, time he could have spent slacking off with the others, as Okumura put it, he dedicated to bettering himself. Thanks to Nicole's advice, however, his recovery times improved, and he learned to train more efficiently while avoiding burnout. One day he was focusing all his efforts on his upper body, another his lower, and in the in-between days he was working on his cardio and flexibility. It earned him another point in strength, and agility was closing in on its second rank. His will remained at its dropped ranking of 2, and Gabriel wasn't sure how to increase it. He was more focused and determined than ever to reach his goals, but that pit of self-doubt his mind wandered off into must have done more damage than he realized. Still, it wasn't all hitting the gym. On Sundays, he took the time off to try and train his mind. Now, a reasonable person would assume that meant a day at the library. Gabriel hadn't gone there. He knew where it was, but he wasn't big on reading. While someone like Sarah could devour several books in a day, he could barely get through half of one in that time. It made him feel like he was wasting his time, and he had more important things to do. Instead, he used the logic puzzles on his wrist comp to sharpen his mind. The bulky device said that's what they were for, and Gabriel wasn't about to question it. They had everything: pipe puzzles, mazes, number games, 3D puzzles, escape rooms. While they weren't the high-octane games he was used to playing back home, they were a fun break from the constant drills. Raylan and Sarah had increased their attributes some in the past week as well. Raylan had increased his diplomacy skill, oddly enough, from talking to every single lady that caught his eye. His athletics was inching toward its third rank as well. Sarah gained her first rank in athletics and her second in medical. She had taken a deep interest in the field after their first obstacle course. Their second one only cemented that interest when she popped a recruit's dislocated shoulder back into place in the middle of the course. Albrecht and Okumura hadn't made much progress, both being stuck at E1 and E2 respectively. They went along with the training, but only put in as much effort as they had to, and not one drop more. Gabriel was going to pass them by the end of the month at this rate. After a long day of training through a sandstorm, Gabriel stepped out of the showers in a fresh set of fatigues. 2 weeks in, and the benefits of his training were already making themselves known. He could breathe easier, deeper, move with greater ease, and his muscles complained less when they hit the drill yard. Even his fatigues fit looser. Off to burn the night away again, Gabriel? Nicole smiled. You could join me if you want, you know. Gabriel gave her a less than impressive flex of his new muscles. I'll be flying past your D2 rank pretty soon. Right, Nicole laughed. Maybe next time. Dragging a strider across the desert took it out of me. She leaned back against her bunk. You should take a break tonight and hit the sim with me. I wouldn't be catching up you guys if I didn't train every night, Gabriel said. Besides, that maze is coming up at the end of the month, and Townsend keeps reminding us how bad it's going to be. Nicole rolled her eyes. Yeah. It's all just hype, like Toshikuni says. She gave him a disappointed wave and sighed. You have fun with the gym rats, Rivera. I'll have to settle for stomping newbies in the sim again. Gabriel chuckled and slipped away, thinking nothing more of it. Their dormitory was almost empty that night, with only a handful of recruits hanging out, chatting, or reading on their wrist comps, but most were out and about. Raylan was chatting up a curly-haired beauty toward the front of their dorm. One of his arms was propped up over her shoulder on the top bunk, his best seductive smile on full display. He was probably whispering sweet nothings to her, if the sparkle in her brown eyes was anything to go by. Gabriel just shook his head and pushed on through the double doors as another girl with a tight bun on her head walked past him. He headed down the hall. A loud slap reached through the shut doors, then another. Frantic voices argued from their dormitory. Raylan rushed out of the doors and crashed into him. "Run, Gabriel!" "What? Why?" The two girls rushed out the door. "There he is!" one cried out. "That's why, man!" Raylan pushed Gabriel ahead. They both ran down the hall, rushing past recruits and confused guards, before they slid around a corner and darted right into Sergei. The huge Russian looked down at them, head cocked to the side. "Why for making runnings? He stopped to try and mouth out a name. "Raylan," Gabriel answered. "Da. Is Raylan making up the troubles with the ladies again?" The two women came around the corner. "Get him!" "You could say that." Raylan rushed past Sergei. Gabriel laughed and took off after him. "Sorry, big guy." "No worries, comrades. I am of the smoothings out." Sergei's huge body blocked the women's path. Sergei looked like he was genuinely trying to calm them down, but somehow Gabriel didn't think that was possible, especially when they all shared the same dorm. Raylan and Gabriel rushed all the way out of the barracks complex. Raylan sat his hands on his hips, arching his back with a deep breath. "Man, that was close." Gabriel laughed between catching his breath. "So, what did you do this time?" "Aye, what did you do, lad?" Albrecht asked, as if the palm prints on Raylan's cheeks didn't answer it. Okumura stood beside Albrecht, grinning from ear to ear like he'd already figured it out. "Well, you see, the whole casting a wide net thing worked out a little too well, and, Raylan took a nervous glance around. "Some of the ladies think there's something bigger going on than there is." "Knew it," Okumura said. "Looks like I'm eating your dessert, Albrecht." Albrecht groaned at Raylan. "You're killing me with your nonsense, lad." Raylan leaned down to Albrecht. "Have you considered not gambling on other people's business? Might be helpful, man." "Aye, but that's boring. And it's not like the staff will let me poke around with their gadgets." "You could always read a book," Okumura teased. "Do you want to drive me to an early grave, lad? These hands need oil and steel to work with." Albrecht shook his hands at Okumura. Gabriel just shook his head in amusement. "So what were you two doing?" Albrecht crossed his arms with a huff. "Getting chased out of the vehicle bay for being too nosy," Okumura answered. "I just wanted to help the techs is all.
Maybe figure out what kind of engine the Strider's got under the hood. Okamura leaned over to Albrecht with a tired but amused smile. It helps if you don't dive in without asking. Gabriel laughed. Okay, then. Well, I'm going to go back to training. Raylan grabbed hold of Gabriel. Wait, these two just gave me an idea. What if we can take a Strider out for a spin? Pretty sure Townsend said we'd get shot over that. Gabriel crossed his arms, brow tightening. Plus, these two just got thrown out for trying to tinker with one. What do you think is going to happen to us? Nah, man. That was those big, stompy bot things you like so much. Those things were expensive as hell, Raylan insisted. One little Strider? They won't mind it missing for a bit. Gabriel frowned. He'd already gotten in trouble once with the guard for defending himself. Getting in trouble a second time, and for a legitimate reason, didn't sound great. This is a really stupid idea. Come on, man, Raylan begged. It'll be like old times when we'd street race back home. Well, I'd street race, you just sat in the car. Gabriel rubbed at his brow. We didn't need to steal your dad's car to go out for a joyride, though. Raylan's eyes darted left and right. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at him. We weren't stealing it, were we? Raylan grinned. It'll be fun, man. Gabriel sighed. It was like arguing with a little kid, and Gabriel had a hard time telling his best friend no when he got like this. You're going to do this no matter what I say, aren't you? Probably. Raylan grinned. Fine, but only so I can keep you from getting yourself killed. Gabriel walked out of the barracks. Maybe we can ask someone to let us take a spin. Raylan followed Gabriel, beaming brightly. You two coming? Oh, hell, why not? Gotta be more interesting than waiting for more training. Albrecht went along with them. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Okamura groaned and joined them. They made their way to the vehicle bay without issue. No strange looks from guards or instructors, no interrogations, nothing. Part of him wanted to believe the idea of always being watched was nothing more than an empty bluff, but he knew better. The hab blocks were civilian infrastructure, not a military installation, and they were always being watched there. Why wouldn't it be the case here? The wrist comps bolted to their arms made it no secret they were tracking their every move after all. Raylan slipped inside the complex first. He meandered around the parking lot, looking like nothing more than a curious recruit. Gabriel and the others joined him, though looking significantly less suspicious compared to Raylan's acting skills. Man, this place is empty. Just a few of those big cargo trucks and a buggy, Raylan said. They probably store them in a hangar overnight, you know, Okamura replied. It keeps them safe from any storm that might roll in. Let's take a look inside, then. Raylan took off ahead, in as fast of a casual pace as he could manage. If it weren't for his eyes darting around and the constant checking over his shoulder, he might sell the casual image he was going for. How are we even going to get one of these running? Gabriel asked. Raylan waved at a pair of patrolling guards with a big smile. My cousin said the military doesn't lock up their vehicles. No keys or access codes. You just get in and hit the on switch. He looked over his shoulder at Gabriel. These guys look pretty military to me, so it probably works the same way. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Look, we're not stealing anything. We're going to take a look around, see if we can talk someone into going along with this joyride of yours, and then we're leaving. Sure, Raylan said, and went into one of the ground vehicle hangars. It was crowded with enforcers, buggies, and striders in the long-range scout formation. There were also guards and mechanics going about their business. Taking a strider out for a spin was going to take some serious timing if Raylan actually wanted to borrow one. So how are things going with your girl, Gabriel? Raylan beamed. What girl? I don't have a girl. Really? I saw how you lit up around that Nicole girl after that game you played.
Don't think I don't see her hanging out with you at the gym, either. His smile grew to a smirk, even as he peeked around columns and different groups, looking for the right strider to take. Aye, lad. That girl doesn't give anyone the time of day but you, Albrecht agreed, seeming distracted by the glimpse of an open engine bay before Okumura dragged him along. Gabriel shook his head. Nah, it's nothing like that. I mean, she's great-looking and all, and fun to be around, but... He shrugged. I don't think she's interested in me like that. I mean, today she asked me to go another round with her in the simulator. Everyone in the group stopped and stared at Gabriel with a look of disbelief. He responded with a clueless stare. Boy, what in the hell are you doing with us, then? Raylan snapped under his breath. Okumura snickered. How dense do you gotta be to miss that sign, Gabriel? Gabriel threw his arms up. She just wants to keep her skills sharp is all. Albrecht patted the top of Gabriel's head. Poor, sweet, innocent thing. Raylan jabbed a finger at Gabriel's chest. Next time she asks you to go do a thing with her, you go, Gabriel. He turned and headed for a strider far from prying eyes. Better yet, you take the lead. While they followed Raylan, Gabriel mulled over what the others said. Nicole had been spending more time with him and gotten more insistent about a rematch, but surely it couldn't be what Raylan and the others said. The Crucible was just too intense a place for any sort of dating, and too much was at stake. Still, if what they were saying was true, he might be messing things up. So, let's say you're right about Nicole. How would I take the lead? Gabriel asked. Raylan looked around as he approached the Strider's door and checked it. Locked. His lips twisted to a frown and moved on to the next vehicle. You come out and say it, man. You know, with your chest, all big and confident, no fear. Aye, like you do when Alexander gets you all riled up, only not mad. Albrecht chuckled. Gabriel wasn't sure any of their advice made sense, but it was something to think about later, when they weren't obviously skulking in the shadows. Raylan popped open the door of a Strider and slipped inside. Get in, quick. The others piled in the car quickly. Okay, we're in, but you aren't starting this thing without asking someone first, right? Gabriel practically pleaded with Raylan. Of course, Raylan said. I'm just taking a look around is all. We can find someone to make friends with later. Probably. Gabriel was less than enthusiastic about Raylan's honesty. Still, he was curious about the Strider. Outside of additional communications equipment, radar, and a far more rugged utilitarian design, the interior wasn't all that different from a standard car. It was certainly roomier, though, with space for munitions, guns, and supplies. This is so dumb, Okumura whined and strapped in his seatbelt. It'll be great. Raylan slammed his thumb down on the ignition button. Gabriel's eyes widened as soon as he realized what his friend was doing. Raylan, no! Nothing happened. What the hell, man? Raylan pushed the button a few more times. This thing got a clutch, maybe? He looked around under the dash. Are you trying to get us killed, Raylan? Gabriel sighed. He looked around regardless. If they ever needed to drive a Strider, it would be useful to know how to use one. There were all manner of switches, knobs, and dials, most of which had some short text or acronym to accompany them. Without a manual, he wasn't going to make heads or tails of any of them. It really did look like the start button was the way to turn the Strider on. The driver's side door pulled open. Everyone inside let out a surprised squeal at the sight of a jolly, bearded man smiling at them.
You kids know all the vehicles here require authorization, right?
The man raised his wrist comp. Sorry, we weren't planning on stealing a car. We were just curious is all. Please don't tase me, Okumura blurted out. Raylan reached back and slapped Okumura's thigh. It was the only thing he could reach. Bro, shut up. The jolly man's smile tightened and widened as his brows raised in amusement.
Come on. If you want to sneak out of here with a ride, you want to go out the back."
He slipped away. Gabriel and the others looked at each other, questioning what they should do. Raylan shrugged and stepped out to follow the man. The others followed. The man wore an orange jumpsuit stained with old oil. The top half hung around his waist, leaving his white undershirt exposed. If the man's deep, oaken, tied-back mane and beard had more than a few streaks of gray running through them, he'd look like the mall Santas that popped up in the Hab block during the winter.
"So, how'd you find us, man?"
Raylan asked.
"Being the armory chief, it's my job to know everything that goes in and out of the armory and vehicle bay."
He lifted his wrist comp and pointed at it. The device more of a gauntlet design than the sleek or bulky contraptions Gabriel had seen thus far.
"And we're always watching."
The man looked over his shoulder.
"Plus, you kids aren't exactly subtle."
"Armory chief? Wait, James Hartford?" Gabriel asked.
"The one and only. Spreading the joy of military-grade firepower is my game."
James kept heading down to the back of the hangar.
"Actually, we do a lot better than that, but corpo grade doesn't have the same kick to it. Paramilitary? Super secret cool kids club? Nah. We'll stick to the classics."
"Are you related to Alexander?" Gabriel asked. "I remember him being pretty annoyed about seeing you back in orientation."
"Our relationships,
He waved his hands around, grasping for words.
"Complicated. Let's go with complicated. He's not misbehaving, is he?"
"You could say he's a bit rough around the edges," Albrecht answered. "That's one way of putting it. Guy's got no shortage of issues, and his grandfather doesn't help at all." Gabriel frowned.
"Dad has that effect on people. That's why I got out of the house nice and early and started doing my own thing."
James laughed.
"Wasn't expecting to be working with the old man again, but with the fate of the world at stake, I had to take one for the team. Besides, you need the best of the best for an operation like this. A little bit of crazy doesn't hurt either."
James led them to a strider far away from guards and engineers at the back of the hangar, the gates already open and waiting to let them out. Standard configuration, no weapons, just an armored hull with wheels and an engine. He leaned against the vehicle and smiled.
"So this is what you boys were looking to play with?" "Oh, yeah."
Raylan clapped his hands together and rubbed them. Gabriel pushed ahead of Raylan. "Wait, before we do, what happened between you and Alexander?" James's lips pursed into a tight smile.
"Fond of pushing the fun topics, aren't you?"
"Guy's not exactly easy to talk to, so it might help us to get along better?" Gabriel offered. James sighed.
"Look, I like you kids for embracing the whole adventurous spirit, going for a joyride and all, but I don't know you well enough to let you in on the family drama, okay?"
"Obviously." Okamura swatted the back of Gabriel's head.
"I'll just say this. I never wanted my little nephew getting involved in this mess. It's bad enough we force you kids to come here blind, but Alex doesn't have any experience with the real world. He shouldn't—"
James took a deep breath.
There I go, running my big fat mouth again.
He slapped the top of the strider.
"So, joyride, anyone? Wade?" "Oh, I'm down."
Raylan bounced on his heels.
"Let's go. What do we do?"
James pulled up his wrist comp. Now that he had a better look at it, the gloved part of the device looked far more mechanical than a piece of protective equipment. With practiced ease, his fingers moved in a quick series of patterns. The wrist comp's holographic projection moved through different screens before Raylan and the others lit up at the words, "Strider access granted."
"You go for a drive. Try not to cause an accident."
James stepped away from the car with a jolly smile.
"Oh, and don't leave the crucible walls. The guards will light you up if you do."
"Don't worry, Mr. Hartford. I'm the best driver around." Raylan placed a hand over his heart.
"One of them, at least."
James chuckled. Gabriel raised his hand. And you're sure we'll be fine if we do this?
James shrugged. Probably.
Gabriel exchanged a nervous glance with the others.
Except Raylan. He was already in the driver's seat.
Go on, get going before I change my mind, James said. Then you'd really be in trouble.
We do have the Armory Chief's permission, Albrecht said. Okamura nodded. We should be fine with this, right?
Are you guys getting in or not?
Raylan said as the engine roared to life and the displays inside all came online. Gabriel exchanged another glance with the others, then the grinning James. Screw it. Let's go. They piled inside the Strider. Raylan threw it into neutral and revved the engine a few times.
Ooh, listen to that engine purr. It's a mean one, isn't it?
I wish the Armory Chief would let me peek under the hood. Albrecht huffed in exaggerated offense. Maybe I'll ask him when we get back. Are you sure we're even allowed to actually do this? Okamura asked, already having second thoughts.
Of course. The Armory Chief gave us permission, so it's fine.
Raylan put the car in drive and peeled out of the parking spot, making a sharp right turn. He sped right for the hangar doors. Gabriel made sure his seatbelt was on tight. Pretty sure driving like a maniac is a great way to make it not fine.
It's not a joyride if you aren't zooming,
Raylan laughed as they flew past a patrol on their way out of the hangar.
They seem upset, Okamura warned. I'm sure it's fine.
Raylan sped through the parking lot, honking the horn at any guards or mechanics in his path. They scrambled out of the way. We're getting a lot of eyes on us, Okamura continued.
Calm down, lad. We got permission, Albrecht said.
Gabriel was seriously regretting indulging Raylan. It wasn't the first time he'd done so, and he was certain it wouldn't be the last. With a sharp turn of the wheel and a pull of the e-brake, Raylan drifted the Strider out to the airstrip around a pair of cargo tugs hauling containers.
Whoa, this thing's got some heft to it. We went a little wide there.
Gabriel latched onto the grab bar to keep from being flung to the side. Have you tried not driving like a madman? With or without James's permission, they were screwed thanks to Raylan's driving. Resigned to his fate, Gabriel sat back and laughed. There was nothing else to do but enjoy the ride now. Raylan straightened out the wheel and floored it onto the runway. Their bodies sank into their seats as the engine roared. 100 miles per hour and climbing. They flew past dropships resting on the runway. Guards and workers turned to look at them.
I said we were going for a joyride, not a Sunday drive, Raylan said.
The portrait of a grizzled old guard came on screen, graying red stubble thick on his brick jaw.
You recruits mind telling me what the hell you're doing with that Strider?
Just a quick drive, sir, Raylan answered. We'll have it back in a moment, I promise. The speedometer climbed past 180 miles per hour. Albrecht popped up around Raylan's shoulder.
We have the Armory Chief's permission. Oh, well, if you're going to bring it back in a bit, I guess it's fine.
The guard mocked Raylan. Seriously? Raylan asked.
Of course not. Pull over right now and we might let you off easy.
Guess the fun's over, lads. Albrecht gave a nervous laugh. Yeah, sure, whatever. I just want to live, Okamura replied, both hands latched onto the grab handle. Not quite done with my drive yet, Raylan said. I'm putting this baby through its paces.
What?
Raylan cut off the guard's communication. Gabriel laughed. You know we're totally screwed now, right? Maybe, Raylan admitted, as he brought the Strider up to 200 miles per hour. Hangars flew past their peripheral vision faster than he could register what was in them. What's the worst that could happen? More drills, lots of tasing, maybe lashes? Gabriel looked back at Okamura and Albrecht. Do you guys know if they do lashings here?
How the hell should we know?
They replied in unison. A pair of Striders pulled up behind them, struggling to gain on the already speeding car.
Pull over,
one of them ordered over speakers. All right, Raylan, we've had our fun. Let's turn ourselves in before this gets out of hand, Gabriel said.
Nah, man, I'm just getting started. Raylan slammed on the brakes.
Their seatbelts dug into their chests as they lurched forward. The pursuing Striders rocketed past them. They swerved to a stop, then returned to the chase. Raylan sped for the aircraft hangars, shooting off into the alleys between the structures. The roaring engine's sound was amplified in the narrow spaces. In and out, Raylan weaved between the buildings, while the pursuing drivers lagged further and further behind.
"We can't keep up with this kid," a guard's voice came through the comms. "Deploying reinforcements," answered another.
"You've really gone and done it now, Raylan." Gabriel could only imagine how much trouble they were going to get into after all was said and done. He had expected to get into trouble for going along with this, sure, but not guard reinforcements trouble. Gabriel would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy Raylan's insane driving, though. He loved the adrenaline rush. Raylan shot the Strider out of an alleyway and back to the runway. Guards tried to box them in with their own vehicles, even throwing a cargo truck in their way. Raylan was too quick for them. He drifted around the truck before they were blocked off. "Who's causing trouble in the runway?" Townsend's voice came through comms with mild annoyance.
"Raylan Wade's behind the wheel, but he's not alone," a guard replied.
"Block all the exits, I'm on my way," Townsend said. Albrecht chuckled.
"You've gone and done it now, lad. What do you think she's going to do to us?"
Raylan asked, speeding for the nearest exit. Too late. The gates were sealed with guards positioned behind heavy barricades. They took aim at the Strider. Raylan was going too fast, way too fast. "Shoot us, maybe?" Gabriel said, bracing for the rounds to start flying, or the Strider to smash through the barricade, whichever came first.
"Stop the vehicle now," a guard ordered.
Raylan swerved the Strider and peeled out in front of them, leaving a heavy cloud of smoke in their wake.
"They haven't shot yet."
"You're really pushing our luck here, Raylan," Okumura snapped.
"I'll get us back to the hangar, you big baby. Calm down. This ride's gotten a little too serious to be a joyride anymore."
Raylan sped back across the runway. It was the only place he could go. Every path leading off it was blocked off by guards and their vehicles. They were trapped. A shadow swooped in overhead with the howl of thrusters. It was a fast-attack gunship. They moved into position, flying low to the ground just ahead of them. Its back hatch opened with a single power-armored figure inside. What are they doing?" Okumura asked. The figure dropped out the back of the gunship, right in their path. Raylan slammed the brakes. Tires screeched as the Strider slowed. It wasn't fast enough. The Strider slammed right into the power-armored soldier's grasp. The soldier fired off thrusters as sparks erupted around their feet until they came to a complete stop. "Out of the vehicle." Townsend's distorted voice came through the helmet speakers. "Now." Everyone poured out of the Strider and rushed to attention. Squads of guards surrounded them. The guards trained their rifles on them. Gabriel gulped, wondering what sort of punishment was coming next. "Wade!" Townsend stomped back and forth in front of them, her attention fixed on Raylan as her helmet disassembled into her armor's collar.
"Instructor Townsend, you're looking beautiful as ever this fine evening."
Raylan smiled, confident as ever, and earning the disconcerted stares of his partners in crime. Townsend shook her head. "You couldn't just wait until Phase 2 to go for a spin, could you?" Her armor granted her additional height, enough to stand equal to Raylan, when, on a normal day, she was shorter than all of them. It was a lighter suit of armor than the silver-striped heavies that escorted them to meet the Commandant, but the thruster unit on the back likely made up for the weight difference. Her right shoulder was marked by 2 silver stripes and the Reclaimer emblem. Gabriel wondered if she knew anything about the strange stats in his wrist comp, or what the deal was with the silver stripes. It was too bad this was not the time to ask, and if the mess they were in was as bad as it looked, he doubted he was going to get a chance. Raylan beamed like a kid who just got his hands on his new favorite toy.
"They're a pretty sweet ride. How could I help myself? Not that I could get one of these guys on my own."
He cleared his throat and stood straighter. I am aware, recruit. You're a wheelman, not a code monkey. That's more Albrecht's shtick. Personally, I prefer grease monkey, Mom. Albrecht chimed in to receive a slap on the back of the head from Okumura. Sure, Reinhardt. Whatever the case, the Commandant is very interested to hear how this happened. Come with me, recruits. Townsend turned to leave the runway behind. Not again, Gabriel muttered. They arrived in Commandant Johnson's office in no time flat. The smooth, glossy white walls of the room looked so much better when Gabriel wasn't spasming on the floor with electricity coursing through his body. Somehow he got the feeling he was going to be back on that boat very soon.
Rivera, how nice of you to drop by again so soon.
Johnson knocked the ash off his cigar into a tray.
I hope you're not planning on making these a regular occurrence.
As much as I enjoy your company, sir, I'd rather not be here. Last time didn't go so well for me, Gabriel admitted.
What do you mean, recruit? I did you a favor. Your endurance ticked up a rank thanks to that round of shock therapy,
Johnson said, doing a poor job of looking wounded while he was at it. Raylan and the others looked at Gabriel with wide eyes. Gabriel gave them an awkward smile. Townsend laughed, pacing back and forth behind the 4 recruits. It was like they were lined up for execution, and she was waiting to pull the trigger. Trigger might be a generous word with the lack of guns on her, but it's not like she needed one with power armor on.
Wade, was it? Johnson asked. How did you get access rights to a Strider? For that matter, how did all of you?
His attention turned to Albrecht.
Was it you, Reinhardt? I know you're the brains of this operation when it comes to tech.
Albrecht shook his head in an exaggerated fashion. No, sir. Never even got to look under the hood of one of those beauties. Raylan cleared his throat.
Well, you see, we were caught by the armory chief while we were checking things out down there and...
Johnson leaned back into his seat.
Let me guess. James gave you clearance.
Raylan nodded.
Exactly, that's what happened. Then he told us to go for our joyride, and off we went, so, we thought we were okay to go.
Townsend placed her heavy, armored hands on Raylan's shoulders. Well, you thought wrong, recruit. Her voice carried an ominous edge to it. Unless you receive express permission from me, one of my instructors, or the Commandant himself, you don't have clearance to so much as take a goddamn breath. Am I understood?
Raylan winced at the squeeze. Yes, ma'am.
Townsend gave Raylan a hard pat on the shoulder and released him. Good boy. Johnson rubbed at his temple.
I will have to remind our dear armory chief about proper protocol and procedure. But he is a Hartford, so I doubt it will be taken as more than a suggestion.
So we're free to go? Raylan's arms were almost flung out with a pair of finger guns, but he caught himself halfway.
James may have granted you Strider access, but you still did not have permission from anyone to go on your little joyride, Wade, Johnson scolded him. Townsend, what do you recommend as punishment for this bunch?
This bunch? But we didn't do anything, Albrecht stammered. Except for going along with Raylan in the first place, Gabriel admitted. He figured the best course of action to minimize the punishment was to come clean. Even if we did technically try to stop him, we all climbed in that Strider. That's right. All for one and one for all, Townsend chuckled. How about 3 lashes for each of them? That Strider's going to need some TLC after Raylan took it for a spin, and parts of the airstrip are a mess. Johnson pulled up a holographic screen.
While I admire your zeal, Instructor Townsend, that particular punishment is excessive for some minor maintenance work. No one was hurt, and ultimately this is all James's fault. Without his granting of clearance, none of this would have been possible in the first place. I believe we need to take a more proportional approach to this punishment, in accordance with our rules and regulations.
Townsend held her chin. But they still need to learn their lesson. She snapped her fingers. I got it. For the next week, you 4 jokers are going to clean your company's bathrooms, toilets and all, with toothbrushes.
Gross,
they collectively groaned. And I want to see them shine, recruits, Townsend bellowed. If I can't eat my chicken nuggets off the damn floor, I will personally beat your ass up and down every inch of this beautiful crucible. An evil grin flashed across her face. And then I'll let Jensen have a go. You understand me? Gabriel and the others paled at the very prospect. Yes, ma'am. It was going to be a long week. Chapter 16. Townsend was not bluffing in the slightest when it came to her punishment. Gabriel, Raylan, Okamura, and Albrecht had to clean every inch of the bathrooms with toothbrushes to a mirror shine. Every night, after they finished cleaning, she showed up to inspect the premises, drop down to the floor, and eat off it. It was disgusting. But every time they failed, their punishment was extended another 2 days. And that was after Townsend or Jensen went out of their way to chase them across the base. Albrecht was the first to learn the hard way the beatings were no bluff either. If they couldn't perform to Townsend or Jensen's likings, they took a pounding for it. While it was never enough to cause serious damage, it sent a message. At least Gabriel's defense skill hit its first rank, thanks to their punishment, and agility was close to rank 2. Silver linings. Training intensified throughout the month, regardless of their punishment. Each day brought new challenges, pushing recruits to their breaking point. Many recruits dropped out of the program altogether, deciding it was better to risk the desert than suffer through the crucible. Gabriel was not among them. He pushed beyond his limits at every opportunity. It didn't matter how much it hurt. He had a goal, and no one could stop him. Gabriel couldn't blame them either. With every new obstacle course, the degree of challenge increased, and the number of fatalities went up. On a good day, the 42nd Company would come through with nothing more than a few dozen serious, even crippling injuries. Nothing medical couldn't handle. But there was never shortage of companies suffering losses. With Nicole's help, and staying up past curfew at every opportunity, Gabriel was able to break through to rank 2 strength and actually stay there. It was his least stable stat, even next to willpower. It kept swinging back and forth between rank 1 and 2 depending on the day, weather, and probably the alignment of the stars. Nicole did her best to explain that was because he was still pushing too hard and tried to get him to try different training techniques, like reverse pyramid training. That was where he started with low reps at the max weight he could lift, then go down in weight while increasing reps. Gabriel listened to her again, but not the part about slowing down. He wasn't going to reach the top of the class by doing that. "Gabriel, don't you think you're pushing yourself a little too hard?" Albrecht asked, mounting another 45-pound plate on the barbell for Gabriel. "That's why you're here, isn't it?" he replied breathlessly, wiping sweat from his brow. "To make sure I don't hurt myself?" It was another late night at the gym. Gabriel's muscles groaned at all the aches he'd earned, not from the day's training, but the extra hours he was putting in afterward. The musty smell of his own sweat filled his lungs with every breath. Salt-laden beads of sweat rolled off his chin and splattered against the floor while he rolled his shoulders. "I ain't worried about the damned bet, lad," Albrecht protested. "I just don't want you getting in trouble with the guards, or worse." "Then what you worried about, Ese?" The mohawked man from Alexander's group, Vargas, stepped inside the gym. Titus and Alexander followed. "Worried the chamaquito can't keep up with you? Look at yourself, man." Vargas threw an arm at Albrecht's neck, jerking him to his side. "Riviera's looking harder than you, Chubbs."
He drove the point home with a pat to Albrecht's belly. Gabriel raised a confused brow. He wasn't even sure how to start dealing with Vargas.
Vargas, you know people can't understand half of what comes out of your mouth when you talk like that. Alexander laughed.
But Rivera can.
Vargas turned to face Gabriel.
Or did your parents never teach you your language?
Albrecht tried to slip from his grasp, but Vargas only tightened his the more he struggled. Gabriel looked at Albrecht, silently telling him to quit squirming. Albrecht didn't listen. "Yeah, I understand what you're saying," Gabriel said. Vargas released Albrecht and returned to Hartford's side.
"See, boss, you just need to pick up more of the lingo."
Albrecht stepped away from Vargas, dusting himself off with a concerned stare.
Yes, Vargas. Now get over here and help me load this bar.
Hartford paused for a moment.
Excuse me, Quay, was it? That's right.
Vargas flashed a toothy grin with an ecstatic nod. Titus shook his head as a smile fought its way into his stony face. Gabriel returned his attention to Albrecht. "The guards haven't bothered me yet about my extra training." The act of sitting on the bench alone was enough for his thighs to cry out in agony. "I'm doing fine, Albrecht. Better than ever. I'm an F7 now. At the rate I'm going, I'll be an E0 by next week."
"Fine my ass!" Titus's booming voice reached across the room. "You weigh what? 200? 225? You're just barely lifting your own weight," he taunted.
Now, Titus, not everyone in our company is as gifted as you."
Alexander slid another heavy plate onto the bar. 300 pounds to Gabriel's 200.
"Lord knows I cannot keep up with you. Maybe that Sergei could make an attempt."
Titus snorted.
"Little pack rat ain't got nothing on me, Hartford. Just like that noodle-armed doughboy over there won't ever hold a candle to you."
Gabriel glared at Titus. Every fiber of his being demanded he defy Titus and Alexander's expectations. All except for his single point in intellect, quite possibly his last remaining brain cell, which told him he should know better. He tucked that voice of reason away in its corner. "Albrecht, give me another 50 pounds. Alexander performed his lifts with relative ease, arms steady, letting out sharp breath as he pushed the weight up. 250? Gabriel, that's too much of a jump," Albrecht said. Hartford looked over with that cocky smirk of his. "Listen to Reinhardt, Rivera. We would not want you to hurt yourself now, would we?" Titus chuckled.
"Come on, doughboy. Do it. Do it!"
Gabriel's brow tightened. "Load them." Before Albrecht could repeat his protest, Titus continued.
"No balls."
All it took was a deathly glare from Gabriel to coax Albrecht into action. He added another 50 pounds to the bar, 50 shy of matching Hartford. Vargas laughed like a hyena.
Oh, shit. He's actually going to do it, boss."
Ignoring the cries of his core muscles, Gabriel laid on the bench and pulled the bar from its rack. Elbows almost buckled under the weight, but Gabriel caught himself. He slowly lowered the bar to his chest. Hartford finished his set and sat up to watch. His smirk never left his all-too-perfect face.
"Go on, then."
Gabriel grunted, arms shaking, teeth clenched, as he pushed the bar up. Again and again, his face reddening with each successful repetition. A sharp pain shot through his right arm. It gave out beneath the weight. Albrecht was quick to react. He snatched the bar and helped Gabriel return it to the rack. "Thanks," Gabriel grumbled as he sat up, massaging his arm. It didn't stop the sharp throb pulsing through it like a knife. "It's nothing. Shake it off."
Oh, so close," Vargas whooped. "But not quite a full set, eh?
Disappointing. Alexander rose to his feet with a sigh. "Come along, Titus, Vargas.
It appears Rivera is still not worth my time.
Titus snorted. What did I tell you, Alex? He's just a distraction.
His words took on a low growl like distant thunder.
And not even a good one.
Gabriel slowly moved his arm back and forth, checking to see it was still in working order. Other than a new stinging ache, it felt fine. Is that what you came here for? Just to taunt me? Alexander waved a dismissive hand through the air as they headed out. Taunting? No. But after surviving the crucible for a month, I had hoped you would have made more progress. A long yawn escaped him. But you are still nothing more than dead weight. Gabriel rushed forward, knuckles white. Albrecht caught him before he could go anywhere. His teeth bared from rage and the sharp pain shooting through his arm. I'll show you, dead weight. Alexander laughed. Oh, I'm sure you will. He left with the others. Gabriel growled out his frustrations and tore away from Albrecht. He headed right back for the bench to continue his training. Little by little, I'll catch up. I'll show him. Lad, I know Alexander's a prick, but you can't keep going like this. You're going to really hurt yourself, Albrecht insisted. Gabriel knew he had a point, and yet he continued. He removed one of the extra plates. A sharp grunt escaped him. His right arm jerked back like a broken rubber band. The heavy plate dropped with a loud clattering thump. Concern was scrawled all over Albrecht's face as he followed Gabriel. See? You can't keep doing this. Gabriel glared at Albrecht but turned away. His eyes shut for a deep breath. He planted a shaking hand on Albrecht's shoulder. It's just sore. Relax. Then he spotted the red blinking light on his wrist comp. Gabriel pulled it away before Albrecht noticed. He didn't want to acknowledge that warning either. Albrecht's shoulders slumped. But things are getting serious around here. Gabriel shut his eyes again, fingers kneading deep into his aching muscles as he returned to the bench. The pain spread up his arm and across to his chest. They weren't serious already? Albrecht flung his arms up, then dropped limp to his side, shaking his head. What's this all about, Albrecht? Look, I feel terrible about betting on anyone's life, even if it was mostly meant as a joke. Albrecht's gaze fell. We've already lost so many people. Gabriel nodded with a frown. He always suspected Albrecht and Okumura weren't serious about their Deadpool, but it was nice to hear some confirmation. But I feel worse about betting with your life. You've been working harder than anyone here, Albrecht praised, meeting Gabriel's gaze. It's honestly inspired us slackers to do better. Gabriel chuckled. I bet it was real inspiring when I took that rubber slug to the ribs. Albrecht threw his hands in the air again. You took it like a champ. He was back up and running in no time at all. Funny way of saying choking on sand, but I'll take it, Gabriel snickered. If it makes you feel better. I have no intention of dying here. I'm getting on that space station, for my family's sake, if nothing else. Good. Then I can enjoy my meals with a side of victory. Albrecht beamed before planting a hand on his shoulder. But you won't survive pushing yourself the way you are, Gabriel. You're going to hurt yourself, and it's going to cost you. Like today, you can barely run a straight line. Gabriel sighed. Yeah, pushed my legs a bit harder than I should have yesterday. But at least I could keep up. I still don't hold a candle to Alexander, though. Is that why you're pushing so hard? Townsend questioned as she entered the room. Albrecht snapped to attention and saluted her. Gabriel's legs wobbled as he whirled about. His muscles screamed at the stiff movement. His face twisted briefly as he saluted. Instructor Townsend, what brings you by this time of night? At ease, Townsend ordered. I've been hearing reports that one of my recruits has been ignoring curfew
and training hard into the night. Should have known it was you, Rivera. A smirk tugged at her lips. Tell me, do you know why we have a curfew? So we don't make a mess of the place? Gabriel replied without a clue. He looked to Albrecht for backup. Cute answer, but wrong. Reinhardt? According to the recruit handbook, curfew is enforced so that our bodies have time to recover for the next day of training. Albrecht recited as if he'd read the manual a few dozen times too many. To say that seemed unnecessary to Gabriel was an understatement. That's right. You've made some amazing gains over the past month, Rivera. I'm even starting to see some muscle definition in those doughy arms of yours. A point she drove home with a squeeze to his bicep. Gabriel's muscles beneath his thinning layer of cushion were taut, strong, and protested at the squeeze. Thank you, ma'am. But I can't let you keep skipping out on curfew. You need every hour of sleep we give you, Townsend said. Gabriel shook his head. I'm fine, really. I can run on 4, maybe 3 hours if I have to, whatever it takes to be the best. He looked to the palm of his hand, calluses formed from their month of training, scraped and peeling from the constant strain he put his body through just to keep up. If I can't do that, I'm putting my family at risk. I'm putting everyone around me at risk. A shudder shot through his spine. How many recruits had they already lost in their company alone? 24? I don't know if I could live with myself if anyone was hurt because of me. Townsend's arms folded across her chest. You can push all you want, but without proper rest, you're going to blow your engine when you need it most. Like tomorrow afternoon. She pointed a finger at Gabriel's blinking wrist comp. Grimacing, Gabriel pulled up the device to look. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, F7. Strength, 2. Progress toward next rank, 30%. Warning. Right bicep damaged. Strength reduced by 50%. Right forearm strained. Strength reduced by 25%. Agility, 1. Progress toward next rank, 89%. Warning. Agility is compromised due to exhaustion. Rest is strongly recommended. Endurance, 2. Progress toward next rank, 45%. Willpower, 2 to 4, factored as 2 for ranking purposes. Intellect, 1. Progress towards next rank, 12%. Warning. Subject's mental state is compromised. Intellect reduced to 0. Charisma, 1. Progress toward next rank, 69%. Gabriel could recover his agility by resting, but the warnings about his right arm were cause for concern. That might take more than a day's rest to recover. He needed to run down to the commissary to get one of those special shakes, then a trip to medical to see if they could help him speed up his recovery. Townsend shot him a concerned smile. It's bad, isn't it? Gabriel didn't want to acknowledge that, but there was no point lying either. She had access to every detail about their lives within the crucible and before it, so he avoided the subject. What's happening tomorrow? Townsend shook her head with equal parts amusement and disappointment on her face. Albrecht heaved an exasperated sigh. He slouched forward with a look of disbelief aimed right at Gabriel. You haven't read the handbook at all, have you? Gabriel shrugged. If it was important, we'd have heard it from Instructor Townsend or Jensen. Albrecht buried his face in his palms, speaking with muffled frustration. If you read that handbook, you'd know the training schedule for every day. Then maybe you wouldn't spend all day running on jelly legs. Seriously? Gabriel asked. He pulled up the recruit hand manual, and sure enough, it was there. The training schedule for every single day. He could have and should have been using this to plan his extra training. He leaned his head back with a groan. I'm an idiot, he said to himself.
Even the obstacle course and maze runs were marked in the handbook. They didn't have any details as to what those events focused on, so there was no preparing for whatever problems the instructors had planned out for them. Townsend laughed. "It's that stellar rank 1 intellect of yours," she teased. Gabriel narrowed his eyes at her and scrunched up his face in faux offense. He had to admit she was probably right about that. Townsend grasped both of them by the shoulder. She had an impressive grip for a small woman. "Reinhardt, good job looking out for Rivera. Now go remind Toshikuni gambling isn't allowed." Albrecht gave a nervous nod. "Yes, Mom." "Rivera, take better care of yourself." Townsend gripped his right arm. "Damn thing is trembling. Rest up before you get yourself killed tomorrow, or worse." Gabriel grudgingly nodded. "Right after I swing by the commissary and medical." "Good call. But I won't pull your ass out of the fire if the guards catch you." Gabriel nodded, then stared at his feet. He had a burning question he wanted to ask her. "Ma'am, how am I supposed to catch up to Hartford if I'm not killing myself every day training?" Townsend was hardly the first to tell him he needed to take it easy, but as the more approachable of his two instructors, he valued her thoughts on the matter more than anyone else. "Why are you worried so much about him?" Townsend asked. Gabriel frowned. "Because he trained his whole life for this. If someone doesn't manage to surpass him, he'll end up in charge, and I don't see that ending well for any of us." "So you want to lead now, do you?" A grin tugged at her lips. No, I mean, anyone's better than Hartford, ma'am," Gabriel said. Well, lied was more accurate. He didn't see anyone else in his company stepping up to the plate, and he didn't have the time to check in on the other companies. If it's not me, then at least I can help someone better get selected. I'll do anything in my power to make that happen. There's a lot more consideration that goes into our leadership section than simple physique, and a corpse can't lead, Rivera." He returned a surprised but hopeful gaze. She saw right through him. Townsend pulled away from Gabriel and Albrecht. "Go on, get out of here. Jensen's having a little chat with the guards about enforcing curfew, so don't expect to do this again." Gabriel was about to protest when a sharp pain shot up his right arm again. His face twisted for the briefest moment, but it was plain enough for anyone to see. "You're probably right. I'll get some rest, ma'am." "Good. You're going to need it in the maze." Chapter 17. Gabriel and Albrecht returned to their dormitory, escorted by one of the guards Jensen chewed out. It was a topic the feckless man made ample reference to along the way. Thankfully, he was kind enough to help Gabriel with his detour to the commissary and medical, though it seemed he just wanted to bitch and complain about Jensen some more. With a cold shake in his belly and a low-level stimulant to help his arm recover, Gabriel was feeling much more confident about his odds the next day in the maze. Albrecht and him slipped inside their dormitory hall with the soft footfalls of their boots. The door shut behind them without a sound, leaving their eyes to adjust to the room's darkness. Their company was fast asleep, and Gabriel planned to keep it that way, even if the stench of sweat on their bodies was sure to rouse anyone they got too close to. A quick shower later, they returned to their bunks. Okamura sat up in the lower bunk he shared with Albrecht, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. "What are you two idiots doing up this late?" he whispered, then held up his wrist comp. 22:25:37 appeared on the holographic display. "Drills start at 0500 sharp. Maze runs tomorrow, actually." Albrecht climbed up to his bunk with a soft groan of its metal frame and threw his covers on. "That hyped-up obstacle course they've been scaring us about?" Okamura yawned, flopping back onto his bed. "All the more reason to sleep." Gabriel climbed into his own bunk beneath Raylan with a stifled groan. He wore the same sleepwear every recruit wore, a pair of far too short shorts Townsend and the other instructors referred to as ranger panties, along with the white undershirt they wore beneath their fatigues. "Sorry, Okumura," Gabriel whispered. "Just had to get one more workout in." "Ignoring your doctor's orders as usual," Okumura muttered through his pillow. Gabriel couldn't help the amusement slipping into his voice. "Sticking to that doctor thing still?" Okumura snorted. "I'm more qualified than those butchers they call medics." Gabriel chuckled, leaning back onto his right arm. His muscles tensed. A quick, sharp breath left his nostrils as he lowered himself and pulled on the covers. Okumura frowned at Gabriel's pain. "Was that what you were doing with him, Albrecht? Babysitting?" Albrecht didn't respond. Okumura reached up to his bunk with his foot and gave him a quick shove, then another. Albrecht leaned over the bunk. "It's not technically cheating for our bet. Besides, I didn't want to see him hurt himself tomorrow. You can't keep a moron from hurting himself." He looked over to Gabriel. "No offense, Rivera, I like you, but you are thick as hell." Gabriel's lips pressed tight together, stifling a laugh. "Thick-headed, I mean," he stammered. "Not curvy like you degenerate Yanks use over here." Gabriel's quiet laughter grew into rough snorts and loud breaths as he tried to contain himself with a hand over his mouth. "Speaking of our bet," Albrecht chimed in, "Townsend said we can't do gambling anymore." Okumura narrowed his gaze. "How the hell did she find out about that?" "I didn't tell anyone. Did you, Gabriel?" Albrecht asked. Gabriel shook his head. "Did you forget they're listening to us on the wrist comps?" "Raylan's top 10 list is going to land him in hot water, if that's the case," Albrecht snickered. "Right? I'm surprised it hasn't already. Instructor Townsend's on that list." Gabriel tried to relax in bed, but all he could do was stare at the bunk above. Their first real challenge was coming in the morning, the first of many to come, and here they were talking like it was no big deal. Townsend, like the other instructors, reminded them at every opportunity the mazes were a death trap. None of them wanted to believe it, and others, like Okumura, went out of their way to argue it was all mind games. Whatever the truth was, they'd learn in the coming day. One thing was certain in Gabriel's mind, however. If the obstacle courses they'd ran so far weren't considered a real challenge, Gabriel wasn't looking forward to whatever fresh hell was waiting for them in the maze. "Do you guys think we're ready for tomorrow?" Gabriel asked. "More than ready. Your pudgy self included, Gabriel." Okumura yawned, wrapping the covers tighter around himself in the wonderful, air-conditioned dormitory. "But what if it's as bad as the instructors say, lad?" Albrecht shuddered. "What are they going to do? Shoot at us?" Okumura laughed. "Just improvise, adapt, overcome. Isn't that what Jensen was shouting at us in the last obstacle course?" "Man doesn't talk much, so he might be worth listening to." Gabriel nodded, shifting in his bunk, anxious about the coming day. His mind was wide awake while his body demanded rest. "Think we'll make it? To the station, I mean?" "Probably." Okumura gave a lazy reply, making himself comfortable in his bunk. "Don't want to be stuck down here in this mess when it goes tits up. Oh, I don't know, lad. Maybe. Either way, I get a hell of a story to tell in the afterlife." Albrecht chuckled. Gabriel quirked a brow with a quiet laugh. "On the one hand, I could die and get to say I saw how the world ended," Albrecht explained. "On the other, I could see the mess that comes after and build the bridges and cities of the new world. Either way is an absolute win in my book." "Were you studying to be an architect or something?" Gabriel asked. "Kind of. Sort of. Not really," Albrecht replied. See, with the whole changing ecosystem business, rising tides and the war, Britain moved its focus to floating cities like New London.
Right, you mentioned that a while back. Something about a fleet, I think.
Aye. New London consists of a whole fleet. Hab ships, garden ships, manufacturing ships, drill ships, and, of course, the military escort. Oh, and the flagship.
Sounds ridiculously expensive, Gabriel replied. Why not just build on an oil rig or something like that?
Albrecht shook his head. No, too static. Very vulnerable to attacks from the pack, and that's the last thing we need in the middle of the ocean. Because sinking on a boat is so much better, Okumura said. Not really, but they are better to run maintenance on and tackle storms, he replied. Anyway, I was studying to build those things and the facilities inside. Not quite the dream of rebuilding our war-torn world, but it was something. Besides, I got to finagle around with all sorts of tech, trying to figure out how stuff worked.
Is that how they actually got you to join the Reclaimer program? Gabriel asked.
I'd be lying if it didn't sound like a perk of the job, lad. Albrecht grinned. If it doesn't pan out, then, well, I'll do what I can for this world.
Gabriel nodded. His attention turned to Okumura. What about you? What do you hope to do in the future if you make it on the station?
Okumura shrugged. Anything's better than a field hospital. Maybe I could be a normal doctor and not have to shove someone's guts back in them for the third time in a week. Nice change of pace.
Gabriel gulped at the mental image that conjured. Okumura rolled over, facing away from Gabriel.
If it doesn't work out, it doesn't sound like it'll be my problem for very long anyway, so why worry?
What a sad way to look at the world. Without hope or dreams for the future, just trying to get by. Gabriel sighed and stared at the floor. He wasn't much different himself in the past.
Don't worry about him, Gabriel. He gets like this sometimes. Albrecht smiled. So what about you? What do you want after all this?
I honestly haven't thought that far ahead. Gabriel stared up at the jolly, round-faced recruit.
Didn't you want to kick Hartford's arse?
Of course.
So you want to lead, lad?
Albrecht insisted. Gabriel sank his head into his pillow. Yeah, but I don't know sometimes. It feels like that'd be too much responsibility for me to handle. I just don't want him in charge.
If it ain't going to be him, it's going to be someone else, Gabriel.
Albrecht grinned. Why not you? Gabriel rolled the question around in his mind. Why not him? What was he so afraid of? The burden placed on his shoulders, and the shoulders of every reclaimer in the Crucible, was a massive one. So why not do everything he could to ensure humanity's survival? Everything he could to carve out a better future from the ashes of their dead world.
I still don't know what your deal is with Hartford, Okumura mumbled. He's helpful on the field, doesn't let anything slow him down, and he seems to care enough about the other recruits to me.
Gabriel frowned. Alexander could turn on the charm at a moment's notice and get on someone's good side if they didn't know how he felt about the others around him, let alone his grandfather. But if Gabriel said otherwise, he came off like the crazy one in the room.
You didn't see him today at the gym, Okumura. That lad and his goons harassed poor Gabriel. Got the poor bastard to push way past what he should,
Albrecht said, leaning further down to try and stare Okumura in the eyes. He only found the back of his skull.
What a stunning achievement, Okumura grumbled with exhausted sarcasm. Rivera's easy to rile up if you know what buttons to push.
Okumura pressed his hand into Albrecht's face and pushed him back up before he fell over.
Well, I'm no fan of them, especially that Vargas. Latched onto my neck like a vice and wouldn't let go.
Albrecht grimaced.
If that lad ends up running the world, his goons will run it with him. They are not nice people, and I would not want them in charge of making me a sandwich, less so running my life. Wielding power, leadership, has nothing to do with being nice, Albrecht. It's all about the application of force. Okumura rolled to face Gabriel. Force is violence, Rivera. Whether it's you, Hartford, the drill instructors, our governments, or even the goddamn pack. It is their ability to exert violence that grants them authority over us, to make us do what they want. Gabriel locked gazes with Okumura through the darkness. His icy stare sent shivers down his spine. So if you have even the faintest flicker of leadership sitting in that thick head of yours, for good or ill, I advise you harden the fuck up, Rivera, because if it isn't Hartford, and it isn't you, it will be someone else. Someone willing and able to apply force to get their way, to shape the world around them. Gabriel nodded with a deep breath. Okumura was right. Gabriel could leave Alexander to take the reins and hope for the best with the devil he knew, or pave the way for someone he didn't have the faintest idea about. Maybe even someone who could play him the same way Hartford played the others. That's a lot to chew on, Gabriel admitted. And dark, too. Albrecht frowned. You know there are other ways than violence to solve a problem, right? Of course, Okumura said. You can force your will on others by all sorts of means. But whether it's this world or the one that comes after, violence is the ultimate form of authority, the one from which all the others are born. A soft chuckle escaped him as he rolled onto his back. From one nation's armies crashing against another's, to your teacher sending you to detention, it all springs from the same place. That's an interesting way of seeing the world, Gabriel replied. It was an uncomfortable thought, but not one he could argue was wrong either. It was the way things got done in his hab block whenever the gangs got out of hand and the police had to roll in. The threat of violence sometimes broke things up. Other times, talking lasted all of a few seconds before the clubs and guns came out. It's easy to deny the grim reality of the world when you live in civilization, Okumura said, where there are rules to minimize the application of force and violence. Spend your life growing up on the front lines, though, and you might see things through ash-colored glasses just like me. A weak smile tugged at his lips. I'm not trying to beat you down, Gabriel. I'm just letting you know how things are. Right, Gabriel said. You Americans are so far removed from the war, I can't blame you for being so soft. Your armies kept it far from home. Out of sight, out of mind, right? His words trailed off as he rolled to his side, away from Gabriel. Soft breaths emanated from his bunk, accompanied by the lightest snores. Sorry about him, Gabriel. He gets like that when he's passing out. Filter turns right off. Albrecht gave a wry smile. He's had it rough growing up. Haven't we all? Gabriel sighed. Raylan hung over the side of his bunk with drowsy, lidded eyes. Y'all a bunch of loud punks, you know that? He whined. I'm trying to get my beauty sleep up here, and y'all ladies blabbing all night ain't helping. My bad, Raylan. Gabriel sighed and rolled onto his back. Yeah. Good night. Raylan rolled back onto his bunk. Albrecht gave Gabriel a small salute. See you bright and early, lad. Night, Gabriel said, as he stared at the bunk above him. Whether or not Okumura was right about force, authority, and leadership was a concern for another time. The following day was the first true test of their progress. If Townsend and the other instructors hadn't lied about the gravity of the situation, they were in for hell. Townsend hadn't lied to them yet, Gabriel wasn't about to start doubting her now. He only wished the instructors had given them more specifics than their lives being on the line. If he survived the maze, he could worry about his future, whether it lay in their dying world or the one to follow. He just had to survive. Chapter 18. Morning came like any other. Lights glared, instructors shouted, and recruits filed into formation. There was a tension in the air, an anticipation at what lay ahead for them with the maze. It was a tension that only grew as the routine of morning drills was replaced with breakfast and some downtime. It felt like a final meal. A 2-mile march from the crucible's perimeter beneath the climbing sun followed. Nobody knew what to expect, and people's guesses varied wildly, from fancier obstacle course to mind games to an outright slaughter. Gabriel tried not to worry about what he didn't know. He would have to deal with whatever challenges lay ahead as they came. That was the point of this exercise, after all. Instead, he focused on the positives. In a month's time, he climbed from an F0 to an F7, where the march beneath the desert sun would have left Gabriel exhausted and his body begging for drops of water in the past. Now it was a leisurely stroll. Rolling his shoulder, Gabriel checked his right arm to make sure it was still in working order. The muscles were still tender to the touch, but the sharp pains from the previous night were gone. He considered checking his status on the wrist comp, but decided against it. He didn't need a hit to his morale before the maze. Gabriel would just have to take it easy with his arm, as easy as anything in the crucible allowed. A flat patch of sand with a few mounds and even fewer rocks greeted them at the end of their march. There wasn't a single trace of the maze, just an innocuous patch of desert with no sign of a great challenge or threat. Gabriel scratched at the back of his head. This is not what I expected. "Welcome to the maze, recruits," Townsend announced, with her usual excitement to the baffled stares of her recruits. Jensen and the other instructors at her back stood at ease, just as stone-faced as they always were. Clouds of sand erupted behind them. The ground trembled. Recruits scattered as if the desert was about to open up and swallow them whole.
"Hold your position," Jensen hollered through the rumbling machinery.
Instructors moved to corral the panicked recruits. The simple unfurling of stun batons was enough to bring most recruits in line. Others were brought low by their own wrist comps, shocking them to submission. The more stubborn recruits earned themselves a swift baton across the face before getting dragged back in line. Metal segments rose from the sands, one after another, with the hum of machinery and deep thunks of locking mechanisms snapping into position. In moments, they formed an entryway wide enough for 10, maybe 15 recruits to rush through side by side. 30 feet tall at least, the maze's walls towered above the recruits as it expanded through the desert. Raylan whistled.
"Neat trick."
Townsend paced in front of the recruits. "Before you stands the first true test of your abilities, an obstacle course of winding, twisting, shifting passageways." She stretched out her arm toward the entrance. "This is the first and easiest configuration of the maze you will ever run during your time. If you have been taking your training seriously, it may not be your last." Her expression hardened with her voice. "Now I know some of you chuckleheads believe all of our warnings about the maze to be nothing more than mind games. This is your final warning before you experience the maze firsthand. Do not take this challenge lightly. Unlike water cannons and rubber bullets, every single trap within these walls is out to kill you. They do not care about how much you bitch and moan or cry about your friends dying around you. They will show no mercy, and they will exploit every mistake you make." Her voice raised to drive the point home like a coffin nail.
Am I understood?"
"Yes, ma'am," the recruits answered. Gabriel took a breath to steel himself. "Here we go, lads. This is where things get messy," Albrecht whispered with a quiver in his voice. Okumura chuckled. "She's just trying to psych us out, Reinhardt. Watch, we'll be in and out in no time." Gabriel wanted to argue with him, but Townsend continued.
"The maze is designed to push your abilities to their limit. Adapt and overcome, or you will die," Townsend warned. "Keep your eyes and ears wide open and your head on a swivel, recruits. As in nature, spotting the slightest change in your environment can make the difference between life and death."
Sarah gulped. "Nice knowing you guys. At least I'll get to die in the shade." Townsend's gaze focused on Sarah. Gabriel expected an amused smirk, a laugh, anything to ease the tension. Townsend's serious expression never waned.
"Remember, you do not have to survive alone. Humanity did not become the apex predator of the world through claw and fang. We took that crown through ingenuity, teamwork, and sheer tenacity. The very same things that will carry you through this day and into the future."
"We just gotta stick together and we'll pull through." Raylan grinned. "Easy." Gabriel nodded with a confidence betrayed by the tremor in his voice. "We got this." Townsend's warnings were digging a pit in his stomach as he wondered what was waiting for them. He checked his arm again, squeezing and relaxing his hand. Just a dull, nagging ache. Nothing he can't handle, he told himself. Albrecht looked to his trembling arm with concern, but remained silent. It was too late to do anything more about his injury.
"You have 1 hour to complete the course," Townsend said. "Those who cannot finish will be disqualified from becoming reclaimers."
A concerned rumbling washed over the crowd of recruits. "That means you fail, and we throw you out," Jensen added bluntly.
"That's right,"
Townsend confirmed. Gabriel tensed. So what they're saying is, my options are die in there or die out here. He glanced at the burning desert, then back at the maze entrance. I'm with Sarah on this one. The shade is way better, but I'm not going to die. I refuse. You will not break me. He told himself like a mantra, preparing for the worst. Townsend gestured toward Jensen. The instructors cleared the path into the maze. Recruits tensed, all eyes fixed on the entrance to the maze. Jensen raised his shotgun into the air. "Ready!" The recruits fell silent. Gabriel dug his feet into the sand and leaned forward, ready to go in an all-out sprint. "Set!" Alexander motioned his head to Gabriel, challenging him to keep up. Gabriel grit his teeth. Finishing and surviving the maze were his primary goals, but that didn't mean he couldn't try to keep up. "Go!" Jensen fired his gun, and the sea of recruits poured inside. Alexander's group took the lead, rushing through the entryway into the maze proper. Gabriel did his best to keep up, but it was easier said than done through the crowd. He had an easier time taking in their surroundings. Towering walls were lined with small, pointless lights at the tops and along the floor. There was no ceiling to protect them from the harsh sun above for them to be necessary. If anything, Gabriel quickly realized the metal walls kept the desert breeze out and the heat trapped inside, effectively making the maze an oven. "Follow me if you want to live," Alexander shouted over his shoulder. The hall widened, 3, maybe 4 times larger, into a round chamber. There was a single gateway straight ahead of Hartford's group. They were the first and only to cross the threshold. The maze shifted with the screech of metal, cutting the rest of their company off from Alexander's group. Instead, the path branched into 2 paths, each one seemingly identical to the other. Gabriel sighed in a mix of relief and disappointment. He just lost his chance to compete head-to-head with Alexander, but at least he could focus entirely clearing the maze. The company flooded between both paths. Raylan, Nicole, and Sarah slowed down with indecision ahead of them.
"Which way?"
Raylan shouted through the crowd. "Go right," Gabriel called out through the clamor of boots on metal. He stormed ahead, not slowing down for a second. Albrecht and Okamura were hot on his tail.
"Wait up, Gabriel,"
Raylan shouted as he and his group tried to wrestle through the human tide. It was too late. The maze shifted again and separated Gabriel's group from the others. The sudden shift nearly threw them off their feet had they not braced against the walls. A wet, metallic, almost sweet scent hung in the air behind them. It was strange and uncomfortably familiar at the same time. Gabriel looked back. His breath caught in his throat. Blood was splattered on the wall, leaving a trail to a small pool of crimson. In it lay the severed arm of a recruit. The fingers twitched and spasmed for one short, final moment.
"Holy shit,"
Okamura whispered in wide-eyed horror. A horror that only grew and spread throughout the group as dull, muffled screams reached through the walls. "Just trying to psych us out, eh, lad?" Albrecht scoffed, hands on his hips as he walked away from the bloody scene. "Don't get caught between maze segments," Gabriel stated the obvious, in case the others missed the hint. His eyes darted about for any clue that signified where a segment ended or began. There, the warning strip. It's thin and faded, but it's there. That's where the edges are.
"But how do we know when it's going to change?"
Okamura muttered with short, shallow breaths. A low, dull, metallic thud emanated beneath their feet. Their segment shifted. The trio was thrown across the room into the opposite wall as their segment spun and shifted to its next position. "That sound," Albrecht announced, picking himself off the floor. "Keep your ears open for it." "How the hell are they even moving these rooms?" Okamura asked. "Huge robotics, if I had to guess." Albrecht looked about the room, leaning close to study the wall segments. Probably a highly modular construction system, too, if these rooms are custom-made on the fly for whatever the instructors need. He held his chin and leaned in close, like he was searching for seams. Wonder how it all hooks up. "Yeah, well, time limit," Gabriel reminded him. His gaze turned to the next hall. A carnal, salty stench wafted from the hall. Another smaller trail of crimson led inside. "Let's get going before something else happens." With no alternate route, they sprinted down the hall. No signs of bodies or wounded recruits. What made that trail of blood? Gabriel wondered. He scanned their surroundings for clues, but he was coming up empty. The only real difference he noticed was the ceiling in this section of the maze. The answer shot out of the walls. Wall segments lanced out to intercept them as they ran. Thick, square columns, maybe a foot around, of machinery screeched across the room. The ceilings and floors weren't cutting them any slack either, as Gabriel was nearly crushed by a pillar and Albrecht was almost flung on his side. Some segments seemed to stop at random across the chamber, acting more like obstacles to their path than a trap trying to kill them. Those columns usually followed right after. Gabriel dodged and weaved through the maze of pillars erupting all around them. In his frantic rush, he desperately continued his search for what triggered the traps. He got clipped on the shoulder by a rushing pillar for his trouble. "What the hell, man?" Gabriel growled, rubbing at the bruise on his arm. Had he been any slower, the column would have crushed him against the wall. "This place sucks, lads," Albrecht shouted. Gabriel couldn't agree more. He gave up on his search and focused on clearing the deadly hall. Okamura was far ahead of him and Albrecht, but even he was lagging as the rushing pillars intensified their assault. One segment thrust from the wall right past Gabriel's nose. He froze, eyes wide with terror. The rush of wind past his face was like that of a car speeding past. the trap would have exploded out of him. That realization gave him hope, strange as it was. Whoever left the trail of blood through this hall had to survive the encounter. Otherwise, there would be a lot more than just a bloody trail left of them. Gabriel rushed forward. It wasn't much farther before he reached safety. Albrecht and Okumura had already made it through. Another segment surged from the left, headed right for Gabriel's skull. Albrecht snatched him out of the way, but not before the segment clipped Gabriel's face. His carelessness earned him a clean, sharp cut across his cheek. The segment's edges had to be sharpened deliberately. Gabriel ignored the cut's pain, but not the segment smashing into the wall with a loud, reverberating clang. Jesus! He wiped the blood from his cheek. That was going to be my face.
That was going to be your head, Okumura shuddered. If this is easy, I don't want to know what the Phase 1 final has in store for us. This place is a nightmare. Glad to see you finally taking this seriously, lad.
Albrecht wiped the sweat from his brow. The gleaming sun climbed high above their heads, turning the maze into a bloody sauna. Yeah, I'm done with this madhouse already. Gabriel rolled his shoulders. Let's get the hell out of here. They dashed through the maze's winding tunnels and expansive chambers. Death lurked around every corner. More chambers lunged at them with murderous pillars shooting out from every direction. Floors split open before them, leaving swinging ropes as their only means to cross. Ropes which were on a short timer before they released and dropped into the void right after someone came through. Paths narrowed and shifted as they struggled to shimmy their way across without falling over. With each new chamber they crossed, Gabriel and his friends encountered the broken, bloody remains of recruits strewn along their path. Their deep red viscera made the obstacles in their path slick, adding an additional layer of challenge.
So many dead, Albrecht mourned. This is insane.
My count's up to 10, Okumura chimed in callously. And that's 11. A recruit quivered on the floor. His back was pin-cushioned with carbon fiber arrows. Wait, that one's still alive. Gabriel rushed to the bloodied recruit and dropped to his knees beside him. The recruit wheezed as blood oozed from his lips down his pointed chin. Bleary, brown, unsteady eyes gazed up at the three of them. His sun-kissed skin paled with every passing second. Blood spilled from his wounds, adding to the growing pool beneath him. Gabriel shot a glance at Okumura. What do we do?
Can't do anything but speed up his passing with those injuries,
Okumura reported clinically. It seemed he'd gotten past his initial shock of the maze and was already back to his normal self. The fuck is your problem? Gabriel snapped. Okumura rubbed at his brow.
Right. Forgot you haven't seen war until recently.
I'm uncomfortably familiar with death. This sort of thing doesn't bother me anymore. He gestured to the dying recruit. It tends to happen when you work at a field hospital.
Help me,
the recruit begged. His weak hand gripped Gabriel's leg, meeting his gaze with his fading, glassy eyes. Gabriel tore his gaze away with a cold shiver. It was like staring into a mirror showing his own fate. All their fates, if they couldn't perform. If they made one single mistake in the maze, they were done. He looked up at Okumura. Sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. We have to do something, don't we? Look at all the blood around him, Rivera, Okumura insisted. Even if we managed to bandage him up, we have to get him out of this damn maze. Do you think he's going to live long enough for that? We have to look out for ourselves.
Have to agree there, lad,
Albrecht called out from further ahead. I think I found the, cause of death. The chamber before them was a blood-soaked mess, filled with a maze of waist-high barriers. If this was a VR game, Gabriel would fully expect a shootout to occur any second, and they were not equipped for that. His assumption wasn't entirely wrong, however. Metal paneling lined the walls, floors, and ceilings of this hall like any other, except for the hard-to-spot gaps in the distance. As he strained his eyes to look closer, Gabriel spotted honeycombs of arrow slits in those gaps, and more still, that were covered up by tiny hatches. Like tiny missile batteries, each honeycomb was filled to the brim with black arrowheads, ready to fire at anyone unfortunate enough to trigger the traps. Those same honeycombs were visible on the floors and ceilings, which made the idea of running for cover less than ideal. It seemed the maze could make traps much more complicated than murder pillars. The next clue for the chamber's trap made Gabriel grimace. Several dead recruits lay in pools of their own blood, their bodies covered in arrows. Some had spotted the traps on the walls and tried to take cover, only to be skewered from above and below. Others lay strewn across the clear patches across the room, too slow to reach safety in time. He could worry about how to get across later. Gabriel returned his attention to the wounded recruit. Cold, lifeless eyes stared into his own. The weak grip had faded from his leg. Gabriel punched the wall with all his might. It wasn't even enough to dent the maze's wall like he'd hoped, as if that would do anyone any good. Gabriel shook out his hand. Damn it! Okamura squeezed his shoulder. Calm down, Gabriel. You saw all the bodies back there. We're running mazes every week now. This won't be the last person you'll see die here. It sure as hell won't be the last one you see before you're done with the crucible. Albrecht gave an amused snort. More like the crucible is done with us. He glanced over at Okamura. We should have been killing ourselves training like Gabriel. Gabriel ignored Albrecht and stood with a deep breath. I know, Okamura. Okamura looked to the dead recruit. After a moment of silence, he said, It gets easier, really, it does. Gabriel stared at the lifeless recruit at his feet. Hope not. Albrecht waved at them. Hate to break this up, lads, but we have 30 minutes left to get out of here. Can't imagine it being much further to the exit. Gabriel's shoulders slumped, seeing all the dead before them. How many more had met a similar end in the maze? Hope Raylan and the others are doing fine. I'm sure they are, Albrecht assured him. Now focus. I'll take point through here. I'm betting these things take a moment to reload, and that should be enough for all of you to come running through. Gabriel raised a hand to stop him. Albrecht, wait. Do you want us all running at once, Gabriel? Because that sounds like a great way to get skewered together. He laughed and charged into the room. Don't fall behind now. A whistling hiss accompanied the first volley of arrows as they tore through the air. Dull metal drumming followed as a shower of arrows bounced uselessly off the metal walls. More concerning to Gabriel were the handful that successfully punched through to lodge themselves in the walls. Those arrows had a lot of kick to them. Okamura darted after Albrecht. You better be right about this, Reinhardt. Gabriel chased after the two. Mechanical clicks reached his ears just as he crossed the worn metal threshold separating the hall from the blood-stained chamber. Arrows snapped across the air, the breeze cutting just past his head. Those clicks were the sounds of the arrow traps finishing their reloading. Had he been a second slower, a shudder surged through Gabriel's spine. It's working, Albrecht. Keep going, Okamura called out. Ha ha ha! I knew it! Albrecht cheered. The trio darted across the maze of arrows and low walls. The cover wasn't as useless as Gabriel had initially thought. As they scrambled through, he noticed the first arrow traps to fire were the wall-mounted ones, then the ceiling, and finally the floor. While he initially thought every single wall was armed with these traps, he discovered that was not the case as he threw himself behind cover and found the floor wasn't about to fill him full of arrows. The ceiling was not so merciful. Shit, Gabriel said, and threw himself forward. Arrows clattered behind him, as he tried to keep up with his friends. Albrecht hopped and rolled his way across barriers, leapt over the bodies of dead recruits, and triggered every single trap in his way. Gabriel was amazed this plan was working. Out of the three of them, he was the second slowest of the bunch, and now the largest target of them all. If they had taken the sane approach to this plan, Okamura should have been the one acting as bait for the traps. He was the fastest of them all. With Albrecht in the lead, though, Gabriel didn't have to worry about getting left behind. Maybe that's why he ran ahead, to make sure I wouldn't get left behind, Gabriel thought. Whatever the case was, he couldn't argue with the results. In just a few more feet, they were in the clear and on to the next death trap. An ominous clang rang out beneath their feet. The shudder of metal surged up through their boots in a dire warning. "Segments shifting," Gabriel warned. The maze lurched to one side with no more warning, sending them tumbling through the chamber. Their progress slowed enough for the traps Albrecht triggered to finish loading and fire again. Others were triggered as they fell into their paths. Arrows rained upon them from every direction. Gabriel and Okamura stumbled and scurried out of the way with all the haste they could manage. Arrowheads grazed and nicked their fatigues and flesh. Albrecht surged forward. The maze shifted again without warning, flinging them across the trapped chamber and onto the floor. Traps fired one after another as they crashed past. Gabriel scrambled to his feet in a mad dash. With adrenaline running through him like a tsunami, he was the first to clear the hall. He was going to need a new shirt and a new pair of pants, but he made it. Okamura followed. His breathing was ragged, but other than a few scratches, he was unscathed. Albrecht lay on the floor, still in the trapped part of the chamber and struggling to get back on his feet. A trap clicked. Its reload finished. Gabriel's heart pounded in his chest. "Oh, no," Okamura whispered under his breath. Albrecht's leg was caught on a body, right beneath a ceiling trap. It fired. Albrecht tried to claw his way free, but it was too late. Arrows rained over his body, turning his leg into a pincushion. His agonized screams filled the bloody chamber. "Albrecht, no!" Gabriel rushed back and tried to pull him out of the firing line. It was no use. An arrow broke through Albrecht's skin and lodged itself firmly into the floor. "Okamura, help!" He struggled to pull out the arrow. It stuck. Okamura rushed over and gripped the arrow with both hands. "Hold the leg down." "What are you two doing?" Albrecht whimpered. "The trap's almost loaded. You need to get out of here." "Shut it, Reinhardt," Okamura snapped. "You're not dying here." Albrecht screamed as Gabriel pushed and Okamura pulled with all their might. The arrow tore free from his flesh just as the terrifying metal clicks of a finished loading cycle rang out above them. "Pull!" Gabriel ordered. Together, they dragged Albrecht out of the firing line and tore his foot free from the dead recruit. Arrows crashed behind them as they narrowly avoided their own acupuncture session. "We good?" Gabriel panted. "Feeling faint, lads," Albrecht groaned. Blood pooled beneath his leg. "But I'm good. Right, Okamura?" Okamura crawled to his knees beside Albrecht. "Too much blood. Arrow must have hit something important. Gabriel, take off your shirt and rip it into strips." He pulled his own shirt off and tossed it over. "Mine too." Gabriel tore off his shirt and ripped it to pieces with great haste. "Don't worry, Albrecht, we got you. Everything's going to be fine." "Albrecht, this is going to hurt like hell. Deep breaths," Okamura warned. He took off his belt and pressed his knee down on the wounded leg. One loop around the leg, and Okamura pulled hard. With the excess belt, he tied a knot around an arrow and wound it tight over the wound. It was a makeshift tourniquet. Albrecht's blood loss was slowed to a trickle. As a final safety measure, Okamura stole Albrecht's shirt and tied down the arrow tight in place. Albrecht's eyes and jaw clenched tight. A pained whimper gurgled through his throat. "That's not so bad." Okamura inspected the makeshift tourniquet,
then pulled the remaining arrows from Albrecht's leg. Each time Albrecht cried out in pain, but there was nothing that could be done about it, as his blood pooled beneath them.
Rivera, where are the bandages?
Right here. He held out a bundle of torn cloth in each hand, giving one to Okamura.
Wrap those tight wherever you see a wound, he instructed before turning to Albrecht. We're not losing you, Reinhardt. You're going to make it, damn it.
Albrecht paled but smiled at his friends, wincing each time they bandaged a wound. The gray fabric soaked crimson as the minutes passed, but the bleeding stopped.
Oh, how gracious of you to show that human side of yours, Mr. Toshikuni, Albrecht teased weakly.
Okamura squeezed Albrecht's face tight.
Shut it, Albrecht. I am not losing my friend to this damned maze. I'd do the same for Rivera.
A pained, breathy laugh slipped past Albrecht's nostrils.
Think it'll hold? Gabriel asked, retightening the blood-soaked bandages. Albrecht's eyes clenched tight each time.
Hope so, Okamura muttered under his breath. We have to get him out of here fast. Come on, Albrecht.
Between the two of them, they helped Albrecht onto his feet and Okamura's back. Albrecht's arms draped over Okamura's shoulders, his hands clasped over his elbows.
Damn, you're heavy, Reinhardt, Okamura grunted. You should have been bulking up with Rivera, Albrecht teased with half-lidded eyes, his words slurring together with a smile.
Gabriel and Okamura exchanged concerned glances. At least he was still telling jokes, but how long would that last? Their run continued at a frantic pace. Gabriel took the lead, while Okamura did his best to keep up, with Albrecht on his back. His eyes and ears were the only thing that could keep them alive now, as he looked out for any hint of danger. Gabriel felt paranoid because of it, but what choice did he really have? No mercy was shown by the maze. Segments shifted, arrows rained on them, and paths were blocked off and opened at random. Was someone controlling the maze, or was an AI in charge? Perhaps it was all pre-programmed and they just couldn't spot the pattern. And every obstacle in their way cost them precious time and blood. The extra weight on Okamura's back made it difficult for him to maintain balance. Every time the maze shifted, Gabriel had to keep Okamura from getting thrown over. The balancing act was made worse when they had to cross tight beams.
Come on, just a little bit further, Gabriel said, as arrows whistled past his head.
I'm trying, Rivera, Okamura hissed, his body swaying as an arrow nicked his ear. It was enough to have him swing back. Gabriel reached out and steadied Okamura before he and Albrecht both fell to their deaths.
Keep up, or the next arrow will kill us both.
Okamura took a breath and nodded. Gabriel rushed across the tight beam and dragged Okamura and Albrecht across the second they were close enough. He shook out his right arm with a shuddering breath. He'd been using his left to do the heavy lifting, but every new obstacle sapped more energy from him. At this rate, his left arm was going to need help soon. They slowed to a crawl after a few more chambers to catch their breaths. The hall looked safe enough to Gabriel's eyes. There were no strange indents, protrusions, or scuff marks to tell them otherwise. There was only the burning sun over their heads to keep them company. Gabriel went on ahead to peek into the next chamber. A series of platforms led the way across an empty void, with some serious gaps between them. It would be difficult enough to clear the jumps normally. With the added burden of carrying Albrecht, Gabriel wasn't liking their odds. Wall segments shot across the chamber, then retracted, adding an additional layer to the challenge.
God damn it, Gabriel growled. We don't have time for this.
You're going to be all right, lad, Albrecht rasped, eyes drooping on his paling face.
Just keep your wits about you.
I'm not worried about me, Albrecht. I'm worried about you. He pointed a hand at Albrecht's wounds. Blood seeped around the bandages. The tourniquet was failing. Okamura raised his wrist comp, shaking his head.
15 minutes left.
Leave me here, lads, Albrecht protested, trying to slip his arms off Okamura.
Okamura tightened his grip on his arms. "We're not leaving here without you, Reinhardt." "I'm only slowing you down, getting you killed," he snapped, with a little strength left in his body. "I'm already done for, lads. Leave me be." "No one gets left behind, and that's final, Reinhardt," Gabriel said. Metal squealed as the room ahead of them vanished. The heavy hums, thumps, and clangs of machinery followed, revealing a new chamber. "Well, that's convenient," Okamura commented with a delightfully surprised expression. Vast, empty, and without a trace of blood, the next chamber didn't show an ounce of danger. Unlike so many others, this one had a ceiling and cool, welcoming air wafting from its entrance. "That's not ominous at all," Gabriel said sarcastically. With a frown, he marched inside. The cool, well-lit chamber was a welcome relief from the scorching chambers of the past, but every chamber before had tried to kill them. Why stop now? "No other way forward, Rivera. Stay on your toes." Okamura followed. Gabriel's eyes darted from panel to panel, searching for any hint of treachery. Scuff marks, scratches, dents, and out-of-place depression. Every step he took was carefully tested before he committed his body weight to the move. The maze was getting to him. Dull metal clangs, thuds, and what Gabriel could have sworn was the sound of turning gears rang out beneath their feet, the sound gaining speed. His breath caught in his throat, jaw dropping in a warning that would never leave his lips. But their maze segment did not swing. It plummeted with the grinding squeal of metal on metal. "Hang on, Albrecht," Okamura yelled as they fell to unknown depths. Their bodies hit the ceiling before they came to a sharp, abrupt stop, slamming face first onto the metal paneling below. Gabriel groaned, sprawled out on the cold metal floor. The coppery twang of his own blood filled his mouth and nostrils. "Everyone okay?" he groaned, pushing up to his knees. He wiped the blood off his face on his sweat-drenched undershirt. Okamura crawled onto all fours, groaning, shaking out his head with coughing breaths. "I'll live. Where's Reinhardt?" Albrecht laid back first on the floor. The makeshift tourniquet came undone during the fall, along with some of the bandages. Blood pooled beneath his leg. The color drained from his already pale face. Gabriel and Okamura sprang into action, tightening the bandages around his wounds. "Where'd that arrow go?" Gabriel asked, belt in hand, eyes darting all over the room. "No time. He's bleeding out." Okamura took the belt and wrapped it around the base of Albrecht's thigh. With a hard pull, he slowed the bleeding again. "It won't hold like this, not without one of us pulling on the thing." Behind them, the sound of platforms falling one after another grew louder and louder. Ahead of them, a staircase of increasingly tall walls assembled, leading up from the pit they had fallen into. "We have to think of something quick," Gabriel replied. "Like what, Rivera?" Okamura snapped. "I don't know." Gabriel threw his arms up in frustration. "Double up the belt? The inside's got to be too rough to slide against itself." Okamura glared. "That's the stupidest thing I've heard come out of your mouth." Albrecht laughed between the two, life fading from his body. "Leave me already." Gabriel ignored him. "Got any better ideas?" Okamura tore the belt off Albrecht's leg. "Fine, we'll try it," he snapped, doubling up the belt as Gabriel suggested. "But this stupid thing won't work," he insisted, forcing the loop through the buckle. Gabriel watched him work, lips pursed, as the collapsing platforms in the distance gained on them. "We have to try." A surprised look came over Okamura's face as he cranked the belt to apply pressure. "This thing is actually tightening," he muttered and tugged again. "It's not coming loose either." Okamura tightened the belt as far as he could. "This isn't perfect, but it'll have to do." Gabriel rushed Albrecht onto Okamura's back and rushed to scout ahead. He dreaded the coming climb. There were no ropes in sight or proper grips. The metal edges of each increasingly raised platform were rougher than normal,
to help them get a grip, but that was all the help they were getting. He leaped up onto the first wall. Rough metal dug into Gabriel's flesh as he pulled and kicked his way up. The second he was up, he turned to help Albrecht and Okamura up. Over and over they climbed. Each wall was taller than the last, putting more strain on their bodies. Gabriel was impressed he was able to even do this, as someone who could barely do a single pull-up when he arrived. It didn't make the climb any easier, though. Their breathing grew ragged as they climbed, and Gabriel's muscles were pushed to their limits. A holographic projection of their remaining time hovered over their wrist comps. It counted down from 10 minutes. A menacing little chime informed them another minute passed. It was do or die now. Even if they managed to get Albrecht out alive, if they didn't beat the clock, their time in the Crucible was over. They had to push beyond their limits, or everything they had suffered through over the past month would have been for nothing. Gabriel couldn't allow that to happen, not after how far they had come. 3 more. Gabriel's words came out ragged. 3 more walls, and we're out. He clambered over the next wall. He was only just tall enough to reach the top and pull himself over. Almost there, Albrecht. Hold it together. Okamura reached up for Gabriel's hand. As he reached down, the paneling on the walls peeled away to expose an arrow trap inside. It had a perfect shot on the trio. Up, damn it, up! Gabriel took hold of Okamura's arm and pulled. One after another, the trap loaded razor-sharp arrowheads into its chambers. Each one readied with a soft click. Each click was a bell that tolled for Gabriel and his friends. Okamura kicked against the wall, scrambling up it as fast as he could. His feet slipped and skidded against the metal wall. Almost there. Just a little more, Gabriel. With every shred of strength he could muster, Gabriel pulled them up. A volley of arrows whistled past his head. Metal twangs and hissing thumps crashed against his wrist comp. Some bounced off the bulky device. Others tore through the casing, biting into the soft, tender flesh inside. One found its mark right through his forearm. Gabriel rolled away from the platform's edge, throwing the others over his body before clutching at his arm. His eyes shut tight, biting down on his lip. A guttural snarl of agony escaped his throat as he pressed his forehead to the floor to fight back the pain. His hand balled up into a tight, bloody fist. Gabriel, what happened? Okamura tried to keep up with his writhing body. My arm! Gabriel rasped, his face as red as his watery eyes. It got my arm! He raised his trembling, blood-soaked arm to show Okamura. The timer's blue projection flickered and fuzzed to life from his damaged wrist comp with a nightmarish little chime. The damaged device struggled to do its job, but it did not bring good news. 8 minutes remained. Okamura inspected Gabriel's wounds with Albrecht still on his back. Oh, those are deep, he winced. Those are really deep. Gabriel took one look and recoiled immediately. His flesh was cut open deeper than he had ever seen or ever wanted to see within the ruined device. Blood oozed thick from his wounds, obscuring the sight of exposed muscle around the entry wound. Okamura leaned over him. Looks like the worst of it got caught by your wrist comp. Can you use your hand? Gabriel clutched his arm with a pained groan, slowly opening and closing his fist. For all the pain it caused, his hand seemed to be in working order. It was a miserable, painful, bloody mess, but one he could still use if push came to shove. How fortunate for him that was every day in the Crucible. Gabriel nodded, even as his arm continued to spill his crimson ichor. I'll suck it up. Okamura tried to pry the wrist comp open, but it was no use. The device was locked on tight, and none of the arrows even dented the locks. All he did was cause more pain. That's not good. Yeah, I figured. Gabriel replied with a shaky breath. He pulled his white undershirt off his body and tossed it to the floor before him. He was drenched in sweat and blood, and not at all an ideal candidate for bandages. Do what you can. Okamura got to work on the most pressing issue, the arrow lodged in Gabriel's arm. All the while Albrecht hung from his shoulders. That looks real bad there, lad.
Albrecht commented, words slurring together, but he was still with them. "Not now, Albrecht." Okumura's eyes fixed on the wound. "Think you can stop the bleeding?" Gabriel shuddered. "There's no good way to bandage the wound with this damn thing in the way, but maybe." He took hold of the arrow and pulled. Gabriel screamed. His hand flung open, fingers shaking, his teeth bared as his face twisted in pain. "That's deep," Okumura reported, while peeking into the bloody opening in the device. "No shit." Gabriel wanted to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. Time was running out, and the platforms behind them were still collapsing while they tried to treat the wound. "Really deep," Okumura added. "We don't have time to waste, Okumura. Do something," Gabriel demanded. "I'll patch up Rivera so you can skedaddle," Albrecht chimed in with a faint nod. With a worried look at his wounds, Okumura took Gabriel's shirt and tore it apart as fast as he could. He shoved wads of fabric into the damaged wrist comp to plug Gabriel's wounds. As a final measure, he used what little remained of the fabric to wrap up the damaged device and hold the wads in place. "That should slow your bleeding. It's not much, but it's better than nothing." Gabriel exhaled sharply through his nose. His eyes shut to fight back the pain coursing through that trembling arm. "Appreciate it." He pushed himself to his feet and carried on. 2 more walls remained, and the one they just left collapsed behind them. The pace of the collapsing platforms was slow, but each one came with an ominous shudder of warning before the metal screamed its way out of sight. Gabriel struggled to climb the next 2 walls, leaving a trail of blood down each one. As he pulled the other 2 up, his bandages soaked to a dark crimson. Each time he cried out, suffering for the sake of his friends, but he would not stop. The maze would not claim them, not if he could do anything about it. Okumura staggered onto his feet, breathing heavy. "We're almost there, Reinhardt." "Are we?" Gabriel wheezed, slipping on a puddle of his own blood as he crawled to his feet. The maze opened up above them. The merciless ball of flame they called the sun hung high above once more. It bathed them in its rays, cooking them alive within a long hall. Behind them, the previous chamber slammed shut, and the maze hauled the segment away. At the end of the hall, the golden halls of the desert waited for them. They made it. They actually made it. "I never thought I'd be glad to see the desert again." Gabriel smiled with a second wind filling his body. He held up his blood-soaked and flickering wrist comp as they sprinted down the hall. 5 minutes to spare. Sweat rolled thick down his face. His muscles begged for rest, but they were just a short run from safety. "We've got this. Come on." Okumura looked back to Albrecht. "You're going to make it. Don't worry." Albrecht gave a weary smile, his skin a pale ghost white. He didn't have long. Their pace slowed to a jog with safety just within reach. The ground shook beneath them. Metal screeched behind Gabriel and his friends. The platform behind them began to collapse all over again. This time they were coming much faster. "Run!" Gabriel shouted as they sprinted for their lives. As they ran, Gabriel noticed the warning signs beneath their feet. The floor shook beneath them with growing intensity based on how close it was to collapsing beneath them. When the platform behind him was about to fall, it felt like he was trying to run a 100-meter dash in the middle of an earthquake. Suddenly, the ground beneath Gabriel stopped shaking. He cleared the traps. "Gabriel!" Okumura screamed in desperation. The platform beneath him plummeted into the void. His arms and legs swung through the air in a futile attempt to reach the ledge. They were done for. Gabriel whipped around and managed to grab Okumura by the collar, but as they fell, so did he. His chest slammed onto the metal floor. Pain shot through his overexerted right arm. The left spurted blood through its weak bandages as it desperately searched for a grip. He didn't find one, but the sheer death grip Gabriel had on the floor was enough to keep them from going over the edge. "I got you. I got you," Gabriel cried,
while they dangled off the edge by nothing more than his wounded arms.
"Pull us up, Gabriel! Pull!"
Okamura cried. Mere inches was all he managed to lift before his muscles cried out in pain. Try as he might, Gabriel's arm refused to pull any higher.
"I can't."
Okamura's hands slipped on the metal platform time and again. Slick with sweat and blood, he couldn't get a grip on it. His legs kicked in the air, vanishing beneath the platform with nowhere for his boots to grip. Gabriel slid along the metal floor as Okamura flailed. His own blood was aiding their demise. As his head came over the edge, he saw why there was nowhere for Okamura to push up from. Beneath the platform was a simple, telescoping column of metal holding up the platform, just out of reach of his legs. Gabriel was the only thing keeping them from the void below.
"Don't let go, Rivera,"
Okamura begged. His copper eyes were wide open with fear, fixed on Gabriel's own. They pierced deep into Gabriel's very heart and soul. Okamura's breaths came short, and Gabriel could feel his pounding pulse through his trembling palms gripping his arm. Gabriel reached down to grab him with both arms and tried again to pull. He only managed to lift them a few more inches. He didn't have the strength to lift both of them. He wasn't even sure if he could lift one of them. It didn't stop him from desperately trying again and again. Albrecht was silent, his breath slow, faint. A warm smile appeared on his pale lips. His weary arms were just able to cling on to Okamura. He couldn't last much longer.
"I won't let you go."
Gabriel pulled them from the abyss through his exhaustion and pain. Little by little, he dragged himself back onto the platform, taking the others with him. Okamura's chest hit the platform's edge. Just a bit further. A powerful spike of pain shot up through the entirety of his right arm. Like a rope snapped within his bicep. In that split second of agony, his grip failed. Okamura and Albrecht dropped back into the chasm. Gabriel slid with them. He struggled for any sort of grip on the metal floor with his right arm, while blood spilled down his left to Okamura's collar. None of them would make it at this rate. Albrecht gave Gabriel a knowing smile.
"It's okay,"
his weak voice rasped out. "Don't you do it, Reinhardt!" Gabriel yelled, arm wobbling wildly with its remaining strength, fighting to pull them up. "We can still make it!" He could only watch in horror as Albrecht's pale fingers released Okamura's shoulders. Albrecht slipped away into the void, allowing gravity to seal his fate. Okamura lashed out and caught Albrecht at the last second. The sudden force broke Gabriel's grip. In a panic, he latched onto Okamura's arm, fingers slipping against sweaty, bloodied skin, until their hands clasped one another.
"Don't let go,"
Okamura begged. Gabriel pushed through his injuries and fatigue to lift them up one last time. Every inch he pulled, his grip weakened. His muscles burned like rubber bands. The extreme strain pushed them beyond their limits. One after another, they snapped free. With every passing moment, Okamura's hand inched further out of his grasp.
"I got you. Come on. Come on, climb!"
Gabriel shouted. They were almost there. He had to save them. Okamura's hand slipped right through Gabriel's feeble fingers. There was nothing Gabriel could do. Nothing but watch them tumble into the void below. Albrecht's lifeless body slipped free from Okamura's hand, swallowed by the dark depths of the chasm without a sound.
"Gabriel!"
Okamura cried out, his terrified gaze fixed on him, face twisted in horror, with hand outstretched toward Gabriel's own blood-soaked hand. Their gaze broke as Okamura tumbled away into the abyss below. They were gone. Yet Gabriel could still see Okamura's eyes in the dark, desperate
pleading for him to save them. Gabriel sat there, hand stretched out, shaking, bleeding, hoping against hope the chasm was just for show, that he didn't just watch his friends fall to their deaths. Silence withered those hopes away. Gabriel crawled away from the edge on all fours. Tears streamed down his face as he rose to his feet in a daze. Somehow all his body's aches and pains vanished, replaced by a far deeper, soul-wrenching scar. Another failure. 2 of them. This time they were friends, people he knew, people he cared about. His boots dragged across the metal floor. A trail of blood drops was left in his wake. If the maze were to cut him down now and end his suffering, it would have been a blessing compared to the heavy heart within his chest. A mercy he welcomed, and in the deepest, darkest corners of his mind, he even begged for. There was no such thing as mercy in the crucible. The maze was done with him. Chapter 19. Gabriel dragged himself out of the maze. The sun's harsh sting on his bare flesh was little more than an annoying scratch. The cheers of instructors and recruits buzzed in the background. None of that mattered. Nothing mattered more than his failure.
You had us scared, Gabriel.
Raylan threw an arm around his bare shoulders. Gabriel's eyes lifted from his dragging feet. Wounded recruits littered the area, while medics tended to them. The unconscious and those struggling to walk were among the worst wounded. A few resembled pincushions from the number of arrows they had taken, and still muscled their way through. Medics helped them load into white enforcers for medical treatment. Those were the lucky ones, the ones who made it out alive. The rest, like Albrecht and Okamura, painted the maze's halls.
Gabriel?
Raylan pressed.
Wasn't he with 2 others?
Nicole asked.
Yeah.
Raylan pulled away, concern growing in his voice.
Albrecht and Okamura.
The mere mention of their names was a knife to his heart. Gabriel walked past Raylan to the open desert. He had no destination in mind. All he wanted at that moment was to leave the maze as far behind as possible and never look back. If he couldn't help his friends come out alive, how was he going to help anyone else? The only reason he even made it as far as he did was because of Albrecht and Okamura's help in those blood-soaked halls. Gabriel was sure of that. Next time they ran the maze, he was going to die. His family would be thrown out of whatever hideaway the spook had hidden them away in, and humanity was going to roll the dice on their future under Alexander's questionable leadership. Gabriel was done. So why wait for the end to come to him when he could go to it?
You cut it real close, Rivera. 1 more minute and I would have had to disqualify you.
Townsend smiled for the briefest moment.
Rivera?
Gabriel ignored her. Maybe the desert would do what the maze could not. He didn't get far into the empty sea of sand. Townsend grasped his shoulder.
Rivera, what happened back there?
He turned to see Townsend's hard gaze on him. Was she trying to discipline him for ignoring her? No. The concern on her face was as obvious as the desert was burning hot. Eyes downcast, Gabriel muttered, I wasn't good enough.
What happened, recruit?
Okamura and Albrecht are dead.
Gabriel's voice cracked.
I wasn't strong enough to lift them out of that hole. I should have listened to you. Should have listened to Albrecht. Should have listened to everyone.
Townsend frowned. Of course you couldn't. Just look at that arm. Jesus. She pulled the flickering wrist comp from his arm and reached for her medkit. She treated the cuts and gashes left on his arm by the trap with a biomedical foam. It was like salt poured into the wounds that expanded to stop the bleeding.
It was a numb pain. The arrow in his forearm would not budge, despite her best attempts to remove it. Every tug, every application of disinfectant and foam rushed to the back of his mind. Dull throbs of pain that earned no reaction beyond his empty, glassy stare.
My arm gave out. I pushed so hard it just broke down.
Gabriel's gaze turned to his right arm hanging limp at his side. It twitched into a slight flex as he attempted to move it. Useless. He turned to his left arm. Blood dripped from his fingertips, staining the golden sands below as Townsend wrapped fresh bandages to his wounds.
This one held on the longest somehow, he told her.
You did what you could, Gabriel. Townsend finished bandaging his arm and held up his wrist comp. A few arrows were still lodged in the device. Sometimes it's just people's time no matter what we do. You have to learn to live with that if you're going to make it through the crucible. Her eyes met his. Should the burden of leadership fall on your shoulders, you won't have the luxury of mourning every loss and mistake.
Right.
His answer was cold, dejected, distant. Gabriel didn't see how anyone would want to follow him, not after today. As it was, he doubted he would make it through the next week. Come on, let's get you down to medical. Townsend led him to one of the enforcers and passed him off to an armed medic who took him inside before he went back for more wounded. The cramped vehicle was large enough to stand in with ample head clearance for him and the medics. A design feature for heavy infantry, no doubt. On either side of the troop cabin were 10 seats, with just enough space between them for 3 gurneys and the medics to shuffle through. Cold air flowed through the interior, dropping his body temperature to match his foul mood. Tangled up in that refreshing air was the scent of antiseptic, blood, and sweat. Okamura might have felt right at home there. One recruit leaned against the wall, fatigues torn to shreds, her midriff and thigh wrapped tight in bandages. Another in the gurney closest to the front had a leg mangled and twisted in ways no leg should bend. It was a miracle he made it out alive. Heavy footsteps clanged through the enforcer as another recruit plopped down beside him. A giant of a man with a back full of arrows. It was Sergei. His fatigues were stained in crimson. He leaned forward in his seat with long, slow breaths. The armed medic returned with a rattling gurney parked right in front of them. Sarah was strapped in, unconscious. "Holy shit!" The medic's voice came distorted through his helmet, bearing a red cross on the faceplate, but it couldn't hide the distinct country twang in his voice. "What happened to you, Big Bear?"
"His little pinch. Sergei is fine."
The medic leaned over Sergei's back, sucking air through his teeth. He gave a careful tug to an arrow. The flesh bulged with it. Air rushed through Sergei's nostrils. "Boy, that's a whole lot of matter to put your mind over, I tell you what," the medical said. "Gonna need surgery to clear that mess up."
"Sergei would appreciate of this, comrade, da."
His thin lips peeled back in a slow, toothy smile.
"What is of happened to tiny friend?"
His meaty hand pointed at Sarah. "Knocked out cold by one of them column traps I hear those there crazy maces got. That angry-looking Viking girl said it clipped her legs mid-jump. Sent her head first in the floor." He pulled away from Sergei. "Lugo or something like that." The giant's brows raised with a nod. "Anyway, you want some of this here morphine to help you out, Big Bear?" The medic pulled out an injector.
"Sergei is fine."
"Suit yourself." The medic continued to go about his rounds. Slow, methodical steps and the rustle of armor against equipment caught Gabriel's ear. Jensen boarded the APC and stared down a recruit across from Gabriel. The recruit staggered onto her feet and limped across to the next available seat. Jensen took the seat, boot propped up on Sarah's gurney, his stone-like gaze fixed on Gabriel.
It was a gaze Gabriel tried to ignore, but even as he looked away, it gnawed at him. It was like Jensen was sizing him up and tearing him down in his mind, time and again. Something about that intense gaze shook Gabriel to the core. It dragged him from the dark corners of his mind back to reality. Gabriel clasped his hands together between his legs, as best as his injuries allowed. With a shuddering breath, he met Jensen's gaze. "Everything okay, sir? You're not injured, are you?" Jensen leaned back into his seat, with a silent shake of his head. "Then, shouldn't you be out with Instructor Town?" The enforcer's doors whirred to a close and locked in place. "Sind?" Engines rumbled to life as the enforcer took off down the desert. It rocked and bounced gently along the rolling dunes, while Jensen continued to sit in silence, watching him. "He's very quiet for instructor of drills, no?" Sergei asked. The comment broke Jensen's stoned face into the faintest hint of a smile. Gabriel leaned onto his elbows with a groan. Jensen couldn't just be there to play mind games. "Do you know what's going to happen to us now? Training can't be over for the day," he asked, reaching desperately for any distraction that might help him claw his way out of the dark pits of his mind.
"It is."
Jensen broke his silence.
"We need time to deal with casualties."
He pulled up his shotgun to inspect the chamber.
"And command needs to meet with the head instructors for a status report. See if we need to make any adjustments to the program."
"Maybe need training of harder,"
Sergei chimed in. Jensen let the ejection port slap shut.
"That's what I said from day one. Hell, I told Townsend to break out the classic 'you're all equally worthless' speech to bring you in line. Unfortunately, we aren't making Marines here."
"Was that your old job?" Gabriel asked. Jensen nodded.
"Force recon, with an emphasis on force. Moved to raiders in a few years."
The man sighed.
"Missed that job."
Gabriel and Sergei both stared at him like deer in the headlights.
"Spec Ops Marine. Taking on big, scary jobs the regular troops can't do, and require the delicate touch MARSOC brings to the table."
"You were kicking down doors and leveling bases, weren't you?" Gabriel asked. Whatever hint of amusement he intended to come out with in that line fell flat. Jensen's faint smile pulled wider apart with a flash of his teeth. Gabriel nodded. "How'd you end up here, then?"
"A spectacular battle that should have been my last."
Jensen seemed to drift off for a moment.
"Left me a broken man that couldn't even carry himself without power armor."
His dreamy smile faded.
"So this spook comes to me in the hospital and tells me he can get me fixed up better than I ever was and send me back out. For a price. Oh, Sergei know this one. He's of training for recruits, da? Bingo. So now I'm stuck here, far from my beloved Corps, training a bunch of snot-nosed kids to become the best survivalists and killers the world has ever seen."
Jensen let his shotgun sit across his lap as he thrusted a sharp hand at Gabriel.
"Wondering why, oh why, Townsend has taken such a liking to you of all our recruits, the runt of the litter."
Gabriel wasn't so sure why she would take such an interest in him. He still wasn't sure why he was chosen to join the Crucible in the first place. Sure, he'd made some quick gains, but the first maze had shown him he had a long way to go and not enough time to cover it in. "So Townsend sent you?" Jensen swung out an arm in a flippant gesture. Gabriel had just stated the obvious. Sergei frowned and threw an arm around Gabriel's shoulders. Its weight alone sank him into his seat. "Squishy man is soft like clay, but heart of good inside."
Plenty of good men have come and gone from this life without achieving a lick of good.
Jensen spoke with the weight of years of experience and loss in his voice. What makes you think Rivera will be any different?
Sergei shrugged with immediate regret and sharp, rapid breaths.
Ah, he's not dead yet. He's progress, no?
Jensen snorted.
You're all right, Ruski. Ruski? No. I'm Sergei.
Jensen let out a long exhale and focused on Gabriel.
From where I'm sitting, there's not a lot of hope for you, Rivera. A weak body with an even weaker mind, not fit for the trials and tribulations ahead.
His foot slipped off Sarah's gurney as he leaned forward.
Let me assure you, it's all downhill from here, son.
Gabriel's shoulders slumped. His head hung low. He didn't need the reminder.
See, us instructors had to go through the same training you're all going through now in order to do this job.
Jensen's face returned to its natural stony demeanor.
Where you struggle, we've struggled. Where you bleed, we've bled. We have lost friends and brothers in arms right where you have.
His brow tightened.
And you have a hell of a long way to go if you think you've got what it takes to become a full-fledged reclaimer like us. All without the luxury of time, thanks to our friends in the pack.
Why do you need us, then? Gabriel seethed.
Because we're past our prime. Too damaged, or too tied down to this world to leave it behind.
Jensen snapped back without skipping a beat.
Us old war dogs need to pass the torch, and I have been nothing but disappointed thus far, especially by you, Rivera.
Gabriel looked up at Jensen like a beaten dog, lips pursed tight together. Jensen gestured to his left arm, the one holding the shotgun.
Lost this arm running one of the later mazes in Phase 1. Sawblade caught me right in the middle of a climb. Do you know how I got through that?
Gabriel gulped. Was Jensen the battle buddy Townsend told them about in the past? Gabriel shook his head. How could anyone talk so lightly about losing a limb?
It's all about mindset, Rivera. Just like in the Raiders, Jensen said. I came here to achieve something, so I sucked it up, put my nose to the grindstone, and powered through that damn maze.
Sergei raised his meaty hand with a question Jensen didn't need to hear to answer.
Yeah, I had Townsend and a couple of guys help me stop the bleeding, Jensen admitted. We had the luxury of medkits, since we were equal parts applying for the job of instructor and guinea pigs.
He shrugged as if that took some bite out of the story.
Details.
So is your arm? Gabriel couldn't think of a gentle way to put it. A prosthetic? Jensen pulled the glove off his hand to expose the flesh and blood limb inside.
The medical tech in this place is something else. In the state the spook found me, I couldn't have gone for morning drills, a walk, nothing.
Sergei winced.
That is not sounding of pleasant.
Jensen tugged the glove back on. Spent a month in a medical pod, growing this arm back. Spent another couple of months getting reacquainted with it. He huffed, opening and closing his hand a few times.
Every now and then it forgets its mind, though. What is medical pod? Sergei asked. Very expensive. That's all you need to know about them until you need them. Pray you never do. You'll be at death's door when that happens, and treatment can take long enough to disqualify you right out of the Reclaimer project. That is, if they even justify saving your life at that point.
Sergei gulped but nodded. Is a day going to be enough to fix all of this? Gabriel gestured to the wounded within the enforcer. It was nearly full, and it was not the only one to leave the maze, nor was the need for medical evacuation unique to the 42nd Company.
Nothing some quick surgery and stim packs can't fix, Jensen said. Speaking of which,
The medic returned with a handgun-sized object curled around his hand. The front of the device was more of a brick than anything, with a series of light-emitting diodes inside. A blue light flashed from the muzzle and swept across Gabriel's arm, while the medic focused on his wrist comp.
Hoo-wee, that sucker hit bone.
The medic holstered his scanner.
Hold on to that there gurney for me, recruit, nice and tight.
Gabriel winced, following the instructions. As he opened his mouth to question him, he found a stick wrapped in leather shoved in his mouth.
Out of morphine. Suck it up.
He gripped Gabriel's hand tight against the gurney.
Big Bear, pull that thing out of his arm if you'd be so kind, and don't be gentle about it neither.
Duh.
Sergei gripped the arrow as close to the wound as he could,
his other meaty hand clasped with crushing force around Gabriel's forearm. One quick tug, and the arrow tore free. His teeth clamped down on the leather in a muffled, snarling scream. The stick flexed underneath the bite's strength as fresh blood gushed from his arm. Sergei held up the carbon fiber arrow.
Lucky it's one of them pointy ones. Broadheads tear up the flesh on the way out. Them's what Big Bear there's got in his back.
The man hummed a soft tune as he removed the globs of solidified biofoam from his wounds and wrapped his forearm in gauze. Sergei took the stick from Gabriel's mouth.
Thanks. Oh, no, don't thank me yet. This sumbitch gonna burn.
The man replied with what he could only assume was a comical expression behind that faceless helmet. He held a front-heavy, black-and-white handgun in the air with a red cross on its side. He pressed the gun to Gabriel's left arm and pulled the trigger. A soft hiss left the gun as a needle punched through his skin. Gabriel's abused muscles protested at the puncture, but it was no different than getting a shot. That wasn't so bad. The medic holstered the gun as he moved on.
Give it a moment.
Heat built up at the injection site. It spread through his arm and soon to the rest of his body, growing hotter with every passing second. It was like fire had been injected right into his veins. His face twisted as he threw his head back. Gabriel clamped his eyes shut. His nostrils flared. The veins in his neck presented themselves as he stifled groans and whines.
Deep breathings, squishy man.
Gabriel did as he was told. With deep, quivering breaths, he rode through the pain and slowed the hasty beat of his heart. Thick beads of sweat poured down his brow as the cold air flowing through the enforcer struggled to keep Gabriel's temperature down.
"What the hell?"
he grunted out.
The body's healing process is a painful one when accelerated so far beyond its natural rate. Time's a luxury we don't have on the battlefield,
Jensen explained.
How's the arm?
It took a moment for the burning to stop. The cool air running over his sweat-drenched form was a blessing compared to the heat he just experienced. Even the desert sun was kinder. Gabriel pulled his arm up, and it obeyed. It was stiff, sore, but working. That's amazing. He squeezed his hand gently into a fist. The pain was still there, dulled heavily, but his hand was far more responsive than it had been.
That'll still need surgery.
Jensen stroked a hand over his smooth, broad jawline, like something was missing from his face.
Count your lucky stars, it's a quick one.
Gabriel nodded. What if it wasn't? Jensen shrugged.
That's up to you, recruit.
What? Jensen glared at him.
Don't bullshit me, recruit. I know a broken man when I see one. You're looking for a way off the crucible, maybe even one off this mortal coil.
Gabriel's gaze fell. He gripped at his knees. No. I mean, I don't know. He honestly wasn't sure anymore. He didn't want to die or fail his family, but how could he do anything but fail? The game was rigged from the start. Against the world, against humanity, against him.
There are many ways to exit the program, and they are all entirely up to you. Jensen continued. Fail to meet the grade? Can't complete an obstacle course or maze? Walk off into the desert? That's all on you, recruit. Just how my glorious return to the Corps was at risk when I lost my arm.
A look of disbelief crossed Gabriel's face. You can't be serious. He didn't know why he bothered asking. The instructors made their standards clear from day one. Still, the idea of losing a limb and still pushing to complete a maze was absurd to him. Even someone as strong and capable as Jensen couldn't possibly push through that. Yet here he was.
Oh, yeah. And thanks to the pack hitting the mainland, avoiding serious injury is on you too, Jensen replied.
If Gabriel somehow managed to save Albrecht's life, it might not have mattered at all. With so much lost blood, he would have needed more than a day and a stim pack to recover. Gabriel didn't need to be a doctor to know that much.
My question is, which way are you going to go out? Jensen asked, with a hard gravel edge to his words. You going to quit? Break down in training? Or is the Reaper going to catch up to you before you decide to go to him? No, Squishy Man would not be doing of this. Sergei is not believing of such things.
Gabriel sighed. You don't know that. Sergei crossed his arms with a stubborn shake of his head and a quiet whine.
Sergei is many things. Strong like ox, graceful like tiger, not so sharp as tool in shed, but Sergei is best reader of the peoples.
Gabriel looked up at that giant of a man with a raised brow.
I watched the comrades of Reclamation, and Squishy Man is goodest of them all. He nodded. He fight for Sergei with no needings of. But Squishy Man is soft here.
His thick finger pressed against Gabriel's chest, then his head.
And here. He's not believing of self, which is of holding back.
Hilarious as the giant's way of speaking was to Gabriel, there seemed to be a wise man buried under that thick accent. Was Sergei right? Gabriel's eyes turned to the floor. Yeah, well, what can I do about that? A month of training and I let 2 of my friends die. His mind flashed back to all the faces and mangled bodies of dead recruits. And so many others.
Want a self-help book, Rivera?
Jensen barked. Gabriel's brow tightened as his eyes locked with Jensen's.
There ain't one, son. Not a one that will help you sort out that mess swimming around that pretty little head of yours.
So what hope was there for him?
If you want to make it through the Crucible, this dying world, or if the planets align and hell itself freezes over, in order for you to somehow end up on one of the shuttles leaving this rock,
Jensen jabbed his hand at Gabriel again.
You have to change your mindset.
What good'll that do me? A mindset wasn't going to save Albrecht or Okumura. Not these recruits. Not that... His mind flashed back to that poor girl in the yellow coat. Her silent scream before a burning pack fighter fell from the skies and cut her life short. It cut so many lives short. The stench of burning oil and wreckage, of flesh and blood engulfing him in a mound of bodies. It was all as clear in his mind as Jensen was sitting across from him. A shudder surged up Gabriel's spine. I needed to be stronger for them. I needed to be faster. Jensen gave Gabriel a dismissive glare.
Son, you could be built like Sergei over there, and with that attitude of yours, we'd be digging your grave tomorrow. I give 2 weeks, maybe 3, Sergei insisted.
Gabriel's grip tightened on his knees. Jensen was driving him up the wall, but he was not the one to snap at.
Ignoring the shotgun in Jensen's hand, his physique alone put Gabriel to shame. Coupled with Jensen's time in the military, he could kill Gabriel before he realized what happened. He took a breath. Then how do I get this magical mindset?
That's the right question.
Jensen leaned forward, propping up his elbows on his knees.
In the Corps, I had a mentor, Richard Hayden, great man. He had fantastic advice for the Corps and life. Stuff like, stay humble, learn to laugh at misery, get a sick sense of humor, the classics.
Babushka would like this man,
Sergei said. Jensen continued.
When I told him I wanted in Force Recon and the Raiders, he gave me 3 rules that apply to the Reclaimers all the same.
Gabriel sat up and listened. Jensen seemed too excited for this advice not to be good.
First rule. He began counting. This program, the title of Reclaimer, you earn it every single day. You're not in Mommy and Daddy's house. Here, you wake up, you work hard, and leave it all in the training yard. No exceptions.
Even if I'm hurt? Gabriel asked. Jensen looked him dead in the eyes.
Especially if you're hurt. It's only when everything is on the line, when you're on a knife's edge, that your true character will shine. It's when you decide if you're going to be just another corpse, a coward, or a legend.
Gabriel nodded. I think I understand. Jensen was trying to, in his own unique way, tell Gabriel not to break, not to give up no matter how bad the storm got. It was the only way to come out on the other side. At least, that's what Gabriel picked up from his words. It was easier said than done. Jensen stared down his nose with a look that could only be read as, really?
Second rule.
Jensen held up 2 fingers.
Every day, you will work to find your limits and push them as far as you can get. You do not quit, recruit, no matter how bad you want to.
That sounds just like the first... Sergei covered Gabriel's mouth.
Listen, squishy man. He is speaking wisdom. Third, and most important rule.
He held a 3rd finger in the air.
Ask yourself why you came here. Once you find that answer, you have to fine-tune it every day. Whenever you get stuck in the mud, go back to that answer and ask that question again. If the answer still leads you to the same end state, suck it up and put your nose to the grindstone.
Gabriel nodded slowly. He had his answer already.
So, Rivera, can you tell me why you're here? Jensen asked.
I came here for my family's sake, Gabriel answered. It came out practiced, easy. Somehow Gabriel found it lacking after the events of the maze.
And so your file says. Yet you were angling at being a shell jockey before we fished you out of that storm, weren't you?
Jensen leaned back with his arms tight across his chest. His eyes narrowed on Gabriel.
So, I repeat my question.
Gabriel scratched at the back of his head. I don't know what you want me to say. I was joining the Tactical Armored Corps for the same reason, to protect them from the war, fight for my country. Getting behind the controls of an assault armor just sweetened the deal.
Dig deeper, recruit, Jensen pressed.
Gabriel crossed his arms, pressing his chin to his chest. He pursed his lips tight in thought. Why was he here? Why did he really want to join the military in the first place? What did he think he could actually accomplish? Those were all questions he asked himself every day, yet never gave them much thought. There were others far stronger both mentally and physically than him, so why even bother? Why stay in the crucible? The answer bubbled up to the surface from an old scar.
A wise man once told me. Gabriel's eyes rose to meet Jensen's. His throat tightened. A wise man once told me that it is a good man's duty to serve a higher purpose, one where they sacrifice for the sake of others.
And there it is.
Jensen clapped his hands together.
Your answer. Now you just need to home in on that purpose. See? Squishy man is good. He will not be of the quittings or surrenderings. That remains to be seen, recruit.
Jensen said, rested against the enforcer's hull.
Just keep those rules in mind, and you just might survive long enough to impress me.
Right. Gabriel looked to his hand as the conversation died down. It began to shake. Exhaustion? Shock? Whatever the reason, all he could see was Okumura slipping right through his fingers. Chapter 20. Morning came the next day like any other. Brilliant, fluorescent lights tore them from their sleep as instructors entered the room, but the morning chorus of screaming instructors was missing. "On your feet, recruits," Townsend ordered. After a month of drills, that was all it took to get them on their feet. Although the world around him was a blur, Gabriel's body moved on autopilot to the morning routine. His bed was made to perfection, his uniform thrown on without a flaw. Through the haze of his mind, one thing was clear. Okumura and Albrecht were gone. Their bunk beds sat empty beside his own, and yet they stood right there, going about the morning routine like all the others. Albrecht paused to grace Gabriel with that big, toothy smile of his. "How are you holding up, lad?" The figure spoke with a voice as clear as day, only to fade away like sand carried off by the wind. "What's the matter? Planning on letting me win that bet?" Okumura taunted, a playful grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Gabriel reached for him only for the apparition to slip right through his grasp. A cold, sinking feeling gripped his heart. The same question rang out in his head over and over again. Why couldn't I save them? He knew he shouldn't linger on the past. What was done, and yet his mind refused to let it go, just as it refused to let them and everyone he failed go. His gaze fell to his forearm. Laser-stitched scars peeked out beneath his new wrist comp, where the arrows tore through his muscles. His vision drifted to his hand, calloused, rough skin peeled beneath the knuckles. If only I could have held on tighter. If only my muscles hadn't failed. If only I hadn't been wounded. Fingers curled into a tight fist. To think a quick surgery and a few stim packs was all it took to get him back in working order.
"How are you feeling, Gabriel?"
Raylan's concerned voice pierced the haze of his mind. Gabriel looked right through him, not even able to force a smile. "I'm fine," he muttered, returning his heavy gaze to the empty bunks beside him. His arm fell to his side. They really were gone. Raylan grabbed his shoulders.
"Don't do this, man. I can see those dark rings on your eyes. You didn't get any sleep, did you?"
He turned to his friend with a wry smile. "Just had a hard time sleeping after everything. I'm fine, really."
"You can talk to me, man."
Raylan pressed him, while the instructors went about their inspection. He placed a hand on Gabriel's shoulder. Gabriel frowned. He brushed Raylan's hand off. "My arm still hurts from surgery, but I'm fine. I just need some time to think is all. Figure things out." Raylan tried to press the issue, but Jensen's call to attention put a stop to that. "Listen up, recruits." Townsend strode down the hall, arms at her back. "Congratulations on surviving the first of many maze runs.
You will be pleased to hear that our delightful band of misfits and failures here at the 42nd have surpassed Command's expectations. Rather than the 75% fatality rate they expected of you by this point, we've managed to keep it to 25. It's higher than average, but I'll take every win I can. So go on, pat yourselves on the back for me."
"Thank you, ma'am," the recruits replied in booming unison.
Out of 200? 50 dead in the first month? Just from their company. How many more died in all the other companies? Gabriel wondered. He pushed that concern aside. He couldn't do anything about the other companies, let alone his own.
"Because of this and the ongoing invasion, Command has decided to expedite your training."
Her eyes fixed on Gabriel.
"So I hope you're all ready to bust your asses because you haven't seen anything yet."
"Oh, God, what are we in for now?" Sarah protested with a hushed whisper just past Raylan. The lithe girl was dwarfed by Sergei standing at her side.
Townsend whipped around to Sarah. "Well, I'm glad you asked, Cooper."
Sarah let out a frightened squeak and stood up straighter.
"Starting today, we'll be running obstacle courses every other day. These courses are out in the deep, hot desert. So," Olivia raised a hand, "how many of you know how to navigate in the wilderness?"
Not a soul raised their hand besides Nicole, not even Alexander or his group. Somehow Gabriel found that more than a little hard to believe.
"Trick question. I know none of you civilians have had the good fortune of leaving the cities to experience the great outdoors." Townsend chuckled. "So answer me something simple. Where does the sun rise and set?"
"It rises in the east and sets in the west, ma'am," Sarah answered.
"Good. Maybe you won't be completely lost out there."
She moved down the dormitory.
"And what do you do if you have no idea where your destination is?" "Seek high ground to get your bearings," Nicole chimed in. "I would have accepted prayer, but that works too, Lugo," Townsend replied. "Problem is high ground tends to come in one of two forms out in the desert. Mountains or not at all."
The thought of getting lost in the desert sent a shudder up Gabriel's spine. It was bad enough to train in the obscene heat, but the barracks were always waiting for them at the end of the day to grant a brief respite. How long could someone even survive out there?
"When we head out today, I recommend you remember where the hell home is. Search parties will not be coming out for you if you get lost out there."
Townsend headed for the doors and gestured at Jensen to follow.
"Move out, recruits,"
Jensen's voice boomed through the dormitory. The 42nd Company poured out of their dormitory as other companies joined them in rushing out of the barracks. Outside, they split off to one of the 3 gates surrounding the crucible. Each company headed off to their own obstacle course in the desert.
"Another day, another run across the desert,"
Raylan said, as the company rushed out of the crucible gates, following their instructors out into the dunes.
"At least it's nice and cloudy today,"
Sarah commented on the cool gray skies overhead, running beside Gabriel.
"If we're lucky, it might even rain today."
Gabriel just nodded. What was his purpose in the crucible? If he couldn't figure that out, he may as well get himself lost in the sands. No one would come looking, after all. He needed a reason, something greater to focus on through whatever challenges awaited, and regardless of his ability to surpass Alexander and become the top of his class. According to the spook and the people running the crucible, his purpose was to survive and carry humanity's torch into the future. Simple survival. Just like vehicles needed their fuel cells replaced, humans needed to breathe and eat. But all that did was keep the machine running. Without purpose, there was no point to its existence to begin with. Gabriel considered making his family his purpose, his sole purpose for staying in the crucible. Somehow that felt wrong.
even selfish, the longer he stayed in the crucible. It wasn't that they had stopped being important to him, but he wasn't the only one here on the same boat. Every single recruit had family and loved ones they left behind to come here. Loved ones they would never see again, whether they died in the next maze run or made it through to the end. In the end, that reason had buckled under the pressure of the maze, and it buckled hard. His guilt-ridden conscience kept circling back to the same point. If he wasn't good enough to save that little girl in her yellow coat, those recruits in the obstacle courses and maze, or even his own friends, maybe Alexander and Jensen were right about him. He didn't belong in the crucible. Not when the others outclassed him in every other way. Maybe that was his purpose in the crucible, his sacrifice in service of others. Rather than making it through himself, he was there to help the others go forward. It was a grim thought, but it seemed a far more noble goal than survival for the sake of survival. If Gabriel had focused on others instead of himself, maybe Albrecht and Okumura would still be alive. But how was he supposed to help anyone if he could barely help himself? It always came back to his lack of power. Gabriel pulled up his wrist comp while they ran. He hadn't checked the ranking update notification yet. Maybe it would cheer him up some. Ranking assessment update. Agility +1. Willpower. More data is required. Awareness +1. Diplomacy +1. Intimidation +1. Medical +1. Survival +1. Athletics +1. Command +1. New rank E1. Gabriel's eyes went wide. Townsend and the instructors weren't kidding when they said the maze would push their limits. He'd never seen so many rank-ups before. Sure, most of those ranks were just the first ranks, but it was still a lot of them. He decided to check out his new skills to see what made them tick. Anything to keep his mind focused on anything but the guilt plaguing his thoughts. General skill, awareness. A subject's ability to perceive details about individuals or the world around them. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to observe the environments, such as spotting a trap, following tracks, or reading the motives, secrets, or intentions of another. Awareness is a priceless skill in combat, investigation, and countless other situations. If that skill didn't spike in the maze, he wasn't sure what would make it rank up, especially after how paranoid the maze had made him of every little detail. Social skill, diplomacy. A subject's ability to persuade others through arguments, deceit, or arousing speech. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability of persuasion. A great skill for avoiding conflict, negotiating trade deals, or misguiding others. He wasn't sure why the system thought he earned an increased rank in this skill. He couldn't talk Raylan into backing off of his joyride, and Gabriel was pretty sure he hadn't convinced Jensen he was worth the time of day in their ride the day before. Maybe it was a culmination of little things he didn't realize he'd done. Social skill, intimidation. A subject's ability to use coercion to manipulate others. This skill is increased by a subject's use of force, threats, their menacing presence, or similar tactics to get their way. While not the most subtle tool, the proper application of intimidation can push other subjects toward desired behaviors or actions. Caution. Subjects do not appreciate being coerced. Gabriel definitely didn't think he was intimidating. He tried to be against Hayes and his people to defend Sergei, sure, but he was about as intimidating as a wet noodle then. Maybe it had to do with Gabriel arguing with Okumura in the maze. He wasn't sure, nor did he want to dwell on it any longer. He scrolled past the medical skill, as that one was a no-brainer to him. He paid close attention to the way Okumura took care of wounds in the maze, and he occasionally listened to Sarah go on and on about the medical books she read. Some of it clearly stuck, and the system knew it. General skill, survival. A subject's ability to survive in the wilderness. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to hunt, gather, navigate in the wilderness, and more. This skill is a necessity for any subject intended to survive in the wild. That made sense, but the progression? Not so much. The most he'd applied his survival skill was when scooping up cacti for water whenever he was allowed a knife. He did learn to run across the sand better than the other recruits had, just to make his life easier, but that wasn't much. Outside of Townsend and Jensen dropping survival wisdom on them now and again, there wasn't really a demonstration of ability on Gabriel's part, which meant studying how to apply a skill counted toward progressing any of these skills. The application of said studies likely made the skills climb faster. Mobility skill, athletics. A subject's ability to traverse difficult terrain. This skill is increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to cross chasms, climb, swim, and navigate other environmental hazards. Athletics. That was just something they worked on every single day in the Crucible. It didn't surprise Gabriel this skill was already at rank 2. General skill, command. An extremely broad skill, command represents a subject's ability to effectively issue orders, organize troop movements, maintain logistical networks, maintain morale, and delegating tasks to the right personnel. This skill is primarily increased by a subject's demonstrated ability to lead others. This is a rare skill to develop, and rarer still to develop it properly. Command is a crucial factor in determining the success of groups of subjects ranging from the humble fire team to sprawling empires. Gabriel frowned. He wasn't sure if the system was throwing errors or just messing with him. The only thing he'd done to command was try to keep his group together and lead them through the maze. He tried to keep them in one piece, and it only ended up with getting the ones who followed him killed. No one in their right mind would want to follow him after that. He shook those thoughts out of his head and focused on his new rankings and any warnings the system might be trying to throw him instead. Gabriel Rivera. Specialization, none. Rank, E1. Strength, 2. Progress toward next rank, 45%. Agility, 2. Progress toward next rank, 10%. Endurance, 2. Progress toward next rank, 70%. Willpower, 2 to 4. Factored as 2 for ranking purposes. Warning. Suppression reduced to 85%. Intellect, 1. Progress toward next rank, 23%. Warning. Subject's mental state is compromised. Intellect reduced to 0. Charisma, 1. Progress toward next rank, 99%. Gabriel frowned. There it is again. What the hell is this suppression stuff? So what's eating you, man? Raylan picked up his questioning again. It's Albrecht and Okumura, right? Gabriel exhaled sharply through his nose. He did not want to talk about this. He picked up the pace, trying to leave him behind to no avail. Raylan pulled Gabriel to a stop in the middle of the desert. Their company left them behind in the dust. Sarah slid to a stop past the pair. Raylan, come on, just give him some time. Raylan ignored her. You're blaming yourself, aren't you? Gabriel evaded his gaze. It's nothing, Raylan. I already told you what's going on. You're doing it again, man. You're bottling things up, just like when we first met. Raylan squeezed his shoulder. Can't let you do that again, man. You know how that almost ended.
Jensen walked behind Raylan, far out of reach. The armored man paced about, his eyes fixed on them as he slipped a shell into his shotgun. The slide slapped shut. Raylan looked over his shoulder, breath caught in his throat. The shotgun leveled toward him. The gun thundered. Gabriel threw Raylan aside and took the rubber slug to his gut. Wind and spit launched out of his mouth in a breathless cry. Gabriel dropped to a knee.
"No loitering, recruits," Jensen said. "Keep moving."
Raylan jumped to his feet. Yes, sir." He offered his hand to Gabriel. Gabriel waved Raylan away and rose under his own strength, with ragged breaths and coughs.
"Don't worry about me, Raylan. I don't want to be a burden to you or anyone else."
Gabriel took off again. This time Raylan hung back with Sarah, but it wasn't enough to keep Gabriel from catching pieces of the conversation. "He's taking it so hard," Sarah mourned.
"They didn't deserve to die like that."
Raylan's voice grew louder, as if calling out to Gabriel. "But there was nothing he could have done. There's nothing anyone could have done." Somewhere in the back of his mind, Gabriel knew Raylan was right. It didn't stop him from blaming himself. Focusing on the run was the only thing Gabriel could do to shut out their voices. Scattered groups of recruits ran ahead of them. Their numbers had shrunk so much since they arrived. How many had fallen to the maze alone, and it would not be their last? How many lives would it cost to save humanity? Am I worth saving? Cool winds kicked up around him, growing stronger by the second. Grains of sand stung at his eyes with a familiar sensation. "Masks up!" Townsend's voice boomed from their wrist comps. "Got a sandstorm inbound." A wall of sand formed in their path, looming high above the recruits. Clouds of sand tumbled over one another, barreling toward them. Gabriel fumbled in his pocket for the mask. The recruits ahead of them vanished behind the rushing storm. The wall surged toward them with frightening speed, reaching far higher into the sky than the crucible's walls. Gabriel pressed the mask to his face as the storm crashed over him. Too late. He was thrown across the desert, his mask flung out of his hand mid-assembly. Violent, roiling winds shifted his direction. He bounced and rolled until his hands clawed through the coarse sands and ground himself to a halt. Gabriel groped at the desert around him in a desperate search for his mask. It was gone. Now he was stuck in the middle of a storm he couldn't see more than a few feet into. He fought his way to a knee, blinking his eyes into focus. Sarah and Raylan were gone too, and in the raging storm around him it was impossible to tell where anything was. Forward, against the storm, was Gabriel's best bet. He crawled back onto his feet and wrestled the rushing winds. Grains of sand scraped over his face and stung his eyes. His arms pulled up to shield himself from the storm. With nothing but sand and wind to distract, his thoughts drifted into the dark corners of his mind. A recruit's twisted, mangled form came into view. It laid in the sand mere feet from him. "You all right?" Gabriel called out as he approached. A cold shiver ran down his spine when he realized who he was looking at. It was the first casualty of their company. A recruit not even Okumura could have done anything to save, as they sat there watching the medics confirm his death. The body was swallowed by the sands. Gabriel tore his gaze away. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Gabriel coughed up sand as he continued. A tower materialized through the storm. There was no way he could have reached the obstacle course already. Yet there were 3 recruits climbing up through the haze. Alexander, himself, and another. That 3rd recruit slipped from Alexander's grasp and right through Gabriel's fingers. "I tried, damn it," he hissed under his breath, unsure of how he was even seeing what he saw. It had to be in his head. It had to be. But was it? The tower's legs gave out underneath the storm's relentless assault,
and plummeted right toward him. The whole thing was coming apart as it crashed to the sand. At first, Gabriel didn't bother to move, but when he felt the rush of wind dropping past him and the jets of sand erupting from every impact, he ran for his life. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the tower melting away to sand and joining the desert, along with a glimpse of red. He followed it to its source and only found his arm. The red glow was gone. A recruit crashed into the sands ahead of him, snapping his gaze forward. "What the hell?" Gabriel said to himself as he rushed to help. He desperately clawed at the sand for any hint of the fallen recruit, but there was nothing there. If the rest of the things he was seeing were related, though, Gabriel knew exactly who this was supposed to be. The recruit who fell crossing the narrow beams of the first obstacle course. Guilt hammered at his heart. I didn't even know their names. His breath caught in his throat, or maybe it was just the sand building up in his lungs. He dragged his boots through the desert. The longer his thoughts lingered on his failures, the heavier his body grew. It's just the sand. None of it's real. The desert is messing with you. He coughed up a mouthful of coarse sand. It didn't add up. The day was too cool for that. He'd endured far hotter days without so much as a hint of a mirage. Ice gripped his hand. Gabriel looked up to find Okumura holding it with a pale Albrecht clinging to his back. That crimson glow was there again, emanating from Gabriel's hand. It vanished as soon as he moved to meet Okumura's desperate, pleading gaze. "Save us, Gabriel!" Okumura's haunting cry echoed in his mind. The desert split open into an endless chasm beneath their feet. Sands flooded into the chasm for what had to be miles and miles into a bottomless black void, just like in the maze. Gabriel's legs went weak at the sight of that endless maw growing right toward them. "Don't let go!" Okumura begged as they plummeted to the chasm. Gabriel dove through the air for them. Okumura's fingers dug into Gabriel's arm, drawing blood as they slipped right out of his hands. Okumura and Albrecht tumbled into the abyss, leaving Gabriel staring down his own hand at a bottomless pit. "It's all in your head. This is all in your head," he desperately assured himself. The chasm slammed shut around his arm. Waves of sand slammed into his face. Gabriel coughed and wheezed, yet he sat there, frozen, tears welling up in his eyes, with the vain hope the desert would give his friends back. It didn't open back up. Gabriel dragged his arm out of the sand and sat on his knees, alone with his thoughts. "It's all in your head. This is all in your head," he repeated to himself. Yet his arm still bore the wounds of Okumura, clawing down it with his desperate grasp. That blood was real, hot, sticky, and his wounds stung at the sand raking over them. "I couldn't save any of them," Gabriel choked out, deciding to latch on to his guilt as a rock to maintain his sanity, rather than the strange happenings around him. He forced himself to stand and marched forward. He pulled his arms up to shield his face. A sharp cough snuck up on him, scraping along his throat like coarse sandpaper. The storm was getting to be too much for him. He needed a mask. His shirt would have to do. As he undid the buttons, a figure appeared through the sands. It was small, far too small to be a recruit or instructor. A child? Details came into focus as Gabriel approached. A yellow raincoat was wrapped around the figure, fluttering in the storm as it held a frayed teddy bear tight against her chest. Blonde locks peeked beneath the yellow hood, with a pair of big blue eyes piercing the storm. It was the girl from back home. "What are you doing here?" he asked the silent girl. The closer he looked, the worse the details became.
her yellow coat stained in soot and crimson, her frayed locks ashen and burned in places, the bear in her grasp charred black. Yet her fearful gaze, those big blue piercing eyes, drove home each and every one of his failures like a spike through his chest. Gabriel raised a quivering hand toward the girl, only for her to vanish like the others. More ash swept away in a gust of wind. What am I even doing here? Gabriel dropped to his knees with a quivering lip. Droplets of precious moisture fell from his eyes, carried off by the storm. I'm just a burden to Raylan and the others. His eyes shut with a ragged breath. When they need me the most, His head hung low. I let them die. Sand piled past his knees as the storm raged on around him. The others would be better off without me to worry about, he wheezed, his cough growing worse without protection from the storm. It'd be so easy to just lay here, let the desert swallow me whole. The desert seemed to swirl beneath him, but Gabriel paid it no mind. It was getting harder to breathe through the storm. Each gasp of precious oxygen he drew raked through his throat with coarse grains of sand. Raylan'll take care of the others, I'm sure. The thought of his family's fate crossed Gabriel's mind. But what'll happen to them? He whispered. They already think I'm dead, so why does it matter? In the end, they'll be gone like this world. He grabbed a handful of sand and dropped it on his leg, most of it carried off by the wind, when he noticed the strange crimson glow around his hand again. It was faint, barely a wisp, like smoke trailing off a blown-out candle. Gabriel's wrist comp blared in alarm as its projectors flared to life. Red text scrolled through the rushing sands. Danger. Anomalous activity detected. He narrowed his eyes at the strange warning, then glanced back at his hand. The glow was still there, and the swirling desert was growing faster around him. Gabriel's knees plunged to the sand. What the hell? He found the sand quickly climbing up his thighs as the desert tried to swallow him down. The sudden rush of adrenaline kicked him out of his funk as fight or flight kicked in. With nothing obvious to punch in the face, he chose flight. His hands clawed through the swirling sands, fighting them every inch of the way as they pulled him deeper inside. The glow did not dissipate as Gabriel was dragged chest deep into the sand. Not like this, he growled. I'm not dying like this. He clawed his way out until he was free. The swirling sands behind him came to a stop. Gabriel didn't have time to wonder what was going on before the desert around him shot out spikes of sand. This isn't real. This can't be real. At least, that's what he told himself. The reality came crashing into him as a spike of sand cut his right arm. What the fuck is going on? Gabriel growled out and sprinted away. He wasn't sure if he was going the right way or not, but anything was better than standing still. The desert continued to erupt with spikes. Some chased, others tried to catch him from the side, and many more surged right toward him. He dodged and jumped out of their way. His sheer focus on survival drove out any other thoughts in his mind. He refused to die there. He would not die there. The faint glow surrounding his arm flickered away, and the rushing spikes crashed back into the desert, most of them not even fully formed when they did. Gabriel stood there, dumbfounded at what just happened. His wrist comp let out a happy chirp as the red text turned green. Anomalous activity has ceased. Have a nice day. The displays turned off. He just stood there, more confused than ever. Does this have to do with that suppression warning, or that anomalous status? Gabriel thought, as he scrolled for any information on his wrist comp. There were no answers to be had there. Gabriel put up his arms and shook his head. No, it doesn't. The desert just has traps like the maze, that's all. That's all this was, he reasoned. Yet he couldn't shake Okamura's icy grip from his mind, or the way his grip clawed through his arm. He looked down at it. The blood was dry now and caked in sand. A distant cry of pain snapped him back to reality. Was that Sarah? He listened through the storm, making out more cries through the sand. His first instinct was to rush to her aid, but he forced it down. No, she's with Raylan. She'll be fine. They don't need me, he told himself. In truth, he was having some serious questions about what was real and what wasn't in this storm. The cries did not stop. "Help! Someone, please!" Sarah's words came faint through the raging storm. Each cry chipped away at his hesitation. What if she's really hurt? What if she's alone? Gabriel wrestled with his thoughts until one final cry for help broke through. He rushed toward Sarah's voice, coughing and wheezing as he tore off his shirt and tied it around his face to protect himself from the storm. To Gabriel's relief, Sarah was actually there, on the ground, clutching her ankle. At the same time, he felt terrible about thinking that way, but this was real, tangible, something his mind could explain and accept with ease. Not at all like what he'd just been through. "What happened, Sarah?" Gabriel asked, dropping to his knees beside her with a heavy, violent cough. Grains of sand scraped up his throat into his mouth. "Twisted my ankle," she hissed in pain through her mask. "God, that hurts." "Did you hit a trap or something?" he asked, searching his mind for any idea of how to fix her ankle. Outside of rest and ice, he didn't have a clue. "Traps?" Sarah shook her head. "There aren't any traps out here." Gabriel grimaced and glanced over his shoulder. Then what the hell was that? He turned back to Sarah and decided to keep what he saw to himself. The others were worried enough about him without thinking he was completely insane. "Where's Raylan?" "He took off after you disappeared into the sand," Sarah said. "He's probably still looking for you in this mess." "Damn idiot," Gabriel grumbled. "He's going to get lost out here." "He really cares about you, you know." Sarah winced. "He's worried about you." Gabriel frowned. "He needs to worry about himself," he replied with wheezing breath. He slung Sarah's arms around his shoulders and helped her onto his back. "I'm not sure I'm going to make it through the crucible anymore." Sarah grimaced as he stood. "But you're his best friend. He can't help it." He marched through the storm in the general direction he'd found Sarah facing, without any landmarks or even a clear read on where the sun was through the storm. Gabriel had no idea where he was going. "It's only been a month, and death is already lurking around me," Gabriel said. "He's going to get hurt because of me at this rate." He glanced over his shoulder at her. "You're all better off keeping your distance from me, too." Sarah's baby blue eyes locked with his. "Are you sure this is really about us, Gabriel?" He turned away from her. It was, as far as he was concerned. Even scrawny as Sarah was, she was still a few ranks higher than him, and Raylan was higher ranked than all of them. If they intended to stick around Gabriel, all he was going to achieve was holding them back at best, or getting them killed trying to save him. Sarah saw right through him. "You don't want to see anyone else get hurt, do you?" "Of course not." A shudder shot up his spine, eyes shut tight. The young girl's last moments flashed before his eyes. Albrecht, Okamura, the other recruits. The memories were bad enough on their own, but they were made all the more troubling by how real they looked, how real they felt. "I've seen too many people get hurt already." Sarah hugged around his shoulders and laid her head on his. "But you're hurting Raylan when you push him away like this." "Hurt is better than dead," Gabriel said. "If a little grief is what it takes to keep him alive, then that's what it takes. No one else is going to die because of me." Sarah sighed. You're such an idiot, Rivera.
Gabriel sighed. I've got the intellect score for it, yeah.
He carried onward with heavy, gurgling breaths. His body was trying to purge the sand out of his body. The whole process was disgusting, from the occasional retching to the thick, phlegmy globs coated in coarse grains he coughed up. Other recruits came into view, fighting their way through the storm just as Gabriel was. They were having a much harder time maintaining their footing than he was in the ever-shifting sands, but at least they were all going the same way. If they were lost, they'd at least be lost together, for whatever that was worth. Hey, Gabriel, are you all right? Sarah asked. That breathing sounds rough.
I lost my mask when the storm hit. He sputtered and retched at the sick, coarse, slimy blob he coughed up. With a disgusted twist of his face, he pulled his improvised mask up enough to spit it out. Turns out breathing in sand is bad for you. Sarah laughed with a shake of her head.
A tired recruit collapsed face first in the sand ahead of them. Gabriel dropped to a knee beside him to pull him up by the back of his fatigues.
Keep pushing, man. You're better than this.
The recruit returned a weary nod. Thanks, Gabriel. He shambled on ahead of them. So what's your excuse for being here, Cooper? Gabriel asked. What? Oh, that's not important, Sarah said bashfully. Everyone's got a reason, Gabriel said. I'm trying to figure out my own right now. Sarah shook her head. No, really, it's dumb. You'll laugh at me. A laugh might do me some good right about now, Gabriel insisted. After that maze, I think we all could use one. Fine. Sarah's head dropped onto his shoulder with a grumble. I wanted to go off on an adventure. An adventure? An adventure. Like the one in all those books I had back home. Real ones. Not those gross digital ones you can't get into, she said. Gabriel coughed up a laugh. The expensive stuff? It was an old collection. Sarah slapped at his shoulder. Passed down from my mother to me, her father before that, and so on and so on. What kind of books did they have? Gabriel asked. It took a bit of the edge off to have a normal conversation in the least normal of places he could think of. A sandstorm, outside a secret base run by some shadowy group on their way to an obstacle course that might get them killed. All kinds. Romance, fantasy, sci-fi, but I mostly kept to anything with an adventure in it, she explained excitedly. I couldn't really stand the mushy romances, though. Too little going on and way too much drama. Sarah sighed. But it turns out adventuring's a lot easier said than done. Ugh, it hurts a lot more, too. Gabriel burst out wheezing a laugh and shook his head. I told you you'd laugh, she grumbled. Look at Sarah. Dumb little girl wants to run off and be an adventurer. Then the wind drags her dumb, scrawny ass off every chance it gets, and she loses fights to stray rocks in the sand. The whole of her weight slumped onto his back. Some adventurer I turned out to be. They'll probably kick me to the curb before Phase 1 even ends. His laughter turned into a bitter coughing fit. Gabriel hunched over, clutching his legs, spitting up sand and managing to suck in deeper lungfuls of air. That, he sputtered and spat out again. That's fucking great, Sarah. You don't have to be a dick about it, Gabriel. He could almost feel her pouting behind her mask through all that grumbling. Here I am, trying to figure out how I can be of use to the people around me, and you just wanted to adventure. Gabriel continued their march against the storm. Wish my reason could be simple like that, but that's just not the way I'm wired. She huffed. What's your story, then? The way I'm going, I don't know. I want to believe I can at least help you all make it through this, but everyone I've tried to help so far ends up dead, Gabriel admitted. Another recruit came tumbling through the storm. Gabriel snatched her up by the collar and dragged her to her feet. Gotcha. She nodded in thanks and pushed forward. It looked like they were headed the right way, at least there were a lot more people lost than he imagined. "Look at that. Another person helped," Sarah snarked. "And no Reaper around to claim her. Must be slacking on the job." Gabriel nodded. Sarah groaned. "How does Raylan put up with you?" A faint smile forced its way onto his face. "He's a much better man than I am, that's for sure. Outside of my family, he's the oldest friend I have. Guess if I knew you for that long, I could handle all that gloom and doom you're putting out." Her chin rested atop his head. The winds died down, and with them, the haze of sand cleared. Gray skies dotted with patches of blue came into view. In the distance, the company huddled around the start of another obstacle course. Between them and the rest of the company, Raylan looked around like a lost puppy. Sergei was right behind him, shading his eyes with a massive hand as he scanned the horizon. The second Raylan spotted Gabriel and Sarah, he waved them over with that ever-cheerful smile of his. Gabriel waved back, a mournful look on his face. I can't lose him, too. Chapter 21. "My man." Raylan rushed in to embrace Gabriel. He was covered from head to toe in sand, save for the area his mask had covered, just like Sarah and Sergei.
"What is happens to small friend?"
Sarah twisted her ankle, Gabriel answered, looking past them to see Instructor Bridges waving them over to fall in line. The 42nd Company gathered in formation in front of a medical enforcer and their instructors. There were no other enforcers Gabriel could see, and he found that suspicious. If training was supposed to be getting harder, what were the instructors planning on throwing at them next? "Let's fall in before Jensen comes looking for us," Gabriel pressed on. Sarah gave a big nod. "Yes, please. I don't need him chewing me out on top of everything," she said with a pained little whine. Raylan rushed out in front of him. "Whoa now, Gabriel. You sure you're good for this? After, everything?" Gabriel frowned. Me being good for anything doesn't matter. He hoped that didn't come off as angry as it sounded. "We don't have a choice in the matter here, Raylan. We either run through training or we're out. If I'm out, then I don't know what happens to my family, but I'm pretty sure I wind up dead in the desert." Raylan's lips pulled into a tight line, looking down at Gabriel with a mixture of concern and hurt. Gabriel met Raylan's gaze, trying to stare him down and away from the subject. That was a little difficult with Raylan being the taller and stronger of the two. He sighed and looked away, not sure what he wanted to tell his friend. He didn't want to worry him. And after what he saw out there, Gabriel wasn't sure his sanity was holding together. Telling Raylan would only make things worse. Besides, if any of that was real, those silver stripes would probably be on my ass right about now, he thought. It was the only certainty he had, but one look down at his clawed-up arm said otherwise. That blood, those shallow cuts, they were all real. One thing was certain, however. He couldn't let himself be broken by this, if only for his family's sake. "I'm still trying to work things out, Raylan," he finally admitted, meeting Raylan's gaze once more. "But I might be getting somewhere." "Uh-huh, because all that sulk you were putting off was such a huge improvement," Sarah teased, with a less than gentle prod at his cheek. Gabriel looked over his shoulder with a tight brow and tighter smile behind his makeshift mask. "Don't go calling me out like that, Cooper." Damn, he thought. Raylan needs to worry about himself, not me. "Don't be so hard on him, Sarah. Baby steps, am I right?" Raylan said. "Right," Gabriel agreed. "That's good, man. Real good." Raylan beamed as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. "The part about you making progress, not the sulking. Now let's—" Raylan tensed. "Jensen's burning holes into the back of my skull with his eyes, isn't he?" Gabriel glanced past Raylan and nodded as the man casually loaded shells into his shotgun. Yep. Raylan gulped audibly and turned on a heel and ran as swiftly as he could toward the formation of recruits. Gabriel and Sergei followed after him. Raylan may have been a goofball that was a little too eager to go after the ladies and bend the rules to the limit when it suited him, but he was a good friend. Gabriel didn't want to weigh Raylan down with worrying about him, or worse, carrying him through parts of training. If Gabriel couldn't at least keep those concerns at bay, Raylan was sure to make it through to the end. "Rivera!" Townsend shouted as they approached. "The hell happened to your mask?" "Lost it," he answered as he handed Sarah off to the medic. While they checked up on her ankle, he pulled his shirt back on. Jensen dug into one of his many pouches and flung a mask at him. "Don't lose it next time, recruit." Gabriel was about to ask why Jensen didn't need one when he remembered the combat helmet hanging from his belt at all times. The full-face helmet with a skull carved into its faceplate was sure to have its own filtration system. "How's Cooper looking, Doc?" Townsend asked. "Can she run the course?" "Not like this, she can't," the medic answered as he shot a stim pack into her ankle. "The stim is fixing up that there ankle of hers, but it won't fix the pain or swelling in time for the course, ma'am." Gabriel glanced at Sarah. She was sweating bullets and letting out low, slow breaths from the stim pack, accelerating her healing. "It's okay, I think I can walk." Sarah winced as she rolled her ankle. Carefully, she rose to her feet, then tried to put weight on her leg. She cried out in pain and nearly fell over, were it not for the medic. Maybe not." "Give her some painkillers, maybe." Raylan shrugged. The medic burst out laughing behind his helmet. Buckley read the name tag on his vest. "Hoo-wee, you're a smart one, kid." "I know, man. I amaze myself sometimes, too." He was quick to brag. Buckley leaned in close to Raylan. "You ever walked home drunk off your ass?" Raylan drummed his fingers on a bicep. He swung his head away with pursed lips before he swung back with finger guns. "Let's say I know a guy." Buckley snorted. "Well, imagine running the course like that. It ain't gonna be pretty." Gabriel looked from the enforcer to the obstacle course, waiting for them. Trenches full of sandy water sat beneath spools of barbed wire. Even with the cloudy day obscuring the blazing sun, he expected the bottom of those pits to be visible. This was not the case. They were dark, murky, and Gabriel guessed deep enough to fully submerge Sergei or Titus. Getting through that water wasn't going to be as difficult as the obstacles after. Their drenched clothes would weigh them down until they dried off, and there was a series of climbing walls increasing in height. As if that wasn't enough of a challenge, there was another obstacle of angled platforms, arrayed in such a way as to have the recruits hop from one to the other across another trench. All of this came before a circuit of 6 towers, where the real danger awaited. Plenty of opportunities to lose people. Great, Gabriel thought. "Well, Cooper, think you can run the course?" Townsend asked. Sarah grimaced.
"Failure due to an inability to participate in training," Jensen said, already raising his wrist comp to log the report. "You can't be serious," Gabriel protested. "Did you think I was joking yesterday, recruit?" Jensen scowled down his nose at him. Gabriel stared at his feet. "No, sir." "Cooper, if you can't run the course, we have no choice but to disqualify you from the program," Townsend said. Sarah stared down at her foot. She tried to put weight on it again. Her hands shot wide open and her jaw tensed. "All this because of a damn rock," she hissed through her teeth. "Oh, man, that sucks, Sarah," Raylan said. "I'm sorry, Cooper." Townsend placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'll see about arranging transport for you when we get back to the—" "What if I carry her through the course?"
Gabriel cut her off. "She'd still technically finish, so she could stay, right?" Jensen cracked a smile at the idea. The smile grew to a toothy grin.
as he glanced at Townsend, practically begging her to let it happen.
Rivera, you do realize her extra weight would make every inch of this course that much harder to complete within the time limit, right?
Townsend informed him, with an edge of frustration to her words. She's not that heavy. I think I've lost more weight in the past month than she has on her whole body. Gabriel was pretty sure he was exaggerating, but if he could at least save Sarah from failing out, he'd call the day a win. Sarah swatted his arm and whined. I'm not that scrawny. Townsend grabbed her elbow, while her hand sat across her face in thought. She paced about and looked to Jensen. Jensen's grin never left his face, and Gabriel could practically hear the man saying, "Do it," at every opportunity. Their changing expressions made it look like the pair were having an entire discussion on the subject in seconds. Raylan leaned over to whisper at Gabriel. Are they psychic or something? You mean telepathic, Sarah corrected. Before they could delve deeper into their theory crafting, Townsend turned to face Gabriel. If you do this, you will not receive any extra time to clear the course, Rivera. She approached him, standing as close to his face as her smaller stature allowed. Both of your asses will be on the line here, and entirely dependent on your performance. Gabriel, you don't have to do this, Sarah insisted. He hesitated for a moment. He really didn't have to do this. He could put himself and his family above all else and simply leave Sarah behind. It was the smart decision, the easy decision. Gabriel didn't come to the Crucible to take the easy path. I understand, ma'am. I'm only asking for the opportunity. Townsend scratched at the back of her head. Your funeral, kid. Load her up, Doc, she ordered, and went off to get the show on the road. Jensen followed after her. He shot a glance over his shoulder at Gabriel, his amused grin replaced by a serious expression carrying his usual threatening aura. Show me what you're made of, runt. Gabriel shuddered, feeling the whole weight of the world back on his shoulders. No, that was Sarah being loaded on. Good luck, kid, Buckley said, and sent them on their way. You idiot! You're going to get yourself thrown out. Sarah punched at his back. Maybe. Gabriel moved into formation with the other recruits. But you wanted to go on adventures, right? Not if it costs you and your family's protection, Sarah protested. I don't have anything important on the line like you do. You shouldn't worry about me. You don't have to remind me, Sarah. I know, Gabriel said. He'd gone over this many times in his head. Yes, his failure would mean the guarantee of his family's safety was forfeit, but he couldn't just sit by and watch Sarah be thrown out of the Crucible. They were in this together, and he wouldn't let it happen to a friend if he could help it. Then again, the spook did say all he needed to do was put on a good show. Gabriel had survived a month in the Crucible, far longer than anyone expected him to last. That had to count for something, if he didn't manage to clear the course in time. Gabriel rolled out his shoulders and took a breath. You're going to get through this. They will not break you, he told himself. The thought brought a morbid sense of amusement, considering the breakdown he'd just had in the storm. He needed to get his act together if he was going to see this through to the end. Raylan, Gabriel, and Sergei moved to the front of the formation, right beside Alexander and his crew. Alexander leaned forward in the formation to shoot a questioning glance at him. You're not even trying to keep up anymore, are you? Gabriel stared Alexander down from the corner of his eye. I thought you had more important things to worry about. Zachary leaned out after Alexander and laughed at the two of them. He pulled Alexander back into formation and shot Gabriel a casual salute. Gabriel couldn't figure out that man. Was Zachary genuinely good-natured, or was the Crucible just fun and games to him? All right, recruits. Hope that storm didn't rough you up too much, because I sure as hell will be. Townsend gestured at the course behind her. What we have here
is a mock-up of some of the obstacles you will encounter in the next maze. Death traps not included."
The last comment earned a laugh from the company. Gabriel frowned. How could anyone laugh when things were so serious? Then he remembered Jensen's advice.
Learn to laugh at misery.
He struggled wrapping his mind around that idea, but it seemed others in his company were already adapting.
"You all know the drill by now," Townsend continued. "Run through the obstacles, get to the finish. Don't die."
"Yes, ma'am," the recruits barked out.
"You have 10 minutes to clear the course." Townsend stepped out of the way with the rest of the instructors.
The recruits leaned forward, ready for the run. Gabriel took a deep breath. 10 minutes. Easy. He murmured that sweet, false reassurance to himself.
"Begin," Townsend hollered, and off they went.
The company surged through to the different lanes of the course. Sergei and Raylan took to the center, while Alexander's group took to the right. Alexander shot Gabriel no taunting or mocking glances for a change. He simply ignored Gabriel. Somehow, he felt this was a fate worse than being beaten or ridiculed by his rival. A sign that he wasn't progressing fast enough, that he would never be good enough. Gabriel couldn't allow that to stand. If he was going to get his act together, he needed the goal of catching up to and besting Alexander as his anchor. A powerful, single-minded goal to drive him forward. Gabriel latched on tight to that goal and rushed ahead of the crowd. He swung left, then right, around his fellow recruits and got right on the tail of Alexander's group.
"Gabriel, what are you doing? Why aren't we with Raylan and Sergei?" Sarah asked.
He didn't have a great answer to give, so he did his best to twist the truth like a pretzel. "If we're going to make it through this course, we need to be at the head of the pack, Sarah. Alexander's crew are always at the lead. If we can just keep up with them, we have a chance." Sarah sighed.
"Uh-huh,
because that's so convincing."
"I'm glad you think so."
Gabriel laughed. Alexander's group plunged into the muddy trenches beneath the coils of barbed wire. Gabriel jumped in right after them. Sarah squealed as they plunged past their heads. As Gabriel suspected, the trench was deep, damn deep. He had to kick off the bottom just to get his head over the water. Ahead of them, Zachary, Vargas, and Alex's heads bobbed in and out of the surface, while Titus was the only one who could keep his nose above the water. Gabriel tried to swim, but the trench itself was too narrow to allow for a good stroke. With the recruits following him in, it was too crowded to attempt to swim without kicking someone in the face. Gabriel waded through the thick, muddy waters as fast as he could, but he was already falling behind. He was halfway through the trench when Alexander's group started climbing out. Gabriel let out a quiet growl, rushing to make up for lost ground. Reaching the other side, Gabriel dragged himself out. He felt like his weight doubled thanks to his drenched fatigues. Sarah's weight on his back definitely wasn't helping. "Come on, Gabriel, you can do this." Sarah cheered him on. It was all she could do with her arms and legs tight around him to keep herself from swinging off his back. Gabriel pushed himself to catch up to the tail end of Alexander's group. They were climbing over the first wall. Vargas and his short mohawk vanished behind it, then popped over the next wall. Gabriel clamped down tight on the edge of the wall and swung himself over it. His wounds were still sore, but the medics weren't kidding when they said he would be able to continue training as normal. He hopped up over the next wall, then clambered up the next, falling into a steady rhythm. Jumping off the final wall, Gabriel landed with all the grace of a drunkard leaving the bar, but he recovered. Vargas couldn't shake him. The next obstacle came up fast. The sloped metal platforms standing over another trench he'd seen from the start. Each one was supported by a metal column that held the platforms at varying heights and distances, but the challenge was clear. They had to jump from one platform to the next without falling into the water. Doing so would cost them precious time they needed to finish the run in under 10 minutes. Alexander and Zachary made it through like the task was no more complicated than going out for a leisurely jog. The rest of Alexander's men followed through without much struggle either. Even Titus, with his astounding size, cleared the obstacle without incident. Vargas did not. His foot slipped near the end of the obstacle and sent him plummeting Mohawk first into the muddy trench. Water shot up into the air, bathing the nearby platforms. Gabriel took off into a final sprint and jumped, figuring momentum was the key to traversing this obstacle. He sank low onto the one leg, like coiling a tight spring, then kicked off. From one platform to the next, he repeated this trick, moving up to the higher and more distant platforms, even with Sarah's added weight on his back. He was about to jump past Vargas at the end of the trench when his foot slipped on a wet platform. "Fuck!" was all he managed to get out before he face-planted into a sliding halt. Coarse grains stung at his face, but at least he was dry.
"Nice landing, Gue,"
Vargas laughed as he shook off the water and took off after the rest of his group. "You okay, Gabriel?" Sarah asked with a wince. Gabriel pushed himself up and spat out sand. "I'm fine." As he stood, he saw Sarah's arms were scraped and bleeding from the landing. "Sorry about that, Sarah. I'll try to be more careful." "Gabriel, if you somehow manage to drag me across this mess alive, I'll be happy," Sarah said with a smile. "I told you, Sarah, we'll do better than that." Gabriel sprinted forward. "We're keeping up with Hartford." "You're crazy." Gabriel rushed for the first tower even as other recruits began to pass him. It was a familiar rope climb along the wall, nothing fancy. Except Gabriel swore this tower was far taller than the others. At least half again as tall as the first obstacle course they ran. Measuring the tower wasn't going to help him catch up, though. Gabriel clutched the rope and climbed as fast as he could. Nicole and Raylan climbed up past him to his left.
"Keep it up, man. You got this,"
Raylan praised as he climbed past. Nicole grinned. "Way to flex on all of us, Rivera," she teased as she passed. Gabriel's face reddened as he pushed himself to climb faster, to keep up with his friends at the very least. He had to do better than this. It was something his ticking wrist comp reminded him with every passing second. 2 minutes had elapsed already, and he still had more tower to climb. The clouds parted, and the merciless sun greeted them with its burning rays. The light stung at his eyes, but they were much less concerning than what he heard from below. A loud bang thundered, the telltale blast of a shotgun going off, then another and another. Heavy thumps slammed into the wall beside him. Gabriel flinched out of the way, dragging the rope with him to the side. "The hell was that?" Gabriel asked.
"Pick up the pace, recruits,"
Jensen shouted, and took another pot shot at them. He wasn't alone either. The other instructors dispersed across the course, packing shotguns of their own. "Oh, that's not good." Gabriel tugged himself up. Sarah slapped at his chest. "Let's go, Gabriel, let's go." She'd get no argument from him as another rubber slug slammed into the wall just inches from his hand. Gabriel shuffled his way up and over the top of the tower. He had expected another obstacle waiting for them to cross from one tower to the next. Instead, he found a rope leading them right back down the tower they climbed. He ran and made sure not to slide down the rope too fast. Calloused as his hands were, he was certain rope burn wasn't going to help his odds. "Move it, recruits! Move it!" shouted Bridges. Gabriel hit the ground and took off running. A set of bars lined the path to the next tower. "Pull-up bars?" he asked. "That's right, genius, get to it," Bridges barked. He pointed at the sign instructing them to do 5 pull-ups at each bar. Raylan and Nicole rushed through doing just that. They'd finish one set, drop, then sprint to the next bars.
"Come on, Gabriel, you can do it, man,"
Raylan called back. "Here we go." Gabriel jumped at the bars. The first pull-up came with ease, then another. By the third, sharp exhales shot from his lips, thanks to Sarah's added weight. It was a good thing she was light, and the merciless sun was drying off their clothes. Sarah's hand reached over for the bar when a warning shot rang out.
"Nuh-uh, Cooper. You could be dead weight, but you can't help," Bridges warned. Come on, Rivera. 3, Tubby.
Sarah stuck her tongue out at Bridges but obeyed. 2 more, Gabriel. You've got this. With a deep breath, Gabriel pulled 2 more times and dropped from the bars. He shook out his arms and ran through the next 2 sets of pull-ups before rushing across to the next obstacle, a series of polymer logs. He climbed over each one and scrambled along the logs they had to cross, all while rubber slugs flew past them. Gabriel flinched each time the slug snapped past him, but it wasn't doing him any favors. That fraction of a second he spent worrying about getting hit cost him precious time and momentum he could be using to clear the course. It dawned on him that was part of the point. To learn to deal with that fear, maybe even harness it. Gabriel wasn't sure how to harness fear, but he could certainly ignore it. If he got hit by a rubber slug, it would hurt like hell, sure, but he could handle pain. What he couldn't handle was flunking out of the reclaimer program. Failure is not an option, he reminded himself, and forged on. Recruits fell from logs ahead of him as slugs hit them and sent them crashing to the sand. Gabriel made it through without issue. But as another recruit crashed behind him, Gabriel turned to help. A slug slammed into Gabriel's ribs. He stumbled onto his forearm, clutching his bruised side with a snarl. A little lower, and that shot would have knocked the wind out of him. With Sarah depending on him, he couldn't afford to let that happen. Gabriel hauled himself and the other recruit to his feet. Come on, shake it off. If you can beat anyone, it's me. He took off, avoiding another slug. The recruits he just helped up weren't so lucky, but he couldn't afford to babysit them. The next tower came up quickly, and it brought Gabriel to a pause. How the hell? Climbing logs were split into several different segments along the tower's side. With large gaps in between each section, Gabriel was having a hard time figuring out how anyone was supposed to make it up, given their time limit. His wrist comp chimed an alarm as another minute passed. He'd almost burned through half the time limit. There was no time to figure out a good way around it. He just had to climb. While this obstacle was static, Gabriel had a feeling when he ran into it that in the maze it would be shifting mid-climb. He needed to learn to tackle puzzles like this as they went. Gabriel surged up the wall until he came to the first gap. Sarah, I need you to hang on tight. With a gulp and nod, she tightened her grip on him. Gabriel coiled his muscles like a tight spring and flung himself across the gap. His hands slapped against the polymer grips. His knuckles went white. His boots missed their footing, sending him onto the wall. Gabriel clenched his teeth and growled as he pulled himself up. Still with me? He asked. Sarah nodded against his shoulder. Still here. Keep going. A faint quiver lingered in her voice. He couldn't blame her. Falling 15 feet may not be fatal, but it would have been nasty regardless. Gabriel continued up the wall. Finding the path to ascension sometimes required him to go down and to the side to get into a good position. Other recruits didn't catch on to this and went for the direct approach, often finding themselves plummeting below. Already they had lost 2 trying this approach at lethal heights, but Gabriel tried not to linger on their deaths. There was nothing he could have done for them. They were simply too far. At the top of the tower, a small crowd of recruits gathered. Ahead of them, a series of platforms floated in the air with a gentle hum of energy. Gabriel guessed it had to be some sort of miniaturized thruster, but that didn't make sense to him. Thrusters were not quiet things. Even small ones growled their presence to the world when active. What? How are they doing that? Sarah asked, trying to lean around Gabriel for a better view. No idea, Gabriel said. He was far more concerned about the platform's shifting positions in crisscrossing patterns. At the right time, the platforms acted as a bridge straight across to the next tower, but they shifted quickly to leave huge gaps between them. There was a definite pattern to the movements, Gabriel noticed, but it was varied enough to give him a hard time nailing it down. They didn't have time to figure out this puzzle either, and mistiming a jump would prove fatal. Recruits took turns crossing in groups. Gabriel looked ahead to see if anyone had made it through. Sure enough, Alexander and his people were already clear across. Raylan and Nicole were in the next group to attempt a crossing. Their strategy was so simple, it made Gabriel feel like an idiot. They hopped across a few platforms, waited for the shift, then they continued across to the end. It wasn't fast by any means, but it was safer than the groups who tried rushing across. Sergei stepped to the front of the group.
"Is easy jump when knowing of pattern."
He muscled his way to the front.
"Observe."
The giant of a man leaped across the platforms without skipping a beat. Even as they shifted, he knew where to jump before they even arrived at their destination. It was clear Sergei had been up there watching for a while to get the pattern down so flawlessly, and Gabriel took note of the timing. It was roughly 3 seconds between each shift. Sergei continued to cross, and Gabriel noticed something else that was rather impressive. The platforms supported his full weight bearing down on them without so much as the slightest budge. Whatever tech these were using was impressive, and they didn't have to worry about plummeting to their deaths so long as they stuck the landing.
"Come, comrades,"
Sergei called from the other tower.
"Is easy."
"Oh, okay. If a giant can do it, so can I,"
a recruit said. Lily was her name. She jumped across the first few platforms with enough ease to build not only her own confidence, but the confidence of those around her as they followed her lead. She tried to keep to Sergei's pace and went for a 5th jump as the platforms began to shift. Her timing was all wrong. She got ahead of the platform by a second, and as it swung across, it toppled her over. Lily bounced off the platform as it continued on its path. There was nothing but open air beneath her when gravity regained its hold. Gabriel shut his eyes. There was no scream, just the heavy crash from the desert below. "She's not moving," Sarah spoke up. "Yeah," Gabriel whispered, and pushed to the front of the group. There were too many scared recruits holding them up. The clock was ticking. He jumped onto the first platform, along with the next wave of recruits brave enough to attempt the crossing. As the platform moved beneath his feet, Gabriel tightened his core. His stance spread to maintain balance on the platform. They had 4, maybe 6 feet of surface area to stand on the platforms, enough to leave room for error, but not much. As the platform stopped, the momentum threatened to fling Gabriel, but he held steady. Another recruit staggered at the sudden stop and found himself dangled off the platform's edge. Sarah's timer flashed. 5 minutes remained. That recruit was too far out of the way. If Gabriel went back to help, it would cost them a minute at the very least. If the recruit panicked, it could cost them their lives. With a heavy heart, Gabriel turned away and cleared the rest of the obstacle. He'd just left someone to die to save himself and Sarah from failing the course. It was the right call for them, yet his stomach twisted into knots like he had betrayed the core of his very being. Make it count, Gabriel. He moved on to the next obstacle. Narrow beams led the way from his tower to the next, but these beams came up short, and very few transitioned in a straight line from one to the other. Controlling one's jumps and momentum was the name of the game, with a crash course in physics as the consequences of failure. Gabriel shimmied across, arms spread out as he fought to maintain balance. With a short hop, he landed on the next beam, his every muscle fighting to keep him from swinging off to his death. Sarah's extra weight wasn't helping in the slightest, as every fiber of his being strained to maintain balance with each jump. At the third jump, Gabriel swung forward a little too far. Sarah screamed and swung her body back. The sudden shift in weight nearly threw Gabriel backwards. "Hold still," he demanded, as he swung back forward, his arms flailing through the air to regain his balance. Sarah squealed and dug her nails into his chest. If it weren't for his fatigues, she would have drawn blood easily.
"How can you say that so calmly, you ass? We're gonna die!"
she squealed again. "Calm yourself," Gabriel said, as he fought his body to a standstill. Sarah opened her eyes.
"We're not dead?"
"Not yet.
he reassured her with a laugh. Sarah didn't relax at all, probably from fear doing so would make Gabriel lose his balance. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, I knew that. Good job, Gabriel. Keep it up. That's the plan, Gabriel said, and shimmied along to the next tower. He came to a stop, gripping his knees, and looked forward to the next challenge. You have got to be kidding me. To move on to the next tower, they had to traverse a rope across what had to be 100-foot gap. Without a safety net to catch them, their options were give up and fail, or cross and try not to die. Fun times. We don't have to do this, Gabriel, Sarah stammered. Gabriel laughed between breaths. You're not tired already, are you? No, you ass, she swatted his chest. But I don't want to fall either. Gabriel gave her a tired grin. Where's your sense of adventure, Cooper? There's got to be a trick to this. Just gonna rub that in every chance you get, huh? She grumbled. I'll try not to bully you too hard. Gabriel snickered. He swung his gaze forward, trying to figure out what the others were doing to cross. There were 3 different techniques used by the recruits to traverse the rope. One was to swing themselves across like monkeys. Sergei and a few of the other recruits around him applied this method. They swung from one arm to the other with great speed, but the movement was not stable. Every shift and wobble of the rope had them swinging through the air, even more so when they were hanging on by one arm. For Sergei, this wasn't a problem. He swung across the rope with greater haste and stability than the rest. Other recruits had to cling to the rope for dear life when the Russian giant moved anywhere near them. That method was far too risky for Gabriel's liking. Raylan was the chief in exhibiting the second method, the most common method. Somehow, he'd managed to get himself on top of the rope and hugged it tight to his body. He shimmied along the rope that way at a slow, steady pace, at least until the wind or a flex in the rope swung him upside down. The rope was thick and sturdy, but not nearly enough for someone to lay on top of reliably like Raylan was going for. That didn't stop him from swinging himself back around and keeping on. This seemed like the worst possible way to get across, but it was stable. Maybe they were just missing some trick to the technique that made it feasible. Gabriel frowned in thought. The first method may have been risky, but the more he considered the second one, the more it seemed Raylan was tempting fate. Raylan was probably clinging to some false sense of security provided by the rope beneath him. He spun a few more times around the rope, but it looked like he was going to make it. I suppose that's all that matters in the end, Gabriel thought. The third method was put on display by Alexander's men. Unfortunately, they were already on the opposite end of the rope and dismounting. Gabriel did notice them hanging from the rope, though. There had to be someone else using a similar technique. He scanned around the other recruits until his gaze landed on Nicole. Just like Alexander's people, she hung beneath the rope with her boots hooked over it. Nicole pulled herself forward at a decent pace this way, while maintaining her stability, regardless of the other recruits around her. This was it. This was their way forward. All right, I got it, Gabriel said. Got what? Sarah whined as he jumped up for the rope. Don't worry about it, Sarah. Just hang on tight and don't look down. Gabriel swung his legs up for the rope and hooked the back of one boot around the rope, then the other on top of that one. Sarah squealed, her fingers digging into his chest. Gabriel shut his eyes with a few quick breaths. Here we go. One hand in front of the other, Gabriel. Easy, he thought, while dragging himself across the rope. More recruits caught up to them on the tower and jumped onto the rope themselves. The rope tensed and swayed under the weight of those recruits, just as it shifted when others disembarked on the other side. Just as Gabriel had seen, Nicole's technique allowed them to keep relatively stable.
Even better, the closer he held himself to the rope, the easier he felt the whole process was. A crack snapped past Gabriel's ear. His arms and legs clutched the rope as he looked down. Oh, that was a mistake. Big mistake. Gabriel trembled, turning his face back toward the speckled sky. Not only was there a huge drop, but there were the instructors taking potshots at them with their shotguns. He knew what their game was, but it was easier to ignore the fear of being hit by a rubber slug when falling to his death wasn't on the table. "Gabriel, we gotta hurry," Sarah cried. Her wrist comp flashed a 2-minute warning. "Right." Gabriel scrambled across the rope. Never in his life had he been more thankful for the boots the Crucible provided them with. While the rope fibers dug into his palms with each pull, his ankles didn't feel a shred of rope burn from his swift progress. He swung onto his feet on the other side, dropping to a knee on landing. One more tower, almost there. "Time's running out," Sarah warned. "We're gonna make it," Gabriel said with steely determination. There was a distinct chance they weren't going to make it. The sloped platforms returned, except this time there was no nice, deep trench to catch them. The obstacle was complicated further by the other recruits rushing across to beat the timer. But if they made it, all that stood in their way from the finish line was a quick climb down. Gabriel saw an opening for them as recruits hesitated to tackle the obstacle before them. He rose into a full sprint and jumped across. His gaze moved from one platform to the next, driving his body forward. They were almost through, but he was going too fast. A slower recruit was ahead of them. They were going to crash. Time slowed to a crawl as Gabriel hit the platform behind the other recruit. If he aimed for the platform, Gabriel was sure to smash into the recruit. The recruit would fall to his death, but Gabriel and Sarah would have a chance to get across. 2 lives for the price of 1. The simple fact he was even considering this stabbed at his guts. There was another option. He just had to stick the landing. Gabriel kicked off the platform and landed just behind the other recruit. He managed to latch onto the platform and keep himself from sliding off. Hot metal burned into his calloused hands, threatening Gabriel's grip. The sudden landing startled the recruit into a rough jump. He stumbled across his landing, but he made it. "Watch it, Rivera," he snapped at Gabriel. Gabriel was tempted to flip him the bird, but he had bigger problems to deal with, like a severe lack of momentum. "What are you doing, Gabriel?" Sarah's voice trembled. Too little power, and they would fall to their deaths. Too much power, and they might overshoot the landing. Gabriel sank his feet low to the platform like tightly wound springs. "A really stupid idea," he shouted, and kicked off the platform. They soared across the gap. Gabriel's body tilted forward, and rather than a rocky landing, Gabriel slammed stomach first onto the next tower. Sarah squealed in terror. Fatigues were not made of a material that conveyed a strong grip. Gabriel slid across the tower to a fast-approaching edge. This was it. A month of hellish training cut short because of a bad landing. Gabriel slammed his hands down against the metal, trying to slow down however he could, when he was suddenly lifted into the air, right above certain death. For a brief moment, they hung in place before a heavy, meaty hand clasped his chest and tugged them back to the platform. "We're alive?" Sarah stammered.
"Ho ho! That was of the closeness, squishy man, no?"
Gabriel was still in shock when he glanced over to see Sergei beaming at them. "Sergei, you beautiful giant mountain of a man, I love you," Sarah blurted out.
"Sergei is liking of you too, little comrade."
He placed a gentle pat on her head before the alarm cried out in warning. 1 minute, Gabriel shouted, and scrambled down the side of the tower. It was a dangerous climb down, not because of the race against time so much as the lack of climbing to be done. It was more an exercise in controlled falling, one which Sergei had no problems with as he rushed past them.
See you at finish line, squishy man.
Gabriel dropped down from one climbing log to another. The gaps and spacing between each log varied anywhere from a few feet to a few dozen. Every drop strained his shoulders and back. His knees buckled as they absorbed each impact. One wrong move, one bead of sweat too many on his hands, and they would slip right off. Or one of the scrambling recruits above them could crash into them, as one pair demonstrated. The recruit on top didn't look where he was going when he threw himself at another. The impact tore both of them from the wall, and down they came to the desert with a sickening crack. "Damn it, this is no time to be idiots," Gabriel cursed. There wasn't much time to be careful about their descent, but he'd rather they fail than die. Gabriel picked up the pace until he deemed the ground close enough to survive a hard landing at 15 to 20 feet. "Hang on," he warned, as he kicked off the wall into a heavy landing. 10 seconds. Gabriel clawed through the sand, sending his boots ripping across the desert in a mad dash for the finish line. The recruits behind him scrambled all the same to join the bulk of their company and the instructors. Sarah's timer flashed in his face, counting down from 5 seconds. A fire lit within him. Gabriel put every fiber of his strength into his legs and leaned deeper into his run. Sarah's timer ticked down in slow motion. Gabriel cleared the finish line. Recruits scrambled out of his way. He was going too fast. He swung his body back, struggling to slow. The other recruits cleared a path for them, and it led right for Alexander. Gabriel's eyes widened. He moved his mouth to shout a warning when a dark shadow loomed over him. A dark shadow made of hard, yet strangely pliable stone, if the pain spreading through his face was anything to go by. Gabriel bounced off and crashed onto his back, crushing Sarah beneath him. "Get off me, Gabriel!" Sarah let out a strained shout and slapped wildly at his back. Unfortunately for Sarah, Gabriel was a little busy discovering the wall he'd smashed into had a face. It was Titus, with the burning sun gleaming behind his back.
"Phew. You that desperate to get your ass beat, doughboy?"
His deep, baritoned voice would have been soothing if it weren't always so openly spiteful of Gabriel. Alexander laughed as he came around Titus, holding up his wrist comp. It flashed zeros across the board.
"Do not be so harsh on him, Titus. He only just completed the course, and with so much—"
He paused with a wolfish grin to reconsider his words. "Such a poor, wounded girl on his back." Alexander extended his hand out to Gabriel. Gabriel glanced over at Titus, then the rest of his men around him. Gabriel swallowed his pride and took hold of his arm. "Thanks, Hartford. Any time, my dear friend." Alexander chuckled and dusted off Gabriel's shoulders. Gabriel forced a smile. Alexander still didn't take him seriously, just like all the others when he was trying to break into the Vanguard Front tournament scene. He considered Gabriel a sideshow in the grand scheme of things, rather than the threat to Alexander's ambitions Gabriel had hoped he would be. While that stung at his pride, Sarah was safe now, and he'd avoided getting pasted by Titus and the rest of Alexander's men. It was a small victory, but all the little victories added up. Gabriel was gaining on Hartford. "See you around, Hartford," Gabriel said, and turned to head for Townsend. Alexander looked down his nose at Gabriel. "Any time, friend." "Didn't know you two got along so well after that whole mess at the barracks," Sarah commented. "We really don't. But I don't want to get into it, Cooper." Gabriel sighed. Townsend chuckled at their approach. "Rivera, you're going to raise my blood pressure if you make a habit of cutting it close like that." Gabriel stood to attention. "Yes, ma'am. I'll do better next time." "Oh, you'll have your chance soon enough," Townsend said. Gabriel cleared his throat. "Is Cooper still good to go? She passed, right?" "You carried her across the finish line, so she's fine for now." Townsend gestured for a medic to pass out canteens to the recruits. She raised her wrist comp to show a timer that had been counting down. It was at 5 minutes. For now? Gabriel took a swig of his canteen and passed it to Sarah. Like I said, Rivera, you'll have your chance to do better soon enough. Ma'am? Instructor Townsend ignored him, while he and the other recruits caught their breath and rehydrated. The timer hit 0 with a flash and a beep. All right, recruits, back to the start. You're running again. Again? Gabriel protested, and he was not alone. Did I stutter when I said things were going to get harder? The small woman's voice carried across the crowd with a hardened edge. Because I seem to recall informing you that Command said we're speeding up your training. That means you're running the obstacle course again and again and again. You will not stop until you can run this course with your eyes closed. Am I understood? But... Gabriel frowned and leaned forward, as if he could get away from earshot of Sarah. I don't know how long I can keep this up. I can't keep carrying Sarah forever. I'm right here, you know, Sarah grumbled. Townsend smirked and pushed Gabriel back with a finger on his nose. Should have thought about that before you volunteered to carry her, Rivera. Her fate is in your hands. He really should have seen this coming. Yes, ma'am. Gabriel headed for the start of the obstacle course with the others. Sarah placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Gabriel, drop it, Cooper. You're not getting left behind. Chapter 22. Over and over again, they ran the obstacle course. Each completed run was rewarded with cold water and a few minutes of rest. The faster they cleared the course, the longer their break was before the next turn. It was a great incentive to push Gabriel and the other recruits to try harder as the sun climbed to its apex and descended toward the horizon. Gabriel cleared the last tower and took a step forward. His legs buckled, sending him crashing to a knee with ragged breaths. Grunting, Gabriel forced himself to stand. He was dead on his feet, but at least he was on his feet, running on wobbling legs to the finish line. The other recruits behind him were lagging further behind. Not once did Townsend or any of the instructors ease up on the day's training. Even as they grew more exhausted with each run, they were only given 10 minutes to clear the obstacle course. Jensen, Bridges, and the other instructors became more aggressive with their application of rubber slugs, especially with the recruits lagging at the back of the pack. The only breaks they really got was when the instructors had to go off for fresh mags. I hope this is the last one, Sarah whined on his back. Gabriel hoped so too. Sarah's poor arms were scraped up and bruised from all of Gabriel's failed landings and other close calls on the course that day. The longer this kept up, the worse it was going to get for Sarah, as she was wholly reliant on Gabriel to make it through in one piece. Gabriel did have Sarah check to see if she could run after the 4th or 5th go at the course, but the pain was still too much for her. She could walk again, but jogging alone caused her too much pain to do much else. So, Gabriel kept carrying her. At least this mess was going to work wonders for his rankings.
Come on, Gabriel, just a little further, Raylan said as he caught up to him.
To Gabriel's surprise, Raylan was just as short of breath as he was. Even Titus was showing signs of wear and tear from the grueling day of training. Gabriel nodded at Raylan with half-lidded eyes and his mouth hanging open. If this wasn't the last run, he wasn't sure how he was supposed to make it through the day. Raylan gave Gabriel a pat on the back, then pulled ahead, only to lose his footing. He slammed face first into the sand. Gabriel tried to catch him. Instead, Gabriel joined Raylan in the sand. Sarah rolled off his back with a cry of pain. He looked up at the recruits who had finished before them. Every one of them was beat to hell from the day's training, but they still managed to stay on their feet. Gabriel's wrist comp flashed an alarm, counting down from 1 minute.
They had to make it across the finish line. Gabriel shook Raylan by the shoulder. "Almost there, Raylan. Just a little more," he wheezed, and dragged his body across the sand toward Sarah. "Don't worry about me, Gabriel. I can do this at least," she said, and dragged herself forward. Thanks to being carried around all day, she crawled far faster than Gabriel or Raylan could hope to keep up with. Gabriel and Raylan dragged themselves across the finish line with seconds to spare. Sergei, the giant, trundled across the finish line after them, crashing into a sliding stop on his knees. He flung his fists into the air with a victorious cry. His arms went limp and dropped to his side with an exhausted laugh, his chest slow to rise and fall. Nicole walked over to Gabriel and leaned down with her hands on her knees. "Still alive?"
"I think so," he answered with deep breaths. "But please let that be the last run, please."
Nicole beamed and offered him a hand. "You did really great out there. Really. I'm impressed, Slacker." Gabriel laughed into a wince as he took Nicole's hand up. His lungs were a little too used and abused from the day's training to even allow him a bit of joy.
"Listen up, recruits,"
Jensen barked over the crowd. Townsend took to the front. "Outstanding work out there, recruits, especially you, Rivera. I thought you would have abandoned Cooper or gotten yourself killed dragging her around all day. Good job."
"Yeah, me too,"
Raylan laughed as he crawled to his feet beside him. Gabriel gave him an exhausted thumbs up. "As for the rest of you, you'll be pleased to know we've only lost 15 of you today. 10 disqualifications and 5 casualties." She clapped her hands. "That's good. That's real good. We were expecting at least double that number, which means we can push you even harder." The crowd of recruits stared at her blankly, some with fear in their eyes. Gabriel just wanted the day to be over. Townsend pointed at them with an evil grin. "Tomorrow. You've earned your rest today." She gestured for the medics to hand out drinks to the exhausted recruits. Ice-cold canteens, filled with the most refreshing water Gabriel had ever tasted. "So, who wants to go home and eat?" The recruits cheered, and Gabriel's stomach joined in with a long, drawn-out growl.
"Sergei would be most appreciative of food, Fire Mouse."
He clapped his stomach as he approached Townsend. "Fire Mouse?" Townsend stared up at Sergei with a curious expression, as if she was deciding whether to laugh or bring him to his knees. Raylan covered his mouth.
"Oh, this is not going to end well."
Because instructor lady is small like mouse with hair like fire."
Sergei nodded sagely. Townsend rubbed at her brow. "And you think telling me this is fine? Why?"
"Oh, this is going to get real messy."
Raylan moved to hide behind Gabriel, peeking past his shoulder.
"Sergei is—"
He gave a tight shrug.
"Sergei is bad at the names. Never forget face. Names?" He shook his head. "Yet. So Sergei is of giving best names of the nick for the remembering of peoples."
Nicole laughed. "Ruski's going to get splattered across the desert." Townsend's brow-rubbing intensified. Her face scrunched up, her lips pursed tight. She returned her gaze up to Sergei. "You're lucky I find you so incredibly wholesome, Dragomarov." She snapped a hand back to the gathered recruits. "Now get your ass back in line and try to control your outbursts." "What?" Nicole and Raylan balked in unison as Sergei returned to the loose, sloppy formation. "The rest of you better not get any funny ideas if you appreciate your bones staying in one piece," Townsend warned. "Now let's grab some chow." Townsend and the instructors led the way back to the crucible. Recruits followed behind them, while those too injured to carry themselves were loaded into the Enforcer. Sarah pushed up to a knee. "So who's carrying me next?"
"I got you, girl. Don't worry."
Raylan helped her to her feet and onto his back.
Ugh, Gabriel, why can't you carry me? Sarah protested, while dangling off his back.
What's wrong with me, Sarah? Is it 'cause Gabriel's got more cushion than me?
Raylan laughed.
Man, that'd be a first.
Gabriel and Nicole laughed. Because you're a little too friendly, and it weirds me out, Sarah huffed. Especially with the ladies. Everyone sees you hitting on any woman with a pulse.
Me? No, I'm not that bad.
Raylan glanced at Gabriel, almost pleading for support. Right, Gabriel? A tired laugh slipped past Gabriel's lips. You have a top 10 list of women you're interested in.
As any reasonable single man should,
Raylan insisted. Gabriel grinned. You've gotten slapped around by at least 3 of the ladies on that list of yours. Raylan opened his mouth and closed it several times before replying,
Hazards of the craft, baby. Besides, one of those times I got us a joyride.
Oh, I know, I remember, Gabriel said. Especially the part where we were stuck cleaning the company bathrooms for a week with toothbrushes. Raylan grinned.
Yeah, but it was worth it.
Gabriel huffed out a quick laugh. Pretty sure if you weren't worried about Townsend kicking your ass, you'd try to put the moves on her, too. It was nice to enjoy a calm, normal conversation after everything they had been through. Maybe things weren't as bleak as his mind made them out to be. Raylan held a hand to his chest and feigned injury.
You wound me, friend,
he replied, with all the unnecessary drama he could muster into a sentence.
But seriously, Jensen'd kill me before I could even get close.
Nicole smirked. Don't be so generous. He'd stare you down before he even flipped the safety off.
Pfft, I'm not scared of Jensen or nothing,
Raylan insisted. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks to stare at Raylan. There wasn't a single soul among the recruits who wasn't afraid of Jensen, not even Alexander. Raylan put his hands up.
Okay, maybe a little.
I don't know, Raylan. You're always the first to bail when he shows up waving that shotgun of his. Gabriel grinned. Raylan turned up his nose with a shake of his head.
Don't you be hating on my cat-like reflexes, Gabriel.
Then what's stopping you from putting the moves on Townsend? Gabriel said.
Ignoring the aforementioned murder and Jensen.
Wow, aforementioned. That's a pretty big word, Raylan. I'm impressed, Sarah teased.
Girl, I'm full of surprises.
Raylan threw up a pair of finger guns in her general direction.
But anyway, Townsend just seems more your style, Gabriel.
Gabriel snorted. She's like 10, 20 years older than me. That'd be weird. Raylan waved his arms about, as if to dash those words out of the air.
Not what I meant, man. Although you should expand your horizons, if you know what I'm saying.
Gabriel gave an exasperated sigh at Raylan and stared at him to get to the point. I meant the whole badass warrior chick thing, like Nicole over there, with the whole Viking thing. Hot, but deadly. Is that right? Nicole smirked. Shut your face, Raylan, Gabriel grumbled under his breath. His face was beet red as he tried to hide it behind the collar of his fatigues. Look at that blush, Sarah teased. Is that why you've been avoiding me lately? Nicole grinned. Gabriel could only turn his head so far away from Nicole before it strained his neck. Just got busy with training is all. Nicole leaned her face closer to his, arm draped over his shoulders and pulling him in close. Well, Gabriel, is it true? Am I your type? She continued teasing with a sultry voice. Gabriel felt his face flush with heat. Raylan burst out laughing.
Comrades!
Sergei walked toward them with hands in the air.
I too wish to share in the laughs and friendship.
Nicole slipped away from Gabriel, her smile falling. Maybe another time. Gabriel blinked. Hey, where are you going, Nicole? He called out, but she was already gone.
Why for his Viking lady is running? Sergei do something wrong?
Sarah snickered. No, you just interrupted her teasing Rivera. You probably killed the mood, and she wanted to get away before things got awkward. Raylan gave Gabriel a slap on the gut.
Better make some moves, Gabriel. You never know what day may be our last here, or if someone else will make a move before you do.
Gabriel shook his head. Nah, it was just teasing. Come on. He gazed off into the distant desert. Even if it wasn't, it was a bad idea to get close to anyone in the Crucible. Gabriel already had too much to lose with Raylan, Sarah, and Nicole as friends. He was even growing fond of Sergei and his antics.
Gonna die a virgin with that attitude, man. Raylan warned with a big toothy grin. My smooth moves may earn the ire of the ladies now and then, but I know attraction when I see it.
Sarah groaned. Have you tried being normal?
I am perfectly normal, girl. In fact, I'm absolutely superb.
Gabriel joined Sarah in another groan. Gabriel turned his attention to Sergei in an attempt to change the subject. So what brings you over here, big guy?
Sergei is deciding you as friends, comrades. He nodded. Watch many comrades, not trusting first. Now Sergei is knowing of liking you best. He raised a hand. Liking lady, not so much. She is of cold shoulder to Sergei.
Just like that? Sarah smiled.
Da, little bird.
Sarah's smile broadened. Is that my nickname now?
Sergei nodded. Little bird is also small like fire mouse, but light like bird. Sergei has seen her fly with wind.
That was never on purpose, Sarah mumbled.
So how come Gabriel's squishy man? Raylan asked.
Gabriel rolled his eyes. Have you looked at me?
Man, don't you worry about that, he replied. You're getting stronger every day, and that cushion's basically just padding now. Sergei's going to need to give you a new nickname soon. Sergei will think on this. But maybe Sergei learn real name. The giant shrugged. What about me, big guy? What's my nickname?
Raylan grinned.
Something cool like the Lion or Black Lightning?
Sergei shook his head.
You are funny, man. I call Joker.
Raylan pursed his lips, eyes turned up as he nodded.
I mean, it's not cool, but it's not as cool as I'd like.
He threw his arms up in a shrug.
Know what? I think I can rock it, big guy.
So how'd you end up all the way out here, Sergei? Sarah asked.
Sergei ran obstacle course, then...
No, not that. She waved him off. I mean, this whole mess. The Crucible.
Oh. Men in suits speak with me and Babushka. They say they give food for her and neighbors if Sergei come. Fair trade, no?
Sarah's brows tightened. You trusted them just like that? I spent at least an hour going back and forth with my spook.
Da. Sergei get good feelings of them. Babushka say is best for Sergei.
The giant ran a meaty hand through his sweat-drenched hair.
Not want Sergei become conscript, like father and mother. Dodged a bullet there, am I right, Gabriel?
Raylan said. Gabriel nodded as a hot breeze washed over them. Hope she's doing well, at least.
Babushka is strong woman. She is fine. Sergei is certain.
He smiled. The breeze swirled ahead of them along the desert floor, then shot up into a small whirlwind of sand and small rocks. Look at that, guys, Sarah exclaimed. It's a dust devil. I thought I'd never see one of those out here. Like a mini sand tornado? Gabriel stared at the whirling wind before it dispersed, grains of sand returning to the desert in a cloud. Another breeze swirled past them, followed by another buffeting their fatigues. It carried with it a surge of sand past the recruits ahead of them.
Sergei has bad feeling of this.
A second and a third swirl of wind followed, stronger and larger than the others. They rushed across the desert with whirling clouds of sand in their wake. Suddenly those winds shot up into the heavens as thick columns of sand whipped wildly at everything around them. The force of these dust devils looked like it threatened to rip them apart as quickly as they formed. "Mask up," Gabriel ordered. His mask latched onto his face with a quick whir and lock of plates. The whirling devils danced across the desert. Cries erupted from the crowd of recruits ahead. They scattered across the desert to try and outrun nature's fury, but not everyone was so lucky. A tower of spiraling sands snatched up a group of recruits, dragging their bodies inside the pillar of sand. He caught glimpses of them now and then within the dust devil before it collapsed, flinging recruits out in every direction.
"We gotta get out of here, man,"
Raylan shouted, and ran off with Sarah. Sergei took off after him.
"Come, squishy man, we flee."
Gabriel didn't need anyone to tell him twice. He sprinted forward on shaky legs, his body swinging with every step. Gabriel could barely lift his boots off the ground, letting them scrape and kick across the desert. He was falling behind everyone, but it didn't seem to matter. Alexander's group split away from the others, running to the outskirts of the company, where the dust devils hadn't appeared, when another surge of wind rushed toward them. The whirling sands were broad, broader than an assault armor was tall. Alexander's group was swallowed whole, and then the rush of wind shot up into the air. Gabriel's breath caught in his throat. Alexander may have been cold and uncaring, but Gabriel wouldn't wish that fate on his worst enemy. It was a fate that he would soon share in if he didn't pick up the pace. Another surge of wind was heading right for him. Gabriel darted to the right, but it was too late. The swirling winds knocked him off his feet and shot him up into the air, taking him with them. He was flung about within the dust devil like any other random piece of debris caught by its whirling winds. Gabriel screamed and flailed his limbs uselessly through the sand in a desperate attempt to get back to the ground. He couldn't see much more than glimpses of the outside world flash through whirling sands around him. Windows of blue, gold, and orange, with recruits fleeing across the desert, appeared and closed quickly through the sand. He was high in the air, probably too high for a safe landing. Suddenly there was nothing but blue-orange sky. The rushing winds around him had dispersed. Gabriel's eyes shot wide. No, no, no! Crash, skid, bounce. Gabriel tumbled across the desert like a stone across a river. The air was knocked right out of his lungs. His head spiked with pain as the world spun past his eyes in a blur. The exposed flesh of his forearms was clawed at by the coarse desert. The world darkened. Pressure built atop his body as his tumbling came to a stop. Gabriel's bloodied fingers clawed at the darkness. He tried to move more of his body, but the weight pressing down upon him was too much. An exhaustion took him. Gabriel came to a terrifying realization. He was buried alive. Chapter 23.